Oh, it's a beautiful day to be in Singapore, and that's exactly where we are for Blast Slam 4. It's been a lovely journey, a little bit of a break between what we got to see in groups and now. But in Singapore Indoor Stadium here, the same place, 3 years ago that we had TI11, and joining me on my panel, I got T-Gov. How does it feel to be in Singapore?
Yeah, I think it's the first time I've ever been at a Tier 1 tournament in SEA in Singapore, so I'm excited to see what it's all about and yeah, get started with the playoffs.
Right. And Misery, you've spent your fair share of time in Singapore.
Yeah, it's good to be back. This city has definitely, this country has grown on me quite a bit, so I'm very happy to be back.
And maybe not so nice memories since the last time you were in Singapore, Quinn.
Yeah, I've had some great tournament placements here. No doubts about that. But no, I think it's awesome. I think it's great vibes. I think it's a great place to hold a tournament. C fans are, they're highly lauded for a reason, and I'm excited to be here.
Yeah, what exactly are you guys looking forward to the most you feel in Singapore? Not even necessarily just the Dota.
I mean, I think the fans. I think it is absolutely electric in Southeast Asian tournaments, and I think that makes it all the more exciting to play. And I think when the players feel that excitement, you feel the energy, I think it makes the games better too.
Yeah, I mean, in general in Dota, we just don't have many arena events, right? We're often quite starved of them. So yeah, to echo Quinn's point, just anytime we get to be in an arena, that's all I care about.
All right, it is a lot of fun to have the fans, obviously have you guys here as well. But there's a lot more people working here. Now, someone that I am very happy to check in with is Shiva.
Thanks, Nat. I snuck my way into a team room. This is where the players will be getting ready for the action. We'll be getting into the zone. And of course, while the game is going on, we got a comfortable place for the coach and the staff of the team to be watching the game while the action is live. We got ourselves some snacks, some water, bananas, very important. And of course, in between games, the teams can also watch the broadcast and listen to you guys to make sure that they learn a little bit, going from one game to the other, adapting and learning, and maybe that time around winning, depending on which team, of course, will be in this very booth. Here in Singapore, though, there's another very important part of the broadcast, and that is the crowd. And for that, we are heading over to Slacks.
Hey everybody, we are here for our crowd vibe check. Brought some folks up to the stage. It's a pretty sacred thing. We don't usually allow you to get this close because I don't want you to hack the computers. But how you feeling?
Excited.
Excited? Fantastic. All right, what team do you want to win this bad boy?
MOUZ.
MOUZ esports. Any MOUZ fans out there? Fantastic. All right. You sound like you're ready to just pelt out a let's go MOUZ. Would you like to do it together? 1, 2, 3. There it is! Fantastic! That was very good, very good. Thank you. Who you rooting for?
Well, isn't it obvious? It's Falcons all the way. Habibi, bro.
There we go. All right. You think they're going to be able to pull through one series? Pretty scary.
Well, they have done it for TI, and I'm not surprised they are going to just cruise through all.
Okay, all right. Yeah, we don't need to bragging here. Yes, they won TI. They're very good. How you guys doing? How's the feels?
Yeah, I'm here with my husband.
Your husband? You don't have to say it like that. All right, yeah. Husband? I'm sorry. Hello, husband.
I'm here for him. So.
Okay. What are you feeling about the event?
I feel excited because this is my first time coming to the living and see the offline. Yeah.
Oh my goodness, first time you get to come on the stage? Cool.
Yeah, it was to buy the ticket for the other event. Yes.
This one's easier.
Yes. Now you know that this probably means he's going to play a lot more Dota, right?
Oh yeah.
Is that good?
Yeah, I really know him.
Okay, great.
Night sometimes. Yeah.
Oh, fantastic. Well, I'm glad you're here, my friends. All right, gentlemen, vibe check here. How are we feeling this morning?
I feel really excited and happy to be here.
All right, who do you want to win?
Team Spirit.
Team Spirit fan. Why are you laughing? This guy just starts laughing. What the hell? Okay. Good to hear, my friend. How are you guys? You guys come together? You're friends?
Yeah, we're friends.
Okay. You tried to leave the stage before I got here. Why?
Yeah, actually, we're shy. But yeah, we're here already, so let's do this.
All right. Are you feeling good? Who do you want to win?
For me, it's Tundra.
Okay, Tundra. Now, I got a big question for you two. Who are your favorite casters in the world? Over here, we have SVG and Fogged. We have, SVG and Cap. We have Fogged and OD. Who do you like more?
More of OD Pixel for me.
OD Pixel and Fogged?
The Pinoy casters, the Kuya Nick.
Okay, fantastic. Well, I've got some terrible news. We're going to throw it to our casters. It is Capitalist and SVG.
Thank you. That's right. Your second favorite casters. At least that's what I'm hoping anyway. Right, Avery?
Hey, that's something.
Yeah.
I'll take a second place. There's a lot of people who've gotten second place at TI multiple times, and their career's doing quite well, so.
Yeah, we're the Ame of casting duos.
Well, that's not the player I would have named there. But, hey, that is that's a pretty high standard. So
That is pretty.
I'll take it. I'll take it.
All right, well, how are you feeling about today? How are you feeling about our first matchup?
Ooh, it's going to be a good one. I mean, I always enjoy Spirit on that main stage. Let's see how they can level up. And they're against a competitor that has gained so much momentum in this last 2 months. Maybe a home crowd favorite in that mid one. So it's
This is definitely going to be a very biased cast, at least coming from this guy. He always loves being able to cast Spirit games.
Well, yeah, I'm biased towards good Dota, and they usually give us some good, entertaining games on that main stage. So.
And the meta goes pretty long right now. So we're seeing 40, 50-minute games. That's when Spirit is at their best, right?
Absolutely. Give me that late game Yatoro Furion that never wins, even though he's 12 slotted.
That's true. All right. Well, I think that's about closed it up for us. So let's go ahead and head back to the panel.
Oh, it is always such a pleasure to get to check in with everyone that's working around the arena right now, Cap and Avery. Quinn, what do you think about Avery likening the second place to Army? I feel like that's big shoes. I don't know if their casting really fills that sort of legacy.
Yeah, he may be tooting his own horn a little toot, toot, toot. Maybe one toot, but 3 toots? I don't know if that seems a little out of his league. Just, you know.
You gotta put it out there. They were also talking about how there's gonna be some fan favorites too. I feel like it was not clear when Slacks was checking in with all the fans. Everyone had a different team they were cheering for.
That is very important. I like any time we go to an arena where there is no single favorite inside the arena. It means that every time we play, there's going to be, you know, that the cheers and the love for everyone, right? It's not just going to be focused. So I think that alone means I'm excited for the next 3 days.
Yeah. With the fans maybe not really knowing which is going to be the clear favorite. Do you have one though, Misery? It feels like there's so much to get to cheer for.
I think Falcon has to be a favorite at this point. They just seem to be unbeatable right now. But yeah, I think it's still close. I think most teams can beat each other, so it's going to be exciting to see who's better on the day.
Yeah, it is going to be one of those ones where we kind of want to refresh everyone's memory here, because it's been a couple of weeks since we got to have our group stages. So we're going to have a look back and see all of the action that unfolded 2 weeks ago.
12 teams, 66 best of ones.
The call 33 has damage now. Roshan's a
Play-in Sunday separating the best from the rest. This was week 1 of Blast Slam 4.
One of my favorites. The lockdown. There's the lockdown. With the Ravages, 2 out of here. 2 out instantly. Whisper and Schofield.
Looking to try and stay on top of got the juice. Can he continue to chase for this? The swipes is
Ursa Wolf.
PMA trying to run with the BKB. He makes the jump up towards the high ground. He's in on towards the Spender.
Oh my god!
He's super beefy here with his heart and armlet, and he goes flying straight back out of the path. Catches onto the 3 of them. There's the call. 33 has to follow dunk on to save. 2 with the Pole of Crush that controls up Schofield. Got header, flash, and now the hoof stop. Flying Rapier into their own hands.
Got it.
Buyback
Heritage got it.
But Heritage, he no longer has his BKB, and that Macro Pyre is just doing some work, Avery.
That's Army. He's gone for this. Heritage is going to try and come in for the fight. There's the jump with the bird, trying to get beyond the 2 of them. It's enough to help them bring down both Tino and Shanks immediately.
He's actually just cleaving. They might even speed up their fight.
Really frost the repels. Keep Yuma safe. Allow Yuma to get the BKB off. Yuma will live. Turns, gets the Ultra. Give him the rampage. There
Top of the niche has gone for 70 seconds and got the juices ready to push off more. The cooldown comes out onto all 4 of them. PMA follows up the Rolling Thunder. It's over for
They're going to be able to reset a little bit. Heritage is almost low. They have to commit to the Tombstone counter arena. Out though. That is very nice. Tim's making all kinds of plays, and Yopot jumping back in, hits the crush. GPK, big entrance into the fight, but it's not good enough. He couldn't burst him down. Backline here, go after KJ. Not so great. Can't get that. BKB, he's just running out of damage. Now Roshan's next. Throws Miro around. God. How did it pick up the one guy who didn't want to be picked up?
Well, look, it was hard to condense 6 days of action down into that, but that was the crux of it, right? And we see our group standings here where we had Tundra and Falcons placing 1st and 2nd. That means that they got to bypass a lot of the action that then unfolded. When the best of 1s concluded, Misery, we then looked at the best of 3s, and that's where we ended up with MOUZ, Aurora, Heroic, and Spirit, and unfortunately saying goodbye to BetBoom, Liquid, Na'Vi, Aureus, Yakult, and Execration.
Yeah, I think this was a super exciting group stage, and especially because you got to see the new rosters play out across regions, and there was a lot of roster movements. I feel like after this TI, especially a lot of unconventional swaps. Perhaps you see some of them here with Tundra Pure and Ari joining up, and Yeah, I just think it was really cool to see all these new teams play against each other.
Yeah, I mean, you see, like, I think there's the players that sort of go into the pub incubator. For a while, I think Ari is an interesting one where he was, like, on some teams, had a lot of middling, sort of mediocre success. And then he goes away, he grinds, he gets to rank 20. I'm playing pubs with this guy, and I can feel, like, this guy's kind of cooking. And then he's back on a team, and he's looked great on Tundra so far.
Yeah, I mean, he has a lot to prove, right? He wants to be the best. Like, I've done some work with him, like, he knows he wants to be at the top of his game. So I feel like getting onto Tundra with the caliber of their players, it is only going to go up. And, we saw Aurora as well. Like, I think if anyone asked what was going to happen with this team post TI, not a single soul would have said it's going to be a Eastern European and SEA blend, right? And now they're here, and it's working, right? They got to the playoffs here. They in the previous event, I think it was like 9th, 12th or something. But I think for Aurora, I'm excited to see if they can progress further, because I love seeing just teams of different blends of regions.
Yeah. It's a valid point to bring up, because we've had that 2 weeks, we've had another tournament in between. We're seeing some teams that didn't do so well in that previous tournament still here in Singapore, and so it begs the question, Quinn, how much has developed over the last 2 weeks? Are there teams that were eliminated in groups that if they were here, we would be telling a different tale?
Yeah, I think absolutely. I think BetBoom showed that for sure, that they've found a lot of their footing with Kiritich, and I think them not being here shows that development. You've seen Liquid do a lot better as well, and we've seen some teams like like Heroic maybe dip a little bit compared to their super. Honestly, looked incredible in the first half. Look slightly more shaky in those interim weeks, and so it'll be interesting to see how it's panned out. I think for Heroic specifically, it'll be super interesting.
Yeah, and it's not just players settling into teams, it's also how are they drafting for themselves now, because coming into Blast Slam, that group stage, we had every hero it felt picked up. There was like this rise of Timisaur and Slaughter, and then all of a sudden Nagasaren just not really having the same sort of impact in drafts that we were so used to during TI.
Yeah, it's a lot of times you see one meta development, everyone sort of follows the same heroes, but I think right now a lot of teams are following different things. Like you said, some teams like Nagasaren, other teams, nah, I'm gonna pass. And so I think that diversity of what people like is really, it makes for an interesting tournament, because it's not like, oh yeah, the same bans every game. No, there's some variety there. I think that's exciting.
And we're free of Husker, because in best of ones, Husker was the hero, right? At TI, it was like 1 or 2 picks during the entirety of TI. We got the Blast groups, and it was like, Husker here, Husker there. Finally, we're getting back to the best of 3s with a best of 5 on Sunday. And of course, people often forget about this hero once you have an entire series to play. So I'm sorry, Quinn, but I hope for the sake of all of us that we don't get to see this, really smart counter pick to mid lane.
I feel like Husker is... You're gonna see Husker.
No, it's very good.
That's my man.
Not in the game, but in the ban list, because this hero is a problem right now.
It's very good.
Is there any other heroes that you think might be able to crop up? I say that, right? We've already seen almost 100 different heroes out of the 126 potential picks.
I mean, I think the point that Quinn made is true. Like, every team is kind of unique in the sense that they have their own niche picks. We see, for example, Schofield playing Nyx Assassin. Nobody else touches that hero.
Yeah.
Seems unpickable. So I think every team has the potential to pick up something unique for themselves. One hero that I think is really cool right now is Spirit Breaker. I'm not sure if it's gone into competitive, but it's rising in high-level pops right now, and it's very hard to play against in the mid-game.
Yeah, the Spirit Breaker, it's kind of here or there, right? It has been picked up, you're right. It's not to that same level of the other supports that we're seeing, and I like that each individual team has that identity for themselves, and one that T loves. I'm going to say the most, no, maybe not favorite. You don't want to throw that word out, but you love watching Heroic having all of their unique picks coming out.
Yeah, I feel like through the group stage, again, it was a couple weeks ago, but every time they played, they had this ability to turn every game to be about them. In win or loss, it felt like there was these moments where they can create the epic comebacks. Even if they get stomped out of a game, there was a moment that they could shine it. We had these, play of the days throughout the entirety of the group stage, and I think 90% of the plays were from their games. I think they just create really memorable moments, and in Dota, especially at Arena, so I'll be honest, I'm not looking for the creme de la creme, the best Dota. I'm looking for the ones that create the moments and the hype for the fans. And I feel like Heroic, whenever they touch a game of Dota, it is just magical.
Yeah, there's no way you're making the argument that they don't do that, considering their final game to make it here to Singapore was a mega creep comeback against Liquid in that game number 2 in a best of 3. Like, it was insane. You thought that this one was over, Quinn, and then it's just like, actually, no, we're going to hold against mega creeps for 28 minutes, I think it was.
Yeah, I think Yuma has really shown himself to be a tier 1 carry player, which I think you go back 6 months, he was not, to be honest. People just didn't think this guy, he didn't have the chops, he was sort of, he'd choke or throw, but that's not him anymore, right? We see it all these mega creep comebacks, their comeback games, the clutchness to buy rapiers in good positions. Like, he's a great player, and he's shown that, and I think that has had played a big part in Heroic's success.
I think also the Whisper swap to mid, right?
Yeah.
A lot of people would have easily criticized that decision, but he has shown to be on par with the very best mids already, and also being able to flex certain offlane heroes to mid, like Enigma, Darkseer, things like that. It was very spicy in the last group stage. So, yeah, I think this team in general is just very interesting to watch. Very cool.
They just have to show that creativity every time. Like, even if they don't have good results in other tournaments, I want to make sure that they stay true to being able to flex everything, because if they can harness that and improve on like their map play, etc., then they do become this team that is doing everything. So I have high expectations for them. I really expect to see them play tomorrow, be able to potentially win out today. But again, they have to just keep the creativity. That is what they need to do.
Yeah, normally it's, the teams that have won previous tournaments that have that expectation, but for here on the panel, it's the expectation to bring some good Dota, some clutch moments. But it's not just the Dota that we're getting to enjoy here at Blast Slam 4. It is, of course, getting to be in Singapore as well.
Hi everybody, welcome to Singapore. I am here with Mike on the left and Mid1 in the mid. Mike, where the hell are we?
We are at Bai Sabat today, a very famous tea stall, and we're gonna let Mid1 try some tea and spill some tea as well.
I'm gonna ask you some spicy questions here. If you're not comfortable with it, take a drink from your tea so I know, and we'll move on. Mid1. Okay, I like to call your team MOUZ Sports, Team Secret and Celery. How did this team form? Do you guys hate Puppy or what? What's the deal?
I'm in Navy.
What do you mean Navy, dude? Just take the tea. I'm giving you an out. I'm giving you an out.
You didn't even
Why did you say that?
That's great. I gotta ask though, because you said you weren't playing for a little bit, right? Were you at the point where you were just going to say, you know what, I'm not gonna bother with Dota anymore?
I was gonna fade away, actually. Like, I was not gonna touch Dota anymore. Tundra asked me to stand in for him.
Okay.
Suddenly we got top 3, like out of nowhere. I was like,
yeah.
Oh, okay. I guess I'm still pretty good, so I'm back.
What's the biggest secret that no one knows in Dota right now?
Dota secret?
Yeah.
What happens at tournament?
Practice.
Scream.
People. Who's the most immoral, vile pro player out there? Spill the tea, Mid1.
Only pro players, not including coaches?
Oh, yeah. I mean, clearly you have something to go for.
Sounds like we got a category in mind right now.
Who's the most evil coach?
I think everybody knows.
What? No,
everybody knows, but not
I don't know. Say the name.
Starts with the letter B.
We'll let people figure this one out. Don't worry about it. All right.
I think everybody knows.
Okay, that was actually...
You spilled some good tea. I like that very much. All right, fantastic. All right, well, Mid1, we've tortured you enough. You are clearly a Loctite secret man. Thank you, my friend, for spilling the tea with us and telling us all your dirty secrets. Absolutely detestable stuff that you shared with us today. Thank you so much. We'll see you next time. Bon appetit. The tea was proper spilled, and then we're getting ready, of course, one step closer now to getting the tea spilled about the Dota 2 that's about to be played and see how everything plays itself out. But right now we're backstage, Jake, and we're getting everything ready to make sure that everything is going to be in tip-top order out there. Absolutely. We've been setting up in Singapore for quite some time. It is lovely to be able to go outside and see it. I mean, I've been here a few times. Thankfully, they deleted Wraith Pack since I've been here, so the games might actually be good this time. May I pray that that happens. But yeah, I love coming to Singapore. Have you ever done? I mean, I have. For that TI you're referencing, I was not in Singapore. Actually, the production was... Oh, the remote one. Yeah, we were in Norway. It was lovely too. Sucker. And the time before that, yeah, I was in Singapore. It was 2021. And we were not allowed to leave the hotel because it was COVID times. Oh, right. So I am super happy to be here and to actually go out. I was able to go out a couple times yesterday and the day before to make sure to enjoy some lovely food. I will say Singapore is S-tier food. Well, I'm glad your life doesn't suck anymore, my friend. Well, let's go ahead and make sure that this arena don't suck no more. Let's get this party started. Here we go, everybody. Let's go. and gentlemen, welcome to Blast Slam for Singapore!
I am so excited for this. This is first start of the day. The goosebumps are already here. The energy is already building. I cannot wait to see what's going to happen on the stage today, Jake.
Absolutely. We have some of the best teams in the world here competing with the best crowd in the world here, showing up bright and early. How are we doing this morning, fam? Oh, yeah. There we go. Oh, wow. That was intense from that day. I'll be keeping my eye on you. That guy's crazy.
Well, we cannot start the action yet because there is a lot still that we need to talk about. And for that, we are heading over to the desk to Natty and the guys.
Thank you so much, Shiver and Slag. So nice warm welcome to Singapore is how I would coin this one. And do you feel like already, Quinn, your experience with Singapore is turning for the positive?
It was positive already, and it's straight to the moon. I think it's a super awesome opening video, and I think as a player, you watch those videos, and honestly, you enjoy it, I think, just as much as the fans do. I have memories of watching the stage before I go out and play finals, and they play a cool video, and it just, I don't know, it just feels sick. It makes it feel special and memorable, and I think it's awesome.
Nothing can replace the base of an arena. You know, a spell at home when you see Echo Slam or whatever, sure. It's okay. In an arena, you know, with the whole, yeah, that's when it's good. So yeah, again, very simple man, but beautiful stuff.
Sometimes it's just the base in the arena, or maybe it's getting to watch some good Dota. They already talked about just how much these teams have been through to get here, but our top 6, let's going to see exactly how that playoffs brackets and their potential run to the grand final might shape up. Of course, Tundra and Falcons getting that 1 and 2 in groups meant that they're sitting there in the semifinals to either come up against Heroic and Aurora or MOUZ and Spirit. And is there a matchup you're specifically looking for, Misery, that you think that the crowd would really rally behind?
Maybe the second match at the top, so it's a Tundra against Spirit or MOUZ, I think could be very close. I think even the first round is close, but that particular match, I'm excited to see Tundra play again after a bit rough showing at Fisher, so I think that match for me.
Yeah. Well, look, for the players, the reward is the prize pool, right? That's something that they love. For the fans, it's all about the Dota. For those guys, though, that's what they're playing for here, Quinn. They're all on the line for that prize pool.
Yeah, at the end of the day, you know, we love Dota. It's a great game, but for the players, it's also about that paper, and there's plenty of paper here.
There is, but for both for players and team, right? Of course, if you are to win the tournament, the players will be able to split the 300,000. The team will be taking 100,000. So there's a lot of money on the line for the teams. Yeah, here in the playoffs.
I think the more beautiful thing, though, that the teams would want to be playing for is the Blast Slam trophy. We got a brand new trophy for this one here in Singapore. The colors changed, a little bit of fracture in there, and it's even got the Roman numerals for 4 etched into it. So we can't reuse this trophy. This is the one for Singapore, the one and only.
Oh, that's cool, actually.
It does look beautiful, but I just keep thinking which player's going to drop it. You know, congratulations, team, insert team name, woo! And then it happens like every...
You got to go through now and say one player from every team.
One player from every team that's going to drop it? No worries. What are we looking at? So I feel like for Spirit, easily, Toro, boom, that's on the ground. Tundra, Ari, British coordination, pff, disappear. MOUZ, yeah, mid one. I feel like somehow he's going to drop it.
Okay.
Heroic, Devi. That's him for sure.
That's it, yep.
Yeah, and then, what else? Aurora? Anyway, back to you.
Okay. Doesn't want to touch on that topic just yet. Do you feel like that you have any differing opinions, Quinn?
No, I think that's solid. I think Nightfall maybe a little butterfingers, but you're just a feeling, you know. Well, we'll have to wait and see if he gets the honor of hoisting the beautiful trophy.
Yeah, because they've got that longer run for them. This is a single bracket elimination. It feels like there is that little bit more pressure, Misery. You don't have that fall back down to the lower bracket at all.
Yeah, I mean, I think the single elim is kind of growing a bit in the scene. I think it's a cool format. The fact that the matches matter that much more, I think is a nice addition. It's also because we're so used to double elim. In most other games, there are single elims. So I don't mind it. I think it builds the hype in a different way.
Yeah, I think critically as well, when you look at the lower side of that bracket, right, the fact that between Heroic or Aurora, knowing that they need to go against Falcons, TI winners, the previous event winners as well, it's like, that is such a big best of 3 to go into that you need to make sure that you're very clean in this one. Like, I feel like if this is a 3-game slog today where it's really close, Falcons will be going, oh, okay, sure. Like, if that's a 2-0, then maybe, but this, you know, the later evening series, there's a lot of pressure on those 2 teams.
How do you think that feeds into it, actually, when it's like, oh, our previous series or like the first one you're playing, let's say you're kind of just going through with the seat of your pants and then you come up against an opponent like the Falcons or Tundra, like how much relies on this best of 3 being clean?
I think you definitely need that confidence. I think there's always a little bit of fear, especially when you're on a team that hasn't had a ton of success. You're not like tournament winning type success. Either of these teams have not had that, and so you go against the team that is clearly the favorite in the world right now. They just won TI. There's a little bit of that, it's kind of spooky, you know, you have this doubt. And so I think having a clean first series and bolstering that belief in yourself matters a lot when you go against the truly humongous dogs. But
I feel like, sorry, very quickly, I kind of overlooked this. We've talked about what we thought was going to be the fan favorite team. Do my panelists have a favorite team out of the top 6?
Okay, question to your question. Is that
I don't know if I like
you
this.
think should win or you want to win?
You can give me both.
Okay. So am I starting?
Yeah, T's
give us both.
starting.
Think win. I'm gonna go curveball and throw out Tundra in the mix.
Okay.
You know, some Whiteman magic's gonna appear and they're gonna be able to lift the trophy. Want to win? Again, any of the 6. I have no allegiance.
Just say heroic.
Just say
you know
one,
you want to
come
say
on.
heroic.
No, you know what? Actually, I want MOUZ to win. There we go. Yeah, curveball.
I feel like, by the way, you saying Tundra isn't really that much of a curveball because they've made every grand final of Blast Slam, so it's just, you know.
Don't call out my my reasoning, all right? Come on, that's
All right, very
illusion.
quickly, Misery Queen, you guys
I think Falcon's gonna win, but I hope that we see the Spirit Magic come back.
Oh, that would be nice.
I also think the Birds will win. The Birds have been caw-cawing quite a bit recently. But to be honest, I think MOUZ has been on a hot streak, and I think with that re-adding of mid-one, I'm honestly looking forward to watching them play.
Well, I'm glad you've ended on MOUZ because that's a team that we're going to get to see today. We're going to look at our schedule, what 2 best of 3s are going to get to unfold. We're going to be closing out our day with Aurora up against Heroic, just seeing how those 2 are going to be coming in after, you know, about a week off for them is what I would say of playing Dota. On the other side, though, we get to start off with MOUZ and Spirit. It feels like Misery wanting the Spirit Magic to return, Quinn thinking MOUZ might be on a bit of a hot streak. It feels like the panelist pride is on the line.
I think if Spirit Magic returns, we're going to have a really good match because I think MOUZ are really strong. I think it's maybe you could argue that on paper Spirit is the favorites, but considering how well MOUZ has played recently, I think it's going to be a lot closer than people might expect from this one.
Yeah, it's interesting when you look at the team names because when you see Spirit, you always think, like you said, Spirit's going to win, right? Especially against a team like Heroic, which is typically not, or sorry, against MOUZ, a team that's not had a lot of success. But I think MOUZ honestly might even be the favorites coming into this. They've just looked really good recently, and I think re-adding that mid-one spice after not having them for a couple of weeks, I think will re-bolster them. And I think Spirit has a lot to prove because while they have great, incredible pedigrees, it's not recent.
Yeah.
Based on both your points, they finished 5th, 6th, tied together in the last event. They both lost 2-1 in the low bracket to different teams, one to Falcons, one to Liquid. So if you are asking for the closest best of 3 of today, it has to be the first series.
Well, look, we're going to deep dive a lot more into our Spirit up against MOUZ series right after this quick break.
It's time for the patch quiz. I have in front of me a lot of patch notes, some which are true, some which are false. All of them should be within Dota 2. Let's see if the players can figure out which are true and which are false. Ring of Regen now builds into Heaven's Halberd.
Okay, false.
It was true.
Who buys this item?
Techie's Blast Off now leaves a small lingering minefield that lasts 3 seconds.
False.
It is false.
I
That
love
would
my
be
techies.
terrible.
I love my techies.
Ultimate levels are now 6, 12, and 18.
True.
That is true. Bane and Feeble is now a passive.
Was it? I think that's true. Is it true? I think it's true. There are some weird moments. I don't know what.
It's actually pretty recent, 723.
Yeah, that's probably what I remember.
Sniper's Headshot now procs on buildings for 50% effectiveness.
True.
False. Well, you were so confident in that one too. Slark Pounce no longer latches onto creeps.
False.
It is false.
God bless. There was some 6.82 coming.
I think that's it. I think you're golden. Well, thank you, Panto.
Thank you.
Okay, let's get you back to your spawn.
Our first series of the day, MOUZ up against Spirit. Our players already arriving in the arena, having a quick setup for themselves, and it feels like the energy is going to be there for them, Quinn.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you can feel when you go out there and you walk in the booth and you're setting things up, you can feel the tension in the air. You look out and you see the fans, and you're just silently plugging your things in. You're getting in the zone. Celery's drinking his tea. He's always drinking his tea before the games. You can feel it when you're a player.
When does it hit more? When you do like the dramatic walkouts, or when you are doing the silent setting up and having a brief look out to the crowd?
I think it hits actually more after you've walked on stage and you're waiting for the game to start. You're on stage and you're like demoing a little bit and you're warming up. Then it's like, okay, we're about to play. And there's something running in the background, you know?
There's also something about the draft starting. Like right when you start hitting, especially if you are drafting and you have to start clicking the buttons, it's like, oof, you know.
You're running through the bands. You look at the prep.
Yep.
Do we need to ban it? Some guy random has a last minute decision or wants to throw in an idea. No, this is not the time for the idea. But I'm more worried that, you know, the audio's so clear, like they're going to hear us this time, you know? Like if I look down and I say something,
yeah, we gotta...
They might be coming for you, T.
Yeah,
so everything we say, we've got to make sure that it's positive. It's for the fans' favorites, although it feels like the audience doesn't have one of those. But we are going to start with Spirit, which feels like the majority team that people are here cheering for. And just everything else about this lineup and this roster. They've had a very small change up with Panto coming on. Now they've had that trial era. It feels that first month or so, the first 2 tournaments, is where it feels like you really get to settle in. And we're going to start seeing what this roster is capable of.
I mean, there's still a lot of growth required, right? You see their results. They're okay. You know, they got here through the playoffs, so there's maybe a tournament win still on the line. The previous event, you know, it's okay, but high expectations, results aren't really reflecting as of yet. But again, when you look at the caliber of the players, it's just inevitable that it will click at some point in a season.
It's also because you have so high expectations from them. Like, there's a lot of teams that after TI haven't had the same success as Spirit has. Like, it's not that many teams, not many tournaments have been played. Not that many teams have won tournament. It's pretty much only Falcons, right? So I think maybe we are a bit extra hard on Team Spirit. They did win EWC not that long ago. I know that was with Miposhka, but I think there's a tendency to expect Spirit Prime to be back all the time, right? So I think it can be.
I mean, that's what happens when you win 2 TIs and go on to win many more Tier 1 events, is everyone starts placing these expectations on you. And even if it's just one small change up in the roster, Quinn, it's still that you still have to hit those expectations.
No, absolutely. It's easier said than done to stay on top like that. And I mean, the thing is, they're so individually skilled. Like, I played a pub with Collapse a couple weeks ago. I didn't know it was him, and he was owning so hard. And I was like, who is this guy? And I asked my chat, and they were like, it's Collapse. I was like, okay, yeah, that makes sense. That's why he's owning so hard. Like, these players, it's just unbelievable. And so I think it really is just a treat to get to watch them play anytime they're on stage.
Yeah, and whilst there's change-ups and seeing if they're going to hit old form again, there is that duo T that has stuck together a lot. And it isn't when it comes to lanes, right? It's between the 2 cores of Yatoro and Collapse.
And often they're the ones that we talk about, right? At the end of a game, a series, a tournament win, they're often the player names that we're kind of shouting to the top of the arena. And they have like the most, or 18th most competitive games between them as a partnership, right? And it is just testament to how good this combination is between the carry and the offlane. At the end of this competitive season, if they do continue playing together, there's no random roster shuffles, they are going to potentially even break into the top 10, right? Of course, they play a couple more years, they even become the most, you know, experienced partnership, right, in competitive Dota, in the history of competitive Dota.
It's also 2 of the players that people consider the absolute best players of all time, right? If people want to make their all-star roster, they have these 2 guys in those positions. So yeah, it just the star-studded duo here from Team Spirit.
They just have that ability to make a game theirs, right? Between the scaling of Yatoro and having, you know, the 12 solid prophet, all those memes, or you know, the Collapse and his initiating aspect at any minute of the game from behind or ahead. Like, the fact that these 2 players, win or loss, they're going to have moments of, you know, brilliance.
No, I think that factor of some guy has a good lane or he has a good game, and you know he's just going to carry. He's going to dominate. He's going to communicate well. He's going to lead the game. And both of these players have that. They have that aura. They have that chadness to just like, they have a good lane. I'm going to carry. You know, get out of my way. Okay, this is my game now. We're going high ground, and they have that in spades.
Yeah, well, maybe you've been living under a rock and you're not really sure just what sort of Prime Spirit we're talking about. Let's see what their journey in Blastland 4 has been so far.
The medal-making machine that is Spirit marches onwards to a new season and another run at Blastland.
He's trying to find a kill, but the Decrepify was there, keeping Collapse safe. He's looking for that rampage, and he's going to get it.
But the farther we go, the rockier the road has become, and the cracks have begun to show. Back-to-back failures at TI haunts the two-time champs and poses a question for the future. Missing some of the deadly fire previous seasons, can Spirit become the same TI winning juggernaut without Captain Maposhka at the helm?
Big shoes to fill either way, and whilst the expectations, and we have been harsh on them, those clips and everything that happened in group stages was still phenomenal. Lal and Yotoro having the lowest average deaths per game, which is like, yes, they're still in that form individually. Something is still there for them. The magic can come back at any point.
Yeah, I think a lot of their game wins throughout the group stage was winning the lanes and taking over the game, right? Being able to showcase, like Quinn was mentioning, that they know, obviously, again, of course they're going to know this, but, you know, with a good draft, good play, they crush a game. I think there are still issues where what happens when the game goes longer, is the loss of Maposhka still creating these problems where maybe he was the ideas guy of, at 35 minutes when we're 10k down, let's make this play, or if at 50 minutes there's a problem, like maybe that's missing, and that's going to be something that they take time with Panto, because even though the draft might still feel good, the out of game stuff might still feel the same, the fact is, like, there is this question mark at least to the kind of the vibes on the team a little bit. But yeah, I think their group stage all tempo based in the early game.
No, I think we mentioned Aura recently, and I think Spirit has in the past maybe been one of the most Aura teams. We say that, we mean like they're kind of scary, and it just feels like when the game hits a certain point, they're just going to win.
No matter the draft, by the way. It feels like they're just inevitably going to win.
If they have 5 heroes and they're all at their desks, they're going to win. Lightning will strike the enemy team's piece. Something will happen, but they will win the game. And I think we felt that dip over time. We've all sort of talked about and felt it. And I think this season has not felt quite the same. It feels like they're more tempo. They're more about the individual skill, like people mentioned. They're about that pizzazz, and much less about that like solid rock that like they will win the game. We just don't feel that quite as much, I think, as we used to.
And we kind of coined it that the 45+ minute mark is where it feels like that Spirit isn't as inevitable to win. That has faltered a little bit in number crunching. We like to back up our vibes and our aura with stats, and that is what has been shown so far in this post-TI shuffle for them, is that it's actually the lowest win rate they've had in games past 45 minutes since, you know, the last, what was it, 3 years?
Yeah, critically, right? 2023, they had below 50%. As they moved into the, you know, the post-TI 13 season, that's when they had their above 50% win rate, when they're thinking about the comebacks, the epic late game, right? It's the fact that they are a team that used to be a late game. And now, when you look at the current season, they're dipping back down to like 30% win rates. When the game goes later, statistically, they aren't the late game team now.
I mean, I think also just the way they used to draft a lot was often this overwhelming team fight, right? That going into late game, they would eventually win with a Collapse Magnus, Mars, these type of heroes with double team fight supports like Phoenix, things like that, and then Yatoro on hard carry. Maybe they're lacking a little bit that identity. Maybe Dota has changed to it being harder to play like that now. There are also other factors like general motivation in the team, right? How motivated are we to win? Like you're playing against teams who are extremely motivated, like MOUZ, right? Coming together. So yeah, I think that it might be multifaceted, not just Maposhka out, Panto in. I think that's too simple-minded,
Yeah, it is never as straightforward as we would love to chalk it up to be here, but Spirit, they've got a bit of an opponent coming up against them. It is, of course, going to be MOUZ.
Entering a new season, MOUZ have comprised a team of players deemed not good enough. Spurned by their former teams and organizations, this group of misfits have found a home in each other. Even better, these players have proven their competency by being one of the deadliest teams in the groups, with a play-in win to secure it. And I love Chrysalis just goes on to the next. He got glimpsed back, but that is perfect position for him. He finishes off Niche. Whether the motivations are spite, revenge, or redemption, the only way MOUZ will be satisfied is with victory.
It is gonna be an uphill battle, it feels. We've done all the highlights of Spirit, the ceiling that they could potentially reach or even break through. But on the side of MOUZ, they have had so many games together since post-TI. Whilst a lot of these players are familiar with each other, it is, will it click? Will that magic be there? And for them, it's been so many games that they have played. I think it is, what was it, 5 different qualifiers for themselves and 2 more events?
It was an unhealthy amount. That's the easiest way of answering. Like, they have been playing multiple games. They had like, what, 2 or 3 tournaments on the same day, having to do qualifiers for one, a group stage for another. Like, they were just playing every single game possible to try and get themselves up to the caliber to play against these tier 1 teams.
Yeah, not only did they participate in every qualifier there was, but they also made it really deep. As we can see here, they won 4 qualifiers. So they've been looking really hot since TI, and I mean they've been grinding a lot more games played than Spirit, for example, right? Who was just playing in the invited teams category. So I think that's also something to note about MOUZ.
Yeah, and I think while it is very grueling and very exhausting to have to play all those qualifiers, I think especially for a new team, it is very beneficial. Getting those games together, getting those reps, sort of building an identity and a strategy is massive. And I think while they may be like, holy crap, I'm so sick of playing qualifiers, I think it has done them good and made them into how strong they're looking now.
I mean, just for context, compared to the other playoff teams, they had, what, 90 games?
They did have 90, yep.
Second place for our playoff teams was like 46 from Aurora. Like, they are nearly double the second place of our playoff team. So that's how many games they've played. Of course, when you're looking at tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, like, I just cannot remember a time where a team at a tier 1 event has played this many. Because often, you know, they have the privilege of getting invites or closed qualifier. So, again, MOUZ are in a pretty unique position.
Yeah, they played all of these games together. We've talked about this identity. They are more familiar with exactly what they want to bring into games, what they want to do for drafts. And something that might help them is having Mid1 there in the mid lane, because whilst we talk about identity, the benefit of Mid1 over his career is the fact that he doesn't really have one. He will kind of just pick any hero that he wants. In that moment when you were counting down the last little reserve time, he's like, yep, that's the one, just click it.
Yeah, I mean, we've even seen like teams talk about it in interviews and stuff, that it's something you have to consider when you play against MOUZ. I think it's historically also been his strength. You go back and you look at, you know, his areas where he was most successful, like this team secret, and he was like he was playing like mid Kunkka when no one else was playing mid Kunkka back then, or innovating heroes like left, right, and center. It's sort of his thing, and it's, you know, he's been the best mid player in the world back in that era. He was undoubtedly the best mid player, and so he's proven in the past that he has, you know, the chops to do it. And so I think it's really exciting to see him getting back into form.
I mean, when you look at the secret, kind of the gold bar there, right? It's the fact that he did win, you know, the Paris Major. He won in ESL Birmingham. He then got, what, 4th at TI in that year. And then since then, sure, his career, he jumped around different teams. He tried out a little bit of OG. There was a bit of SMG there. And, you know, even in the T content we had earlier, right? The fact is he was thinking about, you know, fading his career away. Maybe just, you know, taking a step back. And now a Tundra stand-in, throw into MOUZ, and here he is again, right? I think it is very cool to see some like the older players who've had this like beautiful stories of the past now return. Like, I think no one's a really good example of the last year, right? With P-Vision, they were, you know, his career was okay, jumps on P-Vision, then glows up. Same thing could happen with Mid1 on MOUZ.
Yeah. I think there's also been so much space in having that versatility with Mid1, maybe being able to shift heroes left and right, is what happens when Yamich kind of gets his hands on his heroes, right? He's falling into that sort of archetype of a player where you're also wondering what exactly is he going to be willing to pick up for himself.
Yeah, he's playing very unorthodox heroes in the Pudge that no one else is really spamming the Pudge like him. But he's playing the same things over and over and over again. And I think that's a really good balance when you have Mid1, someone who wants last pick. He wants to pick weird stuff you've never seen before. And so you get the structure and sort of balance. And at the beginning of their draft, they're first picking a Boom hero, they're first picking a Yamich hero. They've got the melee beefy boys. And then later on, Mid1 can, you know, play his pizzazz fancy hero that he sees fit for. And I think that draft structure is very Immortal Fate style and is fit them very well, I think, and has given them like a strong foundation.
I think it also speaks to their confidence, right, in their strategies, that they keep picking the same stuff and they keep winning with it, and they are kind of building this foundation that they can continue building on as a team. I think that's that kind of has been MOUZ, right? We've seen some teams starting to ban Pudge in the first phase because they're not really sure, and then they just pick Clock or Tusk instead, right? So it's a nice adaptation from them already as a team.
I won't try and analyze. I feel like I can't remember the last time I saw a arena support Pudge at least. So I'm hoping, you know, they forget to ban the not forget, that's the wrong word, but let the Pudge through out of maybe a lack of respect, and then we get to see Yamich support Pudge in an arena.
Yeah, there's always that question mark, overconfidence. When are you confident enough? When are you going to be too overconfident? And the only thing that I personally can be confident about is the fact that we're getting one step closer to our series between MOUZ and Spirit.
I'm here in front of the store, and I'm here to find out what people are buying. That's right. I'm gonna just walk up right here. I'm sorry, sir. Hello. How are you doing?
I'm doing great today.
What are you hoping to get from the store?
I think I'm getting the Tundra jersey.
And is Tundra also the team you're rooting for here?
Yes.
Who's your favorite player?
33.
That's a good one to be favored. But he's not playing today. So who are you rooting for today?
If today itself is maybe it's mid one.
Are these your friends?
Not really.
Are you here with friends?
No, I'm solo today. They're coming a bit later.
How about you guys? Are you guys here with the two of you? With the three of you?
We are actually all solo.
This is true. I got another friend right there. This is all solo players. I mean, Dota is a game where you make friends and everybody is happy all the time.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, you gotta choose. Is Thunder gonna make it all the way or Spirit gonna make it all the way?
Spirit. Yeah, Toronto collapse.
Okay, we got a true fan here. Are you also here with your new friends?
No, I actually haven't bought my tickets. After work, probably I'll come a bit later.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. And are you gonna be here with friends or are you gonna be here alone? Sorry.
I'm alone.
I found a group of friends for now. Let's see how this goes. Who are you rooting for?
Team Spirit.
Who are you rooting for?
Tundra for sure.
And that is still friendship going, yes, yes. They're not playing against each other just yet. How about you?
Team Spirit.
Okay, who we got?
Team Spirit.
Oh, I am so sorry, my dude. How are you gonna handle this?
I don't know. Actually, we don't really like him.
Why are you being excluded? What's happening here?
Skill difference. Skill difference. That's why.
Let's go, Team Spirit!
Let's go, MOUZ. Let's go.
Ayo, Spirit!
You can do it!
Let's go, Team Spirit!
Yeah.
Everything starts here. Day one of the playoffs. MOUZ weren't supposed to be here. New roster, no track record. But they showed up top 5 in groups with a play-in win to back it up. Spirit have been here before. But this run hasn't been smooth. They've had to work for every game. Now they clash. One team on the rise, one trying to hold the line. MOUZ versus Team Spirit. Game on.
Game on indeed, coming your way very soon. I am here with the man himself, Misery. Now, you and me are no strangers to being in that booth. Second place at TI, both of us on the same team.
True. I remember those times.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for that. Yes, but I want to talk to you about what it's going to be like for some of these teams, especially MOUZ coming out here first. I mean, you have been an underdog many times in your career. Don't laugh. That was a serious comment. What do you think they're feeling as they're about to get it onto the stage as a man who's lived it?
I think they're very excited. Yeah, I think that's the main thing. They really want to play some Dota. They want to get this thing going. Yeah.
Okay. Now, you've had some iconic moments in the booth. One of my favorite Dota pictures of all time is you screaming from that booth. That was very hype. Is there anything we should be looking out for audience members? What should they be looking for in these guys? Go and give them an idea of what's in their heads.
I think it really depends on the team. Some teams are very serious. Some teams are very laughing when they're like trying to have a good time, trying to joke around to like least attention. But I think, as far as I remember, these guys are a bit more serious when they're drafting. I think Immortal Faith has been looking very serious in their other games. So look out for him.
Wow. Okay, they're actually standing right over there. So, you guys serious? Or? All right, well, they just flipped me off, so we're good. It's okay. Looks like they're ready to start playing this game, Misery. Thank you for your incredible pro player insight. And we'll go to a worse pro player and Sheever on the other side.
Do you want to just straight up react to that first? I think you just threw it under the bus there.
I think that's, well, we'll have a word after this.
Statistically speaking, he's wrong.
I would tend to agree.
All right. Let's get into it, though, because we're right in front of the booth for Team Spirit. They are no strangers to playing on stage. Do you think they'll show us anything as they walk on?
I think you'll see a lot of confidence. You'll see a lot of, they've been here before. They've done this rodeo many times, and I think you'll see that in their vibe, because they have, and these guys have won TIs and they know how to do it.
They do know how to do it. Slight change with Panto. Do you think he will show any nerves on walking on, or will we not notice anything just yet?
I think it's totally possible that he's a little skittish. He's got massive shoes to fill, both size shoes, and they're an incredible team. And so I think there's, if I was him, I'd be kind of worried. So I think, props to him if he's not.
Props to him if he's not, for sure. Also playing in front of the crowd. They're very close to the crowd as well. So that might be an added factor as well. Once they're in the booths, once they're sitting down, can we learn anything especially the people that are sitting just a couple of feet away from them?
I don't know, maybe if they look extra sweaty or something. I'm not sure if they've got the hand warmers.
Yeah.
Actually, what the vibe is like.
I mean, hand warmers are normal. Fun fact: you have to do them for the adrenaline. Adrenaline makes your blood vessels small. Is it
What on earth? Shiver, listen to me. I'm reading the chat. They don't understand what you're talking about. They're too dumb, all right? They yearn for violence, Cheever. They yearn for the games. The teams are ready. Let's skip all the smart guy stuff. Let's get the teams out there, okay? I will get us ready. Jesus! I got it.
Of the arena. Only one will conquer. Only one will step into the light. This is MOUZ versus Spirit.
On stage, just how grand that really was. And this is the moment you were saying, Quinn. This is where those feelings of anxiousness or excitement, that's when it's going to settle in for the players.
Yeah, I think this is where it feels real, where you're really in front of the crowd. You can see the smiles of some of the players. I think we've mentioned the crowd multiple times, but being in that live stadium, feeling the crowd is really, it's a special experience. It makes you feel like, hey, this is awesome. People care about this game, and they're all here to watch it, and I'm here to play it. And it's really like there's a lot of camaraderie you feel with the crowd, and I think you can see in the players that they look happy to be here. Like, this is cool. It's not an experience you get that often.
Yeah, they really do. And I just want to come back to this, right? Because everyone's saying MOUZ, a team that shouldn't be here. What is this shouldn't to, you know? Last time we saw Chrysalis in this exact stadium, the Singapore Indoor Stadium, he came second out of TI. This man definitely belongs in this arena.
I mean, the thing with Dota is, like, we only care about what just happened, right? You know, at TI, what are the teams there? How well did, BB do, Na'Vi do, and whatnot? Then you have MOUZ just come out of nowhere, suddenly doing well. It's like, people need to see proof. And of course, MOUZ, in their first, big tournaments, are already, competing with the Tier 1 team. So after a matter of months, they do belong here. There isn't a question of should they be here. They are meant to be here. They are meant to put on a show. And against Spirit, I do hope we get to go to 3 games, because I think both of these teams have been so neck and neck, at least in the last couple of tournaments.
I agree. I mean, Chrysalis, to go back to him a little bit, is that he's one of those carriers that get a lot of flack, right? Together with maybe Duraccio, maybe who else? There's one more, right? Who else?
Mickey used to get a lot of flack.
Mickey used to get a lot. I mean, generally, maybe carry players do get a lot of flack. At least there's a bunch of them. But Crystallis shows once again that he's definitely not a player that should get this amount of flack. Like, he is really good at what he does, and yeah, I'm excited to see him pull off this game as well.
Yeah, I think he's got great synergy with mid one. I think whenever you have, honestly, we talk about mid one a lot, but I think his spicy, fancy sort of play style, I think you need players who are willing to take early picks so that he can get that late pick. And Crystal's one of those players. He's got his heroes, he's got his 4 or 5 dudes, and he's going to pick his dudes, and he's going to get farm, and he's going to have impact.
But I also feel like MOUZ need to make sure, maybe that's kind of what they're on the path to fixing, because even though I think giving mid one information and time in the draft, sometimes you can have the wrong pick or the wrong trust in a single player. I think the best teams in the world don't always rely on one player to shine on the draft position and having all of this like kind of just pressure put on them. I think early picks, Crystallis and all this stuff, like even Boom. Like Boom on other teams, he's, being honest, he's struggled, right? He's had the occasional good game, but he's kind of a supporting offlane. Crystallis from the carry role can be a supporting carry to someone else. And right now, everything's going towards the mid lane. Once they find a way to make one of the side lanes shine outside of mid one, that's when I think they'll break from being like the 5th, 6th place team, the 8th place team, to contending to get to the Saturdays and the Sundays of tournaments.
I think also to add on top of that is that they are a team that's really unified in how they play. They don't rely on individual performances as much. They rely on their one strategy that they all believe in. And I think that's a very important point about MOUZ compared to a team like Team Spirit, for example.
No, it's very powerful, and I think it suits their players very well. I think Celery, I've worked with him for a long time, and I think it's a player who likes structure a lot, who likes to have similar things done so that he can be in that groove and really excel at the small things once he's got the big stuff sort of simplified. And so I think working with Immortal Faith and having that structure in both the draft and who he's playing with, I think helps him a lot, and I think he's looked great lately.
I think that's a great point. Right, we start transitioning towards talking about what heroes might be showing up in this draft. It feels like we've formed a little bit more of a meta now in this patch and potentially in Blast Slam itself.
Yeah, I mean, Timbersaw is. I'm curious to see if it's led through. There's Naga Siren, there's Marcy. There's all these heroes that are very broken and are banned a lot, but sometimes people try to lead them through and play against them. And so it's always interesting to see, are they going to play against them? Do they have an answer? Is there something new people have come up with?
And if you were here 25 minutes ago when I was joking about Husker, if there was a team for Husker to be banned against, it is MOUZ, right? They both play it in the mid role and the carry role between mid one and Crystallis. So a lot of teams in tournaments, even the group stage, are respecting this hero. So it's probably because you need to ban that, like Quinn's mentioning, there will be other heroes that are popular in the meta that will obviously go through if there are team-specific bans.
Well, look, luckily for you guys here, everyone in the arena as well, we're going to get those answers. What's going to be banned out? What's going to get let through as we start our first best of 3 and a draft 1?
Not in prime, I feel like Team Spirit, but they still can play good. Game gonna be fine.
I think we prepared good with the team to this tournament, and we have a lot of strategy. I hope we're gonna show it. Hope so.
We feel really good about how we've progressed so far. I mean, we've played like 100 officials in the past month and a half, and we've been learning a lot.
Who is better, Enchantress or Chen? I guess Enchantress, because you can make more difficulties in early game when Chen just farming creeps.
Welcome to the Game 1 draft. I'm joined here by Misery. Of course, we do have MOUZ versus Team Spirit. Of course, we've been talking quite a lot between the two teams. What are we thinking? Is there any specific heroes that you're looking for in a Game 1?
I was just thinking that, yeah, we have seen the meta sort of develop the last few weeks here, but things do move quite quickly in Dota nowadays and in general, so I wouldn't be surprised to see something a bit more out of the ordinary once we get down to the later picks, but right now we see some of the bans we have been mentioning already. I think Slaughter is an interesting one. It's a very specific towards Team Spirit, right? We've seen Collabs play with that Slaughter quite a bit the last half year, perhaps.
Yeah, specifically as well in the SAM groups. I think Lao had an incredible showing from the mid lane where they were utilizing Slada to dumpster, the Pangos, the Embers, these kind of mid heroes that want to play out for the CS. Slada, you're going to be able to do that. And Lao had multiple games where he was like 20-2 on the hero.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think mid one also perhaps a player that generally excels at these melee mid overall. So I think that's maybe a good ban, like banning out the potential flex slaughter that can destroy the mid lane.
Yeah. One thing with MOUZ is a lot of their drafts are built on very clear building blocks, right? Like the Boom Mars, the Husk of flexibility. So Spirit, I think, have done a very good job at identifying the 4 building blocks they want to remove to stop the kind of the simplicity of MOUZ kind of building around them.
Right. The Fury pick is kind of interesting, I think, because that's a hero that's either picked or ignored to some extent. Like some teams still pick it, but some teams completely ignore it. It feels like, where is that hero actually? I feel like the carry position, Furion, has looked good sometimes and other times not. I think it is a hero that MOUZ can play extremely fast with and build some kind of cheesy sort of take all your towers, like that type of style. That's what I'm thinking here.
I mean, again, MOUZ have played over 90 games, right?
Yeah.
If we rewind to the first 15 competitive games they played, it was all about Nature's Prophet. Mid1 was playing it from the mid lane. He was going for early Vessel, then going for Immune and scaling, but he was so annoying, so explosive, and that is a key thing to look out for. In any MOUZ lineup, Mid1 is very aggressive. It often can be their undoing, where he drags his teams into engagements that might not be the best, but when I see an early pick Prophet for MOUZ, I'm just looking mid1, mid lane, play for the XP, gank the side lanes, create this tempo.
Yeah, it's most likely going to be mid. You're definitely right. I forgot about that. I think that's where Furion is strongest right now, is out of the mid. I think it also makes sense why they ban out the Primal Beast now as well into the Furion first pick. Primal Beast, you know, being very good against Nature's Prophet in general. And Spirit responding with Pangolier, I think that's kind of a stable, like a generic Pangolier, right? Keeping it open.
Yeah, but it's a nice hero to follow the Prophet, right? If Prophet is going to be ganking the side lanes, when Pangolier hits 6, you want to follow that. Do the TP to match the Nature's Prophet TP. You then have Swashbuckle, Rolling Thunder, ways to kind of diffuse that aggression and then buy time to take the fight. So yeah, Pangolier, very good pick to just to follow the tempo that we're expecting from a mid-1 Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, I agree. I also do think that even though Pangolier is sort of flexible now, I don't think this hero in the offlane has seen that much success the last month or so. It has looked much better out of the mid lane. So I would like to keep Team Spirit to keep it simple and keep it there. The Night Stalker ban is sort of interesting. Not a hero to see that much, but always a scary hero to be against.
I mean, that's the joy of having so much Dota getting played, is like Night Stalker, if you ask during TI, kind of forgotten hero, right? Sometimes we had, you know, the occasional, I think, Chinese team pick it up a little bit. Even in the group stage, the Blast Slam, we had Jacolt, they played Night Stalker, and then because of that, now Divide from Heroic, he picked up the Night Stalker as well. Like it is kind of growing in popularity, but I think MOUZ just want to make sure that Nature's Prophet can play out the game, right? Imagine you're playing into the Pango who's running at you, plus the vision of the Night Stalker, like taking objectives. If you're talking about death ball and objective taking, if they have better vision and better fight than you, it can be a bit awkward.
Yeah. Is there ever a world where they put the Furion in another position and end up picking Puck later on? Because I think that's also a world where you prematurely ban that in us and look to pick something later on. But yeah, we'll see later on. I mean, the Centaur ban, also a hero that has been really strong the last few weeks. I think the fact that you can scale into the Aghanims later on, the fact that you have such a strong lane, you get this pipe and the Dominator really early on. I think this hero it makes a lot of sense with the items that you buy.
And there's not really any love for the supports in the bans, right? Like we've still got Shadow Demons and Pugners and Snapfires, all these heroes of the group stage. They're all still in play, so a lot of options available. Spirit in the end, they do ban out the Pugner that I just mentioned. They take the Tusk themselves. Yamich, we have the graphic there about playing the Pudge, playing the Tusks. Of course, the Pudge has been fully ignored at the moment, and then Spirit take the Tusk. So that's Spirit going, guys, we do not care about your Pudge at all, but we do respect the Tusk, so we want to hide that from you. And for Spirit at least, when you're opening his Pangolier Tusk, that is such an aggressive lineup, right? Anytime you're taking trying to take a tower, one TP from a Tusk or a Pangolier, you have counterplay, you have that fight, and we are going to be seeing the Pudge from MOUZ. Okay, 20 games played, I think it was so far for Yamich on MOUZ.
Yeah, he's the most played hero, right? Pudge.
Yeah, most played hero, but okay.
And maybe one of the... I mean, there are some players who also play Pudge, but it's not many nowadays that actually are as good as Pudge with him. So I would say, yeah, it's looking good for MOUZ right now, in a way.
For comfort, all right.
For comfort, yeah, I mean, it's looking comfortable.
And they do go for the Snapfire, so a lot of the heroes that we mentioned, which were popular and not banned out, of course, are kind of making their way through to the second phase. When we look at a Pudge game, though, I feel like one good, identifier for is it a good Pudge game is how can you reposition. I don't mean aggressively, but let's say defensively, right? Like when the Pudge, the Tusk is trying to go for a save, you hook that person. There's no snowball save anymore. With the Pangolier, with the roll, when you hook the roll and you kind of disjoint that aggression, also an option. I feel like there's ways where the Pudge can actually manipulate the fights a lot more than just haha, I hooked the enemy core.
That's true. That's true. I also think that MOUZ's draft right now looks very aggressive, right? I think we could easily see them snowball the lanes pretty hard. I think if the game goes later on, I favor the Tusk and the Pangolier a little bit more, but right now there's so much aggression coming out of the Mage's Prophet teaming to both side lanes, right? You have so much kill potential with the support right now. We're still to see what cores MOUZ end up picking, but yeah, they're definitely putting on the pressure on the Team Spirit right now.
Between the Pudge getting a hook and bringing that hero for NHS to TP into, the Snapfire with the little shredder being able to whittle down a hero, like there's going to be a lot of opportunities that Natures can just set up the ganks that you're mentioning.
I mean, one thing that people don't think about as much perhaps is those the Pudge stats are really high. Like he hits really hard early on. Like he's a very strong level 3 timing with the 2 levels rod. So like Furent being in, you actually have so much more stats than the enemy.
We do get a Kez.
Yeah, the Kez. And I don't have a very strong opinion on Kez just yet. It looks strong sometimes, but other times not. It has so much burst damage. Does seem like it deals a lot of damage in a very short amount of time, but if it gets kited, he's a little bit like Sven perhaps in that way.
Critically with Kez is you need items, right? You want to get your Falcon Blade to get to the Desolator, get the BKB, the Blink later down the line, Satanic as well. Like you need so many items that if you're shut down in the early game, it feels like you're always waiting for another item to feel like you're taking over the game. But if you get the items, you win your lane, you get to play with other heroes in the early game, you are an absolute menace. You are deleting heroes 100-0. A support is out of position, you will 100% die to Kez. But you need to secure that farm. And Spirit have identified that, and their lanes look very strong. Jakiro, one of the strongest position 5s at securing lane. It's very strong, very potent. Level 3, you get the 2-point Liquefy, 1-point Jewel Breath. You are killing anything in Dota pretty much, unless it is Dispel.
For sure, but you are also showing your hand pretty hard here. Like you show it's Kez Jakiro in the safe lane. MOUZ pick up the Tidehunter. Also one of the heroes that they are pretty much the only team picking.
Yeah, and then the Dispel and the Blubber, there's a Tidehunter. So Tide, I actually cannot remember if I've ever seen a Kez v Tide lane, because Tide always beats the melee heroes.
Yeah.
But Kez, there's always a little bit of that. No one really knows what the hero truly does yet.
I mean, I do think that this lane can go both ways, but I think that the cool thing about the Tide pick in this sense is that Tide can be left alone against this lane and do okay, and then the Pudge can go elsewhere, while you can also skill Gush and play aggressive into the lane with the Nature's Prophet, so it kind of gives them the both options in that way.
Sure, but okay, one fear I have for the Tide though is Spirit already have the strongest double aggressive support duo that I could think of, right? Jakiro plus Tusk. What happens if Spirit have an independent off lane and then both supports just play with the Kez minute 3 to 6, just completely slaughter the Tidehunter, kill him a couple of times. You've got a Pudge support, what's he gonna do? Just, oh, I've hooked you out, maybe if I hit it, if you miss it, like he's just watching his Tide just get tri-lane potentially.
Sure, I mean, I am picturing this Tusk tag team just clumping down the Tide, right? It can definitely be a problem. But at the same time, if you bring Tusk there, then, there's room elsewhere for stuff to happen.
That's the face of a man who's dropped Pudge.
Like I said, that's a serious man.
Yes.
So what are we looking at from MOUZ? I mean, it's probably going to be the carry for Crystallis, right? It could be the Monkey King. That's definitely a hero that they might be thinking of here. I wouldn't mind something aggressive. I think that fits MOUZ the most.
How about we throw in the classics? Bring back like the Razor or something for Crystallis. I'm just thinking like slot in behind the Tidehunter. You don't mind going for an early Twin Gate, take a fight. Your Nature's Prophet is going to scale for the physical damage. So you get additional tanky frontliners to be very chaotic. Early BKB.
Sure. I mean, I wouldn't mind it. It's just that I have not really seen Razor in like half a year.
Yeah, I'm getting carried away.
Game.
I know. I see Arena, I see Crystallis. It's probably not the best analysis, but I'm trying.
I think if Monkey King is in the pool, it's a good option for them. I've also seen them run a similar draft to this, where it's kind of like every hero is aggressive and that they can play towards the same timings. I would actually be surprised if Spirit does not ban it out here.
I mean, all the specialties from Crystallis feel pretty decent, right? I mean, we don't really see much Bloodseeker, but haha, Kez, Pangolier, it's available. The Monkey that
I think the Bloodseeker is more likely than the Razor.
Yes.
But what else is there? The DK is banned out, Marcy banned out.
If they wanted to just go for lane security, you could just pick up a Gyrocopter. Very stable lane. You don't really lose 20 matchups.
What about Team Spirit though? Because they're picking first, right? And they need to pick a Collapse hero or perhaps a Lal hero maybe?
think I prefer to see a collapse hero myself. Have an offlaner that's a bit more, independent, can play into most of these matchups. They are banning out Troll and Ursa, so it might be an indicator of what they're looking for.
Yeah, and you're picking blind as well, right? Knowing you're going to get counterpicked. They did ban out the Ursa. Not sure what that tells us. It's a bit more an aggressive counter matchup than the Monkey King, perhaps. But could we see something like a classic Magnus out of Collapse? But I also think that Spirit maybe needs some spell damage. Could they maybe be looking at a mid Queen of Pain or something like that to change it up a bit? Because I think right now they are all physical damage, right? And they don't have much damage out of their supports, except for Macropie's damage, tag team's damage, but like in terms of spells mid-game, it could be a little bit lackluster for them.
Yeah. Critically for Spirit is this next pick either needs to provide additional tankiness to throw their supports into more fights, or they need to have, they go for Juggernaut. We completely forgot. No, I mean, MOUZ pick, but that's fine. The Crystallis had something like 17 win streak on Jug. I honestly forgot the hero existed. Classic hero, but sure, they picked it. It's just a Jug. I have nothing really to say. It just complements the moving forward in the lineup. It is going to be a hero that's able to have a good lane, free up the supports to do whatever they want, pretty much.
Also it's a good blind pick, right?
Yeah.
Because for some reason I was thinking that Spirit was going to pick last, but since MOUZ is picking first, it makes sense to pick a hero that's a bit more solid in the lane. It has the opportunity to farm or to also play with the team with the healing wall, play aggressive. So I think it's a nice pick for them.
And you can't Ghost Scepter during immunity anymore, right? So Pangolier, I believe, can't go for the Ghost Scepter to try and counter the Jug. It used to be an odd one. And they do go for a mid Storm Spirit for Larl. A lot of skirmish though for Spirit. Like when I look at all of their heroes, it's just so many little 1+1 combinations of we can go for a kill. Do we really need to use a smoke? I think they can do it like just any little move. And then for MOUZ, it's just the big team fight, right? It's the fact that you come fight us, we'll be ready as 5.
Yeah, I think the synergy in MOUZ lineup makes more sense to me. I think you're right. Spirit has to play on the skirmish a lot more, and there's a little bit less room for mistakes for them, I believe.
Yeah, well, I think that's the end of the Game 1 draft, and of course our beautiful casters for this game will be Capitalist and SVG.
Thank you, Robson. That's right. We have a treat on our hands for the opening match here at Singapore. We've got a MOUZ Pudge, which is a classic at this point in time, and we've got Yotoro's debut on Kez.
That is spooky.
Yeah.
I think for everybody, right? I mean, put this guy on this hero, could absolutely just demolish the game. At the same time, is he going to have an underwhelming performance if you just push the tempo, run them over? Kez can be a slow hero. Yotoro can be a fast player, but he can also sometimes get a little too greedy, want to be the ultra carry. I don't know if you have the time against MOUZ to make that happen on this particular hero.
And time is going to be the crucial factor in this matchup, right? Because MOUZ have shown that they are basically Gaming Gladiators 2.0. They're going to go high ground against you in 20, 25 minutes. And Team Spirit, I mean, they would love to play slow, and they drafted a little slow heroes.
That's my worry for them. They don't have a lot of outspam. They don't have a lot of super fast capabilities to get the lanes out, defend the towers. If MOUZ can group up early and just force objectives, play around the healing ward, play around the high strength heroes that are getting a lot of HP from this Juggernaut pick. If Larl can go in there and kill the ward, relieve some of that pressure, make plays around the map, I'm looking to him to be the big playmaker for Spirit. But this could be a little too slow of a game for them to come online, and we've seen them be their weakness in some of these matches where they struggle, particularly some of the tournaments post-TI. The pace has not been super favorable for them.
All right, Avery, time for the $1 million question. Is this a good Kez game?
Is anybody qualified in the world to tell you what a good Kez game is? I think he has a very good matchup against Juggernaut. I think he has a good matchup against Furion, and I think most Kez players are looking for those core-on-core matchups to feel good scaling in the game. If he gets a fast Deso here, there's some low armor targets that he can go to work on. In that sense, I think it is a good Kez game. I think the big downside is the tempo, right? He's not going to be good if MOUZ group up, have a lot of HP to get through, have an Aegis. He doesn't deal well with multiple lives. He doesn't deal well with sustain if he can't burst that first target down. Those are the difficulties for him this game. But in terms of the matchups, yeah, it looks like a pretty strong Kez game.
I wonder how that lane matchup the panel was talking about a little bit, that Tide versus Kez, how is that going to go?
I actually could see it being pretty good for Tide, and I think you also have the Anchor in the mid game, which I think could be a really annoying spell for the Kez. The other hero I was thinking Crystal was going to pick up here was his signature Bloodseeker. That was the intro for MOUZ.
Yep.
I think that's also a hero that can do some work against Kez and would have been nice against the Pango. I was kind of surprised they didn't go for it. Maybe they just valued the sustain and push the Juggernaut brings to the table, and of course the Omni Slash going into the Rolling Thunder. But in terms of that top lane, I think Boom is going to come out in a pretty good position, assuming you land 1 or 2 hooks and he doesn't just get clobbered level 1. And I think he can be a big problem for Spirit in this game, especially Boom on that Tide. It's been one of his signatures over the last 2 months. Do not underestimate him on this hero relative to your normal Tide Hunter experience.
Yeah, I can't say that I've played this matchup. I'm curious how the passive effect of Kez and him being able to build up that damage over time works. Like, he's blocking a lot of damage with Anchor Smash and Kraken Shell, but he's still building up that dot, which I assume he has no way to get rid of, so...
It's a weird matchup. I have to believe that Kraken Anchor Smash wins the lane, assuming all the support battles and the pulls and everything are even. However, Kez can often, he can just grapple and go on the support. He can create the 2-on-1s very easily, right? And that's always your worry with this hero. I almost think of him in lane like the Weaver, because the Weaver also can play really aggressive and can get the fast Deso up. So he's a hero where if you give the early kills to him and you speed that Deso by 3 or 4 minutes, the game can just end because he takes the game over so quickly.
Yeah.
Could be how Yatoro wants to play it, because he also has had some really good performances on that safe lane Weaver. I think Weaver's a stronger laner on those early levels, but the hero can run away with the lane in the same kind of capacity.
And we've talked about all the heroes except for the overall last pick, Storm Spear. I mean, it is a little bit greedy because of this clump that MOUZ tend to employ, especially with the lineup with the Juggernaut. That part is bad, but is every other part good for the Storm Spirit? I have to assume so. It was last pick.
Not a lot of direct lockdown for him.
Yeah.
Particularly if he gets BKB, he's truly invincible. You have to land a Dismember. I mean, good luck. So there's a lot of mobility for Lara to play with. This game, he has a lot of freedom. He could get a lot of power runes. And in that sense, he could take this game over.
All right, well, shout out to all you guys here coming out early to the stadium. It's your first match of the day. It's MOUZ versus Team Spirit. Let's get into it. All right, we are live for our first game of MOUZ versus Spirit. All the issues have been sorted, the players are ready to go, and we are heading out to the river.
You talked about this last pick, Storm. To me, big question in this game, who is going to get that power rune control? And if you're going to give up the power runes as mid one on this mid Furion, then you have to get an equivalent exchange somewhere around the map. If the Storm is going to control those mid-game team fights, you have to control the early game here and accelerate it for MOUZ. Again, particularly if you're giving up the runes. You do not want to give Storm 6, 8, 10, 12-minute power runes. He's making plays. He's killing your side lanes, and you're AFK mid. I don't expect that from mid one, but those teleports have to land. You were a bit concerned about this Tide match up top. The Jug can be a little bit of a slow hero if you don't get some of those early kills. That's where the Furion can make these lanes a lot more aggressive and a lot more potent than they would be on their own. So I really am looking at the mid lane for both of these teams, because it's going to determine a lot of the first 10 minutes, and that's going to determine who gets out ahead, who's going to contest that Roshan early, who's going to get to play the style of game they want to. Spirit are going to have to be on point here with calling out these Furion rotations and taking advantage of the freedom that Lara will have.
Well, it looks like this smoke might be on point. Spirit doing the wraparound here.
Yeah, very sneaky. They want an early kill for Yatoro, give the Kez first blood, and he would be destroying the lane with it.
Will Boom see this coming? The hook goes out. Yamich, he misses. They are going to quickly take the Observer Ward. So in the end, Team Spirit are still walking away with a victory, not the first blood they were hoping for, but they do claim the first ward of the game, and they still split the bounties 2-2.
I mean, you take that if you're Spirit. You get extra experience going into the lanes. That's a big boon for these side lanes, and you dodge the first kill hook. I mean, we've all been there in that pub. It's just, please do not get hooked on the rune. Yup. As long as you don't get hooked on the rune, that is a victory in itself.
I do love that you pointed out the mid-match is being all-important, because it was already a focus for me, because it's mid one. Mid one back on a stage. It's been a long time since he's been here. We heard in his interview earlier, he didn't even know if he still had it, and turns out he's actually still pretty good at the game. But he was a player who was, as Quinn said, one of the best players, perhaps the best mid in the world at one point in time. But unfortunately never had the success when it came to those land matches, especially the high pressure ones.
He had the one good TI run. Since then, it's kind of been chasing that sort of, you know, I guess infamy to some degree. People felt like he underperformed there as well.
Yeah.
He's an insane playmaker. He has a very unique hero pool. You need to let him do his thing. You cannot force him into a pigeonhole. You can't make him play a style he's not comfortable with. You need to let him shine. You need to give him the later picks in the draft here. They flex that Furion into the later stages. And I think he's also a very interesting player in terms of itemization and what he wants to do with it. It's not just about the heroes he's playing, it's what he wants to do with them and when that impact gets felt. He can play a lot of these slower heroes faster than a lot of other players are ready for. Yeah. You can play some of these fast heroes slower and just scale with them. So sometimes that catches you off guard. I think that's one of the reasons his Monkey King, for example, is it's just a wild card. Some of these games he'll run you over with the Monkey King. Other games he'll play it a bit slower, farm up around the map. He can be a difficult player to read. And I think that's one of the things that's made this MOUZ team a difficult matchup for a lot of the traditional Western, European squads that just want to control the pace, get out on the map, farm their carry up. This MOUZ team just strikes really fast and kind of out of nowhere. You have to be ready for that.
Nice D-Ward. Mid one. Crucial pickup because getting that extra experience is going to be so valued for him. As you said, he's looking to set the pace of this game. I feel like he's slotted into the faster tempo that MOUZ tends to bring. You think he looks comfortable with that?
Oh yeah, this team's super comfortable. And I have to imagine it comes from Celery, right? This is, Game In 2.0 in some sense. But they all look really confident with it. And like I said, these types of strategies are all about punching together at the exact right point in the game. You have to believe in the strat. You just have to go with it. If you have one player who doesn't buy in, it's going to fall apart very quickly here.
I love this. Damage just de-warding it, but the spin goes out. It gets the kill on Aru, but the damage is already done. Collapse has walked away with first blood.
Big victory for Spirit. Again, slow down the Juggernaut early, buff up these side lanes, make the rotations more difficult for the Furion. If you win those Lotuses, Mid One has more work to do when he goes in to try and skew these lanes back MOUZ's way. So that's a big win for Spirit. Collapse gets to keep his resources high, refill it with the Lotus. The top lane going well for Spirit as well.
Nice doubles. All right, the Urn is picked up, so we'll see if Mid One is able to make a rotation pre-level 6 or if he just sticks it out and waits for his ultimate. Certainly would help if they could shut Collapse down after he got that first blood, but all the lane pulling shenanigans is working out really well for Spirit. Of course, MOUZ is doing the same with the Pudge, but the Pudge Tidehunter lane is definitely not nearly the same kind of threat that a Tusk Pango can employ.
This reminds me of kind of an old school secret. They used to run these double melee off lanes a lot, and when Mid One was on that squad. In fact, it's greedy.
Mid One stepped a little bit too far forward, now in an awkward spot. Can't really TP out, maybe bailed out by Yamich though. His good hook will pull him to safety. The support's roaming in. Celery does a little damage to Laurel. Not enough to turn things around, though. Actually, they still got him on the Sprout. They'll do a little bit more damage. Not enough for the kill, but enough to push Laurel back.
Good read there. You have some extra spells to throw in, but Laurel had a lot of resources between Raindrop, Wand, and Fairy Fire. Kind of baiting you in there. Still, it's a good defensive hook. You want the offensive hooks here. You don't want to be saving Mid One from Spirit's aggression. You want to be getting him the early Urn charges, speeding up that vessel. Now still looking for some blood in this game. Feels like Spirit are kind of just winning CS across 3 lanes, getting the control they want.
And that's possibly the worst situation. I mean, if you're going to harken back to Game of Gladiator so much, it's like one of the downfalls of these sort of lineups is if you lose lanes too hard, you can never get that clump to hit quite as hard as you wanted to. Collapse trying to juke around, knows that Mid One is going to be teleporting in. He's got one swashbuckle to work with. Oh, the pullback no from the hook. He gets the swashbuckle. Now a shield crash. Big shield to go out. But can he live against 4 heroes trying to chase him down? A beautiful ice shard blocks off some of it, but Collapse is still going to be surrounded as Chrysalis stays one step ahead of him. Mid One claims the first blood.
Very big kill for MOUZ. You start to get some momentum for the Pudge. You get a Flesh Heap. You get the Urn charges. Now Mid One has a lot more power to play with. He's going to have the Wrath of Nature up. His top lane is not going well for you. You are giving a lot of free farm to Yotoro here, who's getting some solo XP as well if Panther wants to lead the lane. But you have to pick your battles, and there was just a lot of aggression coming off from the early first blood for that Pangolier.
Yeah. The first bit of Urn charges for Mid One, and now his level 6, so maybe they can make a big rotation to shut down Yotoro, because this is kind of what I thought would happen with this Kazurai Katana. Tai just kind of, his tankiness is his biggest strength, but he's being poked apart by this Kez. Good burst down on the Yamich. Now Rue. Turn around here. Laurel using all of his resources to try and threaten mid one here. It's going to be a close call. Mid one, he's got a little bit of health left, but will not be able to find the kill on Rue. Meanwhile, Celery still chasing after Laurel, but he's got some help. Panto and Rue both trying to help out. Cookie lands. Celery, the final couple of hits. He's not going to get it. Laurel will walk away the victor of it all with the regen rune still cooking.
That is such a nice rune pick at the 6 minutes. You do not want to give Laurel too many of these good ones. He just has so much freedom in this early game. You don't have the stuns to deal with this storm. He kites it out perfectly. And he's back up to basically full around the map. He's eyeing this 7-minute wisdom fight.
He is.
If you lose this as MOUZ, you're going to have very little tempo in this game.
Yeah, Boom's got nothing to work with. What's the backup? A Pudge? Well, it looks like Celery's here, so that might help, but Yatoro is super strong right now with his level 6. He's going to pop it here, goes out with the Raptors dance, gets a little bit of heal off of that one, chase after Pudge. Meanwhile, Team Spirit will take over that Wisdom Shrine. They've got it in hand. Can they bail out Yatoro? Yatoro, surrounded by 3 heroes. The parry goes out, though. He's staying alive for the time being. Boom can't quite get him, and now Yatoro, he turns back around for a bit of damage. It will cost him his life, but damage is done, and Boom, maybe to fall. Wait, Boom, he escaped away into the trees. Mid-one gave him just that extra boost of heal. Now he walks away from the Remnant. Laurel couldn't find him either. Panto on a sliver of health. Boom comes in, Ice Path lands. Boom finally goes down. Boom, Mid-one so low. Laurel just a little bit of resources to work with. One final zip, but Mid-one's got too much HP. 2 minute resources out of the one. A triple kill for him.
What a fight for the mid laner from MOUZ. I mean, he didn't have urn charges before. He's got them now.
Chrysalis 1v2, now a 2v2, and it pays dearly for Team Spirit. Pays for Mid-one on the main stage. Welcome back, Mid-one.
Absolutely back, and he is loving it. A rampage across 2 lanes in the first game of the day as he just wipes Spirit off the map. And that was all before the Vessel. Now he's going to be able to get it online at an insane pace here. Such a large gold injection for him. And that is the danger of getting aggressive there. You had the resources on the Storm, but did you have the firepower to back up that sort of play around the pit? Your supports are just not giving you that much damage right now. And if you don't take that Furion out early, he just absolutely runs away with it. Beautiful fight from MOUZ.
Now, the outcome of it, because Team Spirit got the Wisdom Shrine, do you feel like they walked away with more experience in the end?
Probably not. I mean, I don't think you take that trade if you're Spirit.
Yeah.
It's a little tempting because the 7-minute wisdom is super influential, especially in these games where you're going up against a fast tempo lineup. But giving a rampage to a mid Furion is not an equivalent exchange by any means.
Yeah.
I also just don't think that was the most impactful fight from Yatoro. Like, he got everything off. He lived a long time. He even got a kind of a second round of spells, full Raptor dance, extra parry hits.
Yeah, I mean, that parry turnaround was beautiful.
It just didn't feel like he did that much damage. Yeah. It kind of looked great, but a little underwhelming. That's kind of the low-level Kez, right? That's why you want a lot of XP on this hero. You want the early damage items. You need to get to either fast farming items and scale in the late game, or fast deso and pick up the team fight in. Before then, he can be a little underwhelming in terms of the raw DPS output compared to like a Jug who's going to go in there and give you Omni plus level 4 spin or something.
Yeah.
It's going to contribute a little more. So you have to worry about that a little bit if you're Spirit in terms of how much your carry is contributing here. You know, if that's Weaver, for example, or like a Razor or some stronger fighting hero, I think that can go a lot differently there, especially with the space Yatoro's had.
Especially with the matchup against that Tidehunter. Like, maybe it's fine in the 1v1, but in these team fights, his damage is already like a little questionable, but if you get hit by an Anchor Smash, all of your spells are based off your damage, so it starts being, as you said, a bit wonky. He's going to be going for the Battle Fury Axe build. Seen a lot of this from these Kez's.
Little surprising, yeah. This did not strike me as the Battle Fury game. Again,
what did you imagine it was going to be instead, though?
Falcon Blade Deso, right? Get a faster build online, be able to contest that Roche fight if MOUZ really pick up the pace. Give your team a bit more early scaling because you have 2 other cores that are going to help you scale in this game.
Listen, I agree with that, but oh, come on, it's Yatoro.
Yeah,
if there's a harder carry route to go, I feel like the man's going to go.
I mean, let's be real. He says there's a Furion on the team. I need something to cut Sprout. So.
That's a good excuse.
That is every carry player's excuse when they see that hero. You did mention getting the Wisdom Shrines. I mean, that is a deal here. We're seeing low levels on these MOUZ supports where they really want to get these ults online. Then you have a lot more kill threat around the map behind this Furion, whereas Spirit support's about a level ahead of you right now.
Yeah, they've got a 2-level advantage right now.
And that's significant. Whoever gets the ults on first can make better plays around their mid laner here. So far, MOUZ's core is in a very strong spot after that mid-1 rampage. And recovered a lot of that early for them.
As a result, him and Crystallis are top of the board, despite Yutoro having so much more CS than anybody else. He is still trailing behind both cores as the kills have been favoring MOUZ. The score of 7-7, but that last team fight definitely brought a lot more gold to MOUZ than did Spirit.
See how fast Collapse can get this defusal up. To me, that's going to be the big early fighting item for Spirit. Get this defusal on the Pangolier. Really good cores to go in and mana burn here, right? You could really mess up some of the spell casting. They're going to make a play on
Yeah,
the
this time
tide,
it worked for them not too well, but round 2 is out. Hits on 3. An immediate snowball to Nature's Prophet. Tuss isn't going anywhere, though. What nice shards, but he's still going to take out from the Spirit Vessel. Ked's going back in here. They're going after Nature's Prophet with the Raptor Dance going out. Nature's Prophet's going to get low, and the Remnant bursts him down, but it costs him his life. Yutoro falls again. Collapse rolling through them all. Tidehunter's going to go down next. Up. Yamage, back it away. Nice jukes around the Rolling Thunder. Unfortunately, pushes them back up the Storm Tier. Good cookie to get him out, though. And a nice save, a shot to push him back. The Macropyre will not do enough damage here.
Hard to chase into that Omni/spin waiting for you, especially on this Pangolier. Do not want to get isolated if you're Collapsed. He wants to finish this defusal. So Spirit, they'll take their win, back it out. They get the big kill on the Furion. That's huge. You're okay trading your Kez there because, again, the Furion is setting a way faster pace. Every time you trade that out, you buy a lot more time for yourself in this early game if you're Spirit. That's kind of the fight they're looking for. Just trade a couple heroes, defend your towers, don't give too much momentum to the Pudge or the Furion, and you're happy. Yamage looking for the hook, but the bane of every Pudge, the Illusion Rune. Not doing him any favors here.
Yeah, and Team Spirit are the ones looking to take that mid tower first. This is going to be about the 3rd time they pressured this tower with the Siege Wagon. A little bit extra mana. Ice Path goes out. If Yamage lands the hook. Oh, Laurel, that was a beautiful juke.
Mid one going in.
Right up against the wall. Does Mid one really want to commit for this? Spirit Vessel's got the Sprout damage. Will that be enough with the Wrath of Nature? He's going to tick out. He's trying to bottle the Spirit Vessel. One last tick and he zips out of it.
Okay.
Laurel stays alive.
That is so close. Yutoro shows up. He's like, hey guys, what's going on here? I'll clean up some of that CS while you gotta go to base. Big committal from mid one. I mean, that was the rest of his vessel charges there. He threw it all on the line. Another Wrath of Nature. So another minor victory here for Spirit as they try and just survive the momentum right now. Can't believe he did not take him out.
Yeah, they just got a little bit more Wrath of Nature damage out. But instead, this last zip on the tick. Beautiful.
Just enough mana at the exact right time. Woo. And Yamage, I mean, he's going fishing, but he's not come up with much here.
He's only pulling up boots so far.
That said, I have a lot more faith in his Pudge, even with a bad early game, than I think anybody else is in the world right now.
That is true. I distinctly remember a game that we catched of Yamage where he missed like the first 4 hooks of the game in the laning phase and then just went off throughout the mid game. So
100%. Do not underestimate his impact, even if the early game's a little rough.
He's gonna try and hit one here, a big one, straight to the cookie. A chain stun dismember combo that is not enough. He gets off the Falcon's blade. Kez gets a little bit of HP back up. He makes a run for it. Now it's gonna be mid one in trouble, half HP. Oh, wait, no, the Rabbits are turned around and they're all low. Can they finish off this? Oh, here Collapsers rolls right through them all. That'll finish him off. That'll be 2 down, and now Sapphire on the run with the cookie on out. Celery trying to get away, the Swashbuckle to be able to chase him down. Juggernaut's now joining. It's gonna be Crystallis trying to get in here with a spin, but he doesn't have the Omni Slash to work with. These heroes are just too mobile. He can't save Boom from this. Not by himself. And there's nobody else alive on the side of MOUZ. They'll be run down. In fact, even Crystallis might die here. Took so much damage there as Collapse rolled after him. The TP's coming in. Maybe Yamage. Oh, the hook. What a hook grab. He gets Collapse. Collapse still has the shield crash, though. A Swashbuckle back. Will he stay alive? A blood grenade. He's going to burn out. Mid one has rejoined it. He got its route onto Yutoro. Yutoro with the dust on him. They have nothing left. He's going to get away. A TP away in 10 seconds. He goes for a teleport.
Does he have the read?
He's got it.
I mean, nice turnaround from mid one. Get something out of the second half of that, but that is all Spirit all day. Just a beautiful team fight from them. They got a lot of value out of the Kez in that exchange, and we're going to have to watch the replay because that Omni got disjointed, I think, by the cookie or something.
Yeah, what happened there?
Like, what happened?
Man, they just lost vision of him?
He got fogged behind that tree. Incredibly awkward because if that full Omni Slash lands, Kez is just dead, and it's a completely different fight.
Yeah.
That is, I mean, that's the Juggernaut, right? This hero, he gives and he takes with the ult.
You live by the Omni Slash, you die by the Omni Slash, and there have been a lot of deaths by Omni Slash.
True double-edged sword. So Cristal is not happy about that interaction, but still in an okay position himself. It's just not the momentum you want if you're MOUZ.
They continue to try and shut down Yatoro, but he's getting away with it. He's level 11 now.
Oh, he's massive. Almost level 12, in fact.
Yeah, they just can't take away the safe lane tower.
That's been the biggest issue, this tower standing. MOUZ have very little space to play with, particularly with this mid Furion. Yet a Tide in the off lane. These are heroes designed to win the fight up in that off lane, take that tower, open up the map, especially for the Juggernaut to be able to push that
Mid one just teleported in to a smoke from Team Spirit. They got the high ground ward, setting it up. Lead off. Macro Pyre, pull him back into it with the Ice Path. A little bit of overlap there. The stuns is going to go with the teleport away. It's not going to work. Too much damage.
At least you're getting some tower damage. Getting decent tower damage mid. You got the tower top. The best you can hope for while your Furion's getting ganked. But more galvanized stacks for Laurel. He's continuing to snowball himself here. This Storm is jacked, and he's looking for some more power runes, looking for some more blood. Almost level 12 himself.
Have to go at Boom here. After all, they just took his tower. So it's not easy for MOUZ to get here right away. They're just trying to get a response out of MOUZ, and now it shows. It's Yamich, hits the hook. Got the Dismember chained on it with the cookie. Boom, up to the high ground here. Still has a Ravage. He wants to employ it here. They've got the kisses. Rue should be dead, and the rest of the team is going to be pushed back by the kisses. So no Ravage here. Can they attack the tower off of this one with a deep teleport in from mid one, going after Panto. Not enough for the kill, but it is enough for the tower.
This is that MOUZ group up you have to be careful about. Someone gets hooked in, the fight gets started in an awkward situation, suddenly you're bleeding heroes, mid one's on the back line, you try and take down one of the tanky frontliners, they're a little too tanky. You can get caught in these fights very easily in a bad situation. Have to be very disciplined here. Particularly with that Storm with the big streak he has. I think it's up to at least 6 or 7, right? There's a lot of gold and some galvanized stacks to take away from Laurel here. He's 8-1.
I do think Team Spirit, the last 10 minutes, I feel like they've done a really good job of putting the pressure on MOUZ, not letting them set the pace of these early tower kills. I mean, how many times do they push into mid or the aggression onto the Wisdom Shrine? Even if that one didn't work, right? It was still MOUZ reacting to everything, where usually they're not the ones doing that, right? They're a proactive team. They're the ones trying to take away your tier 1s early, and they've yet to do so. Ravage goes out. A heavy commitment to bring down Yatoro, and surely they've got him here, right? There's no way a Kez can get away from this situation.
A Kez can get away from any situation.
And he has made a decent run of it, but runs into the Omni Slash. It takes 4, but they'll bring the bird down.
This hero is so hard to kill. it genuinely feels like you have to bring your whole team every time.
It really does.
Especially if you don't have some super strong single target lockdown. If you can't go in and hex them or something, I mean, you have Ravage here, but their chain stun capability is a little limited in this lineup if you don't have everybody there at the start.
Yeah, which is why Yamich needs his Blink Dagger really bad, and he finally gets it.
Yeah, there's your chain stun potential. So your kill threat goes up a lot off of this, but you're still going to have to all in this because it's the best way to deal with him. You do not want to let him get long fights off.
Yeah, and if there's anybody behind this Kez, the chance of your Dismember lasting more than a second is pretty low. You've got Ice Path, Snowball, Storm Spirit zipping in, Rolling Thunder. Like, the Team Spirit have got stuns for days.
It is a concern if this game goes later. Like, there's a lot of bailout for this Kez, particularly the Snowball save. You try and all in him. Ravage helps you a little bit with some AoE control. Boom.
Once again, Boom trying to force an issue here. Gets off the Kraken Shell before the jump here, but it's looking like the damage just overwhelming at this point, and that is not hook the Yamich wanted. Pulls the Rolling Thunder away from the Snapfire, but Snapfire's already dead. The Tidehunter is still going to be harried by all of Team Spirit until he goes down, and Yamich got himself killed by hooking the Rolling Thunder of Collapse.
Set him up beautifully. Backfires, and MOUZ just getting caught off guard. Don't have everybody ready to take that engagement. They don't have Ravage off cooldown. It's about 20 seconds off. No real damage follow-up, even if you wanted to try and turn that around. Spirit starting to run away with the control in this game. And now Laurel, he is hunting mid one instead of the other way around. He's trying to get this Orchid up. He's so close to it. That's your control against the Storm. But at the pace Laurel's had, he's going to have BKB by the time this Orchid comes out. This Storm is just so bad.
Mid one is just about to back up into this ward. You're going to see Yamich. Team Spirit with a 5,000 net worth lead are feeling very comfortable at contesting this Tormentor that's coming up. Thinking about going through the gate, throws out the hook, misses. And now it's going to be Yamich in trouble. The Omni Slash bouncing between all these cores, but it's just too much. There's too much HP in the middle of all this. The Omni Slash can bounce all at once, but it can't bring anybody down from Team Spirit as they have all 5 here ready to go.
Numbers, numbers, numbers. That's the name of this game right now. Spirit are just getting there a little faster, bringing everybody. And that is the best way to play against these kind of 5-man lineups. Never give them an advantage, especially with the mobility mid and the Furion.
They're even going to catch Boom on the other side of the map as they go through the gate, setting up for the Tormentor.
Cherry on top right here.
Find Boom alone. I mean, he's so hard to bring down, but does it matter if he's just stuck infinitely against all these heroes?
No chance to get out. More gold for all of Team Spirit as they'll collect Tormentor on top of that entire sequence. Basically a team wipe into the objective. Yatoro starting to run away with the scale here.
Yeah, you see that little parry he did against Anchor Smash? That's a cool little idea.
That's nice.
Every single time you see that Anchor Smash animation, you just pop parry, free crit, free stun.
He's massive. And it didn't really hurt him not having the early Deso here because he had tag team to give him some extra damage, right?
Yeah.
That's a big deal, getting buffs for this hero in the early game. We saw that Slardar early ban. Another nice combination if you can get it up. The Magnus was another consideration. Any of these damage buffs on this hero just accelerate him out of control.
Well, the bad news continues for mid one, the rest of MOUZ, as he completes his Orchid. The BKB is already done for Laurel. So there goes that answer.
It's just such a nice timing here. I mean, the man's 11, 1, and 8. So you're just going to have to deal with him straight up, which means either you start on him with Ravage, you do not have Blink Tide, so that is out of the question, or you land Dismember on him somewhere in the fight, or you're just able to survive the Storm DPS, which,
yeah,
your lineup can do at certain points in this game. This is not one of those points. And now your fear as MOUZ is, are you going to lose this Roshan? Because if you give an Aegis to Spirit, this game is going to get out of reach.
Yeah, I think you pretty much have to.
Yeah, I think you have to
commit to it. I mean, unless they want to go for the late and see how the Juggernaut fares against Kez late game.
Got to look for the hooks. All eyes on Yamich to find something here, and this
Inside
might not be what he wants to find.
Out. Runs up to the ramp, does not get hooked. Yamich.
I mean, that was probably good for him because,
yeah, he didn't want none of that smoke.
I do not think he wanted to hook somebody in there.
I think Team Spirit anticipated that MOUZ were a lot more grouped up than they actually are. Boom, playing for the power runes. It's going to be Arcane Rune, while the pickup on Celery is the start. Hook goes out, but the hook for Yatoro, his grappling claw, is just able to keep up with that little play. In the back lines, oh, what a hit! A Rolling Thunder straight onto mid one as he TPs in, and again, the hook hits the Rolling Thunder, not what you want to see. Blink back from Yamich. Now he's got to get a defensive hook out of this situation. His Boom is going to be surrounded by heroes. Throws out the Ravage to try and stay alive, but a defensive Ravage. MOUZ cannot afford that. Oh, wait, the real Yatoro gets grabbed. That's not an illusion. That's real. Got him inside the Snowball Bell. It's saved from the Omni Slash. And now rolled up inside the Macro Pyre. MOUZ giving it everything they've got with the buybacks committed. They get Rue. Can they get anything else out of this? They got to get something. It's collapsed. They don't have the stuns. The kiss is going out, chasing after Yatoro. But he's just too damn quick. A grappling claw to get away, and Furion the teleport. He's blind at this point.
He has a ward. Everyone doesn't want to go for it.
I mean, he's got the Manta back up anyway, so I don't even. I think he would lose that fight.
Such an expensive buyback for him. What do you even really get out of it, right? You got a support pickup. That was kind of it. Yatoro walks it off. That would have been the big kill. Great hooks from Yamich. You're able to score something out of this play. We're kind of seeing the power of the team fight. It was just a sick snowball.
It was.
It completely bails Yatoro out of this situation. Yeah, it ends up killing Laurel, and that's the big streak. So you do get that 1,000 gold bonus off of that storm kill, reduce some of those stacks, but the real prize in that Kez gets protected by the save off of Rue, and that's what you're trying to prioritize here with your Spirit. Big plays from him.
And now he's going to get to his Ags, so we're going to see him swapping back and forth real quick.
If you can get to the butterfly on the Jug, I do think you have a bit of a timing there as MOUZ. Especially if you get a fight into the Roshan, can turn this game. But it is Spirit on the hunt right now. Smoke up with Collapse leading the charge. Full Lotus Orb done. for this Pangolier, so look for that Omni/Reflection.
Just too many counters. How can Chrysalis carry these team fights against this many answers, especially if the pickoffs continue? The Celery going down and Team Spirit straight to the Roshan pit before Roshan switches over to the other side.
Jug is just a little too far behind. I mean, his team is far behind too, but he's about 1,300 off that butterfly. He's just hit level 18. These are the big power spikes for Crystals. He does get smoked up here. Kind of an interesting smoke. You know this Roche is going down. You're not grouping for anything. Maybe it's just Yamich looking for a casual hook play into Omni or something.
Maybe they just want to get out on the map.
It's possible. These
Maybe
smokes are
they start doing some cutting of waves. I mean, at this point, you don't really have another option. You can't fight into this Aegis. Even if you can get a good Omni slash, what's the point? Midwan will be met with a BKB, attempts to teleport. He's got another teleport behind that one, and the stun will be too late. Rue, he was running.
No, got the BKB out of him.
He did.
That's something.
Bliss Duo, with a little help from Furion, does have a bit of damage. Not enough to kill a support, though. It's the hook. It's intercepted by Laurel instead.
Again, the numbers are always there for Spirit in this game. They have been really proactive, not giving MOUZ a lot of openings. In fact, they're still eyeing this Tidehunter up here.
It just feels like the play of a team that is very practiced against Nature's Prophet, right? They are not
very
letting themselves get split up too much.
You might need that Tidehunter shard earlier than you want to buy it here if you're moving, just to give you a little extra lockdown in this game.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, is the extra tankiness going to do anything for you? The Shiva's popping out, increasing the damage of Nature's Wrath, and Kisses is maybe the
it's a good
upside here, but
I mean, it is a very good Shiva's game. Cannot blame him for trying to rush it down here. So Echo hits from Yatoro as he still has 3 minutes on this Aegis. So a lot of time for Spirit to try and force the issue. If they want to hit the high ground, definitely doable here. You have an amp damage on Laurel. You have that Lotus Orb to kind of let the front hero siege. They're building 2 more, by the way. So this is just all in. Get rid of Omni Slash in this game, and what else are you worried about? You're going to have triple Lotus Orb.
that
back
is
this Kez up.
disgusting.
Plus the snowball save, plus the other disjoints here. This is a lot for Crystals to get through. Does have his butterfly, it is level 18. In a way, this might be the best time for MOUZ to try and strike, as Mid-One, he gets found again and cannot TP out of this one.
Yeah, this time there are too many heroes to back up Laurel's play here. I mean, how effective is the butterfly in this game?
It's a lot of damage.
I feel like defensively, I'm not sure how much he's going to be stopping here. It's a lot of spells that are being thrown at him, even if it's physical damage, right? Like, the Kez is throwing a lot of physical damage spells at him, not necessarily right-clicking him the whole time.
It did not save him there. One punch into Ice Path, Kez deletes you.
And you still have the Pango to deal with. He's now got a Basher.
Oh yeah, this is some scale. It's just getting harder and harder to take these fights.
Well, it was a fun time for MOUZ for the first 10 minutes, but now we are getting into the slog of things where it feels impossible to win a fight. Question is, will they be able to outplay Team Spirit on the map to be able to keep this game going into the late game, where maybe they can turn things around? Wisdom Shrine does get grabbed by Boom. If he wants to ravage, Yamich, save me, buddy. Wait, Yamich is going in. He wants the kill out of this situation with a Dismember. They've got it. And now the Kiss is going in onto Yatoro. Yatoro.
No mana.
No mana to get away, so he's going to die. He's going to lose this Aegis.
Great read from Yamich here.
Can they hit the hook off of this? Are they willing to try? Hits the cookie. Doesn't throw the hook, and I think maybe it's the best for it. I'm not sure if you want to chase into this. The Rolling Thunder now. Laurel jumping into the back line. They go up the Yamich first. The Ravage go down. They do bring Yatoro a little bit low. Almost finish him off. They got him. They finish him off at just the end.
Big opening here for MOUZ. You've got to take advantage of it.
Getting the kill without the Omni Slash. Mid-One completing his teleport. MOUZ. I mean, what a turn from them.
That was just a sick read from Yamich. I mean, everything points to, let's just get our Tide out of there. Instead, you make something out of absolutely nothing in this game. leads you to a big opening here, a huge Kez kill. That is worth almost 2,000 gold on its own. And we saw the hesitation of Crystal. I mean, he wants to throw it on me here, but there's just so many Lotus Orbs this game. You just got to walk up and do it the hard way. Spirit are still able to bail everybody else out of that fight, which is a little sad if you're MOUZ. It's like, man, let's get anything else we can here, and the mobility of the cores in the Spirit lineup are able to just bail you out of a rough situation. No Roche to collect there either, of course, so keeps you in this game. Absolutely. You just need time to build more damage. And that is something that the Pudge can always give you. We've seen it in these games where MOUZ's game plan is they want to run you over, but if they don't run you over, you got to look towards the Image making these big plays to set the team fights up. His reads are on point. You just have to believe in him.
Yeah, and they do have some cores that scale up between the Juggernaut and the Nature's Prophet. I'm not sure how optimistic I feel about the Tidehunter's impact as we go later, but
does have that shard online. He got a lot out of that fight. You got to remember there is a healing ward in this lineup. If that healing ward stays alive, their scale is a lot better than it seems on paper.
That's fair enough. And level 24, the Juggernaut. So now the healing ward actually does have a chance to stay alive in fights where previously a lot of times it was just going to be the Storm Spirit zipping on it and killing it.
I owe you one.
One shot.
But let's not keep score.
I can see MOUZ win these fights if they don't overcommit in the first half. Kind of got to bait Spirit in, make them commit some spells, keep your heroes alive, use your sustain, maybe abuse that Fury on buyback a little bit, and then strike on the overextension, because you're going to have to play around all these Lotus Orbs. You have to play around the Snowball save. You're going to have to wear through the Storm's mana, right? Because you don't have really good direct lockdown for him. Of course, all these things are difficult, but I can see a pathway towards that victory if you're very patient in the fight and you take advantage of putting Tide on the front line.
I thought you were just going to say hit a hook and Omnislash that guy.
I mean, hey, if you can just hook a guy in Omnislash, sure, you take that. Because you can ravage over the top of him and try and prevent a Snowball save or something like that coming out.
For sure.
There's the power of the Tidehunter gives you. Crystals will lose his point booster towards that Ags. He's finishing it up. That's going to be a big blow here, particularly with that Roche spawn that can be up in a minute.
Oh, yeah, that could be nasty timing. Mjolnir done for mid one. His farm's going to pick up even more as he starts using that active static charge to push in the lanes.
Also, great target to throw it on the Tidehunter.
Yeah.
Pharasma for Laurel plus the Gauntlet, you're starting to pick up the single target burst if you're Spirit, which is really scary for MOUZ, because if you get to a point where your Tide cannot exist on that front line without just getting deleted in under 10 seconds or something, the team fight looks a lot more difficult. You know, who's going to go in and give vision for the hooks? Who's going to go in and give you that extra setup? If it's not Boom on the front line, that is a bold rune take.
Yeah, Yamich mistimed it earlier. Did not hit the hook, so he had to go in the manual way. Mid one. In some trouble here. Teleport going to be canceled. Laurel follows it up. Pull back in. Mid one's gone.
They've done a beautiful job hunting him around the map.
I mean, two cores just showed at the top part of the map. You got to make a move here, at least try, but unfortunately, Panto was ready to go on that one. And now, Rue, well, he gets pulled back in by the hook. Quickly bursts it down. Yotaro right in the middle of all these heroes. And now the cores are here. Laurel jumps to the back line, goes straight for the kisses. Takes that away, Ghost Scepter goes out, and Sapphire's gonna make his way back. A threat there from the Ravage, and Laurel has to use his BKB, and now he's just gonna have to zip away. Not the best use of the BKB there, considering the advantage that they had with the mid-one Nature's Prophet gone.
Yotaro committed to all of his kit, though. He just wanted out of there at that point. The heroes were still very tanky. Healing Water was up. A lot to get through. Again, you do not want to overextend in these fights if you're Spirit. Got to play around the Kez damage, and they did get the buyback out of Yamich. That's an influential one in this game. He's your big playmaker. Not a buyback you wanted to commit there, particularly with the Roche spawning soon. You want every life available for this fight to try and turn the game.
Yeah, and if they win that fight, they put the Pudge on dieback. Well, going high ground becomes a whole lot easier.
Oh, yeah. And, of course, that big buyback in this game, the Furion, does not have it right now. So it's really influential as well. Mid one wants to try and farm it up here. He's close enough he could have it for this Roche fight, and that would be a massive deal for MOUZ.
That will be their lone advantage for this one, as Roshan is going to be up, and it's going to be on Spirit's side where they could play off of their own buybacks and their own outpost. But some extra initiation now with a Blink Dagger for Tide. They haven't revealed it yet with this smoke.
Just looking for some lone hero on the map. They do not want the pickoff to be mid one again, which is... It felt like how this game has gone. Just some really good wards on the sides of the map for Spirit. They found him a couple times, and that's all it takes. Just find him 2 or 3 times in that mid game.
How often has a hero been solo there for Team Spirit? They spot collapse. They could hit the hook on him. Oh, he's just too fast with the haste rune.
Yeah, that's really difficult to land.
You could have pulled him away from Yatoro. There was a chance. But as it stands, 30 seconds left until Roshan switches over to the other side. I mean, it looks like it'll be delayed enough that Team Spirit will no longer be able to play around their outpost.
It's favorable for MOUZ, for sure. Spirit trying to make the move before they can just set up on that upper half of the map. Would love to jump this Pudge, take him out without buyback, find the Furion at the start of the fight. Do not want to run into the Tide first. That's probably the only target you are not going to be happy to see if you run up a hill or something like that.
A little late to go for the Wisdom Shrine contest, but they may still find somebody as they sneak up the side of the map here.
It's a risky smoke for Spirit. You don't know the exact buyback situation going into the Radiant outpost here. You don't know where the vision is in terms of these high ground wards. There's a lot that can go wrong for you in this type of fight.
Blind blink in, Rue. He goes for it. They spot the
cookie on 3.
They flash off that cookie, and now going out as well. The first step is Total. They've got him. It's 2 dead already, and now the cleanup ensues as Collapse. Rolling Thunder's back into them here. Will he be able to get out of this situation? They've already popped the Orchid on him, and he's comes out of the Rolling Thunder. He's going to be stuck here for a little while. Shield crash into the cookie. They've got the chains with the back. He's done. Triple kill for Chrysalis as Celery hit a godlike cookie.
Oh my god, that might have been one of the best cookies just to try and save himself that turns into, wait a minute, we just stunned their whole team. We gotta go in off of this. And what did I say right before that fight, Austin? A lot can go wrong off of this play. A lot can go wrong. You're going deep into their side of the map, on their outpost, on their vision. This is probably not what they had in mind, but that is just a beautiful setup there.
You could not set up a better opportunity for Chrysalis.
They just did pop the BKBs.
Jump into a stun. It's a perfect setup for Omni Slash.
Spirit trying to be disciplined, trying to hold the BKBs till when they need them, end up losing both of their high damage cores without dealing a single blow. And that is an Aegis onto this Juggernaut. That is Crystals at the top of the net worth chart. And that is this game completely flipped.
Bit one. Jumped by the 2 supports here. They didn't have the damage for that one. Rethinking their lives a little bit. His mid one still had a BKB anyway. So this is just going to be them giving mid one more vessel charges, more kills, more golden experience for MOUZ. As they have now just clawed back. A 15,000 net worth lead from Team Spirit has now been decimated to 5K and is going to go farther down.
Is this what this team does? Just so good at taking those fights, whether they're ahead, whether they're behind. Find that little opening, they run away with it because their lineups are so fast at taking the objectives every single time. There's an entire Abyssal for Crystals, almost level 25. He has overtaken this Kez.
They're going to make the jump on him. Walrus punch into the Rolling Thunder, a quick burst down. That's going to be the first life, and mid one's almost dead with his BKB. He can't get out of this one. They actually finish off this Nature's Prophet, and now they go back to Chrysalis, but he got the slash, and he bursts down Yatoro. The first life was fine, but they ran out of stuns for the second one, and now Chrysalis is going to work with his Basher, his Abyssal, and now the cookie straight onto him. Collapse in trouble. Another bash would be the death of Aurora. Ravage, even better, hits all 3. Oh, beautiful Ravage from Boom, almost just took out Laurel. That could have been the end of the game right there. In fact, it might still be, as MOUZ have made the call. They're going for throne.
No buyback on this Kez Yatoro. He was all in.
They're going to regret this play, though. They got the buyback out of Collapse, and now it's time to retreat. A healing ward, staying alive, keeping Boom up here. Laurel wants to deal with it, but he can't afford to get too close to this Juggernaut.
Jug's damage is out of control right now. And they want as much as they can get here, but they will not be going for that game end, which is going to give Yatoro time to spawn.
Oh, this could have been a do-or-die moment. It is so high risk going for that throne, but they made the call. A safer, more conservative play here. Just take the 2 lanes at barracks. Maybe they can go while still the tier 2 at top, too.
This is going to be an awkward situation. How far do you push it here against the Storm with the base defense?
They want to force the action. Don't let him retreat. Not yet anyway. 15 seconds till Yatoro's back up. Mid-1 in some trouble with the BKB still on cooldown. Working on him. Raw's committing. He wants to go for it. A cookie to help him out, but it's not away. There's too much mobility on the side of Team Spirit.
Laurel, get out.
Catch up to him. Teleport away. Laurel can't make it. A grab from Yamage. Dismembered. He's gone too. Back up from Team Spirit. Yatoro will now rejoin his teammates. Rue is coming up in a second here.
That's enough of a defense because you have to buy back on the Storm. MOUZ are not going to push it here. But the economic damage has been severe. You're now up 4K from being down almost 20 in the course of, feels like 5 minutes or less. This game just absolutely crumbled for Spirit.
Unfortunately, no bottle on the team to hold on to that amp damage. Crystallis will grab it. Well, level 25s for Tidehunter and the Juggernaut.
Big talents coming out. I mean, you have so much more lockdown to play with now between the Anchor, the Hex, the extra Ravage duration off the talent. If you get the Refresher on the Tide, you have the Abyssal on the Jug. These fights are no longer safe for the Storm Spirit. They're no longer safe for the Kez as we've seen.
It's crazy that
he's hooking it in, man.
Those two are 25, and Mid-1's Nature's Prophet is only level 23. It's because in every fight, he is the first target so often for Team Spirit.
Oh, he's the sacrificial lamb every single time. I mean, this Furion's going to go down. There's no question about it. He's the biggest target in terms of the easiest hero to take down for the damage he deals. Did die back in that fight, so again, the Furion's, he's not making a lot of progress here, but he's getting the job done.
Yeah. Another crucial level, level 25 for the Storm Spirit, plus a Scythe of Ice, is coming up soon.
Not here
so
yet, though.
If MOUZ can force it right now, they won't have to deal with that power spike. But if you end up going, to a point where you have to go high ground against a level 25 Storm Spirit, I mean, it's just a massive pain. It feels like MOUZ,
you want to strike now.
You gotta go for it now.
Do have the Scotty completed on Crystallis. No buybacks available for pretty much anybody in this game except the Storm.
And now they're the ones to employ the Lotus Orb. Daring Laurel to try and stop what is Mega Creeps coming in soon. Waller's punch to the quick side device though. Here comes Collapse trying to stop Crystallis where he can with the Rolling Thunder. Raps goes down, but they're bursting out the Juggernaut. Juggernaut in trouble, got to push step away, got him the Omni Slash. Bounce over the creeps. He still has a Swift Slash ready to go, and he's already got some heals up. The Healing Word is out, and he keeps them alive. Mid-1 meanwhile goes for the goal. Not quite enough damage. Echo slashes away, and Team Spirit back to the fountain they go. They lost Rue, they lost their barracks, but they haven't lost the game. Not yet.
Healing Ward doing so much work in this game. You don't have the heroes to go in and commit the hits to bring it down, and it's just keeping everybody alive. Boom, back in, Hex on Laurel.
MOUZ true to their style. Keep the pressure on them. Don't let Team Spirit get their breath back under them.
I mean, you want to keep pushing here, but you don't have that main Omni Slash. You don't have Ravage. Is this the fight you want to take?
Crystallis says, yeah.
Yeah, no
BKB. It's the fight I want to take. Healing Ward, they came close, but they didn't kill him last time. He's willing to take that gamble again. Without Rue this time to start the fight. 5 seconds till he's back up. It's free tier 4s for the taking. The next item, quick side device. Oh, but the Lotus Orb. Bounce back the Swiss Slash. That'll keep Laurel alive for now. Tries to get the grab on a Crystallis, but there goes the spin. Yamage, meanwhile, makes the jump out of Panto. He's in deep. A snowball on through. Hits onto the Juggernaut. Juggernaut bottle is punched up in the air, but they dealt with the punch. He's going to buy back. Rue trying to make his way back. An Ice Path landing on a Crystallis. He's being kited around. It's going to be Rue in some trouble. Boom. Not able to finish him off, but Crystallis, he got up a spin. He stays up through the Orchid. He's okay for now, but a cookie to try and get him away. Yatoro commits. Yatoro's got him. There goes the carry, but can't they get out? Rue, he's gonna go down. Yatoro, he's getting lower and lower, but Mid-1 taking out the kiss and not gonna be good enough. MOUZ, they get wiped inside his Spirit's base.
Laurel did so much work in this fight. That is why you're scared to take the fight close to the enemy fountain when they have this Storm, because he has so much mana to play with. And Yatoro, he gets in there, he deals the damage that Spirit needs. So much AoE coming out from that Kez. That was the risk of going for that without the Ravage, without the Omni Slash. Imagine you have those extra tools to put into that fight as they're overextending in the second half. That's the confidence Spirit have, knowing if we take this fight, if this fight extends out of our base, there's not going to be that Ravage to turn the exchange for them. It's another dieback for MOUZ. this game does not end, even with the Megas. I think they could have played that a little slower. They could have been a bit more patient. They felt the moment they went for the play, but
it felt a little discombobulated. It felt like there was
Yeah.
not really a focus on what to hit. There was just too much chaos. And Mid1 is hitting one target. Crystal is getting kited around. Boom is thinking about trying to kill this Tusk. None of it quite works. And you've put Team Spirit, you back this animal back into a corner, and that's where they're most dangerous.
And look at
you don't have all your buybacks. Toro is trying to force it out of you.
Very clutch broach buy right before that fight. He's thinking, what item can I buy in my base right now to give me a little extra damage? He goes all in for it. It pays off. Now he's the one taking barracks here.
A Revenant's Broach, and he's thinking about Divine Rapier, but they won't be able to get any buybacks out of MOUZ here.
No, you can only get so much. Your position was very tough, but this does open up that Roche potential, which they're thinking about.
Yeah, if they could get enough map control that Roshan respawns. Unfortunately for Team Spirit, it hasn't spawned yet. Rue was sitting inside of the pit, hoping, praying that it would come up.
They also got to hold their buybacks, right? That was a fight. You got to remember, they had the Storm buyback, didn't have to use it.
Yeah.
So now you have Kez buy, you have Storm buy, you have your collapse Tango buy up in a minute. That makes ending this game a lot more difficult for MOUZ. That was a very good moment to strike. I think they just rushed it a little bit. Now you're going to have to continue to scale because this Storm still has 33 galvanized stacks, by the way. Still an absolute beast in the fight. Has that shard, could go into the Ags. There's the Divine for the Kez. Yatoro all in once this next Roshan. This is the damage to let him take that fight. On top of the Giant Small, on top of that level 25 talent with the extra Echo / attack, this damage just got ramped up by an insane amount here.
And we've all seen it. We've all seen how these Kezes, you try and commit, you try and go for that kill. If he gets off his ultimate, you overcommit into the Raptor dance.
Really gonna jump here, found the support.
Big pickup, Yamich tries to pull him away though, but now they're both trapped in the shards. A little awkward here, especially against Laurel.
Got
Zephyr keeping alive for now, double cookie, almost landing on Laurel, not quite good enough though. Collapse comes in, looks to finish him off, but the Rolling Thunder should be good enough. With Mid1 and Celery down, a buyback from one of them. Chrysalis, the rest goes down, but Chrysalis isn't even close by here. Yatoro's so low, they got him. Divine on the ground, and boom, the Divine on the ground. Can Chrysalis get to it? No, he's being pulled back by Laurel. They won't let this Juggernaut get to it. Around.
Beautiful chain
trying to save him out. It's not going to be good enough. A buyback, they commit back in. Rue almost dead. Damage, a run, a force staff down to the low ground. There's a regen. He takes it away from Laurel. A hook goes out. Laurel, no mana. He's down.
Instant
a buyback, outpost teleports in. A snowball to try and draw a little time, but Chrysalis in position. It doesn't matter. With Lotus Sword, they still got the extra heroes to bounce around. Boom, it's almost dead though. They got him with Lotus Sword, bouncing back on a Laurel. But Laurel, he finished him off. Now turns to Snapfire. Dodge away, on the slash, oh wait, the bash. He's got to get out of here. He almost died. What the fuck was that, Yamich? A beautiful grab that ensures that MOUZ, they can end the game. There's no Laurel, there's no Storm Spirit. They can't hold it anymore.
Oh, it's over. Crystals, he goes back, picks up the Divine Rapier. It sat there that entire fight as no one has the time to go for it. And they're just going to run it down mid. No buybacks available for Spirit on these dead heroes. No buybacks available across the board.
Yamich with just the beautiful game-ending play. And now it's all over. A refresh even available for Boom's Tidehunter. He's got the extra Ravage. It's not needed though. MOUZ have every advantage in the book. They clawed this game back in and they will finish it. Game 1 goes to MOUZ over Spirit.
Man, what a game from this squad. I think there were a lot of questions. How strong is this MOUZ team? How much in terms of their performances is going to translate to big moments, to big lands, against the top dogs, against the top teams when it counts? I think this game proves they are absolutely the team that they think they are, and the team that a lot of people thought they were in terms of building their fan base over the last 2 months, because these guys just do not give up, and they punch so hard together at the right moments. Like, that is what impresses me about this squad. Whether they're from behind or from ahead, they know when their moment in that game is, and they make it work.
And they made it work here. A massive comeback in Game 1 by MOUZ.
This Game 1 delivered on all fronts, from rampages to buybacks. It felt like we were just getting treated, and it's only a Game 1 in a best-of-3. MOUZ having that big clutch comeback for themselves in Missouri.
Yeah, that was a banger of a start to Blast. I mean, the game looked a bit dull at one point. I mean, we thought it was pretty much over. I think everybody did, and then suddenly that comeback, and it became kind of crazy in the end there. Yeah.
Again, we keep praising MOUZ, the amount of games that they've played, right? Of all the games they've played so far in 7.39, they've not had a single comeback over 10,000 gold, right? Their best comeback was in like the 5,000 gold league. The fact is, like, they are not really a comeback team. They get to their arena, game one against Spirit, 16,000 gold comeback, like for the first time for this roster. Like, it was an incredible game from them.
No, I think it's a great sign. It's very easy to crumble in this position, especially against a team like Spirit on stage for the first time in a long time. And they show that resilience and they bounce back in front of the crowd, I think is a great sign for them, honestly, and shows a lot of life for, you know, their hopes not only for this series, but for the rest of the tournament.
It does feed into what we were saying as well when it comes to Spirit. This team felt like they were inevitable when it came to a late game win, and they had everything going in the direction for themselves. They were 15k up. It felt like they were ready to start pushing high ground, and it was just one small falter, Misery, that ended up in being this position where you're all vying for buybacks. You're all trying to get an advantage when it comes to a team fight.
Yeah, it felt like it was a bit rushed. The go on the, they didn't have vision. They just kind of jumped, and the snap gets his cookie off and stuns 3 heroes into Ravage and Omnislash, right? MOUZ looked kind of, they looked like they didn't have much play at that point. You know, Spirit kind of gave it to them. I think if you want to criticize them a bit at that moment, I think they were perhaps thinking also, like we were, that the game was over. They just needed to like run in there and claim the win.
But, that was also our reaction when we were standing up here watching.
For sure, for sure.
I mean, you love to see the energy in the crowd. I think this is an awesome game, and I think, you know, to piggyback off the point of Spirit not quite looking the same, I think a kill score like this, 48-38, that's not a Spirit game. Like, Spirit is methodical. When you think of that team, you think of methodical, you think of they give up very few kills, they get some kills, they build a lead, they hit a timing, and they end the game. That was not, this is madness.
I mean, but you praise them on decisions that they make, right? The fact is, when they go for the play and they don't get the play, they lose the 16,000 lead. Roshan was available, within a minute later, right? A Spirit of the past, they're not taking that fight. They're choking out the map, they're looking for a pickoff, they're going Roshan. The fact is, they're going for a skirmishing move, which is like an identity shift for Secret. I do it all the time. I'm really sorry, Secret. I'm really sorry, Puppy. I don't mean to talk about you right now. I meant Spirit. But at the moment, they're not doing the Spirit plays of the past because I think, they are not meant to be that aggressive. They're meant to think about the big picture stuff.
I think that being said, though, they played really well the first 30 minutes. Right?
They did.
They actually played super well together. They outclassed MOUZ by a big margin, I would say. They were always more numbers, and they just make that one slip up, and MOUZ are so aggressive. They don't mind buying back. They don't mind going for these tier 2s, going for the push. You see them hitting the throne, even without the Ravage, without the Omnislash. So they are just a team that you cannot make these mistakes against. They're going to pounce and take advantage of it.
Yeah, you talk about the aggression. I mean, we got to see a Nature's Prophet rampage before at the 8-minute mark, Quinn. Like, how many times have you ever experienced that, not only as a player, but like a viewer too?
Yeah, that's definitely the earliest rampage I've ever seen. That's kind of ridiculous. And I think to highlight Mid1's play this game, he had a pretty, it was bizarre. And a bad early game into a 8-minute rampage, into then dying like 10 times in a row and being like 6-10, to then winning the game and having a ton of impact. It was like a very back and forth game. But I think it speaks loads in his favor that he's able to take this game and win this game where he has this 10 deaths. He has this, this sort of weird ramshackle game. I think a lot of players, when they start dying like this, they feel that chokiness and they die more and they have low impact. But he had a bunch of deaths, but still super high impact, and it felt like he was all over the place.
Well, the specific thing about this Nature's Prophet being on a mid-1 and talking about how many games MOUZ has played since post-TI, Nature's Prophet has been one of their most dominant heroes that they've been able to win with. They played with it 13 times previous to this game, 12 wins on it, 9 games in a row, and it feels like Spirit just willingly gave it to them. They were able to first pick, open up a draft with it, and it was so key to them being able to win it here, T.
Yeah, I think you guys were also mentioning it in the green room, the idea of, confidence, right? That you want MOUZ to be able to play the heroes that they want. Spirit often gives those concepts away to enemies, and I think for MOUZ, there's maybe a key factor in why they're able to win out this game, right? They weren't having to overthink on how do we get this niche hero into a winning position. When you've played that many games on Nature's Prophet and you truly understand its strengths and weaknesses, it just takes that one fight to buy back to TP in globally. Like, again, we see Nature's Prophet. It's a very good hero in the correct hands. Other teams, it looks really bad on, but for MOUZ and Mid1, at any minute, something can happen.
I think it's also interesting to how the game developed and how it ended up, right? Like, I was ready to come in here and talk about how maybe the Furion has his weaknesses too, because he's always ready to TP, but that leaves his other heroes on the map kind of getting outnumbered. We're going to see maybe in some of the clips as well. But I think we were also going to talk about how Tusk looked so strong with the support and with the mid, just running around killing everybody. I mean, we see it here. They jump the Tidehunter. Furen cannot TP in here. They're all full HP, right? So now you're getting outnumbered. You're losing a bunch of heroes here. And just in general, it felt like Furen did not have the impact it wanted. Normally, you want to have the number on the Team Spirit, but they were always more. They were always making the first jump. But yeah, I think that's still a very valid point going into particularly the next game, and part of the reason why they were able to give away Furion and feel good about it.
Yeah. Critically, I think for MOUZ is they won this game through like a magical moment, right? That one fight. That doesn't happen every single game. So for MOUZ, they do still need to rework a lot of their early game, how they want to approach Spirit. Because Spirit, they should have won this game. This felt like it was 100% meant to be their win.
Do you feel like the adjustment's a little bit easier than on the side of Spirit?
I think it's interesting. You can take it a couple of ways. You can look at this and say how we gave them Furion. It's easy for them. We were winning. And if they didn't have Furion, the game would have snowballed. We would have just snowballed. It would have been easy.
Right,
and
so
you
this
can
is just
also,
that one thing.
Yeah, and you can also say that we were beating it. It was easy. You know, the game was free. It was our win. We just messed up. And you can take it both directions. So I think it's really interesting to see after big throws like this, which direction do they go? Do they double down on their guns and say, nah, we had the right idea. We just need to clean up the play a little bit. Or do you rethink and you're like, maybe we should make it easier on ourselves, or we should ban their comfort, or, you know, I think there's probably pretty heated discussions going on backstage, because I think these are things that people have very strong opinions about. Should we leave the stuff? Should we play against the stuff? And you have to be aligned on that front, because it's like, you know, it's very pivotal for the next draft.
Yeah, the Nature's Prophet being comfort, the Pudge as well. We also mentioned that one before this. But the Juggernaut being the overall last pick for the side of MOUZ. Comfort for them still did so much. Yep. Maybe not the most impactful spell when it comes to Omni/T, because it has some question marks about its interactions.
Yeah, this is another official application. Valve, if you're listening, with a looming patch on the way. We saw during the group stage how Juggernaut was literal garbage against MOUZ, and here we see the same thing again. Juggernaut comes in using an iconic, archaic legacy spell like Omni/, but it gets cancelled because of what? One Kez spell in the wrong way and it goes the wrong position. Juggernaut, his ultimate, yeah, good luck. Sometimes it hits, sometimes it doesn't, but it's not through the player's control. It's because the game's all janky and Omni/ is a spell of the past. So please, 7.4. Can we have a little look at Omni/? Because yeah, it's pretty rough.
That's why Kez is OP, guys. You just disjoint every possible spell out there.
That's right. That's right. No, I mean, we talk about the Kez, but this is Yatoro's first Kez game in an official. I've actually never seen the guy really play it in pubs either. Okay. So it's interesting to me they take it in a 16-17 slot. Yatoro, a player who likes to have counterpick, to like to have the great game matchups. MOUZ respond with Tide, which is a hero that is, like, a lot of people are responding to Kez with it. You can purge the Katana stacks and you know, survive his Nutso Psycho combo. And so it's interesting to me that Spirit choose to do that, to pick Yatoro here. He hasn't, you know, played in officials yet, and also blind, you know, allowing the other team to counter. It's just not something that I think you typically see from Spirit.
But the lane also didn't go too well for the Tide, right?
Yeah.
Like the Kez had like a 13-minute Battle Fury. He opted to go for the farming build rather than the Falcon blade into the Desolator that we see other players do, specifically Pure from Tundra. Might see that later in the tournament, but yeah, I think for Yatoro at least, it's because he had the Jakiro, I don't think he minds it. If he had a different 5 position, you're probably not blind picking your carry like that. So yeah, I think Yatoro's showing that he can play Kez, but also in a different way to all the other Kez players.
I think also going back to the Omni/, right? That was a pretty big moment for a spell to miss like that, right? Because that looked like a clean kill onto Kez, and then MOUZ potentially snowballs with the Fury and with the Juggernaut, but instead, Team Spirit wins a big fight there, and suddenly they are the ones in the driver's seat. So yeah, we could talk about the Fury again, like if they win this kill on Kez and then snowball with the Fury, maybe Fury is really a big problem at that point, because this was just a little bit of a beta situation, right?
It was kind of nice, though, that we got to see that, because it made it feel like that comeback, that magical moment, right? That Cookie coming out from Celery, and from there, they're able to transition into getting Aegis. Then you're able to get the bottom lane of Rax, you force 2 buybacks, you get mid lane. It felt everything just off of that one Cookie, this one fight that we're witnessing.
He started it, he's a position 5. He's farming the Ancients at the 35-minute mark, then he's hitting the Cookie to run away, and then he hits. Of course, when you look at that highlight, you could argue he's just trying to run away, and then Spirit maybe mis-execute by jumping on it at the same time, getting accidentally stunned, but I think the fact that MOUZ took that one fight, instantly get every single element of comeback. The Roshan, the tier 1 tower, they kill Panto at the tier 1 tower to then go for the tier 2, utilizing killing Panto as well to then go for the, like, everything snowballed beautifully. That other teams maybe weren't as aggressive in that moment. Like maybe they go, we can breathe, but they went, oh wait, we're back in the game instantly after one fight.
Yeah, well look, there's no time for breathing here. We just got to keep the action going, and someone bringing us some more action is Slax and Shiva.
Her beautiful smile has carried this Dota scene for more than 30 years. But now, we can see if anyone can smile even more beautifully than our dearest Shiver in this segment that we like to call Smile with Eva. That's right, absolutely. I found in the crowd some very, very brave gentlemen who will go and try to beat Shiver's iconic smile. Are you ready? Shiver, can anyone beat?
I doubt it, but to be honest, I do have high hopes.
I have very high hopes. Are you ready? Gentlemen, are you ready back there? Shiver, let the audience remember one more time what that wonderful smile is. Do the whole turnaround. Yeah, hit him with the
I didn't do a turnaround.
Just do the turnaround, quick. Oh, shit. They're cooked. Ladies and gentlemen, let's find out. Are you ready? Are you guys ready? Do the turnaround. It'll help. Our first contestant. I do need your help, audience, if you can, okay? Give me a round of applause if you like the smile. 3, 2, 1. Flip it around. Okay. Oh, yeah. The thumb up. That's very good. That's very good. The next smile. Are you ready? 3, 2, 1. Hit him. Oh, dear. Oh, my. That is a good one. Next, you turn around, I'm telling you! Don't just front face the smile! Okay, he's going for it. 3, 2, 1, go! Go front face, he's laughing, oh my god.
That's good, that's not bad.
All right, what?
Laughing is not bad.
You can't laugh during the smile. Okay, 2 more. 3, 2, 1, look directly at that camera! Oh! The pointed hand, very, very good. Any more smilers? No?
No. Chillax, it's time for something a little bit more serious. Guys, we'll be back with the draft after this.
Shiver wins!
Hello and welcome to blind ranking Yutoro's hairstyles. Okay, we have Bald Toro. He won TI, he beat me, sad times. So I might rank that low because I hate his guts because he kicked me out of TI, that's mean. I'm gonna put it at 1. I don't think there's anything cooler than Bald Toro actually. Next we have Cruella de Vil. I would not leave your Dalmatians near this man. Not personally a look I'm a big fan of. It's a little edgy, a little scary core. I'm gonna put this at like, we'll say 7. And then we have Kez. Kez is kind of funny. He's also drinking coffee and looking very intently at someone or something. I would not be one of the things he's looking at. Let's say Kez is a 5. Then we have just normal Yutoro. Just normal, he's just vibing, he's looking into the camera. You know, he could be walking on the street and I wouldn't notice him. He's not Kez, he's not bald, he's not Cruella de Vil. So we'll say like it's like a 3. And then we have like, yeah, it's like Pink Toro. I don't know, he's like fairy tale Yutoro almost. Let's say 4. Oh, it's like young Toro. Okay. He had like the aura, he's fresh into the scene, fresh off Yellow Submarine, fresh off the boat. I'm gonna say young Toro is 2. Young Toro is 2. This is like K-pop Demon Hunters Toro. So I'll say Demon Hunters Yutoro is a 6. And 8 is like Rooster Yutoro. Like he's gonna wake me up in the morning. If I want to farm, this is waking me up in the morning for sure. And 8's the only thing I've left, so Rooster Yutoro goes at 8. Cargo doodle doo.
Welcome to the Game 2 draft of MOUZ versus Spirit. I'm joined with Quinn. One question, straight away, Quinn. If you're Spirit and you lose in that capacity, we spoke about the options and changes. What is one change that you make?
I think you consider your second phase ban differently. Actually, I think the first phase bans are okay, and I think it's okay to give Nature's Prophet again. Second phase, they have this weird Pugna ban, and to me, it's kind of nothing, because I feel like Celery is going to play one of his strong laner 5s no matter what, so the ban feels a bit redundant to me. I actually would like to see maybe more of the Tide ban, or banning out Crystallis hero, you know, preemptively for the later phase, but this banning the Celery hero to me feels a bit like, why?
And Spirit, iconically, are quite a team that doesn't like over-respect in the first phase bans, right? Sure, like they're doing the Huskar here, but would you then, do you think they're going to care about Pudge? I don't think they're going to suddenly ban it out, but do you think they just fully ignore it and we just run back another, Yamich gets access to it? Like,
yeah, I think they don't care. I don't think they should care either, to be honest. Like, Pudge is a Pudge. Like, Yamich is very good at the hero. I don't think anyone else can make it look like him, to be honest. In pro games, we haven't seen it.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, it's just a guy. And I think, we've seen it from other games. When he doesn't get Pudge, he's going to play Tusk or Clock or some other melee 4 instead. And to me, they're all somewhat similar, so what's the point? I mean, we'll see what route they end up going, if they go for the Nature's Prophet, if they go for something else. So Spirit's actually first pick this game, whereas they were second pick last game. The Tusk it's interesting. They do leave Nature's Prophet again, I believe. So we'll see if MOUZ opts to take it again, or if they want a different response for the Tusk.
Yeah, again, critically just promoting the Tusk to a first pick for them is already quite a show of respect, I think. And I'm still kind of a little bit jarred coming into this, because Spirit's draft and play, you have to look at the first 35 minutes, exceptional. Everything you could praise for a team, they had, right? It's just that one choice of the fight over Roshan, and it really did, you know, thwart things.
Yeah, I'm honestly surprised they first picked Tusk. Compared to, like, they could have picked Timbersaw. Timbersaw is a hero that's great against Nature's Prophet, and shown to be very hard to punish. Almost every team is first picking it. And so it's really weird to me that they're opting to, like, Tusk is quite blasé. Like, I think they could have gotten a second phase very easily. So they first pick it is just, I don't really understand.
But is it more about hiding your cards a little bit, right? Because Timbersaw, you know roughly what it's countering the type of game plan it's doing. But Tusk, you can play an aggressive game through laning phase, or a defensive game through pulling waves. Like, it sets you up for a lot of more kind of styles of draft compared to others. Like, do you feel like Spirit is maybe just holding some more information to their chest?
Potentially. I think it's against some teams I could see, but against MOUZ, it's maybe a bit unusual, because I don't think they're a huge counter-picking team, apart from mid one. Like, the rest of them are just going to play their heroes straight up. Like, there's not much counter-picking here or there, whereas, you know, mid one will do some counter-picking. So I think mid, you need to hold a little bit, or you need to pick something very solid, where, I mean, but they have the Nature's Prophet, right? And that's almost certainly just mid, so you've already sort of got that out of the way.
And then does that mean Spirit's going to be opening the next phase with the likes of the Pangolier or something like this again? Being able to flex it between multiple roles?
I could see it. Either that, or maybe they have some different, you know, mid Nature's Prophet hero that they want against that. I think Queen is something that's pretty good against Nature's Prophet in the game. Although the lane can be, you know, a bit back and forth. I think they'll generally, when they see Nature's Prophet, they're going to want something elusive. They went for the Storm last game. They had a Pango as well. Like, that is typically what counters Nature's Prophet, is heroes in lanes that are hard to gank, because the hero from mid does not want to sit around and farm. He's very weak when he gets ganked in these, like, mid fights. He wants to be porting somewhere else, getting the barrier, and you know, outnumbering people.
And we already saw how Spirit was able to outnumber a lot of MOUZ in the previous game, right? The idea that I feel like the second and fourth minute of the game, MOUZ had the numbers advantage in the early moves. As soon as you broke to like 6 to 12 minutes, every highlight is Spirit bringing 3, 4, 5 heroes to a fight. And I hope MOUZ identified the need to have not so static side lane heroes. I don't want to see a Tide and a Jug in the same draft, specifically against Spirit, because they can't really free up their lane to make these big sweeping map moves, right? Like, a Tide can TP mid and Ravage, but he kind of wants to sit back and farm, right? Do the ATF style of, you know, be top net worth, Tide the unkillable. So I'm hoping MOUZ at least identify a need of respecting that pacing that Spirit is bringing to the series.
Yeah, I'm honestly very curious to see what route Spirit goes down, what core they choose to take here. They banned the Pugna again, which I don't necessarily agree with, but for whatever reason, they've decided that this is a pivotal hero for MOUZ, that, you know, the Snapfire is not as good of a replacement. And I feel like MOUZ is just going to pick Pudge again. We've talked about it before, but MOUZ is very much a team that sticks to their guns. They've got their heroes, and they're going to pick their heroes, and you need to beat their heroes. And you can maybe argue one way or another about how strong the heroes actually are if the draft holds water, but whether you like it or not, they're picking them.
Yeah, again, it's pretty much Spirit just saying, we don't have any issues with draft from the previous game, and clearly their conversation after the game one, ending that way was just, guys, we need to just be, more decisive in that mid game, and we might just see an identical draft pattern unfold here, right? Spirit run back with a Pangolier and just, show us that development of game 2 rather than drafts being any different.
It is very possible. I think this situation probably bodes better for Spirit than being first pick in this situation. I think is better than second pick.
Yeah.
Because if they pick this Pango here, Pango is a great matchup against Nature's Prophet mid. It's totally chill lane.
100%.
So you can very easily put it mid, and now you're in the position where Chrysalis or Boom don't get that free counter pick because Pango is a flex. So now what are you picking 16, 17 if you're MOUZ? Because mid one is already going to be the Nature's Prophet most likely. And so their last pick is, I think, probably weaker.
Mm-hmm. I'm ready to get surprised by Jakira. Wow, Spirit picked the Jakira, crazy.
Yeah, I think it's very likely to pick something like that. I don't see a reason why they would adapt unless they want to put like maybe Tusk 5. Yeah. They pick a 4 hero or support that can flex a little bit to keep their lane options open. You typically want to either put Tusk in the off lane or you want to with a ranged carry. You don't want melee carry plus Tusk very often. Okay, yeah. So I think that is actually a hero that they're willing to put in the safe lane. So doing that sort of keeping the supports open and maybe keeping their lane countering options open.
Yeah, that's fair. But it's still the same identity as the last game, right? The idea that you have 2 supports that want to be aggressive together. You've got the combination of Tusk tag team with the Hoodwink, really good damage. And so overall, Spirit, lanes will feel the same. Early map play will feel the same. They are going to be able to contest runes and be very, very skirmishy once more. For MOUZ now, will they show any pivot, really?
Yeah, I mean, they went for the Tide last game. Very unlikely to pick that blind, especially with stuff like Ursa still in the pool. That would be a bit crazy. And so you wonder what core they're going to go for. They could look for something like the Abaddon, hero that they've prioritized quite a bit, but I don't think it's particularly good against Pangolier. I think the lane can be rough.
There's a lot of kiting available with the supports as well. It can be quite annoying.
Yeah, a lot of physical damage too. And I think when you've got Nature's Prophet Pudge, you want some spells in your team. You want some team fight, and you want some, they could look for the Snapfire again. Yeah. The Tide worked very well for them last game, and so I think they're going to want to find a hero that sort of supplements what the Tide gave them because they've got no team fight right now. They just have skirmish, sort of weird ganking heroes.
And normally I'd be talking about like Dawnbreaker for Boom in this position, but the fact is, I'm still not seeing the draft feel good around it. They don't have that hero that wants to be in the middle of the fight initiating. Prophet wants to TP into an engagement rather than lead the fight, and they do go for the Chrysalis Monkey King.
I like that.
Yeah, of course, mid one still will happily play it if it's a good mid lane Monkey King game, so the Nature's Prophet and Monkey King will be kind of flexing to the very end of the draft. They do have last pick on MOUZ, but they are trying to at least present a more aggressive tone with their heroes, right? Like their lanes, you get a little bit of gold, 6-7 minutes, you're going to be breaking around the map looking to make these moves. So I like the fact that MOUZ have at least freed up some of their cores to be a bit more active thinking.
No, absolutely. And I think if you look at MOUZ's heroes, they're very snowbally, where I think last game they had Kisses, they have Tidehunter, they have Omnislash, they have more teamfight. And I think this game, if they were to do poorly in lanes, it would look a lot worse than the last game. Last game there was some hope, Even though the game was not in a great spot, there was a little bit of hope. This game they have Disruptor 2, a hero that is famously bad from behind against Pangolier, who's going to buy Shard, Tusk, who can snowball. Like, to be honest, this Disruptor pick is very strange to me. Yep. I mean, it's a good lane with Monkey King. It's a classic lane where you can run people down. I imagine they'll put Pangolier mid. I don't think you want Pangolier offlane against Monkey King Disruptor. It can be maybe potentially a bit scary.
But maybe that's MOUZ trying to force the flex, right? They have ultimate last pick. You pick Disruptor Monkey King. It's a bad Pangolier offlane game. You now force him towards mid. Then Spirit reveal their offlane. MOUZ utilize last pick to then punish it, right? Like it's a way they feel confident in the draft. And just critically, MOUZ is so confident with how they're drafting. They want to win their lanes. They want to be aggressive. I am scared for them. If they have the same game state at 20 minutes where they're behind, like you mentioned, these heroes won't function the same way. Disruptor needs to then suddenly get an Aghanim's from the support role. It's unlikely. You need, the greedy enchantment. You need time. So yeah, I think for MOUZ, they want to win their lanes. After that, if they haven't won them, scary.
Yeah, and I think the Beastmaster pick fits very well into sort of fixing some of the issues Spirit had last game, where they may be going a bit too kill hungry. I think the early game was great, but at some point they forget about the objectives. And you look at this game just on hero-to-hero matchups. It's a great Beastmaster game. It's good against all 4 heroes, and it gives them that Roshan and that structure. And it's also still a potential flex, so they can switch things around.
But you say flex, right? We know that Pangolier into Monkey Disruptor is a hard lane, but Pangolier into Monkey King mid lane 1v1 is also a very hard lane.
Yeah.
Would you rather sacrifice mid Pango and have a low-level, low-roaming mid laner, or you put the Pango to off lane and then have Beastmaster, which I believe just farms quite nicely against mid Monkey? It's not as if it's a disastrous matchup. Like, which Pangolier do you want to see, the mid or the off lane?
I mean, the thing is, I don't think Laurel is a big beast guy, and I don't think it would fit their team either. Like, the hero's very farmy, it's very carry-oriented, and that's just not how Laurel typically functions on this team, except on, like, Sniper or something like that. So I think it's locked in for Spirit, to be honest. I think it's Pangolier mid, and I think it's Beast offline.
Okay.
And I also think MOUZ don't want Crystallis on Nature's Prophet. I don't think they've played that much at all. It's almost always been mid when they picked it, and so I think it'll be very strange for both teams, even though they could, I think both teams could flex, and if either team was like Falcons, say, I think it would be a flex. In this case, I don't really think it is that much.
Yeah, I just want to double check. The last time that Crystallis did play Nature's Prophet was 2 months ago. He's only got 8 games total competitively on the hero.
Yeah.
So it's not as if it's his, his bread and butter, but options there. But with this logic, then yeah, Nature's Prophet goes to mid against Pango, Monkey goes off lane into Beast, and yeah, I feel like laning-wise, Spirit will be happy with that, right? We already know Beast lanes well, like you've already mentioned. Moving into the last phase of the picks, Spirit, they are going to have to pick out of phase, and then MOUZ will then have the last pick in the draft to counter everything. So what does Spirit need? I mean, a carry. I can answer that myself. What hero in the carry role do they need?
I think they just want something solid. I could see them pick the Kez again. I think it's quite good against these heroes. And a great laner, a great early game hero. Because I think, we talked about MOUZ's heroes, they need to be snowballing. So I think if you're Spirit, you should recognize that. You should pick something that is a great lane, can rotate a little bit, you can open up some towers, make some moves, and then suddenly, I don't know if you want to be MOUZ.
Is there enough kiting in MOUZ to stop Spirit going for like a troll warlord, right? The idea that into Prophet, you don't care, you lock onto him. Sure, there's a hook, and pre-BKB, disruptor can be quite annoying. But do you think that could be an option?
Possibly. I always worry about troll when you don't see the offline matchup, because there's things like the Doom or the Axe that are like relatively hard counters, and so you have a Tusk, and so you have some save, and you have some Roar for some reset, so it's not black and white by any means. It's totally possible.
The reason why I'm going there is like the heroes that you said that counter it also, I feel, go against the grain of MOUZ's concept of winning this game. Explosive lanes, break open the map. And instead, they go for the Templar Assassin. Very, very strong laner, of course. With the Mel Strike, again, it's a blind pick. Is there any option for...
I mean, they could look at Darkseer, but the thing is Darkseer doesn't beat TA in lane.
No.
It's good in the game, but doesn't beat it in lane. It would help with some of their team fight. I mean, there's like some weird stuff that people pick against TA sometimes, things like offlane Batrider, offlane Venomancer, but that's not generally how MOUZ plays, putting boom on heroes like that, and so I'm curious what they'll do, because I do think they can either commit to, okay, we're going to pick more teamfight, or draft like Black's teamfight, we're going to pick some teamfight and some scale, or they can full commit to, all right, we're going to pick lanes, and we're going to try to run you over.
And what I like more Zoo approaches, like Enigma or Lycan, sure, you got the TA can do well against some summons early on, but it kind of gets to a boiling point where you still will lose your tower, inevitably. That then opens up for Prophet to TP in, Monkey to play into it. Could be options. Okay, they go Kunkka. I was not really thinking of this hero at all.
No, Sam. It's very strange because it's quite a bad hero against TA. Now, it gives them the team fight, right? It's that frontliner. It gives them the spells. That is what their draft needs and wants, and I think probably is the safer choice. On the flip side, I think things can turn very sour for them depending how the lanes go. Now, it is going to be the mid-Nature's Prophet who is going to gank this Beastmaster like crazy. And so I think there is some synergy there in that Monkey's super aggressive safe laner, they have Disruptor, and there's Nature's Prophet TPing. And so while Beast in a vacuum has a great matchup against these guys, he can get chain gang.
I am worried from outside of lanes where if they aren't winning them, where does their damage come from, right? You need items on mid one, the Vessel, on Orchid. You need items on Monkey King, on Kunk to feel tanky. If those items aren't coming to play, it's very simple for Spirit, right? It's play on the tag team of a Tusk or the role of a Pangolier. Beastmaster's taking objectives of like Helm of Dom, Helm of Overlord. It does feel very simple for Spirit to play out a even to winning laning phase. But MOUZ, on the back foot, it is just a waiting game, hoping for the correct fight to present itself.
Yeah, I think there's a lot riding on execution. I think if Spirit is playing well and they're in the zone and they're doing good things, then I think I would rather be them. Their draft is more stable. They have more, consistent options. If things go okay, they're in a great spot. Whereas MOUZ, I think if they're playing really well, if they're really on the ball and they're taking it to Spirit, I think they could raffle stomp them. But there's some worries there that you mess up once or twice, you don't want to be messing up with these heroes.
I mean, the real question is, let's say it's a repeat of the last game. Do you think MOUZ has the correct tools to make another comeback, to do another game one?
I think it's quite unlikely that they're coming back in this game. And so I think it's, it's snowball or no ball.
Interesting. Okay, well, less from us. And of course, our beautiful casters should be ready. It will be Cap and SVG once more.
Thank you, Tika. That's right. Getting into game 2, we are going to see a Boom Kunkka. Now, Avery, we talk about some history. We talk about team history. We talk about player history. But what about player hero history? What would you say if there's a player in this game who is currently on a 10-game losing streak going back 3 years?
I mean, I'm assuming it's the Boom Kunkka here.
Yeah, it would be the Boom Kunkka, exactly, yeah.
That doesn't bode too well. I mean, if you know anything about stats, Austin, stats lie. They lie all the time. You should never believe a stat. And if anything, he's due for a win.
Oh, okay. Let me add on to that. He has never won as an offlane Kunkka.
Okay.
He has only ever won as a mid Kunkka,
So they should
despite
send him
the
mid?
multiple attempts on multiple different teams.
So they should send him mid? That's what you're telling me?
Yeah, I guess so. I think that's maybe due.
It's an awkward last pick because I agree with Quinn's analysis in terms of it fits what they wanted from the pick for their lineup, which is generally how MOUZ drafts. They're not a huge counter pick team. They'll get some counter pick matchups so they can fit him in there, but they're more looking at their own draft integrity and what that lineup wants to do in terms of how strong that 5-man is. But it's going to run into some difficult counters here in terms of what Spirit brought to the table.
It is. It's going to be a tough one, but MOUZ, they faced harder temptations in game 1. They were down by so much. They still managed to claw it back. And now, going into game 2, can they 2-0 the two-time TI champs?
As you said, tall order ahead for them because it's one thing to take a game off. It's another to knock them out of a tournament, right? Yeah. A lot of teams have been there, a lot have failed. So you do not want to get too cocky off that game 1 win, but you want to draw some confidence from it because that was it. There's different types of wins in Dota. There's wins you deserve, some you don't. Some you feel good about, some you feel terrible about. That was a feel-good win. That was a deserved feel-good win. Like, yeah, we didn't play that early game super strong, but we persevered. We found our moments in that game. We had some clutch plays. We won a game we were not favored at all. You were probably 10% or lower win rate in that game against a very clutch late game team, and you pulled it out. Draw confidence from that, right? Going into this game 2, like, hey, even if things go wrong in this game 2, we have 2 games to play with. We already clutched it out once. We can do it again if things go poorly. And hey, if we play our usual game and we snowball this series could just be over.
Exactly, right? It's not the normal way that MOUZ wins games. In fact, if you look at their history for this season, the times that they win games past 45 minutes are very rare.
Yep.
And the fact that they were able to do that in a LAN environment against a team like Team Spirit, probably one of the more intimidating teams in Dota's history and current ecosystem, I would say that proves a lot for me about MOUZ and what they can accomplish when the pressure is on.
Oh, 100%. That's why I'm saying that was a big win for them, just in general. Even if they end up struggling in this series, that's something you can take with you. And those comeback wins are hard to come by. So when you do get them, they feel really good.
Yeah. And hopefully we'll be able to get this underway pretty soon. Looks like facet-wise, we're not seeing really anything too different here. Mid1 is still preferring the soothing saplings, which I think maybe more Nature's Prophet than not are still going this, but we have seen a bit more of the money trees, whatever that facet. You think it's garbage?
Yeah, I think that facet's absolutely worthless. I think that's a facet you take when you think the other facet's more worthless. I don't think either of his facets are in too great of a place right now, but maybe that's a way to balance this hero out because, he's Furion.
Yeah, the hero doesn't need any extra help.
See who can snag a first blood here. You have Pudge on one side, you have Tusk on the other. Both teams very high chance to just get that first blood if you run into somebody and you can either get the shard or tag team in, you land the hook. We saw Spirit dodge at game 1, but that is always a big threat. And that first blood can be really influential here. We're talking about some core matchups that can go either way between the cores and some very explosive kill threat coming out from both of these support duos. And that is something that Spirit opted to switch up going into this game too. I think they went for a more robust lineup, more objective taking, but still kept the same explosiveness from that Tusk +1 that can just chunk heroes down in that late game.
Yeah, Mitch, he's going to go for the rune or is he going to go for the TA? Gets the grab on the TA. So already starting off with some big damage, not enough to get the kill, but they'll take the bounty rune away. That is still going to be a 2-2 split, but a good way to start the lane anyway. With the Yatoro's Templar Assassin, which has no regen currently at half HP.
Got a refraction out of him. Interesting they have no blood grenades between the two to start. So not really looking for the kill, just looking to win that rune fight. Does get 2-2 split. No damage done in terms of that first blood. Does cost Celery a Thunderstrike, which is expensive for this hero. That's why we see a lot of the Glimpse level 1 just to be more efficient with the mana.
I mean, if they can start this by, I assume they're going to stick together and they're going to body block the wave that's coming in. That'll put the Templar Assassin in kind of an awkward spot. If you start with the wave already underneath tower,
I don't know if
it pushes out.
This looks like a very scary block against Tusk TA. That's a very scary boar. Thing has more pixels than Morphling.
That is probably true. Yeah, Mitch appreciated that joke, apparently. What about our mid matchup? We got mid 1 rocking the Nature's Prophet. Again, this time the Pangolier is going to be in Laurel's hands rather than Collapse.
Which I like more. I really prefer the mid Pango over the offlane Pango. Almost in any scenario right now, I just don't think the offlane Pango offers enough in terms of what most offlaners are doing from a utility standpoint. And then he's just not scaling as hard as I feel we used to see him scale. And I think particularly the Ghost Scepter nerf to that hero was huge from an offlane perspective because you're playing into a lot of counter carry matchups that take advantage of the fact you're no longer buying Ghost Scepter.
Yeah.
Like we saw it that game with the Juggernaut, right? But you think about the Bloodseeker, the Razor, any of the traditional right clickers, the Faceless Void. You cannot Ghost Scepter Rolling Thunder anymore. You're super susceptible. I just don't have a lot of faith in this offlane Pango playing into a lot of these counter matches, which is usually the case. So I prefer him on the mid and just play him like a more traditional mid-tempo damage dealer that you can team fight around, right? And then even if he has some bad matchups, if he's ahead, they're not as bad. Whereas I think that offlane Pango, he either has to AFK farm a lot or have some help to push through that. I mean, Collapse did work that game. I just think there's only so much you can do from that.
Yeah, I mean, when you said that they can't really do anything until you get Diffuse the Blade on the Pango, I was like, I remember that moment going into the cast and going, uh-oh, well, it's an offlane Pango, so that's going to be a slower Diffusal Blade. So I'm kind of in agreement with you there. And Beastmaster is going to feel pretty good, I feel like, in this this matchup. Outside of the Tusk, they do have a bit of save. Went from the hands of Spirit into the hands of MOUZ, which...
Oh, yeah, great Beast game in terms of if he gets farm. The question is, will he get out of this lane? Because there is a lot of kill threat on Collapse early on in this game, particularly if he has a Hoodwink who leaves him, right? Like, I think Rue has to stay with him for a lot of this early game. I don't think he can leave. And the problem is, even if you stay on that lane as a Beast Hoodwink, if the Furion comes, if somebody gets glimpsed back, you're kind of dead anyway.
I mean, do you even want to leave, though? I feel like this is a matchup that they are actually going to be able to pressure the Monkey King a decent amount. Spam out the axes, spam out the Acorn shot, just
early on
at him.
It's just you're worried about that Furion rotation.
Sure.
You get overly aggressive, mid one comes in, turns it around, and then suddenly that lane becomes even more difficult with extra levels going into the Monkey. So we'll get the game underway. You just have to think about the Furion rotations here.
At least you have two good heroes that won't be ruined by Sprout too much. Like, the damage is annoying, but they can both get out of Sprout pretty quickly.
Well, that's absolutely true. You have very good matchups against Furion in this game. I mean, we saw Spirit give it both times, right, this first big Furion, and they dealt with it in the draft to a pretty reasonable degree. They have made his life difficult. I mean, we saw how tough that game was last time for mid one. Like, MOUZ won that, but mid one got shut down really hard in the later team fights. He had a couple diebacks outside of the early game rampage, which was great for him. He didn't find a lot. You know, a lot of the fights that went up top for MOUZ, looking for that top tower, trying to kick Yatoro off the lane, were not successful. So Spirit did have a very good game plan against this hero.
That's a freebie. Thank you, Panto, who's currently trying to pull the creep waves together here, but he's missing a melee creep, so this is still maybe not strictly going to work out for you. Lane shenanigans on both sides, as was what we saw in game one as well.
Got to get the Kunkka through the T8 matchup. So this is favorable for MOUZ, even if they're splitting this, because you're dodging the unfavorable matchup. So again, double melee off lane for MOUZ. Great in the mid game, just trying to get through the early game.
And there's even a chance. I mean, you pull that creep wave far enough back, you get some sort of X into hook underneath tower.
That's true, yeah.
And like there's potential to sneak in a kill and upset what is a bad matchup.
Oh, Yamich. Big trouble, just goes down in the pit, gets run across the map. I mean, he has boots and Panto doesn't. That's, in theory, not really a kill he should have given up. Easy first blood for the Tusk. Get boots of his own now, and he's a big threat. Toro happy to see that kill go his way and beefs up his lane.
Especially since Laurel seems to be faring very well against the Nature's Prophet. Very even CS. Yamich trying to limit the damage of the hard camp pulls here. Boom. He's in a bit of trouble here. He's going to take a lot of damage from this tag team, and he won't die. But his hit did make the range creep slow enough. They can be denied. So this might be Team Spirit walking away with a pretty big experience lead off of that. Gets one of the range creep denies. Will not be able to get the second one.
Still little wins for Spirit off that first blood. Paying off, double melee lane, not enjoying it. But they do have the equilibrium in a pretty good spot right now. Just got to be careful about the low armor into the early tag team, plus some meld later on.
Man, boom. All these early tiebreakers, he's losing a lot of range creeps from this.
All about the experience. You'll get CS on the other two lanes. Mid one, he's going to free farm mid. This Monkey King should do fine bottom as well. Going to get harassed early, but Stall's off to an okay start. You get the Lotus here on Celery as well. That's nice. That's a collapse. He is the ranking leader here in terms of the XP. Level 3 already done for the Beast. Double bore up. Difficult point for Crystallis to fight into. This is where, you know, how early can you put this mid one Furion into this Beast lane? This is the lane you want to attack. This is the hero you want to shut down, as well as the core you want to snowball. This is the best point of attack for MOUZ in this game, and definitely Slane Spirit are going to think about. Might want to have the TPs ready, particularly on the Panto Tusk, to maybe bail out that situation, but this is where it's dangerous. Far up.
Locked him in, got the hook to pull away, but Boom is still in trouble. Run down by Yatoro. The final hit by Panto succeeds to get the kill. Now, got to be careful of the Nature's Prophet, but it seems like they're both healthy enough that mid one cannot do anything in response. Not great.
Super nice early game here from Panto. He's just setting this safe lane up immaculately, and the more levels and farm he gets, again, he can maybe look for those counterplays bottom to the Furion counterplays.
Labs got pretty aggressive there, and it looks like they were thinking about making some sort of glimpse play while he was under tower, but backed up by the boars, and you can see the glimpse finally goes out, but they're still fighting under these boars, maybe with a Nature's Prophet, but Crystallis is taking so much damage. He's trying to get the lifesteal up, won't be able to do so. The boars running after him. Is he going to tick out? No, he gets up to the high ground. He's okay for now, and it's mid one, walking away with a double. Crystallis almost walked back into his death there. They'll get the boars as well as the heroes.
And a double courier kill top from Yamich.
Whoa,
so
wow.
Big wins across the board in terms of the gold for MOUZ. That was my concern with that off lane for Spirit. Yeah, you can get aggressive with the boars. You can put some pain into that Monkey King, but you're just giving mid one the opening. Now he has Urn charges. He collects a lot off that. To look for revenge on Boomoo. He's left to the wolves up here.
Yeah, just a little bit. But still, I mean, that was 1,000 gold swing.
Oh, huge. I mean, again, you're accelerating mid one, which is who you want here.
Right.
Give some space to the Pango, but he's not going to be able to do as much with it in this early game, particularly if you get the Vessel up really quickly here, and you need to secure this lane against the Beast. Another TP into bottom. These are guaranteed with the Glimpse. I mean, you just can't mess these ganks up, right? It's 100% of the time you're up far in this lane, you're going to pay the price. From Spirit, I almost want to just kind of stack for the Beast and play this lane defensive until you have the Helm.
Yeah. Yamich. Good shards to block him in. Yamich hoping for the neutral creeps, but instead maybe just set Laurel up.
Oh, yeah.
To clear out this hard camp with the shield crash bringing him a bit low. I'm actually surprised they're not willing to stick around for that.
I want to play for both sides of the 6-minute power rune here.
Yeah, fair enough.
Not a rune mid one should get. Does have Wrath of Nature available. They are TPing in the Pudge, so they're going to play for it.
Mid one, see if he can outclick Laurel. He gets the regen rune away from him, but will he survive with that regen rune? The Rolling Thunder on top of him. Panto with the tag team, but still Yamich getting it. The hook pull away, pulls away Panto at the same time as Glitz. Very awkward interaction there between the two supports of MOUZ. Do mid one, no favors whatsoever. Crystallis, though, is going to help out. He joins in on this engagement. The swashbuckle shield crash both on cooldown. Laurel doesn't have a way out of here.
Seconds, 1 second.
Trying to dodge, but no. Double kill picked up. The bushwhack comes in too late. And an attempted fish for another one. Got a glimpse back onto him. Rue, that's going to be 3. Crystallis, the big winner out of this one. They'll feed it to him. A triple kill for the carry of MOUZ.
Yeah, no rampage for him before the 10-minute mark, but he will gladly collect an easy triple kill off that rotation mid.
And of course, MOUZ win a fight. It's time for Boom to die. That's just the way it goes.
Yeah, that is.
When you're left on an island as a pirate.
Might be okay. Oh, he's dead. Sacrificial offlaner role for him, but yeah, you have Ghost Shift to contribute in that mid game. At least you have some good offlaner spells.
I guess. It's just...
This is a better exchange for MOUZ. Right? Like, you are snowballing the Monkey and the Furion. They're your top leaders in this game, and you're getting some fleshings for that, but way stronger early game for Yamish.
Have the final swing on him.
The big man's collecting some stacks here, Austin.
He is.
Wisdom Shrines will get split this time around, so also better news for MOUZ. This feels like a stronger early game for them in some ways, right? In terms of like finding more action on the heroes they want. Boom's had a rougher time, but if you look at the net worth, he's basically on par with the Beastmaster.
Yes. Like before the Wisdom Shrine fight in game 1, MOUZ lost the laning phase pretty hard. Like
Exactly.
Team Spirit went aggressive with it because they had an advantage.
You could argue they're in a better position than that game 1.
Yeah.
Again, maybe not the position they want to be, but you're against a very good team, and you did slow down the Beast Helm a little bit here. Nice little power rune for Laurel. Continues to collect pretty much everything he wants in this river.
Helmadon plus level 6 is coming in, so expect Crystallis to abandon this lane. All the reason to do so, especially when your team is setting you up for kills here. Good snowball dodging out the boat, but they're still stuck inside the Wukong's command and no way out.
5 heroes to take that Pangolier down. Yeah, you can have the rune, but we're going to take your life. And now MOUZ picking up the pace. We saw how much Spirit brought numbers to all those early engagements. They're not doing it as much here. Their heroes are a little more static. You have to farm the TA. You have to farm the Beast. You can't bring these early heroes into connections as much as MOUZ are doing.
Yeah, in that game, I guess Laurel was able to make some moves just off of levels. Doesn't need some early items, especially when he's incentivized with Galvanized stacks. I'm surprised Crystallis came back here. Now, he's not showing himself.
No,
he's
he's
trying to stall the push, and he's going to farm back neutrals here. Rue's going to go on a hunt, but...
Correct call. Laurel TV to that tower. Still has that amp damage on the Pango. Did not pop it for that play. And there's those stacks being created. So you can put the stacks into Boom if you want the Kunkka to recover his net worth. You can also just give it to the Monkey later. Little tower for collapse. I mean, Spirit not playing as much of a skirmish-heavy game, just trying to farm up all the lane scale. Maybe slow the game down from their perspective. There will go some of the stacks into the Kunkka. So some nice recovery CS for him. Somehow it's the Pango at the bottom of the pack. Pressure went into the Laurel here in the mid game.
Yeah.
And his diffusal's being delayed. He'll now make a move through gate top, pops amp damage, not finding anything. Now he's going to gate back bottom. I mean, he's just been running around trying to look for plays. Maybe saying, hey, my 2 other cores are going to farm a lot this game. I don't need to be top dog. But this is costing him a lot of time. He's doing this all without boots, by the way. So this is very slow for him to walk across the map like this.
To finish this sequence off with a successful smoke move from MOUZ, I mean, this would just be really set the early game tempo in their favor. Unfortunately, Panto, he got a hook out of Yamich that misses. Mid one teleporting in, but he's teleporting right to the Rolling Thunder. Not a place you want to be. Crystallis thought he was being set up here, but now he's getting knocked out from the tree. Got off the Wukong's command. Does manage to get the hit on the collapse to finish him off. Can they chase after more? Snowball out to Yamich. Yamich with a successful hook, pulling in Laurel. And now with the X, he's stuck. He's stuck for a little while, and he's got no spells to get him out. Bushwhack will not be able to bail him out of that position. The sports get away, but the cores will die. It's the opposite situation for MOUZ. Their cores stay up, and their supports go down. Clearly, another fight favoring MOUZ.
That's such a difficult fight for Spirit. If you get that fight on the wrap around tier 1 and you can catch MOUZ off guard, have numbers, put the roar into somebody, blow them up, you don't get roar off in that fight. That's such a big deal. That's your Beastmaster in this early game who was looking for that rotation. And MOUZ kind of just caught Spirit off guard. I don't think Spirit were ready to fight at that exact point in the jungle. And now all of a sudden you have Wrath that comes through, you land a Static Storm, you land a Wukong. Most of the spells went off here, and Collapse is the one who gets nothing. He took over 500 damage from Celery in this fight. Just from Disruptor spells, usually not a high damage hero. And then you're able to land this hook at the end, which almost unfortunate for Spirit that Panto dodged it. Ends up forsaking Laurel.
Yeah, and the reason this Disruptor has his ultimate in the first place is because he's been a part of so many successful kills. 10 assists already at 10 minutes.
Huge early game for Celery here.
Yeah, Celery's been killing it this series.
Oh, yeah.
His Snapfire was excellent in game 1, and his Disruptor has gone off without a hitch. Okay, maybe the supports won't all survive. Panto gets caught trying to take some farm in the mid lane on his way back.
These 3 cores are just combining so well, so fast. Spirit are not ready for this tempo right now.
They're not.
And they're going to have some fast fighting items. That's Diffusal done for the Monkey, the Vessel for the Furion, and a fast Crimson for the Kunkka. I mean, you're just ready to go, right? What do Spirit have to fight against these heroes in a 5-on-5? You're still looking for items on Yotoro. You're still looking for levels on the supports. Not even 6 on that Hoodwink yet.
Yeah, if you wanted a faster Diffusal blade because it's a mid-Pango, well, that didn't happen this time. Collapse had a better timing than Laurel has in game 2.
And the difference in this game has been the carry interaction. Where has Yotoro been in this game, right? He's just farmed, which I'm not faulting him for that, but it's a difference in the heroes and a difference in the playstyle. And right now, Crystallis, he's getting a lot more done. 5-0, 5-star for this Monkey King. He salvaged those mid-fights, making his presence felt. Takes a mid-tower, goes top, gonna take this tower.
His most prolific hero, by far the hero that he's played the most, and one of the heroes he's had the most success with, almost a 70% win rate on his Monkey King.
He is the Monkey King.
Yeah, he made a joke early in the game. Just a bronze tier Monkey King. This is one of my first games on it. The reality, 188 matches.
Damn Smurfs. That Crimson, very close to done. The one downside for MOUZ here with this Aura buildup is I don't think you can force Roche, but you absolutely can maybe force the aggressive fights on Spirit's side of the map because you have the Glimpse, because you have X, because you have Hook, and all these kind of chain into each other. Your chase down's super good. You can guarantee the hooks will land if you need to. You know, if EMH needs a little extra help, it's there. And Spirit are not going to have BKBs for some time in this game, so all of your super strong early game team fight spells such as the boat are going to be really effective here. You just have to use the space you got off these early towers. So the map is kind of MOUZ's to run over if they want to force the issue. And Spirit in a little bit of a dodge mode right now. Do have the Deso on Yotoro so he can join the fights and ideally come in last and clean those up. Does not want to be the first point of contact.
Yeah. And they might even be able to start certain fights. Because Panto, you know, they did not... Team Spirit are down a little bit, but Panto is quite farmed. He is the most farm support in this game and almost has a Blink Dagger already.
Well, he still had that tremendous early game.
Yeah.
Fell off a little bit because the rest didn't really click for Spirit, but he still had such a good start that you're right. He's going to have a really good Blink here.
Yeah, I almost wish his cores would let him finish this just because...
It's Team Spirit, Austin.
Yeah,
can't take waves away.
I guess so.
Maybe if he wins a couple TIs, then you can start to argue.
Coming through the gates, if Yotoro, I mean, he's got that the trap there, but because the Monkey King came through as a tree, Team Spirit see what's going on. It looks like
this smoke was
prepared
landed
for some aggression,
but Spirit are grouping up. Kind of hit their item timing. Helm of the Overlord done for the Beastmaster, Diffusal on the Pango, Death on the TA. They're also ready to fight right now. It's just about landing that roar, getting the good single target DPS in.
They put up a little bit, going after mid one here. Boom. Trying to save him. Bushwhack cut down by the Rolling Thunder. And he's got the save of the Crimson Guard. So it's going to be hard to finish off mid one here, especially if he's hooked back. After the Ice Shard blocked him in, that is Team Spirit. Most of their spells are gone out of this situation. Now Laurel caught inside the Static Storm. He's in trouble. What a snowball pickup, though. From the high ground, pulling him back.
And
beautiful stuff from Panto. Yotoro comes in from behind, goes after the Disruptor. Quick kill there, and a two-shot on Yamich. No, we got off the Dismember, but at the same time, the cores, they're going after Collapse. They're not helping this Clutch at all. Boom, win for it. He tries to get the kill on Collapse. Not enough. And Team Spirit kite back MOUZ. Pull away a victory and will take the tower.
Really nice disengage from them. They got a lot of ults out of MOUZ early on in that fight. Reset, and then Yotoro says, nothing to be afraid of. Let's go back in, boys. Flex himself some Deso charges. No Wukong. No boat to take the second half of that fight. Easy mode for Spirit there, and some beautiful kiting at the end. Not giving that cleave to the Kunkka to finish off the Beastmaster. They kind of all ran in front of it. cannot give him a good target. And this is MOUZ with Glimpse available here. Like, Celery has a Glimpse, but there's no one to really Glimpse. And your cores are chasing this snowball that was really the big deal breaker in this fight for MOUZ to try and get something out of it. Yeah. Just completely split the fight up. Your focus target becomes really confusing here. Crystals doesn't want to commit in for the second half, and just nothing to cleave off of there. Frustrating fight for Boom, because he's super strong right now with this Boat Crimson. She didn't get a lot out of it, so you just got to go back for stacks. Spirit now building some momentum. And the scary part about their lineup is you do not want to lose a fight around the river near Roshan, because they will clear through it really quickly. Might even just force the issue anyway. I mean, you have tag team of Beastmaster, Pango, and the minus armor from the TA. This Roche dies incredibly fast.
Yeah, it's like the opposite situation from MOUZ.
Yeah,
right?
that's the issue.
MOUZ can take as much map control, but really just cannot take the objectives quickly. But exact opposite, Team Spirit, if they win a fight, Tormentor, Roche, easy pickings. With a 3,000 net worth lead, I'm sure they're feeling pretty good. Panto with another snowball save. He's been doing some work with that.
An X with a hook potential.
Got him on the hook. Pull back into the Dismember, into a bolt. Panto, no snowball to save, but a punch is good enough. A roll up. He dodges the Static Storm and gets off the Rolling Thunder to allow Laurel to roll away. Wait, an X. Is that going to last long enough to pull him back? No, the Rolling Thunder, it pushes through just long enough.
That was super awkward from MOUZ. That should be a dead Triangolier. Yeah. They were trying to conserve spells, but maybe just not having a read on the early shard from Laurel. Thought you'd have more time to get the control off on him. That is also a situation, though. I'm surprised Spirit kind of gave it to them, like walking in the river against Glimpse, against X, that guarantees a hook. It's a little sketchy. No harm, no foul. They'll maintain their lead here, continue to try and scale these two side laners up. Deso tiny. No.
Behind Boom. Drop Sentry, drop a ward, spot some heroes. Got an X. It's going to be snowball dodged here. Panto's good. He's still got a blink even.
They're a bit hesitant to go in here.
Missing the bushwhack. Boom trying to make himself a target here. And Team Spirit, they want to go for it. They're walking right into the Wukong's commando with grab there from the hook. That's going to be Panto dead. Laurel's going to be okay. Roll up, but maybe not. Taking so much damage. Aurora goes out. Nice bushwhack. Grabbing the two of them. Laurel pulled back by the Glimpse, though. Will die. Collapse still strong, but not strong enough to face up against the Monkey King, plus the Kunkka, both throwing him down. Yatoro's now here. A lot of heroes, though. He's fighting into one. Kills one, kills the second. Knocked up in the air by the Torrent, and Boom, he says, I can't do this alone. Doesn't have the damage. He makes a run for it, and a wise call. Despite the early start there, the numbers advantage they had, not able to finish the fight against Yatoro.
That's a really weird fight for MOUZ. They're a little hesitant to go in aggressive. They kind of bait Spirit in, but then does it work out for them? Not really, because TA gets to clean up this fight, and that's exactly what Spirit won every time. Yatoro coming in last, cleaning up some kills, getting some Deso charges. Good Crimson Pop, good Wukong, great hook. You take out the Tusk early, that's the green light to commit because the save is gone. Midone had some decent position, but
another glimpse, another hook. This time, Yatoro, quick to punish off that play. He gets the kill first, and Panto lives a little while longer with the snowball going on to mid one. Got to blink away. Static Storm, it doesn't kill him, but it will kill Yatoro. There's so many heroes committed. Two deep from downtown. He brings down mid one.
He went through everybody there, too. Nobody tanked it. Mid one's like, guys, somebody jump in front of that, please.
I wonder if they even knew it was coming.
No, I don't
If they didn't hear the audio cue, you know?
Man, what a pickup from him. At least salvage a little bit of an overextension from Yatoro.
Yeah, what was that play? A little two-man play straight into...
Getting greedy.
A TP location against a Nature's Prophet in the first place.
You really have to be careful with these kind of plays. You're against the Natures with a teleport. You're against Monkey King who can that quickly. Yeah. You're against Pudge who can displace heroes. I think Celery saw it a little too late. He was going to try and take it, but a beautiful shot. See, that's why you got to have those Crimson Cosmetics, you know?
True. Rue, he dodges away from the Nature's Prophet. Mid one is getting super aggressive.
Let's Torment.
Comes back to life. Didn't find the opening. And if he's not careful, the opening may be found on him. for this Tormentor play. Crystallis on the high ground, sees what's coming. They're going after Boom once again, but a hook pulls him away. And now the Wukong's command goes out, but I'm not sure if Crystallis wants to be in this situation, trying to jump away. Jumps on, mid one's already dead. Yotaro, now Crystallis in trouble, trying to lifesteal his way up here with the boat helping him out. It's not good enough. Yotoro's damage is too intense right now. A glimpse back on a Laurel, but Yotaro pushes forward. Another kill, a third, maybe a fourth. Damage barely teleports away in time. The ultra kill is denied, but the Tormentor will not. Team Spirit win the fight, and now a 7,000 net worth lead and growing.
Panto is just owning this game. Furion TP's in, just gets punched, deleted. And that fight immediately becomes very difficult for MOUZ. You had solid positioning for the Monkey King on the backside, but again, if you can't keep all your cores alive, your damage is really limited. Downside of this Kunkka pick compared to the Beastmaster, you can survive, but are you killing anybody? And that has been the difficulty for MOUZ in this game. You can't kill people in the fights, and you can't kill Roshan to force the fight. So what are your options around the map as Yotaro starts to take this game over? He's going to have BKB done here, closing in on that level 18 into the level 20, especially if he gets Roshan. He's going to run away with this game. Very pivotal point in this series for MOUZ if they can try and make another comeback here. Very similar to game one. Do you have faith in the Kunkka versus the Tidehunter, though? Stats would say no.
That stats would be a big...
And there's that Roche. Way too fast to contest here. Even if you insta-smoke, no shot. Nullifier done for the Beast.
Yeah, that's a nasty pickup this early on into the game.
These are some serious single-target burst items.
They already found the opening. The hook, can it save him? Got a hook once again. Still, though, Celery found by the Rolling Thunder. And Boom's not out of it just yet. With the Rolling Thunder hitting on these heroes. Great Static Storm towards the end of his life. Celery does what he can. Can the team follow through? Not up against that Aegis. They don't want to fight into this. Monkey King got caught, though. They have to fight. He can't get away. Killed before the Boundless Strike. He get him out and collapse. Now he gets more. Now with the Roar. With Yotaro chasing down mid one as well. They're going to clean this entire house out. It's going to be all of MOUZ heroes dying, potentially Yamich, the last one alive. He can't get away.
For Yotaro.
Never give him the rampage. No! Bro, what have you done?
Denies it with that squirrel right click. He even had the greedy enchantment. He has minus 30, and he still takes it away.
69 damage, gets the kill.
You cannot deny Hoodwink. Very nice team fight from Spirit. Everything about that fight is just, you get to start it off. You put MOUZ in a rough position. You have to use spells to bail the Kunkka out, but the damage is being done. The front line is collapsing, and this gives you options onto that Monkey King. He's going to jump in here. Tree cuts. It was Rue with a quelling. Yeah, that was Rue with the quelling off of the extra cast range.
Yeah, he's got the go nuts facet. He just...
Absolutely sick play. Not something Crystallis was thinking about at all, right? Yeah. Like, you're not thinking about this squirrel running up and cutting your tree. So huge plays coming out from him in this game, too. When Spirit needed an extra playmaker, they won't find it here. Very heads-up usage of that extra cast range. And then that monkey's just food. He does not have defensive items with this type of buildup. He went all for that DPS, diffusal into the Deso. Very low HP, very low survivability. You're relying on the boat rum and the Crimson.
Took that time. He was Googling how to stop X. I don't want to go back. Fortunately, he's tanky. Trying to deal with him off. Ooh, the side blades. Missed
not
the
finest hook. Won't cost you here, though. This is Spirit's time to strike out. They're fighting so much in this Aegis period.
Mid one, he knew what was coming his way. Just trying to kill the wave to make it so Team Spirit can't immediately threaten any objectives here. Gotta buy some time. Some time for another comeback. They've been here before. Game one, they were down by this much. And they still managed to find a way to turn things around. But for whatever reason, feels like Team Spirit maybe almost in a more dominant position.
Yes, and I think their heroes are a lot more reliable. You know, Kez is not really an understood hero. How many games does Yotaro have on Kez versus TA? Right.
I think he has like 13 games of
right.
Kez
So
or something.
These are heroes that Spirit have played a lot more. They're a lot more comfortable on. I think having Collapse on an objective taker that's going to also scale up like this is a lot better for them.
Ooh, Crystals, jump, jump, jump. Trying to get away. He's into the trees. Another round of Vax is coming soon, though, and they kept track of him. They got the right one. Good quelling blade. No way out. A 25th kill for Team Spirit with a 17,000 net worth lead, and it's going to be 26 with Midwan caught on the other side of the map. There is nowhere safe from Team Spirit.
Map is collapsing right now. There's so much kill threat, so much extra map control with the catch from the Tusk, the Hoodwink, the TA traps, the Beastmaster finding you. They're getting all the lanes in right now. Not a lot of space for MOUZ to work with. And they pretty much need everybody in some sort of smoke play to look for these cores. Because again, your Kunkka's low damage, so he needs backup from the other two heroes. Or you just start landing some crazy hooks out of nowhere.
Yeah, it feels like that is maybe what we're going to come back down to.
I mean, Pudge cannot bail you out of every game. It's just not possible.
Yemich would beg to differ.
Oh yeah, he's bailed him out of a lot of games, but I'm telling you, like, your game plan can't be, the game is rough, let's just land some hooks. Especially with TA. TA just gives you so much extra vision and control to play around. So much more difficult to find angles into the fight.
Yeah.
Like, look at the vision on the map right now. If you're MOUZ, you're going to what to find an opening, right?
Yeah.
Maybe this one word there, you're trying to play around looking for the squirrel.
Rue. Damage.
Okay.
That's an opening.
Yeah.
He's got Aegis, he's got BKB, but if they could burn through this Aegis and
he's going to come up into
BKB
Wukong
on the second life, they're going to get off a really good Wukong's command here. Rolling Thunder trying to stop what they can. Static Storm goes out. There goes that BKB. Damage low. He's getting a one-shot by Yatoro. Snowball pickup. Rue, Panto. He's very low, gets a blink away, but still falls in the end. Nullifier put out onto the Kunkka, but he baits him in. They're chasing after him. Can they turn things around? Whoa, that is some damage. Midwan thought he could tank that one. Nobody can tank the damage that Yatoro is bringing to the table here.
Max Deso charges. He's just wailing on him. You got him once, you won't get him twice. He wants everybody.
And he's gonna chase after Chrysalis as well. A second ultra kill for Yatoro.
Who denied him this rampage? I mean, Spirit have got to get on the same page. Yatoro not going to be happy after this one.
Laurel took the early kill on Midwan. Can't really blame him for that.
Nah, you can't, but well, Yatoro, nonetheless. That is a hook that almost salvaged this game. Yamich playing off the one word he had, finding the best target, putting him in an awkward position, but the downside is you had to use Dismember to kill him, which means you don't have any BKB control when that TA comes back up and he's able to walk it off. And now the full crit is done. There goes your toy Pudge.
Midwan hoping to get vision for a glimpse, but the option they chose was a Pangolier, who just rolls it up and rolls it off.
It's slow down the push, I guess. You buy a little more time here.
Yeah.
Your MOUZ trying to get to the BKB on the monkey. You're going to have to take the next Aegis away from Yatoro, though, if this Tia gets another Aegis.
Oh, no! Served up on a silver platter. Chrysalis jumps through the trees as they are cut down. Collapse. Hit and run. Gets the kill. Gets out.
And look at this early boots of travel for him. He just wants to be able to play on the sides of the map, catch the Furion, catch the Monkey King.
Yeah.
Super nice item in this style of game when MOUZ have very limited vision, very little ways to get out on the map. So if you find a hero, you know they're going to be isolated. Just easy pickings. BKB done for him now. All three cores on the side of Spirit scaling up. Vision control continues to go their way. You need a gem here if you're MOUZ. I mean, you're not going to feel good buying it in this position, but you have no way to get out on the map and look for anything when it's this dark and there's this many TA traps up. Nobody can afford it.
Boom's getting closer to that Shivas. I don't know how much it changes the fight for these heroes. Like, I feel like it was better Shiva's game at game one, you know?
It's all about landing some hooks. I don't think you have a good way to take the fight without displacing someone from Team Spirit's formation, because their formation is way too strong when you can go in with Beast Roar, TA can follow up, there's Hoodwink damage coming in on top of it. What's your counterplay to that? You don't have the Ravage to kind of turn that sort of fight. And yeah, there goes your carry. Crystallis feeling the pain of the Daedalus.
Full Daedalus, 30 charges on the Desolator. I mean,
here's a smoke.
He's stacked. He's approaching level 25 as well, though Collapse is going to be got here. Dismember on the BKB. It's a long BKB, though, and it's going to be a long fight for MOUZ. Yotoro's going to join it, and he is going to wipe him out. 1, 2, 3. Takes out Celery. Now turns back to Yamage. Tries to get a triple. Oh, nice bushwhack off of the Rolling Thunder hit. Say boom for last. That is a team wipe, and it's looking like perhaps the game is coming the way of MOUZ as Team Spirit 5-0. Every lane is pushed in. It's time to hit some objectives.
I'm not even going to go wait for Roche. Could go for the spawn, but why not just take some base here? Almost level 25 on the TA. Might get some buybacks. Might get a game-ending fight.
21-11 for Yotoro.
He has absolutely powered up in this game, too. He said, look, guys, game 1 was on me. I'm going to throw in that with the Kez. Game 2, give me a hero. I know how to end the game. We'll figure out the Kez late.
Yeah, we're getting into luxury item territory. He's got a Swift Fling.
It's a classic combination, right? Beast TA, so much objective taking, so much stun and damage follow-up on a single target. Your only save is hook this game. Land another one here.
Got the Dismember on the BKB, quickly interrupted by the punch. Another snowball, blink back. Oh, geez, 1,400 damage plus the shot from Rue. MOUZ, they don't have the damage to threaten Team Spirit, and there is only damage coming out from Spirit on these poor MOUZ heroes. It's only Boom who can really stand in the middle of this. Mid one called GG before the fight is even done. But this game is certainly done. It is an even series now, boys and girls. We are going to a game 3.
This game 3 is going to be really interesting because I think you have to be on point in that draft. I think Spirit got the better of MOUZ in this game 2. They played really well game 1, but that draft had more comeback potential for MOUZ. In this game 3, if you're MOUZ, you have to adjust something because you haven't snowballed either of these games. It's felt like you're playing Spirit's tempo, you're playing their style. Yeah, they threw that game 1 lead. You're not going to get that again out of them, so you have to outclass them here at some point in this game, either in the draft, in the early game, in the mid game. Somewhere you have to find a bigger advantage because this just felt a little too impotent. And Spirit, they're starting to have your number here. You do not want to let this team be that comfortable on lane.
Yeah, it feels like we're in the Twilight Zone. MOUZ beat Team Spirit in the late game. Team Spirit now take the momentum away from MOUZ and beat them with it. Seems like things have swapped here in this series between the two, and we're going to a deciding game 3.
A great quick adjustment made by Spirit there, knowing how to close out this game number 2 for themselves, whether that was in the draft, giving them the advantage that way, or just having a cleaner game, being that more methodical and typical Spirit that we're used to here, Misery.
Yeah, I think nice adjustment from Spirit, like you said, but I also think maybe I think MOUZ might have dropped the ball a little bit with their adjustment because the game 1 wasn't as one-sided as you know, they maybe should have lost that game in the first place, right? So then doubling down on the Furion and then ending up with the even more wonky draft in game 2, I think they have something to think about in the break here.
Yeah, it feels like Spirit had a very good conversation after that first game, right? I'm watching the same game twice, right? The first 30 minutes, it's identical. It's Spirit controlling everything, making all the right moves, and then game 1, one critical mistake, they lose the game. This second game, there wasn't a single mistake when you hit that late game. Yotoro ends the game, what was it, like 22-1 and something? Like, he's on his TA. He's on a hero, he knows exactly what to do, and what time to hit buildings, what time to hit heroes, what time to hit Roshan. Then you can see that confidence. It enabled the rest of the aggression of Spirit to shine. And I think Spirit now, it feels like they're morphing away from the late game team to just like the map oppressive, you know, skirmishing team. Like I feel like at least the 2 games that we've seen, it's exactly what they're going for both times.
No, I think their adjustments are great, and I think if you're MOUZ, there's interesting dynamics that come into play whenever you win with something that the enemy team has given you, and then they run it back. So it's like, okay, do we adapt? Do we change what we're doing? Because they obviously have a plan, right? If they're giving us the same thing again, are we actually going to run it back? Because they have some idea about it. And so I think there's an interesting clash here of Spirit just keeps giving them their heroes, and now MOUZ is in a weird spot of like, okay, we just lost with it. Do we pick it again? Do we trust our gut? Does Spirit have the proper answers? And there's a mental battle here that goes on about how hard do people stick to their guns? Do they keep doubling, tripling down, or does somebody reassess?
I feel like the real mental battle here is going on with this Monkey King. Poor Chrysalis. I've never seen a Monkey King get cut down so many times in one game out of a tree. It felt like every time he was up there, they just knew exactly where they wanted, whether it was using Quelling Blade or the abilities of Beastmaster.
They have all the tools to find a Monkey King, right? They've got so many good heroes to deal with it. So again, for MOUZ, it's question marks, right? Like in the draft, they have to win their lanes, they have to break open the game. When you get to this like awkward mid game. Chrysalis can't do it all, right? He's not the hero to break it, right? He's playing into Beastmasters and Tusk, Hoodwinks, Pangoliers. All these heroes have different styles of spells to be able to, punish a Monkey King.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about how MOUZ needed to snowball this game, how their draft needed that advantage, and they just didn't get it this game. I think they tried, and they had some great moves from Nature's Prophet, moving down into the bottom lane and trying to get some snowball going, but it isn't enough. And when you've got these heroes, you have Disruptor and you have Pudge and this stuff, like, you need kills. Those heroes don't farm. Their heroes are all about chasing you down and running you down. And Spirit played a, we talked about it earlier, T and Misery mentioned it, that they're playing way more controlled. They're playing in formation. They're not giving as many kills away. And when you're not feeding against Disruptor and Pudge, that's rough. I think Mid1, honestly, doing his best this game, he made exactly the right moves, reading off of the draft and what needed to be done. You're falling it back.
You're saying like they needed a good early, but it feels like this was a great early. That all the rotation coming out from mid one, Rue definitely struggling to have a sense of purpose when it came to position 4. So now I question how much further do they have to go for it to be classed as a good start or good enough?
I mean, I think that there's also a little, like early game, they got some good kills with the Furion, right? We saw them win some team fights with the boat and had some good momentum, but I think the later the game goes, some of the heroes overlap in the way they work, right? You have Disruptor Glimpse, you have the X Mark, right? They get both stopped by Snowball, they get both stopped by Rolling Thunder. Your TA can usually blink out as well from X. I think at some point BKBs come out, like the 5-man ball, these spells don't really work against that as well, so suddenly your draft just falls flat in the 5-on-5 engagements. I think that's really the biggest issue for me and the Kunkka pick. The hero does offer teamfight, but not much damage. Disruptor, not much damage. Pudge, not damage, so yeah, I think later the game goes, it just becomes impossible to play for MOUZ.
I mean, Boom also needs to play a hero that can connect with mid-1, right? When we see both games, it's a Tide and then it's a Kunkka. These are super slow, like static offlaners. When you have the chaos of mid-1 creating these moments, you're not creating tempo from offlane. It's, haha, I just farm, right? If there's a Beastmaster, an Enigma, a Lycan, even like a Dawnbreaker to accelerate that aggression elsewhere on the map through, sustainability, then it's good. But just the heroes that Boom's playing aren't throwing MOUZ into the fight. And I think Spirit identify that, and they're just punishing with just more map movement.
You guys keep bringing up this Kunkka, and this was their last pick on the side of MOUZ. They thought that was going to be the gotcha pick. It was going to bring all of their draft together. You had your question marks about it when it came out, and it felt like the utilization of a Kunkka last pick compared to a TA last pick, it heavily favors this TA. It did so much more impact in this game.
Yeah, TA is typically a counter to Kunkka. People, back when Kunkka was picked all the time, TA is a response because the lane is very good, and like Misery mentioned, you can just always blink out of this X-Torrent. It's like ridiculously hard to time it properly. TA is massively favored in that like sort of mechanic advantage or that mechanic situation. And you sort of saw it in the first game too. Boom has counter pick in both games against a safe lane, and they get trashed in the lane both games. And when you're picking double melee, that's inevitable sometimes that you are going to lose the lane. But I think how hard they lose the lane has to be pulled back a little bit, because this is not okay, to be honest. Like, these games are so difficult because Yatoro's game is so good, and of all the carry players in the world, you want to be giving an amazing start. He's not the guy to do that to. And I still think if you're MOUZ, you need to, okay, we're going to pick double melee. It's our style. That's what we're going to do, but like, we need to figure out something in the lane that's going to not be so bad.
I'm also curious what the mindset was behind the Kunkka pick instead of something like Underlord. Like, there are other offlaners in the pool that can also buy Crimson, but that are more meta and that are more perhaps solid right now. But yeah, I think MOUZ needs to maybe adjust a bit. I'm second guessing this Fury and mid. I know that with game one, it did some good stuff both games, early game, but there's a reason why other teams are not prioritizing this guy as much anymore. So I'm curious if they get the choice again. Do they pick it up one more time, or what's their decision?
It feels like the Nature's Prophet is like the lifeline for MOUZ, where it's like they're expecting him to be super aggressive, to find early kills, to buy time for Boom to come online, to be static, to buy time for Chrysalis to feel comfortable, and then everything kind of comes together. But when Nature's Prophet's kills kind of get stalled or the aggression doesn't continue, then big problems come to play. So I think the Nature's Prophet itself is fine, as long as I see one hero from the side lane get to match that tempo. If it's still the same draft, then sure, 100% Spirit, don't ban Nature's Prophet, give it to MOUZ, and then just play this 4 or 5-man skirmishing ball where you keep poking around the map.
I mean, if I'm MOUZ, I think I look to take the Mars first phase. It was banned second phase both games. It was possible for them to take it, and they're opting for the Furin over that. And so for me, you look at this Nature's Prophet, you look at it later in the draft, because it's not a hero that Spirit super highly prioritizes. You take that Mars away, they're giving you the chance to pick, and I think MOUZ should make an adjustment, because I think Spirit have shown that they can deal with the Nature's Prophet's early aggression.
I think that's a really good point, right? Because we're talking about this Mars, one of the key things that he does is he really likes to contain or catch heroes. He likes to have a fight in one location. And what was one of the biggest issues for MOUZ is the fact that they're kind of getting kited. No one's there to lock down everyone. And Spirit are having free reign. They're able to duck in and out of fights as they want.
Yeah, there was a really nice fight in the mid game from Spirit where they just identified how to approach it, right? They go onto mid one initially, they see the the rainbow TPs, but as soon as that Crimson Guard comes into play and they don't cancel the Monkey King getting his ultimate off, they just do the great thing in Dota. You don't commit, you reset, you take the step back, you understand what's happening, you take that secondary fight, and I think just Spirit, of course, they are very, very good at the game. They identify this, and MOUZ, they had to kill in the moment. The fact they didn't just kind of snowballed into Spirit having so many successful fights because they knew exactly what to do. Kite the Wukong, don't get caught by the X-Boat kind of kill combination, and the rest of it is pretty scripted. It's Spirit winning most fights.
I think this clip also feeds into maybe my MVP this game, even though Yatoro is like 25-0, is the Panto Tusk, right? He did so much work this game, so many snowball saves, and yeah, I think he was really the standout player. I mean, Rue also played well, but for me, it's the Tusker in this game. And I think going into game 3 as well, I really think this Tusk hero is a hero that you can also take first pick. You can also take it for MOUZ, because in game 1, we saw it as well. We didn't talk about it that much, but Tusk was the one running around with Jakiro and Storm, killing everyone everywhere, and having so much impact throughout. So I think this hero might be... It should be better than Pudge, at least in my opinion.
I think it's also so key that we talk about how much it is impactful to have a flex pick between cores and supports, but also just being able to swap out a hero, whether it's going 4 or 5, opening yourself up for that later part in the draft where it's like, okay, we have something that's going to lane better, something that's going to add more when it comes into that team fight, another strength. And it's nice to be able to put that in a support role and not lock in position so early on.
No, absolutely. And having, like, Tusk is a great matchup support against Pudge. You just follow around and you beat him to death with tag team. And this Pudge cannot do anything. He solo killed him, I think, while the Pudge is dragging waves. And that's not something you can do often. A lot of the times, this guy just dragging waves like some clown is, like, not that easy to stop. But the Tusk really stuck it to him. And so, like Nat said, having this flex on the supports and this Tusk, I agree. I think that the priority in this is higher. If you're picking Tusk and you're picking Pudge into it, it's like, you know this is going to happen. You've played Pudge I don't know how many times, right? Tusk is good against you.
I'm just hearing like a fellow lane pulling hater. It's such a boring concept, So I'm happy whenever these 4s try to look cool. Look at me helping Dota, pulling wave. No, kill him. I want Banes, I want Backriders, I want Tusks and Enchantress. I want to kill that position 4. So yeah, more Tusk in that role. Killing the hero, beautiful stuff. Oh, here we go. Yeah, let's murder him real quick.
Is there anything further than just hero picks that MOUZ can do to be able to take a game number 3, to be able to continue their journey in Blastland? Because this is single elimination. Whoever loses this game number 3, that's it. Their journey is done here for Blastland 4.
As far as the series has gone so far, I think it's hard to not connect the two in a way. Like the draft kind of feeds into how you're going to play the game. And right now, MOUZ has left themselves with little options. Like they have to play this one style with the Fury and mid. If they don't succeed with that, then their drafts kind of fall apart. So, yeah.
No, I totally agree. And I think you can see some of maybe the inexperience compared to Spirit in this game. There's that mid-fight where they overchase, where they kite with the snowball, and MOUZ runs all the way into the river, which allows Spirit to wrap around on them. If they had just said, okay, you escaped, and that's fine, they let them reset and they kept farming, the game would be totally fine. It was even at that point. But they massively overextend, which kind of ruins the game for them. And so I think MOUZ needs to just chill out a bit and play good Dota. I think they're all great players. They've shown that they can go toe-to-toe with Spirit. But in this game, I feel like they're getting a bit antsy. And they can taste it. The win is right there. And so they mega overextend. They want this kill too bad. And I think you have to be okay with not getting kills. If Spirit makes a good play and they reset and the fight is, just chilled out, you have to be okay with that. You're not getting a kill and you can just move on with your life and play the game. I think if they can tweak that a little bit and tweak the draft, like Misery said, then I think they're in a great spot to, to game on.
Yeah, it felt like that was what was happening in game number 1 too, where it was like, actually it was more in Spirit where they felt antsy. The win was almost there for them. Now you flip the script in game number 2, that's the motivation for MOUZ, and now where are the jitters? Where are the emotions going to land for either side?
I mean, luckily for MOUZ, they've played so many games that I feel like they've had so many wins and losses that this series shouldn't be a shock to them. They are going against Spirit. They're not meant to be just a clean 2-0 team. They're the brand new team kind of entering tier 1. I think for MOUZ, they will be able to reset. It's on, I think, Immortal Faith. He has to focus up, get a really good draft for them. Because if it's a bad draft, sure, Spirit, they will just walk over them. So a lot of pressure on the coach, I think.
Well, look, this whole series, this best of 3, it's going the distance. We obviously have more days here in Singapore for Blastland 4, but it's not going to be all the Dota we see from Blastland this year. We do, of course, have Blastland 5 in Chengdu.
welcome to Singapore. I am here with Mike on the left and Mid1 in the mid. Mike, where the hell are we?
We are at Bai Sabab today, a very famous tea stall, and we're going to let Mid1 try some tea and spill some tea as well.
I'm gonna ask you some spicy questions here. If you're not comfortable with it, take a drink from your tea so I know, and we'll move on. Mid1, okay? I like to call your team MOUZ Sports, Team Secret and Celery. How did this team form? Do you guys hate Puppy or what? What's the deal?
I'm in Navy.
What do you mean Navy, dude? Just take the tea. I'm giving you an out. I'm giving you an out.
You didn't even need to say
Why did you say that?
I gotta ask though, because you said you weren't playing for a little bit, right? Were you at the point where you were just going to say, you know what, I'm not gonna bother with Dota anymore?
I was gonna fade away, actually. Like, I was not gonna touch Dota anymore. Tundra asked me to stand in for him.
Okay.
Suddenly we got top 3, like out of nowhere. I was like,
yeah.
Oh, okay, I guess I'm still pretty good, so I'm back.
What's the biggest secret that no one knows in Dota right now?
Dota secret?
Yeah.
What happens at tournament?
Practice.
Scream.
People. Who's the most immoral, vile pro player out there? Spill the tea, Mid1.
Only pro players, not including coaches?
Oh, yeah, I mean, clearly you have something to go for.
Sounds like we got a category in mind right now.
Who's the most evil coach?
I think everybody knows.
What? No,
everybody knows, but not
I don't know. Say the name.
Starts with the letter B.
We'll let people figure this one out. Don't worry about it. All right.
I think everybody knows.
Okay, that was actually...
You spilled some good tea. I like that very much. All right, fantastic. All right, well, Mid1, we've tortured you enough. You are clearly a Loctite secret man. Thank you, my friend, for spilling the tea with us and telling us all your dirty secrets. Absolutely detestable stuff that you shared with us today. Thank you so much. We'll see you next time. Bon appetit.
Game 3 of MOUZ versus Spirit, and the only question I care to ask, will Spirit respect Nature's Prophet? Will MOUZ instantly pick the Nature's Prophet? That's all I care about.
Yeah, that's good questions. I think now we have a little bit of a meta developing between these two teams, and if I have to answer those questions, I would say Spirit does not respect Furion.
Okay,
and
of course.
But for MOUZ, I'm not sure if they just go and pick it. They are setting up the same ban here with Slaughter.
And importantly, MOUZ is going to be second pick in this draft. And I think that was really critical. When we got to that second phase and MOUZ had to pick the Monkey and the Disruptor, showing a lot of their heroes, 4 heroes in the draft, Spirit exploited it really nicely with the Beastmaster, then going for the TA later. So I think MOUZ getting back to second pick, they get to hold a couple more cards to their chest. It kind of, I think, gives them a bit more of a lifeline, especially when you're in a final, elimination game.
I really want to have focus on the Tusk for this particular game. I think MOUZ should expect the Tusk to come out first pick here, and the question is, do you invest a ban in it, or do you just give it away again? I don't really like the same opening as we saw last time, the Tusk and then take Furion, and your Furion's only going mid. I think it's revealing a lot, and then it leads into, again, you're double picking second and getting counter picked once again in the second phase. So I think this is something I really need to consider.
I mean, honestly, I like the idea of promoting Boom a little bit in the draft as well, right? We mentioned it very briefly in regards to like the MOUZ, but I want to see Boom have a bit more of an identity in the game. Like, he's kind of been a little lost a little bit. Even in the Tide game, sure, there was the comeback, but there wasn't a kind of a Tide in the early to mid game. It was the clutch mid Ravage, whatever, the in their base Ravage, but it wasn't like, wow, Boom's having a great Tide game. Kunkka, not really having a great Kunkka game, right? So,
what is the secure ban as well? It's kind of with the Dragon Knights, we actually have a completely different setup here. Dragon Knight being banned out first phase in the previous 2 games, and MOUZ do get themselves on the Tusk this game.
an interesting trade-off. Of course, like you said, Dragon Knight getting banned out, they get access to it. We've seen both Dragon Knight in the mid lane, of course, the carry. It is a very, very good hero.
Now it also makes a little bit more sense with the Jakiro. I think now you probably expect from MOUZ that we're going to give Team Spirit DK. They're going to first pick the DK. We know that. So what do we ban to protect our Tusk that we're going to pick on 9, right? And then that's where the Jakiro ban makes sense to me, because otherwise it seems like a very random ban.
But also it's like giving away the DK and picking Tusk. Early on, sure, the pacing that we see Tusk provide to the rotations, the map play, it does feel like there's an inevitable timer that you can never really go near the Dragon Knight though, right? DK picks up the BKB, Tusk jumps in, even if you use Punch to try and stop a TP or something, like DK just brushes it off very quickly.
Of course, I mean, at the early game you have potential to kill the DK, later on you become the snowball save against the stun perhaps, right? You get a little bit of disable through the BKB, and then you need other heroes to deal with the DK later on, right? But I think this is an interesting setup for MOUZ in my opinion. Like it shows that they have actually thought about what they're going to be doing here instead of just blindly going for the Nature's Prophet again, right? They're actually setting up themselves for a nice Tusk game without Jakiro.
And even with Spirit having the DK, it does simplify their draft quite a lot, right? You've still got access to, I believe, Snapfire's still available, we've got Hoodwink, all of these heroes that Falcons have utilized greatly, right? They're one of the best DK teams in the world, and I think that type of draft pattern is very much in play for Spirit.
Of course, yeah. And MOUZ has to pick out of this phase now. So they're probably going to be looking at a +5, I imagine, for Celery, right?
I mean, Pugna's been banned out by Spirit a couple games in a row. This time, it does get ignored. So potentially MOUZ can just go back for that. I think it does at least lean in the direction of go for kills, progress the towers, make the map feel like MOUZ has more control. I think critically, no matter what they pick, I just want to see them have a way to play lane into be the kind of, I guess, the proactive team. I want them to be initiating the first tower take, the first like the Wisdom Rune contest. I want them to actually have control of the early game.
That and as well also having more ways of playing the game instead of being very one-dimensional, I think is also a nice way for MOUZ to think about it.
And even though we've seen DK getting banned out, of course, Spirit banning out in game 1, MOUZ banning out in game 2, Spirit aren't really this like crazy DK team. In the last 4 months, they played it 3 times. They lost all 3 times. Twice they have picked it in the first phase. They lost 1 game to Execration, 1 game to BB. So it's not as if Spirit are this like ethereal Dragon Knight team where when they get their hands on it, they are winning everything. They just haven't won. Actually, they haven't won in 8 months on Dragon Knight for Spirit.
Sure. I mean, Dragon Knight the Dragon Knight carry is fairly new meta. So it is something that they might have been scrimming quite a bit recently. But yeah, the Pugna comes out. So this is a completely different approach from MOUZ. Team Spirit could pick up the Snapfire here. Looks pretty good against the Tusk charge. You have a way of killing the Pugna ward as well. It gives nice synergy with the DK.
The MOUZ is still available as well, right? It's been banned out early on. Again, we've seen it be so dominant during the group stage. And what a clean draft you have here. MOUZ plus Hoodwink, MOUZ plus Snapfire. You then flex the DK.
You could do that, yeah.
It's if you really want to reveal it, but I feel like for MOUZ, if you don't ban it, if you don't pick it on Spirit, it will just give a free pick for Boom just to go, you know what, I want to play a stable lane, I want to feel like I can contribute at any stage of the game. True. So in my head, this is like a critical hero right now.
Yeah, the scary thing about picking the MOUZ here, if there were to be one, is that you are revealing your offlaner so early when you could just take 2 solid supports here and then counter pick potentially later on. But I agree, I think MOUZ is on both teams' radar here.
We often also kind of forget about like Shadow Demon as an option, right? Into like Pugna, to Tusk, have your own saves on your side. It's maybe not as aggressive, but I think Spirit could also kind of concoct a draft where they bait MOUZ into being aggressive and then you just counterplay them in multiple different ways. And sure, they're not going the Shadow Demon as of yet, but they go for Murta. It feels like at least it's another counterplay hero. Murta from support or core, you kind of invite them to go on you, throw down your ultimate, put down the calling on the ground, hit a dead shot. There's ways to just punish bad initiations.
Yeah, this hero is not a hero that many teams will play on support right now. It's pretty much only Save, I think, that plays this guy a lot. But I like
has played it a couple times for Tundra as well.
Okay, yeah. But maybe he's coming back a bit more. I mean, I like it against Tusk here, right? Like you mentioned, but just the calling, I think, is very key. You cannot really snowball save against it. You are going to get silenced. But I do expect Team Spirit to pick these 2 ranged supports, backliners that can follow up damage onto the DK. Okay, I go with Clockwork. Clock is also really good here, actually. How you see it into the Pugna and the Tusk.
Yeah, I mean, Spirit, they are just pretty much baiting MOUZ, right? You want to be skirmishy? Sure, do it. But if you are not just flawless with your team play, well, like I already mentioned, Muerta has counterplay, Clock has counterplay, DK has natural itemization to be able to survive a jump. It is very, very scary. I think MOUZ critically need to have more damage to make sure that if they do find a hero, they can actually kill them off.
I also like this from Spirit, that they don't jump the gun on that offlane MOUZ, because now if MOUZ picks the MOUZ, you are running that Tusk MOUZ duo again, right? Into a potential counterpick for your Toro. What's stopping them from picking TA again, for example? With the Troll, huh? This is also pretty early Troll.
It is.
You don't see the offlaner.
And they go from...
Okay, so Troll tied. A lot of team fight.
At least in regards to picking the Troll, I'm not inspired by this double pick.
No.
You know, I'm not jumping going, wow, oh my god, but at least the Troll does cover from some of the carry counters that are used to try and beat a Tide. Like if, let's say there's an Ursa locked in from Spirit here, you got a Troll that can run in and throw down some mischance and be annoying for the mid game, but I'm not inspired by it. It's just there, it's just two heroes.
Yeah, I mean, at least MOUZ is taking a different approach. You're probably going to end up seeing mid one play some kind of Spirit hero or some kind of damage dealer out of mid, and then you have yourself a very solid lineup that can indeed play lanes, has catch, has team fight, has Roche, has everything, right? So in that sense, I think it's a good approach from MOUZ. But ooh, that's an 18 Medusa.
Yeah.
The 18 Medusa is kind of haunting a lot of teams, I think, throughout the last few years.
Because of the low pressure lineup MOUZ has, right? Like when you look at a Tide and a Troll, they are annoying in lane, but they play their lane. They don't connect on the map early on. And because of that, your Toro goes, you know what, give me my Medusa. I'm gonna get that 15 minutes of free farm. I'll get to my Manta. If I need to join a fight, I will. If not, I'm gonna get the Butterfly soon after. It really is a very scary game, because also the Clock, the Muerta, they'll play with the Dragon Knight early on to find a couple pickoffs, to play around the Blink Dagger. Yeah, so Spirit's lineup, it's all about buying time, open the map up, Medusa will find her farm.
I think if Team Spirit are a bit creative here, they could just throw the Dragon Knight offlane here and put it into the Troll, because I think that's a pretty good matchup for the DK. With the Muerta, I think he's going to have a pretty good time. It's not something that we see a lot, the DK offlane, but in this particular game, I think it could definitely work out.
I just want mid one to be as toxic as possible. I just want him to see a mid hero where, when I look through here, he's played Broodmother mid, he's played Necrophos mid, he's played Venomancer mid.
Can we see a Slack mid? That's a mid one classic. That's also a counter that Amar did the other day against the Medusa. A mid Slack, I would love to see
Diffusal Blade, sure. Like,
yeah,
I just want
the mid one.
Depending on what Spirit pick here, that's the kind of the angle I want. I want to see mid one read the 5 heroes and go, you know what? We have a very default, generic-looking lineup that's going to play some lanes, hit some creeps, but have no purpose in skirmishing. I want him to see the way in which he can then break that.
Yes, because I think what the Medusa pick does too is that it kind of counters what MOUZ wants to do. They want to have just a solid lineup and play out the game, but Medusa kind of likes this type of thing, right? He will just get farmed and he will carry this game on his back. And I do think that MOUZ needs something that breaks this formation a little bit, that cheeses it up out of mid.
And Spirit, they have gone for the traditional protect Medusa bans. Of course, Anti-Mage is an easy given, and then Invoker as well with EMP. So 2 of the very big counters, which then does open up for some of the quirkier options that we were mentioning.
What do you think Team Spirit needs in their last pick here? I think a little bit of damage, right? To make up for the lack Medusa has early on, and just to make sure that he can free farm, and then Laurel or Collapse will make space with the last pick here. Okay, so it's Axe.
Yeah. Again, one of the counters to the Troll Warlord, right? You have the dunk, you also have relatively good laning, you can just run around and pretty much do whatever you want. You can play behind the tower. Sure, Tusk is very good at punishing those heroes, but in regards to creating early timings, they do go toxic. They do go for a Venomancer.
Okay, that's interesting.
I mean, he has played it before very recently, and
right.
Is it enough though? Is it enough to be?
I think it's kind of enough in a way, because I think it really depends how you view Venomancer, because Venomancer with a lot of items has the most insane damage output in the game. When you start getting Skadi and Manta and these type of items, Hurricane Pike.
Your Toro doesn't look phased by this Venomancer. You know, he just like, oh, yeah, okay. I think if you're your Toro right now, it's like, all right, I know that I get to Manta Butterfly +1. It is my game to play. There is no real kill threat on me. Unless Troll has some incredibly quirky build to try and punish the Medusa, you eventually get MKB down the line, but...
I think ultra late game MOUZ can win this game. I think they have a lot of tempo early on that if Axe and DK and starts feeding and having a bad game, it could just be Yatoro versus the world, and then the Medusa cannot quite handle the pressure. So I think the Venomancer pick is very good against the rest of the heroes, and it potentially has to be, it could be good in the very late game as well.
Yeah, and maybe building on that, the idea of Venomancer, you get the Plague Lords down, your blink breaking heroes, and both DK and Axe, they pretty much live on getting the blink initiation.
Yeah.
So if you can get a foothold in the early game from mid one, he can do a lot to just make sure that you're not getting jumped left, right, and center during the time that your Toro is farming. But yeah, for last pick in the draft, you are in your game 3, potentially getting eliminated. So, you know what, lads? I'm playing Venomancer. But again, he has to have a good lane. He needs to set up that map for his team to utilize it.
Who do you think has the better draft, this one?
I mean, if I just ignore the teams and go, and like, let's say it's a ranked game and I've doubled down and I really want my MMR, I am looking towards Spirit. I think the muted mid laner that said nothing and quietly picked Venomancer at the last pick, I'm not too excited by it, but in mid one's hands, I've seen it work. So I understand that it can do its job.
Venomancer snowball out of mid here, because the Tusk is freed up. With the Tide does not have to have so much help, right? So the Tusk can really roam on mid. Yeah, the Venomancer has the potential to snowball hard this game.
BKBs are such an incredible concept. I feel like a couple BKBs in play and Spirit aren't really, they're not going to really have too many concerns. But like you've already mentioned, can Spirit get to the point of having those items if there is a world where the Tusk unlocks the troll aggression through some early rotations and then the Venomancer breaks the mid lane, DK is playing from behind and the supports have shut down the Axe. Like, if all these early game things happen from MOUZ, I fully agree there is a world in which MOUZ just hold the entire game. But based on the script of this series so far, their early game is not their style. It's at least in this very specific matchup, they're playing more for that mid game, that kind of turnaround. So I just hope for MOUZ's sake they can show us a better laning phase, because their draft is once again built on a good laning phase.
Yeah, I mean, just to hover on the Venomancer, just this last tick here, is that I don't know how much you've played against Venomancer, but the fact that you get all these debuffs from the Skadi, from the your passives and the vessel and all these items, it makes the damage from your innate insanely high later on with the Aghanims. So this hero has the potential to hard carry, maybe being one of the strongest hard carries in the game. The problem becomes that it's hard to get these items on this hero. He doesn't farm that fast, and it's a very slow process.
Yeah, but when we talk about slow process, I have kind of a lot of eyes on Chrysalis as well. I feel like he's one wrong item away from making sure your Toro feels like the untouchable carry. Like, Chrysalis needs to make sure that every item is one to take the fight to Medusa, to remind her that you need to join this fight, otherwise I'll kill off your team. Like BKB at the correct time, or the MKB or the Blink Dagger. Like, I think Blink Dagger as well on Troll Warlord. Once you have enough damage items, a correct blink timing can break a game. Be really successful for Troll to stop the kiting. So there's quite a lot of pressure that, let's say mid one does break open the early game. Let's say Boom is setting up all these initiations. If Chrysalis ever has a misread on itemization, it could be another problem for MOUZ to deal with. Whilst once again for Spirit, again, their draft feels like mistakes can happen and there's always going to be some type of comeback potential.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about how the fights actually will play out later on. Like, if you look at maybe MOUZ can kite out the fights and kite out the Medusa damage with the Tide Anchor Smash, right? With the Venomancer Ward, with the Snowball, the Cripify saves. Maybe it's not going to be that easy for Spirit to get kills later on in the fights. And then that's where they potentially run out of gas. I think, yeah, it's not that straightforward. I really think this Venomancer pick was good by MOUZ. I think it's one of the heroes that exactly does what we talked about, how it kind of breaks how Team Spirit wants to play and makes it really awkward for the initiators to play.
Yeah, I'm actually just more worried because when we did the fan interactions earlier, a lot of them were saying Team Spirit.
Yeah.
I thought there'd be like a lot more mid one bias, but there just wasn't much mid one bias. It was like, what, we had like 8 Spirits to like two MOUZes. Okay, let's be honest. If you were to ignore like the whole draft, do you have like a preference right now between the two? Like, who would you wish to see more Dota from? Who do you think displays better arena Dota?
Oh, that's a hard one. I think both teams have kind of has a little bit of magic for them. Maybe just want to see MOUZ a little bit more right now, because I think they bring a little bit more creativity perhaps and a little more aggression. And they're a new team. I think they are maybe a little bit more exciting to watch for me right now, but again, it's Spirit. I think once Spirit, if they get their ball rolling, they could just take it all. So it's a hard question. What about you?
I mean, simple answer. I'm going to go for the simple answer. Obviously, Spirit. There's always that chance that arena can show off. But Yeah, no, it is a different one. We are, as you can see here, do have some technical issues. I am going to just, can I call out the person who has the technical issue? Is that allowed?
Yeah, of course.
You know, yeah, sure. It's mid one, guys, local fan favorite. But, you know, I'm sure he'll be able to sort out his earbuds soon. Bless him.
Yeah.
The other thing with MOUZ, by the way, is to lose game 1 and game 2 in that style, how, like, mature do you have to be to go into, like, a game 3 prep to, like, identify, like, is it the Prophet's fault? Is it, like someone has to step up and, like, take ownership?
Right.
Do you think it's more on coach to take ownership or the players to take ownership in that style of a game 3? So I feel like they are technically 2-0 down in this series, even though they've won one game.
I think I'll answer the question with this. I think Spirit actually looked better in this series overall. I think game 1 was kind of a little bit of a mistake that led into a throw, and game 2 was pretty clear from them.
Well, hopefully they're on. Actually, you know what? Actually, throws are pretty good for the arena. So hopefully there is plenty of throws, plenty of gold, plenty of comebacks, and of course our beautiful casters, Cap and SUG, will be taking you for game 3.
And it's going to be an exciting game 3 with a pickup of a Venomancer like this. MOUZ have gotten themselves, I think, out of the hole. I mean, I was looking at that draft going, ooh, I don't know what MOUZ is going to do here, but I really think that Venomancer pick was a game changer.
Really clutch pick, really cool pick, and one that fits their setup, which is getting those weird heroes from mid 1 last, something that he can be really annoying with in the game, play his style, and we are going to need to see MOUZ's style if they want to take this game 3 against the juggernauts that are Team Spirit.
It's a counter to every hero on the side of Team Spirit, except for one, the Medusa. Misery said it. In this game 3, it's Yatoro versus the world. Yatoro has come up time and time again, but it all comes down to these first 20 minutes, which MOUZ have proven to the lead up of this tournament that they are experts at. They are one of the strongest teams, but when it comes to this matchup against Team Spirit, Avery, it just doesn't seem to be working for them. Why is that? And will that change in game 3?
I think they're not playing the lanes as crisp as we saw them in some of the previous events. So I think they just have to mechanically step up. And I think Spirit is a tough team to destroy in lanes, right? You can go even with them. You can come out with some small advantages sometimes. The Furion gave him a little extra firepower in terms of those rotations, but this is just not a team you're going to run over. You kind of have to beat them a little bit at their own game, at least. You have to out-team fight them. You have to out-objective them. That's where you're going to beat Team Spirit. You cannot go in this series and expect to just run them over 2 20-minute games and you're done with the day. So you have to adjust your mindset a little bit when you play against this team.
Sure.
And just be a little more patient, right? Just win the lanes through attrition, through the Lotuses, through the Wisdom Shrines, the little ganks, the power runes, instead of going for the, we're going to crush them. That said, this Veno could break a lot of this early game open. It is a very good matchup here against the Axe and the DK, annoying for the Clockwork, and can be problematic for Deuce in the late game if you get a lot of farm. We're talking Hurricane Pike, Scotty territory. You can really kite that hero out, outrange him. You do a lot of damage.
And MOUZ, this is a hero that has been on the rise when it comes to the meta. It's a hero that you're seeing a lot in these pubs, maybe not so much in the professional matches, but MOUZ, they're an early adopter of the Venomancer. They were doing this a full month ago. And mid 1.
Oh, to mid-level 1 with Collapse? What is this tech?
I mean, if you want to make sure that this Venomancer doesn't get away with murder. Mid 1, these body blocks might be life-saving if you can get a good enough one, but it's going to be barely neutral now from behind. Battle Hunger plus a dead shot ready to go. Too many disables. It's going to be first blood for Laurel, giving a huge advantage to this Dragon Knight in a bad matchup.
Man, what a cool play. And this is why you cannot expect to destroy this team in lanes. They're too creative. They're too mechanically gifted. They're always going to make the right play. That's such a boon for Laurel. Such a heads-up play. You sacrifice a little bit for Collapse early here, but he can make it up later with some stacking if he really needs to. And you give such a good start to this DK, who was otherwise in a very rough matchup. Now, this will not change the overall course of the lane for mid 1 in terms of what he gets, but it will change it for Laurel a lot. This DK is going to get a lot more than he should. He's going to be able to get the boots up early. He even gets a D-ward on mid as well. Super sick start for Laurel here. This could change the game a lot in terms of what that trajectory looks like for the 2 mid laners. Might even be able to get the faster 6-up on the DK and gank this Veno into some tower pressure as well. Completely flips this matchup.
Yeah, especially since the early levels are so important for Venomancer to get an advantage. Oh, Dragon Tail, he's actually taken a lot here.
This is brutal start for mid. Not what you want. You want to go in here with the orb, with the corrosion, just get the debuffs onto the DK, get the bonus damage up, out CS him. start building up the plague wards on the later levels. This is going to be a way slower start to this lane. Yeah, you can put the harass into it, but damage is done here. Nice lane lead for Spirit. I think this game revolves a lot around the support duos. I think whenever Pugna's in the game, I personally think this hero is absolutely busted. I think you have to respect what this hero does as the game scales on and how tanky he gets and how tanky he makes everybody, particularly when you're running 3 cores on the side of Spirit that all rely on some physical damage, or at least the call is pseudo-physical because the guy has to attack you, right?
Yeah.
But Decrep ruins all 3 of these cores pretty heavily. The Siphon Decrep really resets the fight. You have Snowball save as well.
And Battle Hunger is also physical. There's a lot of
so
really good setup here for the Pugna.
And to me, the only heroes that are going to disrupt this backline from MOUZ are the Clockwork in particular, or the Muerto with some dead shots and calling position, right?
Yeah.
So to me, Spirit need to find the supports early on in these fights, and their supports are the ones that are going to enable that. So it's really a support on support battle. So the team fights.
Yeah, Pento, I feel like, is got a pretty heavy responsibility on his shoulders for this game. For a hero that has not been particularly good in the meta, right? I mean, we have not seen very much Clockwork, and the only reason you would really pull it out is against this Pugna, I think.
It's a direct answer, but I still rather have the Pugna, right? You can always itemize against Clock. You can get the 4 stabs, the Glimmers, and your spells are just stronger. There's a reason we don't see this hero. It's pretty lackluster if you don't find early momentum, and it's really hard to find the early momentum nowadays compared to the other melee roamers, you know, the Pudge, the Tusk.
Yeah. I mean, if it's good against the Pugna, but it's not good against anything else, can he really get anything going, right? I feel like it's bad against almost every other hero here on the side of MOUZ.
It's okay. I'd argue it is, in theory, a good matchup against the Tide and Troll. It's just not in the best state he's been.
Sure.
This will be a double melee offlane for MOUZ that gets a lot more than we saw in some of the other games too.
And certainly, in fact, they're going to try and punish Panto here as the battery assault runs out. Good damage, but the Cogs pushing away Yamich stopped a lot of it. It would have been a death sentence if Yamich was close enough for some tag team hits there.
And the fact you can leave Boom up here solo early is, again, as the panel talked about, put that Tusk in the mid. Look for those ganks on the DK with the super high threat you have with this Venomancer. That's why that start for Laurel was really important.
Yeah. Or even the kills in this bottom lane, right? You got an extra hero to help out Troll, who,
yeah, possible,
can already help you out a lot with the slow.
I think it's doable to kill Claps. He's just not my biggest priority.
Sure.
I'd rather get the Venomancer snowballing more than the Troll. The Troll is not as important to this draft as mid 1 start is. And this is the point in the game where he's putting a lot of pressure on Laurel. This is about the time you'd want to gank this DK.
Really nice calling. That is going to put Celery down, and Chrysalis can't even get a return kill. In fact, if he's not careful, he might die here as well. The call goes out from Collapse. An early level of the call. A lot of these axes will go 0-2-2, but not in this case.
Looking for a little extra kill threat down here, and they'll find some action. Really nice start for the Axe. Despite committing to that gank mid, it does not hurt his trajectory at all.
This lane is going so poorly, and it's with the Venomancer being behind where he normally would be. Because normally he'd have the Orb of Light already, which is just adding not only just an extra 10% off the Septic Shock, but also obviously the minus armor, allowing the right clicks to do even more. It really stacks up.
Got to gank this DK right now. This is your last window to really do it before he can either rotate with 6 or go into the jungle a lot more reliably. Laurel will TP back into mid. Does Yamich stick around? It's a big question. You also are going to have 6 for mid 1. Yeah, he gets the Plague here. So this is your biggest kill threat on this DK in this early game.
But if it is such a big threat, I mean, isn't it fairly telegraphed?
Oh yeah, it's telegraphed, but do Spirit want to bring their supports to this mid lane? Might do it for the 6-minute power. They're eyeing it up right now. Everybody's going to come and clash mid. But ultimately, mid 1 is the strongest hero in this fight, so you don't want to end up in some awkward exchange with your Spirit.
And start off Panto.
Yeah, you're dead.
He is 100% dead.
Goes to mid 1.
Gets the last hit on that one. Root did manage to grab the amp damage at bottom lane away from Celery, who was also coming.
Honestly, that's not the worst exchange for Spirit.
No, I don't think so at all.
Someone was going to die to this Venom no matter what. You'd rather have it be the support, and you predominantly wanted to take that rune away from the Venom so he doesn't get the resources. Because now Laurel can stand on this lane a bit more. Right, he got the Plague out of mid 1. But yeah, you can Gale him here. Do you have the damage to fight him?
It's a little dangerous. Mid 1 bursting down. And there goes all your damage. Team Spirit bait in MOUZ. They knew the heroes were behind them. but they just had the better read of the situation than mid one did.
Again, you don't have the ult on the Veno. Very hard to man up against this DK, especially with amp damage still lingering on Rue. They did not anticipate the DPS that Mortha was going to throw out there.
Yeah, and you're also talking about a Venomancer. Venomancer is not the highest armor hero. He used to be an agility hero, right now universal. Only rocking 6 armor. That is not much against this corrosive dragon.
So in the end, this feels very similar to the first 2 games. It's MOUZ not getting the lane when they really wanted the lineup. They still have a lot of plays to make in this game for sure, but it is interesting that Spirit have kind of had their number in all 3 games. Now, Ball is feeling the pain down here.
Not good. Not good at all. Collapse. He's going to bring him down here. Calling blade stacked for him.
That is satisfying for Collapse. He has had such a strong start. And he is going the phylactery? Question mark?
Okay.
Quick earn into phylactery buildup to try and play around these plague wards and everything, you know. Get some more move speed, play around the battle hungers, not be as reliant on early Blade Mail Blink in this game, which I kind of agree with. I don't think you can go Blade Mail Blink against Veno, Troll, Pugna, Snowball Save. It's not reliable. It's just not going to scale the way you want. So this is the alternate build. I'm a big fan of this build. We'll see if he can make it work.
I mean, I kind of get it, but isn't Blade Mail still effective against the Ags build of the Venomancer?
A little bit, yeah. Not if he gets decrept every time.
Yeah, that is true. So you really can't rely on it against so many saves. So yeah, I'm okay. I'm with you on it.
The more I think about it, though, this might be a pipe axe game.
I mean, that's certainly what 33 would go in this sort of game. Snowball will not reach in time. They continue to play around the Venomancer, but not finding kills.
That's exactly what I think. More and more I watch these games, like, what would 33? Because he's usually on point, and I think he would have gone pipe here for sure. Really good pipe game. Just buff up your other heroes. You're kind of going to play around Dusa's timings and her like walking in the Roche pit with this style anyway.
Sure.
If you feel like you can't do damage with Blink Blade Mail, you're probably not doing that much more with a phylactery buildup. Unless you just hit your mark perfectly and snowball this game.
We saw a lot of this in game 1. Boom. As strong as he is, if he's outnumbered by many heroes, he will fall, and he has to use a defensive Ravage here. Meanwhile, Rue's caught in the mid lane. Somebody has to take this mid lane. And whoever does is going to be caught by Yamich mid-1 duo.
Nice little pickup for mid-1. He will take top network here, even with all the setbacks. It was inevitable.
Collapse getting low. He's dead.
Oh, yeah, he's gone.
From the other side, Celery helps catch him. And unfortunately for Chrysalis, it's Celery who takes the last hit there, as Chrysalis could use the extra bump. He is the lowest net worth core in the game right now.
Nah, I don't think that's unfortunate at all. I'm giving every last hit to Pugna. I think this hero absolutely carries games. Okay. I'm telling you, do not underestimate this guy. He's got 5.2 int gain. He gets the magic resist up, becomes invincible.
Yeah, and I mean, Celery's on a bit of a hot streak right now.
Oh, his Pugna's really good too. That's why I have some confidence here.
Sure.
You know, you got to be a Pugna abuser. Play this hero to its max.
Well, he is going to be abused, perhaps. Got a little bit too close there. Collapse tries to take advantage of this situation. Battle Hunger chase him down. They'll just get the Nether Ward kill. And a smoke up from Yamich in mid-1 as they going to go a little journey here. They going to go bottom, or are they going to go into this triangle?
Could be a little scary to just force the triangle here with how many heroes are off the map. You don't want to run into 3 or 4, especially with potentially Clock on the high ground. We'll see Panto bottom now, so they have a lot more information. But they will leave mid-1 mid. He can TP to this bottom play. This is really aggressive from Spirit. I'm surprised they are pushing it like this.
Yeah, Team Spirit trying to set the tempo like they've done before. Cogs push back, Shard still going to keep Collapse in the area with the slowdown of the Venomancer. Collapse in some trouble. Silence on Celery slows it down, but Collapse is still going to fall here. Rue stepping forward to try and get the deny. No such luck.
I think that's going to be the situation for Collapse a lot this game. You get hit by one spell, then you get hit by everything else, and then you can't move ever again. And you wonder, why am I playing Axe in this miserable game?
And that's got to feel fantastic for mid-1. Being a part of another kill, it was also an Arcane Rune play, so it's Noxious play, got a very low cooldown. They get a tower off it, maybe even get a kill. Panto, not level 6. Can the protection of the Cog save him once again? He is good. Missed dead shot there from Rue. So no opportunity for a turnaround kill as the kill score stays 4-4 in this game 3.
All getting some free damage on mid. Knows there's no teleport on mid-1.
But he's sneaking in from behind. Mid-1's going to catch him here.
A slow, painful death, and needs help.
He is Panto again. He's going to show up and does have Lotus. So Laurel will live for now, but what a life it is.
But just look at the control
much farm
that MOUZ playing around this Veno is giving them on the map. They're forcing Spirit reactions. They're forcing them to a bad part of the map. And Troll Tide, absolute free farm right now. There's no pressure going into the two MOUZ side laners. This is what they want in this game. You reacting to the Veno, you trying to fight this hero that you have no good interactions against. He's getting the power runes. He's taking control of Plague Wards. You need to dodge him right now. If you're Spirit, you do not want to be reacting to the Veno pressure. You want to be finding plays elsewhere in this game. And if you're not doing that, you will get out farmed here because the Veno will take space away from your DK. And what is Laurel supposed to find? You get a blink here, but I'm a little worried about this blink because you're going to smoke this DK blink into what follow-up? Like hook shot? I mean, is the damage good enough? Especially with shield rune on mid one, this could be a very good timing to have that rune.
Damage baiting things out, but they got the jump onto the Venomancer. It was a bait onto a bait. They got mid one out of his hiding hole, and they got a jump on him, but at the same time, he has shield rune. So they can't go for that kill. Too much HP. Oh, Rue dives to the Nether Ward, and now Collapse is even going to find himself kind of around. He's done. He cannot get back through the protection of the Cog. Celery with the double kill. Now a charge almost finds the opening on Panto. Slows him down to Crepify. Maybe. Ah, they take him out as well. Celery with a triple kill.
4 on 3. You killed nobody, and you lost most of your squad. Again, this is not the hero you want to be fighting into right now. You were just playing into MOUZ's hands. They are taking full advantage of the fact and you don't have the damage to all-in kill somebody into the Pugna Decrep, plus the Snowball, plus Plague Wards, plus that shield room. Maybe you don't account for that, but he was not going down anyway.
Yeah, it's crazy to me that MOUZ have just inflicted this pain mostly on the mid lane, and in Spirit have felt compelled to try and fight into it.
They're getting sucked into the game right now.
Look at Laurel. He has to get a quick blink away. Oh, so quick. That Ice Shards was right in front of his face as he came up the high ground. But he gets the blink before the damage hits. He would have been 100% dead there. As it is, the Wisdom Shrine protected. Rue with the dead shot. They'll keep that experience in their hands.
Kind of a missed opportunity for MOUZ. I think if they're 10 seconds faster there, you just walk up the hill, and there's no way Spirit can test that Wisdom Shrine. I think we're lucky to get that out of this map state right now. Spirit will take that minor victory. Of course, you always have the Dusa farming, and you get to deny a power room. Not the most influential one, but a little something. So you're going to have to go back to your Toro. Get item timings on Medusa, and then hit some sort of team fight or objective with them. But again, is the Dusa, is she going to be able to sway this game that early? Because you're up against the Tide, right?
Yeah.
Like, you have a rough matchup here in terms of the Anchor Smash reducing your damage, not a hero you directly deal with. Then there's kiting potential, there's Decrep potential, there's a Troll who can eventually go Diffusal Disperser this game and be a pretty good matchup against you if he has help to enter the fight. I don't think this is the most... I'm Medusa and I 1v5 everything.
Yeah, I also think Venomancer does a pretty good amount of damage. Like, it's not thought of as a traditional matchup, but with this Axe, you just never really run out of damage, which is what you want against a Medusa.
No, it's a good matchup for the Veno, assuming the Veno's not getting stunned and caught and brought into Stone Gaze range and all this nonsense. That's a lot of work for Spirit to do. They'll try and get some more tower damage. Again, these are risky pushes when you're going this deep onto MOUZ's side of the map with the heroes they have.
On Laurel, another blink before MOUZ can find the opening. Team Spirit, they disperse.
They get away with it.
Head out into the shadows.
I mean, if you can make these plays and get out, that's amazing for Team Spirit here, because you're forcing reactions out of MOUZ. They're getting nothing. The Veno's walking across the map slowly, and you get time for the Dusa. And all you want is time right now. Now, the big difference between this game and game 2 is the Troll versus the Monkey. This Troll will be able to accelerate objectives for MOUZ in terms of Roshan Tormentor if Spirit are in mode dodge. Yeah, if the Monkey King could not do that, this Troll will be able to, especially with the auras on the Tide Hunter. So MOUZ are going to be able to take advantage of the fact that Spirit are kind of dodging them around the map if they really want to force it around that 20 to 25 minute mark.
Feels like a much more robust situation MOUZ have gotten themselves into. Like, they could roll over the game in 20 minutes, but they could still go late game. They have better objective pressure to be the pushing that mid game forward.
And the timings for Spirit are very slow. you're going to need a lot of farm on these 3 cores to be able to keep them all in the fight against the kiting. Unless you could just find, you know, the Veno first isolated, that's kind of the dream.
Yeah.
If mid one's positioning is off for some reason and the supports can't bail him out, then the fight's wide open. But that assumes a lot, right? It assumes they're not playing together, they're not 5-manning, the supports are not backing him up, the Tide's in no man's land. I don't know, that's a lot of assumptions to make.
Celery could not get the tower in time. So that'll be going the way of Yotaro, who continues to climb up that network chart. I mean, completing out the Manta. I mean, Yotaro, it's his game to farm, that's for sure. If he gets to a fast enough butterfly with the Scotty timing, that is going to be a bit of a problem for MOUZ.
All about the objectives in this game. Who's able to get to them first? Does Spirit take the fight? That MOUZ ball, can they find some pickoffs as well? That would really boost their confidence to try and scale here.
Fantastic calling. Support caught on the other side, but Panto, can he just TP away? I think he's good.
He's chilling.
Again. Ooh. Still though, if Collapse dies on the other side of the map, that feels pretty damn bad, and he does. Celery's Pugna continues to speed this game up for MOUZ.
He's having himself a start here, 5-1. This hero with items is an absolute menace. I think if Pugna gets the Glimmer Force +1 here, there really isn't much Spirit can do about him in the fight. You kind of just have to play through.
Venomancer's a little surrounded right now, but the Pugna, he's closing in. Can he bail out mid one? Already at half HP, but there goes. The heals come out, and the objective is just gone for Team Spirit. No chance of being able to kill him. They'll leave Panto behind. Laurel on the run will try and take what neutral creeps he can as he farms his way back. Boom is looking to cut him off, though. Ran to the courier. His team too far away for this just to be a Ravage, so...
But you can go Roche. Everybody's around the pit. Bad place on the map to die for Spirit. Vlad's pipe already done for the Tide. You know, as fat as Yotaro was getting, you also gave a completely free lane to Boom plus stack.
Yeah.
This Tide is beating you in terms of impact with the timings right now.
And they really can't touch it.
No, no chance.
Their heroes...
You're gonna go for a snipe here with Deadshot? No, not on the mark. A quick little Aegis for Crystallis. This will allow him to join some fights or pushes, or they can let him push solo if they are really confident in making another play elsewhere. And there's the flank on the Tusk, so that option is available. Send the Troll down a lane, make a quick smoke play, look for the catch with the Tusk if you think Spirit are in just complete dodge mode.
In order to make that kind of play, though, you got to make sure you are not under any vision. And Celery makes the read for it.
Right on cue. So Spirit are just going to have to find trades. Looking for the mid-tier one with the Dusa, who is closing in on that butterfly. MOUZ will look for this top tier too. They do show up here. I mean, again, it's risky to show like this if you think MOUZ are all converging on these towers. They will dive you.
Yeah, but I mean, pushed in mid, pushed in bottom. Yotaro's taking your triangles. I mean, I feel like this little brief period is very beneficial for Spirit. Now, MOUZ are going to get the Tormentor out of it, which is a lot of net worth.
Oh, they found Yotaro.
UK swing. Yotaro, he's got a Lotus, but he doesn't have a TP.
Yeah, he's done.
What a pick from MOUZ to do that at the same time as going for the Tormentor. I mean, that's just beautiful. Smoke up, unfortunately, underneath the ward, but damage already done big time.
Just as the game was kind of slipping away from this Veno, he wasn't finding the skirmishing in the fights you were in the early game. Now you get a great pickoff like that. The best hero to find in this game as you slow down that butterfly timing. There's the butterfly, right? Arrives as he's in the grave. Can't ask for anything more. Now you get the smoke mid one across the map. See if they can land this. I mean, Spirit know it's coming, but that doesn't mean you'll dodge it.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Up on the bottom side, they did not see Collapse.
That is just unlucky. I'll take Wisdom, though, as I don't think Rue can do much to stop this. Really fast calling, actually. Maybe Collapse trying to help him out. Yamich, he wants to snowball with a beautiful Dragon Tail from Laurel. It stops the snowball save, and they are just outnumbered here. A desperate TP away. The calling. Okay, they got him in the end. Even the Culling Blade didn't hit. Rue does.
Super nice backup from Spirit. They finally get something for them going in this game, even without the Medusa on the map. Take the Veno out. And that is something that they're going to have to think about in these fights, is going in and using their stuns on the saves, right? Anytime you can land disables or damage on the Pugna or the Tusk while you're focusing someone else down is super valuable.
Yeah, no doubt.
That's going to give you a lot more time during this Aegis period to get some more farm off the map. Slow down mid one's progression towards that Ags. There's a blink for the Tide. A lot more teamfight capability for MOUZ now. Man, you wish you could kick this Veno off the map, but it's really scary when not everybody's showing.
Yeah. Like, you have the capability to kill him if he's alone.
You just don't know.
But if there's a single save behind him, it might be disastrous.
Yeah. It's all about the Tusk, because he's a lot of your stun catch to cancel TPs, and he's some of the turnaround. So every time Yamich is off the map, Spirit are going to have a lot harder time making plays.
And they can stay off the map because the Tide and Troll are able to show on all the lanes.
Yeah, this is
because there's no threat against them.
This is all just poke. Get a reaction, back off, get some more farm. You're getting heroes through the gate. Yatoro will farm all this way back. And now look, bottom half of the map is cleared. This is how Spirit outmaneuver. They make these little, informational plays, and then they get to do so much with it.
Yeah, and at this point, all you can really do is brute force it. You can't even do that, though, because Rue has now cut the next wave. So they can't even just, with the heroes here, brute force the tier 2 tower and say, okay, we're at least going to get objective out of this. Rue, while he may pay for it, he's going to take a lot from MOUZ. They lost the creep wave, and this kill may not even be possible. The Glimmer Cape, they've got the snowball on him, so he will end up dying here. But pulling this many heroes this far back onto their side of the map, it is not where MOUZ want to be.
Nope, they want to be taking towers. They want to be taking fights with this Aegis. Spirit are just not giving it to him. This team is really good at playing the map from behind. I think if you get to Ags plus another item on mid one, that's when this game might be in that territory where you can kind of break it open.
Yeah. I mean, Axe is such a massive upgrade when you get this kind of build. Oh, Bound Collapse. I mean, if they're going to try and fight into this, they are going to be fighting into a Ravage, though, and they've already lost their Axe. Laurel just has to BKB to run away.
And draw Yatoro.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about Team Spirit being in dodge mode. They thought maybe MOUZ overextended themselves there. Not the case.
I'm not sure what the read on that play was.
Yeah.
Because again, if the Axe gets jumped and your Deuce is not in the fight at the start, where is the damage going to come from for you to bring anybody down this game? I think unless you have one of those two scenarios, it's just never going to happen. Like, yeah, you can go in with your BKB Dragon thing, but he's not doing anything.
There goes that tier 2. Though somehow Chrysalis did not get the last hit. A little bit of lost efficiency there.
Okay, but what if you find the Veno down here?
Big pickup.
That would be huge.
Veno playing right in the middle of the
no
lane.
Way,
they finally find it. Smoke. He tries to Hurricane Pike away. Take shot back into Laurel here. The Dragon Tail. They've got Panto as well. It's taking a little while. The Saves are trying to get there in time. The Raps goes out. Now the supports, can they get there to bail out mid one? He's good. A Glimmer Cape and some heals, and this is lost for Spirit. It's just a question of how many heroes will die. It's 2. They still have more in the area. Yamich is looking. They're going to chase after Panto. They should find him as well. No way. Collapse goes back into it. Quick heal onto the Pugna with the extra movement speed. Now trying to get out. Yatoro is here behind him. But there are so many heroes. A buyback from Panto. It's a long ways away. He has to TP onto the outpost in order to get here, and he does not have hook shot still, though. The buyback itself has scared MOUZ back. But they got some big items coming in. They shouldn't be afraid. It's an Aghanim Scepter pushing out for the Venomancer and a BKB on its way for the Troll.
Nice little win for MOUZ. That's the risk of going for the Veno in this game. If the Saints bail him out, you're in such a bad position with whoever committed on that play. There's no way to get out. There's BKB piercing, TP stuns, even eyeing up Yatoro. I mean, he is tanky.
Not tanky enough against this Aghanim Scepter, though. He gets off the Stone Gaze.
Oh, perfect.
He has a great healing Lotus, but he can only just fight his way out of it. He's being kited right now. Great jump, though, from Collapse. The neutrals interfere, though, a little bit. The Calling Blade, it brings down the Venomancer. Yatoro's still in trouble, though. It's one core, but what about Crystalline? He's had a perfectly free game, and he'll have a free fight as well. Just banging on Yatoro, moves on to Collapse, a double for him, and boom. He is too tanky to be toyed with. He looks for more heroes. Rue slowed down, tries to hide away, but spotted by Celery. A third kill. They got the Venomancer, but it costs Team Spirit dearly.
It's been the story time and time again this game. I can't help but feeling Spirit are getting baited by this hero. There's bigger targets to think about, and it's just too costly to bring mid one down if you don't know where the rest of MOUZ are. Man, Yamich and Tusk. Now, you don't want to give this guy Touch, but I feel like you don't want to give him Tusk more than Touch. To me, this is his best hero.
Great.
He's just on point every fight, every time with the spell casting. Look at the positioning here, too. Making Collapse work for this kill. Yeah, you get the Veno in the end, but you have to tank double Croaker stun, commit the hook shot to do it. You don't get the Tusk in this. The Tusk survives the whole time. It's just so much spell casting value from Yamich.
Chrysalis not able to get the kill on Panto. Good hook shot to get away, but he also didn't have to use his BKB, which is still sitting at 9 seconds. Talk about a free game for him. Picked up a BKB and hasn't felt compelled to use it once.
Spirit, they're in trouble this game.
Oh, yeah.
The item timings are going to be strong from MOUZ around this second Roshan, and you just don't have good ways to start the fight. Like, if you can't just waddle your Medusa in and she threatens everybody, which she cannot this game. Not against Anchor Smash, Decreps, a troll who can whittle you down a little bit. Your other two cores have to find impact. And that's the big question mark. How do you do it with Axe DK against this lineup?
Do you think that changes with Scotty pickup, or is there still,
it helps
like, you need one more item?
I think he needs the damage item.
Yeah, needs the Daedalus, or in this case, Silver Edge, perhaps?
I think it's Silver Edge. I mean, Yatoro loves his Silver Edge.
He does.
Might also be him thinking, I need to start fights, and if I can just go in and find a good angle, if I can give some extra vision, it could be a massive, massive deal, especially if you can find the supports. Again, if you find the Tusk and Pugna, the fight becomes a lot more straightforward for Spirit. But can you find the Pugna and the Tusk through this front line that is the Veno with the wards, through the Tidehunter, who's been invincible this game?
MOUZ have already read this move.
Oh man, that's a Shiva's completed for Boom 2 right as this fight's about to break out. I mean, he is an absolute beast on this front line.
Team Spirit, they try to go for the quick pick-off around the Roshan pit, will not find it instead. Maybe they're the ones to be picked off. Panto, hook shot blocked out by Boom. What a blink from him. And now he's got the Ravage on Collapse with the extra kill. Blink back in from Dragontail onto Chrysalis. Called up, but he can get off BKB at any time. He's really kited though. Yatoro, is he going to be able to fight it out with the rest of these heroes? Yamich, Boom, and Mid One all trying to fight him right now. Got him back down at about half. Chrysalis, now he pops his ultimate alongside his BKB. Good Dave gets Yatoro, but Yatoro, he's getting a little bit low here. Still has that Lotus to be able to work with. Oh, look, collapse! And now it looks like the troll is dead. He caught the save, and he got the core. Still though, Venomancer is still the strongest hero in these fights. They will not be able to break MOUZ here, but maybe they can get away into the night. A blink back from Collapse. He gets out. Rue, well, he'll be caught. 3 for 2 out of that one. A 3 for 1, actually. They really only get the 1 kill.
Honestly, I thought that was going to be way worse for Spirit, the way that fight was developing. I think that was a very difficult fight to take. When MOUZ keep their supports alive, the fight is going to be hard, and they were absolutely doing that. This Veno is just sitting there, dealing so much damage to everybody. Yeah, your Deuce is in the middle of the fight, but he doesn't have the DPS to push this fight over the edge.
I mean, the Venomancer alongside, if the Tide is anchor smashing, and the Venomancer can actually commit to hitting the Dusa.
Exactly.
I mean, the damage of that Aghanim Scepter, you're talking about like an 80% damage line.
He chunks him here. I mean, just a sick call from Collapse at the exact right moment. During that fight. It's as best as you can hope for.
How do you get that one? You get the troll and you get the Pugna save behind him. I mean, it was perfect, but they're just in a losing situation no matter what.
They need a couple more items here, right? You need some more damage on the Dusa. Nullifier on the DK will help a lot against this Pugna. That's a huge pickup for Laurel. Really smart itemization here. It hurts his, scaling early damage output a little bit, but this is a pretty high damage item, and you need it against the Pugna here, absolutely. There's a lot of auras on the side of MOUZ. Could also be some Conda action for Collapse. You get an extra break mechanic?
Yeah. Probably part of the reason why he started down this build in the first place and why...
Good value this game against this Tide. Even the Veno.
I mean, ultimately, MOUZ, they are going to go high ground at some point with the Tide leading point. So you will have that opportunity.
Yeah, just break him and try and all in him. And trying to account for some of the saves with, you know, Nullifier can account for the Pugna a little bit, and then just somebody tag the Tusk, which can be Panto. There's a path to just jump the Tide and all in him in this game.
Yeah.
Not possible.
Especially since they also have an AoE silence, right, in the calling. So.
Oh, yeah, very true.
Even if he does have some Anchor Smash or some Kraken Shell dispels in there, even if the Silver Edge doesn't quite work, they can still cover it with that silence.
I like the itemization from Spirit. I think they're on point here trying to address the problems that they're facing in this game. It's just, is it going to be enough, right? Because if you mess up the execution a little bit, the fight is going to become real tough, real fast.
Yeah, it's great in theory. Putting it to practice, though, under the situation where they are currently down 9,000 net worth. We'll see how much that grows by the time that MOUZ look to a high ground push, but maybe they never do that push. I mean, what happens if MOUZ just kind of settle in for the late game? Because their scale is immense, right? You get this mid one, is 20 talent, gives you 50 damage. That's not really 50 damage, though. It's more like 130 damage if you talk about the Aghanim Scepter and the percent damage he's getting off the Septic Shot.
This hero scales like a beast, and it's a very good Veno game on top of it. And he has saves.
Yeah, he gets the heroes on this side of the map, while they're also doing Rose Shot.
Just fast. You got to go for the interrupt.
The only way to do it here, Panto or Collapse. Who's going to be the hero?
Rouge just dying to boom.
Collapse trying to make the call out. Actually, maybe with a break here. Tide, not good enough. Too tanky. And now Collapse going to be the one in trouble. The jump in onto the Venomancer. Venomancer is going to be fine, though. He's got plenty of saves. And look at the group up from MOUZ. They just play around each other so well.
They can just keep healing each other. There's the Scotty. But the Veno as well, he is deadly in a kiting situation. But they did get Collapse out of it. The last hit missed uphill. Dallas, are you gonna man up for this? I mean, Yatoro can just Stone Gaze walk in if you get this low. It's an awkward situation.
Yeah, I mean, this is low enough. You gotta make the commitment now. Collapse!
You got the Aegis! No way! What a save! But it's still a hard fight to take. Laurel makes a jump onto the Venomancer. The Zaze of the fire may not be enough. The Hurricane pikes away from the drain. No, he dies off of that. And now Yatoro, well, he's gonna die. Chrysalis is too big of a threat for him still. But Spirit are clawing whatever they can off of losing fights. Another blink away from Collapse on his second life. They lose the fight, but again, it should be a fight that MOUZ just roll over them with impunity, but somehow Spirit get a little something out of it.
That should just not happen. There's no way he should just run Blink in this pit, get everything there. The man is just too clutch. He will keep this game alive for Spirit. That was a game-ending Aegis if it goes onto that troll.
100%. But maybe it is still a game-ending troll even without the extra life. Because they've got 40 seconds till Medusa is back up there, not afraid of anything. Laurel Hill TP in, he's not a threat. This troll can probably just go straight to the high ground.
Looking to make a play here. I mean, they probably thought there's no troll. You can go in with, you know, no troll, no BKB. You go and nullify him. Maybe you can all in him there. Maybe. You have to respect the single target burst a little bit. There's Plague Wards in this fight. There's damage scouting the side. He just finds the angle, gets the jump, gets the Aegis.
The fact that he does that with 400 HP is just insane.
It is an incredibly ballsy play that pays off. Downside for Spirit is he's still getting rolled in this fight.
Yeah. I mean, like, you can make all the clutch plays in the world, but if MOUZ just have a lineup that's going to be able to outscale you, what does it matter?
And that's my big question in this game. Are you addressing the biggest issue in the room, which is the spells against the Dusa? The Anchor Smash, the Troll with MKB, potentially Disperser, Satanic just manning up against him, the Decrep that can ruin him, the Punch Shards that can ruin him. There are so many good interactions for MOUZ in this game against Yatoro. You cannot rely on him to 1v5 the game. That is where these other cores have to make plays, and I mean, they're making it happen a little bit here. I can kind of see it coming together. These cores are maintaining the net worth. I thought this DK Axe were going to be farther behind at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I thought this was going to be like a 20k gold lead with MOUZ hitting high ground, but
not there yet.
Spirit.
Oh, look at this rune.
Slowed down MOUZ's snowball as best they can.
It's a crude giant small, so reduced BAT for this Medusa, plus the crit, on top of an amp damage.
But Team Spirit are never finding the pickoff that they're looking for. MOUZ are preventing that every time. It's 5-on-5 clashes. Spirit, they're never favored for that.
But if you get the jump, if you get the right jump,
Boom's gonna make the jump instead. It's a Shivas immediately. A snowball right on the roof. That is not the great jump from Yamage. He immediately dies, buys back, and now it's just a grab back. Hit whatever heroes they can to go straight to Yotoro. Chris has got him locked down. They have the Stone Gaze and make a run for it. Chrysalis still gets himself stunned out, but between the Ravage, now the Snowball on illusion there. Not what they wanted. They go after Laurel instead, the only hero they can see. And the Dragonite, not long for this world. He'll die. A pickoff on the Dragonite is all it ends up being. But it's still a win for MOUZ, preventing Spirit from finding a good opening in that fight. Boom, just barreling into them with the Shivas.
to get a buyback out of the Tusk, that's super valuable here. But again, not able to commit to the fight over the long term. You got to get what you can and get out if you're Spirit. Shadowblade does bail Yotoro with the lack of detection. That will not happen every time. He is lucky to escape that fight. Crystallis says, I don't need an Aegis to hit your high ground.
No, not at all. MOUZ, we know they are a team bold enough to go for these high ground situations.
You have the sustain, you have the plague wards. You got to be careful about the all-in with the chain stun potential. So your saves have to be on point here if the troll gets jumped. But no Stone Gaze gives you a little confidence.
It does. Bit of heals. Top off the troll. They will back out despite 25 seconds left on the Dragonite.
I mean, I don't think if you're MOUZ, you want to rush this game because you still have so much scale yourself. Like, you're not worried about this game going later if you continue to find items on everybody and you look at how rich their supports are. Even with the buyback on Yamich, he's pushing towards an Ags. That could break this game as well. And he'll find Rue. He is...
Chain stun, no chance for an ult, no chance for Glimmer.
Better him than a core here, for sure.
That is true.
You know, there's no Roche to claim for a long time, so Spirit can just kind of play the map, look for some more items of their own, and they just really need some damage from Yotoro. If he can get to that level 25 plus a Daedalus or something.
Yeah, if he gets the damage and then Collapse gets the damage reduction off the Aghanim Scepter, right? Like, Troll is maybe the best hero, the most effective hero for Aghanim's axe.
Damage reduction is quite good against the hero. Or damage block as well. No Crimson Mire in this game, but what can you do? He also did get the Pyrrhic Cloak on the axe, so that's like another... You know, he doesn't have Blade Mail, but you get the next best thing.
Yeah, extra bit of burst.
Just, you need damage right now. If you're Spirit, that's all you're looking for. Double Outworld Staff worth mentioning for MOUZ as well. That's going to be something else to go through on these jumps that is really annoying. I mean, their job is just make the team fight as annoying as possible. Throw as much gunk out there, as many things for you to deal with, make it chaotic, and they're going to win that fight over time if it's not controlled. Especially if the Tusk Axe comes out. I mean, that makes the fight a lot more difficult because a lot of this for Spirit relies on formation and positioning around the Medusa.
Yeah.
If you kick the Medusa in, I mean, good luck.
Dire are scanning.
MOUZ playing it slow, just playing the map. But that does give an opportunity. Ooh, mid one. Blinking past Yotoro and Collapse. And the teleport's coming in on Boom. Boom wants to stop him here.
You do not want to let him get out for free.
Got the anchor. That slows him down a little bit. Now he's underneath the calling, though, so no chance for Ravage. Not yet.
They're jumping.
He's in trouble.
There's Paul.
Oh, right as the touch jumped in! What is that timing from Collapse? Literally frame perfect from the man. Once again, the offlaner Spirit doesn't give him an opportunity with jump onto the Venomancer. The Venomancer is now dead. There goes much of your damage. Chrysalis getting fighted around now.
Wrong target.
Looking good for MOUZ. No, baby Chrysalis. Oh my God, he just ripped through two of them. Yotoro is still fine. Chrysalis no longer has his axe, and the saves are not there. Not in this 1 versus 2. The man does it again.
What is there to say about this player that has not already been said? There's always so much discussion about Yotoro, but if you ask a lot of people, they will say Collapse is the linchpin of this lineup. Time and time again, he delivers. When you need Mr. Clutch to show up, he will be there. He has absolutely put this game on his back. You know, Yatoro's going to have the stats on his side with all the CS and the DPS, but it is this Axe. What is this call?
Oh my God! Come on!
I don't know. That's Providence or something, right?
That's just an act of God coming in.
Just
Collapse blinks before the blink on Tusk. So his call animation hits before the snowball goes off.
And you know, the thing is, against any other player, if you're Yamich, you go, that is just unlucky.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's luck with this guy, man. He's been doing this stuff for years now. It's just instinct. Spirit take this game back. Re-even out this lead. That was MOUZ's fight to win. They had every advantage they needed to take it. And they just overextend, not respecting the break and the call potential against this Tide on the front line. I think Boom was... He felt a little too strong for what this Axe can do to him with the Conda buildup here. Especially if the saves are not around him and you sacrifice that position, you're going to pull your supports out of position. It's part of what forced that blink from the Tusk to bail him out. Now it's Spirit looking for this Roshan. And they have damage on the Deuce now. Daedalus completed for Yatoro. Silver Edge is done. He is level 25. Got that extra int, so a little more tank ability as well. And he's looking for his Disperser. You put an Aegis on this Medusa, the game changes by a considerable degree.
Yeah, you can't. If you can't kill the Medusa, you won't be able to kite him against the Disperser. You can't kill him against the Aegis. It poses a problem for MOUZ. I think there are many ways they can still win this fight. But the Medusa is certainly a problem for them now.
Oh, the Troll.
And especially if they can burst down this Troll. Now, there's the snowball save this time around.
Awkward Dragon, though.
Yeah, it's going to pull him in pretty deep. And Collapse, he may die here. Good force snap back with the Glimmer Cape. That'll help save him. Crystal is trying to slow him down. Getting some heals. Dragon Tail goes out. Crystal is careful with the ultimate. Doesn't want to be pulled back in again. A nice assassination there from mid-one on the side on Collapse. Now a snowball in. And Laurel, he's isolated here. Even as he Dragon Tails the Troll, there's nowhere to run.
Can't commit to that fight. You use Stone Gaze, the Troll gets out. He still has ult. He still has saves behind him. You did not deal with the Tide like you did in that previous fight. No way Yatoro can commit in there. You're going to get kited. The Venom's going to do its work. I'm kind of surprised Spirit went for that play. It was a really bold play when you potentially could have just held the Roche Pit and made MOUZ go into you, which is a way better scenario.
Higher limp, thinking they don't want to be left in a situation where they're getting like ward spammed. Ooh, Chama is showing! Team Spirit refuse to die! A hero save from Collapse. Now it's the newcomer Panto's turn to step up and rip away the Aegis from MOUZ.
It's just disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting. I mean, this game is over if MOUZ get both those Aegis. Now they will have to struggle again with, you know, another lead that's been built up. But the high ground is not as secure without the 2 lives on the Troll, because you can all in this Tide as we saw. You can all in this Troll if you can deal with the saves.
He's strong enough to get through backdoor protection at this point.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it is Team Spirit.
Also,
are they just fighting against the inevitable?
He does have that 25 talent for the Battle Trance Strong Dispel as well. So these calls really have to be on. There's the kick into the Hex.
Collapse with the call. Can Yatoro get out? There's no way. He's blocked out. Ravage goes through, and Crystallis will deliver the killing blow.
Don't have buyback.
Has to be expended here, but Collapse is dead. If Collapse is dead, who will bail out Yatoro? Now it's Panto. He got him inside the cogs with 2, and the Troll's in trouble. Get a little bit of Yatoro's almost got him, and he's got him killed. The buybacks will push them through. Yatoro, he will hunt them down one after the other. Team Spirit, they're not done yet.
That's a really pivotal moment in this game if you're MOUZ. Do you commit your own buybacks when you see Spirit starting to throw these out and you know they might be low on gold for some of them? You know, you could have bought back and just gone to your base, reset, take another fight here. But you don't pull that trigger, and now this game swings a little back towards Spirit. But Again, I don't know what these angles are. Like, Gamage is looking for that block. You even stunned him with the hook shot, but you once again get Roche, get Aegis. You keep this game alive. This Team Spirit team is not an opponent you want to give multiple lives to. Like, if I had to pick one team in the world that I do not want to have clutch plays go against me, it's this team. It's some beautiful cogs and hook shots from Pantos.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I mean, he is.
As soon as he hits that one, Yatoro is winning this fight.
And here's where you could kind of say, yeah, maybe we buy back and just go for it, but it's a really tough call because you don't have bots on these heroes. You have to like aggressively glyph for the TPs. It just didn't look clean enough. This game is a game that's, and it's felt like it should have been over for MOUZ a while ago. And against a lot of teams it might have been, but
MOUZ still sitting at the 11,000 net worth lead that they've been at time and time again.
That does not feel as good now as it did 20 minutes ago.
No, this is a dead even game 3 now with 47 minutes.
We did see the influence of that kick though. And this is a really big spell in this game, particularly with the Hex pickup on mid one, because you have kick into Hex. There is no real counterplay from Spirit. You go into the late game where Spirit lack buybacks. If you can find that one hero that doesn't have buyback, in this case, it is the Dusa for 5 minutes here. If you find Yatoro, the game just ends. He is pushing towards that Ags though. This is the big damage power spike for this Dusa. You get the Ags online on top of this Daedalus. The crits start flying through. He can deal some serious DPS. But none of that's going to matter if you get kicked into Hex into all in, especially with a Ravage on top. And you will just blow everything if you find him, because you know he does not have buy right now. So you're not going to hold the trigger on anything and maybe let a good call go off. You are going to blow everything on this guy.
I mean, at one point, it's the Dusa not enough. I mean, even if he dodges this kick, he's really capping out. He's looking at an Aghanim Scepter next. And what do you go from there? I feel like Divine Rapier.
Yeah, it's just Divine. I mean, you can go like some Disperser builds into MKB if there's evasion or some cheeky stuff like this to maybe up your damage for gold cost, but it's Divine. It's Divine into Aegis, into ending the game off that. By the way, refresher on that Tide is even more deadly. You know, you're getting kicked into Hex plus double potential Ravage.
Yeah, with the level 25 Ravage as well.
It's
3.2 seconds stun, 6.4 if you chain it perfectly. Yeah.
And you still have buybacks if you're MOUZ. That's the upside of not using him in that fight. You can now go back for the Siege. You can go back for this next Roshan and have 5 buybacks available. And that is just a nasty amount of HP for Spirit to survive through with only 1 life on this Medusa.
And they've got so many ways to be able to siege here. They've got 25 on the Venomancer, so he can keep throwing these very tough wards up the high ground.
And you do not want to walk up and kill these things because you're going to get kicked out of the base. So.
Exactly, yeah.
Really tough position for Spirit. You just have to, if MOUZ want to play patient and just wait for Roche, I think you have to concede to the Spirit. You're not going to feel good doing it, but I do not think you can win that fight. Going outside the base with only 1 life on the Dusa, it just sounds like suicide.
Team Spirit, they'll hold their ward, hoping that MOUZ give them another opportunity.
I can't believe they're lingering out here like this. I mean, you're trying to get Ags on this Dusa. I get it, you have to continue to look for stuff, but 3 minutes on the clock for that Dusa buyback. Against potential vision, against that kickback.
Pressure for Chrysalis, double BKB, double Satanic. What are you going to do against that?
Pray that he doesn't latch onto you. That's about it. Yeah, level 25 Pug, no, that's pretty nice here. Just waiting for that Roshan. Though, the Roches have not really worked out for you. I mean, what are the odds they steal it a 3rd time, right? They're not going to do it 3 times. That's in game. Nobody's acting.
Tormentors are free at least.
I have a feeling if we get to this next Roshan and MOUZ are in that pit, they're going to put one person in the pit, and the other 4 are just going to be their own personal calling around that pit.
I mean,
rotating.
At what point do you just preemptively ravage as Roshan dies?
I think you do. So level 30s might be nice here too. Start to push towards him here, get some more tank ability. You always have those buybacks available. That's going to be the big ticket here for MOUZ in these Roche fights.
Brother, get rid of that healing cell. Like, what is it doing there? It's 52 minutes in. You've got Refresher Satanic.
You never know when you need a little extra heal.
I guess so.
So there is that Ags plus the Synth for Yatoro. Doesn't need to expend a slot for it. Just consumes it. Will cost him buyback for about another minute or 2 after the timer, because he'll have to farm up a considerable amount of gold here. But maybe he's just saying, let's go win the fight for the Roshan. Maybe we can't base defense against 2 lives. Or send Collapse in to steal it for another time. It's also an option. He's eyeing up a Refresher on this Axe, by the way. If he can get there, that's massive for them. But of course, you really need to save your buybacks here if you can.
Chrysalis really wanted to take a fight there with the amp damage, but not willing to push into Team Spirit's vision here. Team Spirit, though.
Oh, look at how many plague wards are here.
They see the Venomancer. They're going to all in on the Venomancer with the nullifier. The instant Ravage from Boom stops it all. Yamage with the snowball. Boom with the Ravage. It denies their opening. And E-Blade, a nice little save there with Scrappify, but here comes Chrysalis. They got a second Ravage on the Duke.
Oh, in trouble.
Rebel Trolls on top of him, and there's nothing to save him now.
He's gone?
He's gone, and no buyback available. No gold for it.
They don't know that, though. MOUZ do not know he does not have the gold. They know the timer.
I mean, does it matter? They could take Roshan and still go high ground. There's 2 minutes left. They'll find out one way or the other.
Oh, yeah, they're gonna find out here. They're gonna find out the exact situation, which is there is no buyback on this Medusa. In theory, this game is over right now.
MOUZ knew exactly what Team Spirit wanted to do and countered them perfectly. This time it was MOUZ with the frame-perfect timing, a Ravage instantly, the heals, the snowball, too many saves, and now Team Spirit have to fight it out. 4 versus 5. They get the first one. That's the toss. Got buyback going to be used, and the tier 4s are falling fast.
They've already used as well. Crystallis, he's just going to go to ham on this throw. He has a
Stopping the initiation, uplink right on top of him. No opportunity for Team Spirit to make their own place forward. And now with Tusk, they stop him as well. It's Crystallis. He's just going to hit the throne. Collapse got the call, but it doesn't matter. MOUZ, they had everything taken away from them. They had the kills. They had the agencies taken away, and it did not matter.
Man, this team is fun to watch. They come in with their creative picks, their style of Dota, heroes that you have to respond to. They make you deal with them in the game. They have very solid itemization. They always have a game plan. And this team has come together in a very short time period. And this is their biggest victory yet, taking out the 2-time TI champs on LAN in a Game 3 high-pressure situation where clutch plays are being made. That is no easy task. They show up when they need it most, and man, a very clutch Game 3 draft. I think this draft was going to decide this Game 3. I would give it to them. I think they won that. I think they made Spirit's Core's life miserable, and it showed.
The narrative of this team being just an early game monster is over on LAN, performing with 2 different wins past the 45-minute marker. MOUZ are the full threat.
That's what's been impressive here. I think people would have said, hey, they're just a snowball team. They're playing Gaimin-style Dota 2.0. Yeah, they can run you over. Yeah, if you give them like the early momentum and the early Roshans, they're just going to build auras and go high ground. It's kind of one-dimensional. We saw them make crazy comeback plays in this series. We did not see them give up. We saw them always look for those opportunities in the team fights. Maybe a lot of people are going to say, yeah, Spirit threw that game 1 more than MOUZ came back. But they had very clutch spellcasting. They did make that comeback in that game 1. And they showed resilience in this Game 3. And then I think they just straight out drafted them in this last game.
Yeah, and one of the biggest parts of that was that last pickup of the Venomancer. What a great pickup. And mid one, I mean, he performed with it, right? He had the 2 supports. The 3 of them just took over the game as a whole. And in the end, had the lead the entire way in this game 3.
Hello, everybody. Yes, we are here with Celery. Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up for Celery. World's best Pugna player, showing it yet again. I thought you retired or some shit. What are you doing back up here, man?
Yeah, Mortal Faith lured me.
Got the team together, coming out there and beating a huge name like Team Spirit. So good to see you guys doing so well. Absolutely fantastic. Was that series as fun to play as it was to watch? Because, ladies and gentlemen, I'm at home, am I right? That was a whole lot of fun to watch.
It was pretty fun.
Are we going to see more games like that in the future, my friend?
Yeah, hopefully. Maybe a bit less stressful, but it was fun.
Well, stressful for you and entertaining as hell for us. Thank you so much for an incredible series. We hope to see you guys again on this stage soon. Let's go and see what the panel thought about that fantastic series.
We're talking about how he wants maybe a less stressful game would be more enjoyable. And I'm sure that stress came from the fact that despite doing 98% damage to Roche over 4 Aegises, they only got 2 out of those 4.
Yeah, that's that Spirit Magic. Collapse is probably one of the best Aegis stealers of all time, and I guess he gave Pantu a tip or 2 because he's one of his own. Brought him and said, you need to do this, and he did that thing. Here's one of them. It's just crazy. I don't know how they do it, but it wasn't enough. And we talked about how Spirit, they don't have quite the same sauce they used to, and I think, honestly, this is a really big step for MOUZ, winning this game against what people consider to be one of the most clutch teams ever, and they out-clutched them, and they won this game where I think a lot of teams would expect Spirit to pull it out in the end, but they didn't, and I think that's huge for MOUZ.
Yeah, they didn't let the game 1 and 2 kind of break them, right? Especially when you go into game 3, they have this last pick Venomancer, they've utilized it before, and there's a lot of question marks, like can they break the early games, can they set up the troll and the tide to be able to enter the game when they're ready? 100%, they did that. Like the amount of times that we see the Venomancer invading the jungle, kind of dictating the early game, it really made a kind of 1v9 situation. Can Yotaro carry the entire game for his team? And when you have this much kiting, no, the question was answered. Yeah.
I think also maybe you guys are right in the pre-game about Team Spirit that in the past when they got those Aegis steals, they usually claimed the win in the end, and then they just don't really have the same oomph when it really matters. I feel like they have the clutchness, but I don't know, maybe the draft is just not it. Like they don't have the late game team fight like they used to claim the win. There's just definitely something there. So yeah, it's sad to see them go already.
Yeah, it feels like with these Aegis snatches, it was more to just buy time in the game, whereas previously it had been, okay, this is now opening the door back into the game for us to get the lead. But this was all about stalling time. I mean, when you put so much pressure on the Medusa, unfortunately, it just wasn't really enough. And for Spirit, they come here, they play a best of 3, and despite it being amazing Dota, just not making the full run there, Quinn.
Yeah, it's like Misery said, it's crazy to see. It's really strange to see Spirit getting knocked out and not making to the final 2 days or the last day, and being in the finals. And I honestly, going back to MOUZ, I think it's just awesome for them. Being able to do that and to topple Titans to go toe-to-toe, I think it's really great. And I mean, in Spirit's defense, it's incredibly hard to stay on top forever. And I think the season's just started, and they clearly have some work to do to get back to the level that they are going to hold themselves to.
I mean, post-TI, it's kind of the race to what team is confident in their own style quickly, right? Before a new meta is developed, before people truly understand what kind of went wrong during TI, or even what roster shuffle you're dealing with, I think it's kind of that race to that position. And MOUZ, because they have played the most games of any team, competitively, to get to this position, I think that's helped them a lot in being able to kind of cement what is their Dota. Is it the Nature's Prophet mid? Is it the Venom mids? Is it the fact that Boom is a kind of that consistent kind of team fighting style offlane? Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, but I think their identity is so strong that if a team has a bad day against them, they will be able to close out series. And Spirit, we have to be honest, they kind of had a bad day. There were some moments, especially in the first game, indecision not going for Roshan. Game 2, they cleaned it up. Game 3, they put too much pressure on Medusa to do well, and the initiating factor of Axe and DK was shut down because of a 24 last bit of Venomancer. So yeah, I think MOUZ, they have what it takes to showcase their Dota every single time.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a good point. However, the game 1 looked like it was in Spirit's hands, right? They were up 15k.
threw it away at the cliff there. One game 2 as well, and now we're talking about them not being that good. I think maybe on a normal day they would claim that first game and then the second one as well, and then we would be talking about different things. But that's not the case.
Yeah, it was fantastic, this whole series, 3 games. And look, with MOUZ getting a win, it does mean we get the special privilege of Mid1 joining us. Congratulations, how are you feeling?
Great, I guess.
Good, sometimes that's all that really needs to be said there. Look, the Venom mid, we got to talk about it. Were you calling for it? We know that you love to play it, but in that moment, was it you calling for it? Was it a teammate that's bringing it up?
I mean, it was obvious, right? Like, I see DK, and I'm like, I mean, it's no brainer to just pick Venom, you know.
All right, so you at no point were you ever thinking there's going to be another hero in mid for you. You did get ganked early though on this Venom. Did that? How do you recover from that? You're like, oh man, lane's done, GG. We just go next.
I mean, I was surprised by it. I was like, oh my god, I should have expected this. Like, it's gonna happen. Like, you know, like, I think people are gonna gank me, but I felt like the matchup, like, I kind of understand it a lot, so I wasn't worried. I know, like, at some point, like, I can still do a lot, so it's fine.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a classic anti-Huskar gank. I was curious if you felt stressed at all as the game went longer, as they have sort of spirit magic. This team is very good at pulling games back. Did you feel like the game was in y'all's control for most of it, or did you feel like with the Aegis steals and stuff, like if it was slipping at all?
I mean, there was a lot of bullshit going on, right? Like, they took our Aegis toys, and I gotta say, like, I actually felt like we might actually lose this game.
Really?
But that's the fun part of it. Like, I actually like it. This feeling, it makes me like, sure, like, why not? Just keep playing.
How do you manage the comms in the team? Are you guys, like who's staying calm in it, right? Because in that moment, you are kind of panicking. You're like, okay, this should have been our Roshan, this should have been our Aegis. Like, how do you keep calm and keep the other players calm too?
I mean, we were not panicked. As I always said, like, you need to be able to move on. Like, what's next? Like, it happens. Like, yeah, sure. Like, what now? You can't be thinking about the Roche constantly, right? Like, the life goes on. Like, the game is going on. You need to think about, like, what's next.
Yeah.
That's what you need to do.
I'm curious about you guys played Furion both 2 first games, and then game 3 was kind of a completely different style of drafting. And I'm curious what went through you guys talk outside, and what was your thought process going into game 3?
I mean, I was telling my team, like, I think because I wasn't at Fisher tournament, so I felt like the team were moving a bit different. So I was like, this Furion might not be the best for us right now. So I was like, I want us to switch something up, you know. I don't want to go Furion again, and we might actually just lose on Turkey out of nowhere. You know, it's always nice to switch things up and like being aware of like the team is a bit different now. So we're gonna need some time to adjust again.
Yeah, smart move, I think.
In regards to the draft for MOUZ, you seem to be kind of like the star player in how they draft. They give you access to Necrophos and Broodmother, Lesh, right? Like any hero you want. Do you ever feel that pressure in the draft to have the correct read on what a quirky mid-1 hero will be to win the game?
I don't know. I mean, you're asking a hard, tough question for me, I think. I mean, maybe, I don't know. I don't know how to answer this.
That's fine. No, just enjoy the picking whatever you want to play in the moment. I guess that's the better way.
If I feel it, like, I just play it, you know. Sometimes I might pull up the Kaz mid. I did it before.
Yeah. I mean, it's impressive that MOUZ have that much kind of trust. I think some teams don't have that trust in players to some degree, but it is impressive that MOUZ just allow you to kind of, what you see is what you get, what you call for.
I mean, it's all depending if you are able to execute it. So it's like, if people realize that, I mean, your first impression is important, right? If you are reliable, people are gonna trust on you. It's just how it is, right?
Look, your Venom mid is very reliable, right? We saw it in groups, we've seen it multiple times here. In this game number 3, though, I want to circle back to it because we talked about that early gank, caught you off guard. You knew the lane matchup, but with the Venom, you're also very good at roaming with it, rotating. It's like, how are you confident that this Venom is going to be able to do stuff when you move to those side lanes?
All right, I just know their hero's weakness. Like, I just know Axe is my dog. You know? It's basically my dog. What can I say?
Yeah, it looked like you guys had good communication with the supports as well, right? You came bottom, took the tier 1 bottom, they went mid, they couldn't fight you at all. You have the Tusk and the Pugna in this game away, like you see it here as well on the picture, and yeah, it just can't fight you at all at this phase. And it kind of gave you that that early momentum. I think that was very important for your game to snowball.
How much of it, mid one, was down to your Venom matchup, knowing, like you said, they're heroes that you're able to capitalize on this axe, but also the supports, having that Tusk for you and the Pugner as well backing you up?
Sorry, I wasn't thinking.
You're literally too busy watching Dota. This is such a classic Dota player.
He's admiring his gameplay.
And he's like, that's all I want to focus on. Stop talking to me, you know? Is you're doing replay analysis already?
Sorry.
He's hard at work. He's hard at work. I was curious if you expected the team to go this well this quickly, because I think a lot of people saw the roster and they were like, it has potential, but like, I don't think it's going to own right away. Right? I think that was most people's thoughts. But y'all are you're looking like a top 4 team right now, to be honest. Did you expect that, or were you kind of surprised too?
I'm kind of surprised too. Like we had a rough season at the start. I mean, we have a rough start, not a rough season, but I was expecting it would take a longer time, you know. But I think we got a lot of luck during the process. Like we had the talk and then we win. You know, it's all luck, I would say.
Oh, look, they say luck is opportunity meets preparation. You guys have clearly done your preparation. You came in, you got the win over Spirit. I won't keep you much longer, right, man? When you already seem tired, and I know you have to prep your series tomorrow, so thank you so much for joining us. I really appreciate that. Any last words for the MOUZ fans, for the SEA fans getting to watch in the LAN here?
Keep supporting us. Thank you, man.
Well, look, sometimes it's short and sweet. That's all that needs to happen, mid-one. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll let you go there. And T, do you feel like everything answered here? That you feel like you got all the answers about this series?
Yeah, I mean, they'll probably win again to get more answers from them, right? In their form that they have, you know. I feel like there's upsets potential in any series that they play. So, yeah, good lad, and yeah, good Dota. Just, I think the critical thing for MOUZ, at least, they are a draft team. You know, they need good drafts, and then their play shines, right? And let's see if they can maintain that form throughout the rest of the bracket.
Yeah, I mean, I think his answers to me very much show that he's sort of in like a chill flow state sort of gameplay, which I think he's where you want to be as a core player, but especially as a mid player, that he's just kind of feeling it out, and he's looking and he's just trusting his instincts, and he's playing off of what seems good and what feels good. I think he seems in a good spot. He doesn't seem stressed. He doesn't seem too worried. You know, it sounded like he was okay with losing. You know, he accepted that as a possibility.
Sure.
He's not too tied up in the weeds. And I think you can see that in his gameplay. I think he's playing loose, and he's just doing what makes sense. And I think for mid one especially, but also for mid players, I think it's a great way to play the game. And so I'm happy he's in a good spot, because he is one of, like, if you look at different time periods, he was the most dominant mid player at one point. I think not many people can say that.
Well, look, we got these words for our mid one here at the desk. We also got to catch up with Celery, how he was feeling right after that win. But it does mean, unfortunately, Spirit here at Blastland 4, their journey does come to an end. That's the woes of single elimination. And we're going to catch up with Claps before he exited.
Hey, Claps, sorry we're meeting like this. I'm just going to get straight into it. This was a crazy series to watch, anyway. To play, I can only imagine. Tell me why you feel like this series played out the way it did. Why was it so close between you two?
I think we kind of throw the first game because we had it like in our hands already. But yeah, we just threw few times, like 2 times, on the XP run and also on the triangle. And I think that's the main point why we lose the first game. Second game was easy, and third game, I think Veno cancer happened, I guess. So yeah, it was hard for us to like kill him, to do something. We made few mistakes trying to kill him, but I think we kinda ruined it, our game. And also, I don't know, Veno is kinda counter like the anti-mage to Medusa, I think. Because Yatro said almost every fight, like, I'm dying, because already to Veno, like in 1 or 2 seconds, he's just dying already to Veno.
Yeah, that is a rough one there. Not really expecting just how rough it was going to be coming up against the Venomancer, the impact that was going to happen from it. And Spirit, unfortunately, not able to bring it back in that game for themselves. And it was a game 3, so there wasn't any more room to grow for them there. And it does mean MOUZ moving on. They're going to be facing Tundra. I felt like the one thing we didn't get to ask mid one is how he would be feeling going up against Tundra tomorrow specifically.
Yeah, I mean, they're a very scary team. But he has stood in for them. So I think maybe some of that fear has been removed, because when you play with players, I think a lot of the mystique and the mystery of like, oh, what do they do that's so special? What makes them so good? He knows. He was playing with them. It's not so crazy. They're just some guys. And so I think he's in the chill mood. He's played with them before, and I think they have good chances against Tundra. I think Tundra looked somewhat weak in the last tournament. And MOUZ looked pretty good. I think MOUZ actually placed higher than Tundra in the last turn. So I feel like there's nothing for them to fear. And while Tundra may be the favorites on paper, they have great chances.
Yeah, well, that series, though, isn't until tomorrow. Obviously, the MOUZ guys have to have a bit of a rest after that best of 3 going all the way to game number 3. But our playoffs bracket showed our next matchup that is going to be on the cards, and that's Aurora up against Heroic.
Yeah, Mitch.
Co-ops. It's me.
It's you.
BCM. Schofield. Nightfall. Midas.
Midas.
Let's call it Midas. Midas. Blink. Blink.
Naga, Siren, Shadowfiend.
SD with the NP. Marcy, Jakira. Gyrocopter, Tas. Most likely just Axe.
Husker, Dazzle.
Oracle.
Razor.
Lina. Tekis. From my perspective, I will say Mid Pugna.
Arc Warden.
Marcy, Jakira.
Centaur Sky.
Kaz Jakiro.
Marcy Snapfire.
Abaddon plus some Pugna, some annoying plus 5. I think Abaddon the most.
Husker, Dazzle.
I think Skyrus. Mage.
Yes.
I know Phantom Lancers, such simple minds. Stupid carry players spam it, thinking they're cool.
Marcy, because, you know, he's not talking at all. He's just whistling.
Probably like Dark Below.
Scarab Mage.
Axe.
Jug.
Trova Road.
Anti-Mage.
I think it's Mars.
Monkey.
Kaz.
Cass.
Cass.
Timberstone.
Tekis.
Let's say Meepo.
Like the little blade mail.
Tumbler Toy, I guess.
Tumbler's Toy. Ferric Claw.
I like in second this later.
Cobalt's Cup.
Celery.
Co-ops.
Beer.
We're always trying to be like in time.
I think no one in our team.
Schofield? We're doing well.
We're back here in Singapore, Blast Slam 4. And before we get into our next matchup of Aurora up against Heroic, I thought, you guys have been too analytical. This is, too much stiffness, too much Dota here. Look, it's still going to be Dota related, but we're going to have a little bit of fun about it. I know that you guys love to make points. I know that you love to argue a little bit, maybe not so much on camera with each other, but every now and then you disagree with some viewpoints. So I have some points here that I would love to hear a very short argument for.
Okay.
It's very easy. You just essentially have to argue for this point. You have to convince everyone in the arena, you're on the panel, everyone at home about this point, all right? Quinn, you're going to be starting us off. I'll give you the card afterwards as well.
Okay.
So you're arguing for that Husker cannot be counted.
He is super broken in lane, and he can flex the multiple lanes. So if you respond with some A's and some Dooms, then just put the Huskar in carry and counterpick the A's and Doom's in lane, and you can snowball the game. Huskar can take Aegis, he can get Glimmered and Solared, he can keep my Force Staff, he can Kite, and nothing really counters him in lane, especially in 2 lanes.
This is your time to counterpoint T.
To counterpoint,
if you want, if you feel like you're not one over.
I can.
Okay.
What about Brood then? Necrotic Webs.
Put him support and own the Brood in lane, and then pick other heroes against Broodmother.
Okay, so now we're.
But what if you can't flex Harry? Half of your premise built on flexibility. What if you can't flex Huskar and you have to do an honest thing? Because Huskar players aren't honest. You're dishonest individuals that need information. You know, it's like, ooh, look at me, I win tournaments. Congrats, man, you picked Huskar.
So you're saying if this drafting system is totally changed and now flexing heroes is not allowed?
You're 23 pick it, and the team is 24
No, simple. We're back in a ranked game. We're playing, you know, everyone's Dota, not captain's mode that's played by the top 1%. We're about the people's game, all right? Huskar, blind pick, you know? It's like, congrats, are you really going to win it? The mentality, I don't care. Let's think about, not Huskar, let's think about Huskar as a player, as a person.
Huskar's not a hero for the people. It's really elite.
There we go. See?
Look, that's pretty valid. I feel like you kind of won that one just by saying Huskar is not for the people.
You didn't even have to say cauterize. If you said cauterize, I'm instantly agreeing with you.
Oh, yeah, the facet?
Yeah.
That's fair too. All right, this one's for you, T, all right? We'll do the next one. You're going to argue for the fact that browsing our Dota 2 is the best way to improve at Dota.
Fuck. All right. So, can I quickly get a vibe check? How many people actually do our Dota, read Reddit? Anyone? No. Literally no one cares about Reddit. Therefore, that's why you're all bad in the arena. And,
I was like, where is this argument going? I feel like you're arguing for
I'm
the
trying
wrong
to
thing.
create enemies quickly. That aside, all right, so our Dota 2, all right? When you want to think about the game, you got to think about where do the greatest minds congregate, all right? Twitch chat, that's too quick, that's too fast. That moves so rapidly that, you know, people get bored. In our Dota 2, there's things not moving. You just see #1 post and it's like, you should play techies in the mid lane. You understand that information instantly. 3,000 upvotes, that's democracy. Everyone's voted on it. You agree instantly as a hive mind. Therefore, nothing on our Dota 2 is incorrect. Everything is factual because as a community, we've pushed it to a position where we all agree with it. Thus, that upvote could be from a 15k player, 12k player, 1k player, but together, we believe in it. Thus, it's the best, as we've done it together. Dota is a community game.
That's a lot of yapping.
Do you believe anything you just said?
Not at all.
I rest my case.
Oh, wait, no, sorry. I believe in all of it.
I rest my case.
He crumbled very quickly, didn't he?
He did.
Yeah, but come on, guys. I had the hard one.
You kind of did. Maybe Misery might have a more difficult one, though, right? Are you going to throw this at me?
Yeah.
All right. Misery, you're arguing for the fact that winning TI does not make you a good team.
Yeah. It doesn't. I mean, TI, no, it doesn't make you a good team. Like, you can be shit all year, all your life, and then go show up and win TI. Like, it doesn't make you a good player or team. Quinn, don't you agree? I mean,
as someone who hasn't won TI.
Yeah, I mean, you're a great player.
Fellow finalist loser?
Thank you. I'm also a great player. Yeah, still am.
Would you use the word
You're doing the other argument. You're saying that you can be good without winning TI, and that winning TI isn't the definition of being good. There's other measurements of good.
Name a TI winner who isn't good.
I mean,
to prove your point.
What happened to Team Spirit right now?
Huh?
They just got knocked out by MOUZ. Did MOUZ win TI? No,
I mean,
they're also second places in Chrysalis.
He's making good points. He's making
kind of actually is. He kind of actually is making good
too
points.
much emphasis on TI.
I'm based. I'm not good. I agree.
Any arguments, Steve?
I'm just
Or
hearing.
are we actually going to say Misery won this one? He kind of won me over. I'm not going to lie.
The point is, I'm just hearing a couple guys who haven't won TI cry about the fact that people
You're in
have
the
won
same
TI.
boat as us.
Yeah, no shit. I'm not siding with you. You lift that Aegis. You fight for the year. It doesn't matter if you won a couple majors. Who gives a shit? You're training for the Aegis, baby. You want your fucking name on that thing in game. If you do that, you're one of the best. There's not many people that have done it. So anyone who doesn't agree is just jealous of those who've been able to get to the highest heights.
He also kind of won me over with that one too.
Like, what is the definition of team here? Look at a team like OG. How are they doing right now? Doesn't mean they're good forever.
Yeah. Okay. You know what? You
OG
sold
is the
me.
team.
No, you're really putting it back there.
Too many good arguments. Yeah. I'm just gonna stop.
I feel like you really won that one over Misery for sure. Which means I'm going to have to give you a more difficult one, all right? You're going to argue for the fact that Sniper is the most skilled and difficult hero to learn and play.
I mean, actually, yeah. That's
You
how it
actually
is.
believe it?
No, of course, that is the case. I mean, you're very squishy. You're very slow. You have very low damage.
You're very bad.
You're a very shit hero.
Yes.
Overall. So yeah, I would say that it's a false like idea that sniper is easy. It's like, oh, what's the first hero you're supposed to play? Sniper. No, that's not the case. Sniper is the last one. It's the hardest hero in Dota.
So what's the easiest hero then?
The easiest hero in Dota?
Arc Warden.
Yeah, it's Meepo, I think.
There's no way you just made that argument like 2 times harder for yourself. But look, I like it. You guys are making a lot of great points. And I have a fantastic one for all of our viewers as well. Is that Blast Slam 6. All the way at Malta. We've already announced, you guys should already know where it is. Tickets are on sale if you guys want to be spending 2 weeks in Malta, having a lot of fun over there. That's right, LAN playoffs, February 13th to 15th. We're already in next year's calendar. We got Singapore here, we got Chengdu in a couple of weeks, and then we got Malta in a couple of months. And the action just never stops with Blast.
I mean, first of all, it doesn't stop, but also it's going all around the world. You know, they're not just going, you know what, let's just do 3 European events. You know, we've got SEA, we've got China, we then have Europe as well. Like everyone's getting a little bit of that, you know, Dota pie, and I'm sure Quinn would love to jump on that one and talk about the joys of Dota being everywhere.
I love LANs. I love LANs. I love crowd events. They're so sick. They're so fun to play and watch. They're the best. Look, and Blast is running them, and I'm memeing a little bit, but I also actually believe this. I think they're so much fun, and I think it's the heartblood of esports and Dota specifically. I think it's the best game, and I think having a bunch of people in the same place celebrating the best game is heckin' sick.
Yeah, and you talked about it, the fact that it's going to a lot of different countries, a lot of different regions, and that is one of the benefits of our upcoming series. Aurora against Heroic, not only 2 different regions going up against each other, but a team in Aurora having 2 different regions when it comes to players as well, having this blend of Eastern Europe with SEA as well, Misery. It's just like, how did this stack form? I mean, we know, we've talked to them, but it is still such a question mark, and the fact that they're able to make it here on LAN, top 6 so far at Blast Slam, and potentially even a top 4.
Yeah, definitely a very interesting roster. I mean, you would expect them to pick up 2 fellow, you know, Russian-speaking people, you know, and then make their roster whole. But instead, they go to C and pick up Mikoto, who's been one of the best mid laners in C and maybe the best players in C for a long time, and Ollie as well, who's very experienced. But yeah, very interesting roster change from them. Curious to see how far they can go here.
I think critically, Nightfall as a kind of a captain or as a kind of one of the bigger vocal players in the team will always have a big influence on where the roster will move towards. And I feel players who are ready to join his system of Dota probably will work better than those who have their own opinions, right? Like, I think over time, you do need to have people kind of following a leader or 2 leaders. So that's where I'm like, I'm not too hesitant, because I think Ollie and Mikoto are the type of lads that will join and go, you know what, I will play your Dota, and then that should make them shine.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's interesting. I view Mikoto as quite a slow mid player. I think he's a great laner, amazing laner, and great early game player, but he is very slow. He farms a lot, and he wants to be very high net worth. And so I think it can go 2 ways when you play with a Nightfall team, which is already typically kind of slow. Is it can get super ultra slow, and it can be a real problem for them. Or I think they can, you know, manage to make this into a style that works for them on a more consistent basis. And they're like, okay, you run at us. And they play this cat and mouse game, and they get really farmed, and they win games like that. So I can see a world where they make this a play style, but I think it can also fall very flat, especially against a fast team like Heroic.
Well, look, we don't know exactly what sort of Aurora we're going to be getting today, but we can have a look at the Aurora that we've gotten to see in the past.
Eastern Europe has now joined the many other regions, recruiting C firepower to bolster their lineups. After a disappointing TI performance, Aurora made a bold move, picking up C players Ollie and Mikoto.
Heritage got it. But Heritage, he no longer has his BKB, and that macro pyre is just doing some work, Avery.
With Nightfall's hard carry style and Mikoto's explosive play, this is a powder keg of a team. The only question is, will this risky and eclectic mix blow the teams away or blow up in their own faces?
A lot of interesting questions, especially when we break apart the roster, right? Normally we like to sit here and we talk about what they're able to achieve as a whole, but for the individuals on the side of Aurora, it feels like so many different levels have been reached. The highs spread all across these players, right? You got Toronto Tokyo, you got Mirror. They've been able to lift that Aegis for themselves, which apparently according to Misery doesn't make you a good team or a good player.
True.
True.
Imagine just tuning into that, by the way.
I know,
Imagine
yeah.
you didn't see the break.
There is a precursor to what I was saying, by the way, guys. There was a content piece before this. But yes, you've had that happen in that team, and then you're also having Ollie and Mikoto join, which SEA has always had a question mark around the region. How far can they go? What are the best results for them?
Yeah, I mean, I think it should be hard to join TI winning play. Like outside my early argument, I think joining a team with multiple TI winners has to put certain pressure on you, or certain. It's not maybe not the easiest thing, right? Because there is a levels to the thing, right? And we have it here, and I think, this team in particular, or Aurora as a whole, don't really have these results. It's from earlier teams. So I think that's definitely something to note. The fact that you have this team when it is formed, it hasn't had the best results, but their individual results from earlier teams has been great.
Yeah, I mean, I think you look at all these players, and they've had, or maybe not all of them, but a lot of them have had, great success on other teams. Not mentioned the TI wins. They've had a lot of great placings. They're players who are very high on the MOR bracket, and are also highly lauded at different points in their careers by, by peers, by the public, etc. But you look at this team, you look at Aurora, and they haven't really had the results to back that up. They've had middling results here and there. They've looked okay. There was a Dream League where they got top 4, but overall, it's very schmeep-schmop. And so you wonder, what about the entirety of the team is not clicking? Because it seems like some of the individual pieces have a lot going for them.
Yeah, and going back to like 2 or 3 points ago, right? You're talking about how Aurora might be a slow team. It's like they might be a very slow team at the moment. They're still trying to find their identity with, well, Toronto Tokyo wants to do, what Knifeful wants to do. But, the stats, unfortunately, aren't looking too good for them, right? Like when I did a little bit of deep dive, right? I had a little look at Nightfall's damage, wanted to look at 40 minutes. Like when Uxor carry bring into the game, right? And unfortunately for him, he had only 19,000 damage at the 40-minute mark on average. That is the lowest of any carry in the playoffs. To give context though, at the same minute mark, Pure, he's on 28,000 from Tundra. Yuma from Heroic, the counterpart to this matchup today, 32,500, right? It's just, I'm still feeling that lack of kind of identity when you get to the mid game for Aurora, where they know exactly what they're trying to do. I mean, and we're going to probably see some clips here, right? And I think critically, all we're going to see in these clips is an Aurora that's somewhat frustrated in what they want to do. And I think, at least in the group stage, maybe not in the event they played just recently, but in Blast Slam 4 group stage, it was a lot of like half initiations where the supports have already died, or maybe Nightfall's already BKB TP'd out, or, like Makoto's just initiating, no one's ready. Like, I think a lot of their mid game does have this like lost nature to it, where they aren't able to really amount that kind of top 4 style of play that we see from other teams, because they aren't as consistent.
I agree. I think also maybe Aurora could lack a little bit of what MOUZ has that we just saw, a little bit more creativity, a little bit more risk-taking to bring it in, because like we mentioned, like both Mikoto and Nightfall, they are pretty conservative players, so I think that's something that they might be lacking as a whole.
Yeah, I mean, they are very farmy, and I think Nightfall as a player is characterized by that farming, by that slow play style, so it'll be interesting to see how it contrasts against Heroic.
Well, something that's more interesting, and no offense, guys, from hearing from you, is hearing from our players directly. Nightfall actually got to catch up with us before he came out here on stage.
Talk about current form of my team, can't really say for sure, because it just screams. On last tournament we didn't do well, and I think we played not that good against MOUZ. Yandex, what can I say? I mean, I think we're improving day by day, so I think now it's gonna be better. Team playstyle, I'd say it's efficiency, aggressive efficiency, and based, I would say, based around just side lane score, just doing good, and also have Mikoto who's owning.
Well, look, I take back everything I was saying before. Apparently, you guys already knew exactly what Aurora were feeling. You pretty much said, well, Nightfall pretty much said exactly what you guys were saying. So it feels like, yeah, that essence is still very much true within the team as well. It isn't just what's being perceived from the outside.
Aggressive
efficiency?
Doesn't aggressive efficiency mirror with high damage and pressure? And he's saying one thing, but playing and doing a different thing.
No, I think you can analyze it as aggressively being efficient on the map, like maximizing at all times, right? And then not necessarily fighting, but more farming the map, being efficient.
Well, look, you guys can break it down, you can think about it, because I feel like the most obvious thing here is just to talk about their opponents, Heroic.
Despite achieving historic heights for their region, Heroic continues to push for perfection. This year, they mix elements of their 2 successes by bringing back Divide while keeping Yuma.
Throw out the repels, keep Yuma safe, allow Yuma to get the BKB off. Yuma will live, turns, gets the Ultra, give him the rampage there.
The only way this works is if Whisper goes back to mid, a role he hasn't played in 7 years. It's a gamble, it's a long shot, but if it works, this could be the roster that achieves new heights for South America.
Heroic was so close to making it into that top 2, making it one step further here in Blast Slam 4. They still had an amazing series, that best of 3 against Liquid to secure this top 6. They're gonna have to bring that magic again. We've talked about the aggressiveness of this roster, the fun that it is to get to see them draft and play, but the fact that they're in top 6, that is amazing for not just the players individually, but the region for South America too.
Yeah, I mean, Heroic have been doing an excellent job at bringing South America back into kind of just discussion, right? I think they've been able to win a couple tier 2 tournaments, and that has, again, reminded us that Heroic have the potential to maybe turn that into a tier 1 placement. But I think, you know, critically, when you look at Heroic at tier 1 events, they are still yet to make that big break, to make that, you know, grand finals potentially. Again, we know they can do it with tier 2. They've literally just recently won an online tournament. They won a LAN last year that also was noted as tier 2 by Liquipedia. But the point is, from Heroic, is like, it is inevitable. It feels inevitable. I don't know if you guys agree with me, but it feels inevitable that at some point in this season, they are going to be a grand finals team based on their trajectory. And I think Aurora is a very good opponent to try and get that confidence, because they're only, what, 2 best of 3s away from a grand finals in this format.
No, I mean, I think South America is a region that's been traditionally plagued by bad drafts, and I think this is a team that breaks that mold. I think they actually have quite solid drafts in a lot of games. They very rarely, I feel, get out-drafted, or you look at their game and it's like, they have no chance to win. I think quite often they have pretty good win chances and their gameplay backs that up, and so I think it's honestly really refreshing to watch them play, not only because I think they're great individual players, but because they've taken something that the region typically struggles with and they've overcome that, and they're like, now we're good drafters and we're gonna, you know, go toe-to-toe with the best teams. And I think especially for a region that had a lot of ping issues and they have to travel really far and all this stuff, they've overcome all those things and become a top contender. I think that's incredibly impressive.
Yeah, a lot of adversity when it comes to the side of Heroic, the region that they're coming from, but for them this season, coming into it, they had that change up of Whisper moving to mid and bringing Divide back into Heroic, right? This guy's had a very illustrious career when we look at it. I mean, all the way from D2 Hustlers 4 years ago, back and forth on that one, to Heroic, went over, saw an 8 for a little bit, and then came back.
Yeah, I mean, Divide pretty much started his career from playing a lot of the national tournaments, bouncing around from, you know, UK tournaments to, you know, German tournaments. Like, he played pretty much any time there was a national tournament, he'd play it, and then the DPC got created, and he jumped on that. And I think he was one of the best showings of what the DPC was able to create for our scene, because without the DPC, he probably wouldn't have had the structure and support to go through those 2 to 3 years of D2 Hustlers, D1 Hustlers, a little bit of Lunar Galaxy, and then he's here today. So I think he's had quite a, even though it's a short career, he's played on so many different teams and iterations of tier 1, 2, 3 Dota that he's had to have a really good mentality to get to this position.
I think also it shows a lot that he's invited back into the team after being kicked, right? Like it's a lot of trust put into him, and I think he has delivered so far. So yeah, I think it's a good roster move from the showing so far.
Yeah, and that spot opened up because we saw Whisper go down into that mid lane, and for him, he's been all over the shop, not just now when it comes to roles and what position he wants to play Quinn, but also what regions he's been playing in.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of players in this team who've hopped around all over the place. Yuma's done it too, and I think they've garnered a lot of experience, a lot of different perspectives. I'm personally a big Whisper fan. I think he's a great laner, always has been, and I think mid is the natural place for him to be. And that said, he moved down to the mid lane. Personally, I view it as moving up to the mid lane.
Well, that's because you're a mid laner.
A matter of perspective, but anyway, I think he's a phenomenal talent. Misery mentioned it earlier, but he's got that flexibility of being able to play offlane heroes in the mid lane. Suddenly you're playing against Enigma mid. You've played against it once in your life, and you're like, what the heck do I do here? He's got that, he's got that pizzazz, but he also can play the normal heroes. And so I think he's a huge threat and a great player, and I honestly think he's where he belongs in the mid lane.
Yeah, I think going back to the group stage, I felt like what Heroic brought into that was this flexibility of flexing MOUZ, Darkseer, Enigma to mid, and then having both Enigma and Darkseer in the same draft, right? And playing like that, I think that was something that like pretty much never have really been done before to that extent, and I really thought they would build on that and make that their thing almost, right? I mean, maybe you can't do it every game, but having that threat, we didn't see it at all at Fisher, so I'm hoping that they go back to this and actually realize how strong it is.
Yeah, talking about strengths though, I do want to talk about one weakness of Heroic.
Right.
And that's Yuma's ability to misclick. Unfortunately, he did do that during the group stage. He was playing a beautiful Templar Assassin game, where in this, again, they are down 8,000 gold, Spirit showing their might, and in this moment, he had the Rapier. He accidentally switches it to the Magic Rapier. Of course, that puts it on cooldown, and also puts it, you lose your 250 damage because it's now, amping, spell amp. So this has happened, but also it showed some, I guess, maturity, or I don't know what the word would even be, because in a later game, Yuma had the same incident. But how do you think you handled this? when you buy a rapier, do you think you just don't click it? Well, like, what would you do, Quinn?
Well, I might looking into my hotkey options potentially.
Yeah, and that's exactly what he did. So going into the next game of the group stage, he paused the game, by the way, to just unbind the key because he was scared he misclicked it in a clutch epic moment against Spirit. And then going into a Liquid game, which again was critical, he physically paused the game, unbound his rapier key because he doesn't want to go to magic damage as a carry. And I don't know, I'm confused on it a little bit because again with Anti-Mage, at least with Mana Void, there's something. But yeah, he's one of the only rapier buying carries in the game. But because he knows he misclicks it, he had to unbind it. So if we get any pauses today, it's because he's unbinding his rapier hotkey.
I do want to point out this fun little fact we have down here as well of how many rapiers are being bought in tier 1, tier 2 pro games, and the fact that Heroic are responsible for 11.5% of them. It felt like Heroic was, picking up rapiers when other teams weren't looking at it, but my goodness, they are genuinely just such a rapier team and clutch. Like, it feels nice to see a team have the confidence to go in with the strength and just go, yep, we're ready for a rapier. It doesn't matter, we're all in.
Yeah, they're chatting up, and they're really fun to watch, and I'm super excited to watch them buy some rapiers.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun where the rapiers are picked up in Game 1, Game 2, hopefully a game number 3. We're going to take one step closer to Aurora versus Heroic.
There's nothing quiet about this matchup. Aurora come in hot, fast tempo, high pressure, a roster full of confidence and instinct. They played through the group stage, won the play-in, and they did it their way. Heroic took a different route, a roster shuffle, new roles, high risk, but it paid off. They played sharp, they played smart, and now they're here. Now it's time to find out who's got more in the tank. It's a race. Both teams want to dictate the pace. Both believe they can outfight the other. Quarterfinal stage, elimination match. No second chances. Aurora, Heroic.
Thank you very much, everybody. We have a expert here on all things Dota. We happen to get out of the crowd. What was your name?
What?
What's your name?
Daryl.
Daryl, thank you so much for coming in. What can you tell us about Team Aurora?
That's KP.
There is KP, that is correct. There's some other ones as well. Did you recognize anyone else on the team?
So that's KP, Tokyo, Toronto.
Close? Continue.
Mira,
Yeah?
the mid player.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much. What do you think their chances are of winning this series, my friend?
Pretty good. Yeah, I like KP.
That's the review, is I like KP.
Yeah, KP's a great dude. Great man.
Oh, okay. Well, there you have it. Eddie, ladies and gentlemen, the expert here. A round of applause, please, for our local expert. Thank you. Okay, I learned a lot.
Thank you.
You can go.
Wait, that's it?
One more question. Okay, one more question for you. How you doing? How you been?
Great.
Okay.
I mean, I stopped playing Dota.
He stopped playing Dota, ladies and gentlemen! Give it up for a free man! He did it! He beat the game! He stopped! Congratulations, my friend. It is so good to see a functioning human being. But let's go to some very unfunctioning human beings over at Heroic.
Thank you very much, Slacks and Ice. Of course, fantastic to hear from them, but it's time to talk about the team that you're really gonna hear here in the stadium, Tigo, because there's only one team here that's gonna be loud.
Yeah, no, I mean, of course, Heroic, they're one of the loudest teams in the scene, right? They might have toned down their kind of hype with the removal, I think, of like their assistant coach. He was the big hype guy, but I'm hoping that I hope Devi's in the middle, because Devi's the kind of guy, you know? So I'm hoping Devi brings some big screams in this game.
I'm sure he will. He always does, because I think even when the team's not doing well, he's the one that is most, he's gotta be fun to watch, guys. You gotta keep your eyes on him.
Yeah, I mean, that aside though, I think KJ as well, he has a good element of that hype, but I think critically, we need Heroic to bring that energy. Because, I want the screams, I just want the passion. That's the joy of Dota. I want, like, in good and bad moments, I need them to react. People are too disciplined nowadays.
Well, with that in mind, should they be doing even better?
No. Listen,
Again?
we have breaking news, okay? The moment we have waiting for is finally here. 7.4 seconds until the teams are ready to play. So let's go ahead and get them out. Shiva, wrap it up. Here we go.
challengers climb up the dim heights of the stage. Who will falter and fall, and who will begin their ascent up the bracket? Heroic versus Aurora.
What a welcome to the stage, a walkout from both of those teams there. This is where they're going to be having the fun. A single elimination best of three for the side of Heroic, making it through this best of three. It's that one step closer. It's a top 4 placements. It's tying for some of the best the region's seen. And I mean, what are you going to bring out at this point, Misery? What sort of new magic could we possibly see from Heroic?
I don't know. I mean, I really hope that they're going to do the whole switcheroo from offlane to mid, at least keep that open. I just want to highlight how insanely awesome these player introductions are. Like, it's really incredible.
Are you ready to go back to playing now, Quinn?
No, I'm not, but I'm enjoying watching. I do think those are some of the best intros I've seen in a long time. They're actually unreal hype.
Wow, one time I actually can't get Dota players to talk about Dota is when I need you to.
Well, about Dota, I think this is very much a series of cat and mouse. I think Heroic will be the aggressors. They are move makers. We've talked about the damage differentials between Yuma and Nightfall, and to me, that's representative of the teams as a whole. I think Aurora is dodging. They're playing for a late game. They're farming, and Heroic is running at them. And so I feel like it's a matter of if Heroic's running at them is successful, they'll be in a great spot. And if Aurora is able to dance back and forth and kite these moves and get their items up, then maybe Aurora has chances.
It's also the mentality of Nightfall in the moment, right? Can Heroic break the confidence of Nightfall to make sure when he's trying to, conduct his team to force them to follow him? If he's making bad choices because he's having a bad game with slightly tilted or he's behind, they make a lot of mistakes. Aurora look amazing when Nightfall has complete free farm in the early game. He understands his timing. He's playing like an Ursa. Sometimes Sven, again, his group stage made me fall away from that here a little bit, but I think if Nightfall is confident, Aurora look like they can beat anyone. But as soon as he lost that confidence and he's having to play comeback, that's when they struggle a lot.
Well, look, I don't want to keep you guys waiting, not at home, not here in the arena. All of our players are out on stage. They've taken their seats, and the last thing to do is get a draft on screen.
Weakest lane? I feel like it's they're first 3, they're 5.
My odds of winning this series is I have Yuma, they have Nightfall. We didn't play much against Heroic, I don't care. I just like killing people, like on carry. Like you kill people, you feel good, anyone. Any kill is good, feel good.
Am I so good on Gyro? I think the hero is very strong, and let's say that I have a good read on what to do with the hero. So. Wait, sorry. KJ was the person that taught me how to play Gyrocopter.
Game 1 draft, of course, Aurora versus Heroic. Interestingly enough, Heroic became a little bit of a Kez team in the recent tournament, a hero that Aurora doesn't really care about too much. How important do you think that hero is going to be in this series?
I think it probably is a pretty good option for Heroic. I think the hero is just very strong, and if you're comfortable in the hero, I think Heroic also likes early picking cores. They almost early pick all their cores, and then late pick supports, and so I think it makes sense for them to pick. I could see Aurora banning it just because it's always kind of nice to ban heroes that you don't play and they play, so you're not overlapping your bans on yourself at all.
Yeah, I think a nice thing with most of Heroic's lineups is there's always an overlap of damage type. It's either through the aggression of Leshrac, but then you've got Kez for the physical scaling later. If Yuma's playing a Gyrocopter, then you've got like a Puck and Darkseer to throw around other types of damage. Like, I feel like they always have quite a nice balance in lineups compared to other teams where you can see that they often fall into like a trap of having too much of one thing.
Yeah, and we talked about, you talked about what heroes Nightfall is comfortable on to work for them. I think the Abaddon is one of those for sure. It's these heroes that can't lose lane, that buy Radiance, that are tanky up in front. Because I think, you've mentioned it, Nightfall has a tendency to the BKB TP out as a meme for a reason. Yep. And I think when he can't die and when he's able to be invincible and run up, like these bans are great. These are super targeted bans that make a lot of sense. I think they really speak to what you said.
Yeah, no, and on top of that, it's like the one little Timber ban as well from Heroic. Of course, it's a nod towards how dominant it is right now in the ladder patch that we have within 7.39. But 3 big cores that Nightfall can dictate the game on, plus a Timber Saw for the meta. I have no real faults right now with the opening from Heroic.
I think great prep so far, and I'm just curious to see how the first phase plays out. There's the Enigma ban, so. All right, so those bans do mean that Naga Siren, which is arguably one of the best, if not the best hero in the game right now, if played well. So I don't know if Naga Siren is necessarily a huge Aurora hero. Generally, you want a range carry with Naga 5 because double melee is kind of shmeep-shmop, a little bit weird in the safe lane. Yeah. And Nightfall is not really a range carry player. He's way more of a melee carry player, so I don't actually know if this works that well for Aurora.
Yeah, it didn't really work out too well. They did play an elimination game against MOUZ in the previous tournament in which they picked Naga Siren and they did lose. I think a concern for me is, like you're mentioning, Naga Siren excels when you're amping up the Shadow Fiends, the Drows, the Gyrocopters, any of these heroes. But when you're playing the double melee, it's a little bit more slow. And Naga Siren, even though it's a very good hero, pacing hurts it a lot. If you lose the first 15 minutes of the game on a Naga Siren, it doesn't matter if you're Song disengaging, because you're just waiting to then lose the second fight, right? Because your team's still behind. So I am looking at Heroic trying to bring more fight in the early game to make sure they can punish this Naga Siren. And Axe, relatively good answer to amp up the 4 position to bring the damage. Of course, Naga Siren doesn't really care about battle hunger, but it does put threat on whatever that core pick is.
Yeah, I mean, some people view this as a counter to Naga Siren. I don't know if I totally buy it, to be honest. Like, battle hunger is, like, Axe is generally great in lane when the battle hunger is good against the support, but it's really bad against Naga.
But what if you look at Axe just free farming? Does Naga, outside of the range heroes that we don't expect Nightfall to play, Axe should just free farm in a double melee matchup, right?
Double melee for sure. So at that point, you're sort of calling Aurora's bluff.
Exactly.
Are they going to play? Is he going to play Shadow Fiend? Is he going to play something like that? I think the other option is, you play the early lane, Axe has good farm, and then, Naga skills net, she has a big slow, and you have some mid hero that can gank the Axe very easily, or a 4 hero that changes the equation, because you're right, you don't want this Axe, if this Axe hero free farms and cuts waves, it's ridiculously broken. You cannot let this happen. He needs to be forced to stay in front of the tower, not behind the tower, make him walk backwards. Like, those are things you want against this Axe hero, and so for Aurora, I think it's very important that you have that damage to kill this Axe hero in the early game. We saw MOUZ pick the Venomancer. This is what counters Axe. You want to pressure him early, because if he falls behind, he's very low damage and very sad. The hero relies on being fat and snowballing. So, well, you know, hopefully Aurora looks to something like that.
Everything you've just described is something that Nightfall just does not play in the carry role, from ranged heroes at least, right? Because the only 2 ranged heroes he's played in the last like month was the Gyrocopter and the Medusa. If you then go back 2 months, he dabbled with a little bit of Nature's Prophet, right? And then if you want to go back even further, it's going to be many more months before another ranged hero. Like, we really aren't looking at that archetype from Nightfall based on at least the last 2 months of play.
Yeah. And I think if that's the case, and it's an intentional decision from Heroic, sort of calling it, well, man, they always do this. I don't really know if I believe in this picking the core on 13. Maybe they thought that Aurora would pick it and they're sort of steal picking it, but I do feel like this opens them up. Like, these heroes are both very bad against this sort of toxic, like Venomancer, for instance.
But we just saw Venom work against it, yeah.
It's great against these types of heroes, but there are other heroes too that, you know, that are good against both of these guys. There's Underlord potentially coming later on, or things like this that are good against these double melee beefy boys. It's a weird opening from Heroic.
It's very weird, but this is one of the few teams that has, you know, ultimate flexibility, right? Yuma will play anything in the core role if he's told to. In the carry role, you know that Whisper and Divide will happily switch up the mid to off lanes. So I feel like this opening can sometimes bait opponents to overreacting too early, and then suddenly, you know, the lanes are completely different. But for now, Aurora aren't really breaking the mold of their own drafts. They have like to utilize Slardar, but again, it's
okay. I mean, it's a flex.
Yeah.
But
it's a Slardar into, you know, an Axe that has good armor, a DK that eventually also has good armor, naturally itemizes. Like, it's not a Slardar that has good lane into 15-20 minutes. He's going to break everything. There is this like awkward window where does he do enough damage if the teammates around him aren't helping him out?
Yeah, I mean, I think they still have opportunity to pick up some spell damage. Naga's not super high damage. Slaughter is mid-range, depending how much he can stick on people. And so you are looking for some magic damage, some follow-up on the rest of their heroes. Ringmaster, I think, makes a lot of sense. I think these heroes are very easy to hit with the daggers and very easy to combo off the Slaughter spell. So it's a lot of magic damage. In the box, they have 2 saves against 2 sort of very straightforward jumpers. In a lot of ways, I like Aurora's draft structurally a lot more so far.
But then Heroic, now that they see the Slardar, double picking the core utilizes the ability to have supports that don't die to Slardar, right? There's still Pugner available, there's Hoodwink, you know, you either got Decrep, you have the Scurry for the Mistrance. Like, there's ways in which they can play into it. For now, they just want to go for more damage. Don't allow for any tempo to come in. If you win your lanes, you can stall out that tempo. They go for the Snapfire, plenty of damage. But I think for Aurora, though, it's a lot of defensive capabilities, right? You've got the Escape Act save, you have the Song. When you play from behind, it's, you know, it's okay to save people, but it's like, I'm still worried a little bit with their lineup. It's like Slardar or nothing at the moment.
There's definitely some elements of that. And it would be so cool if they played like Nature's Prophet carry with Vessel first.
Sure, yeah.
And like that, something like that would be so sick.
I mean, I would be down. That's the type of pacing I want to see. But knowing Nightfall isn't that type of carry player, I'm just concerned for them. But yeah, if you have any type of aggression from your carry, your entire lineup will look insane, right? The damage that Ringmaster Slardar brings together in the ganks, complementing that with Nightfall, again, on paper, very, very good. Just, can Nightfall bring out that type of hero?
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. I do think it's also a bit strange that maybe they were thinking Axe could be support, like they're flexing Axe. Maybe that's why they picked the Slaughter and they picked the Flex, because I was like, I'm surprised they didn't just pick a carry to counter the Axe. But maybe they think KJ is going to play this Axe, possibly, so they're you know, holding the Flex.
Key thing is, does Heroic actually have enough map pressure to stop Aurora from inevitably getting online, right? With their supports in the mid to late game exceptionally strong, Slardar again, even if it's a difficult game, he can go for Ags, Lotus, become tanky, do all these like annoying things in the difficult game. Like, does Heroic have enough to stop Nightfall getting to his farm?
It's hard to say. I love the Shadow Demon pick. It's great against Ringmaster. It's very good against Slardar. I think they, you know, it sort of gives them that magic damage, that gives them that backliner whenever they, you know, that follow-up damage when they already have 2 go-in jumpers. So I think both of these picks make a lot of sense. You know, they synergize very well with these first 2 cores. I still think it's a strange order to pick things in. But I don't know. Now it comes down to you've got 18. What do they go for? Okay, so you mentioned the Medusa as the ranged hero. I think this is not a mega Medusa game by any means. It's not bad. I think it fits with their heroes very well, right? You look at two things in draft. You look at, is it good against their heroes and is it good with ours? It's very good with Aurora, but it's somewhat of a mixed bag against Heroic.
Yeah, I mean, the Slardar does amp the Medusa really nicely. Sometimes in the mid game, Medusa can have damage problems. Corrosive Haze will be able to fix that. Positioning as well, you need to make sure Medusa is in the center of your fight. So Naga Siren will be able to, you know, song, bring everyone to the correct position. This is where we're fighting. So again, on paper, their lineup makes a lot of sense. It's just, you know, your Medusa is locked behind items, your Slardar is locked behind a good lane and items. The supports, they want to play from an even or a head game, so it's like, if the lanes don't go well for Aurora, we could just see a repeat of the Spirit game where they're always chasing the fight, but they don't have the tools to take the fight.
Yeah, I think the difference is Axe is not a damage mitigator compared to where the Tidehunter was.
Sure.
Axe is very much a damage dealer. Someone who wants to, you know, you jump in, call, you dunk the guy, you get armor, and then you keep chasing. Whereas against Dusa, I think that matchup, there's some two-sidedness to the early game. I think Axe can get a really free game and get super fat from wave cutting, and then maybe there's some scariness for Medusa. But if the early game is fine, and maybe this Axe even gets ganked by a Slardar TPing on him and killing him when he's cutting waves, like, SD is not the end of the world. Naga Siren is a very broken hero. Like, I can see this Dusa getting out of control. It's not a good carry matchup for DK by any means as time passes. So
what do you think Toronto Tokyo is leaning towards then for offlane? All right, I'm personally just going to assume the Slardar is going to go into mid. Toronto Tokyo finds a new offlaner. Of course, heroes that he's played in recently, he's played, you know, MOUZ, Underlord, Dawn. Again, I'm not too excited by these heroes, but do you think they need more damage from the offlane, or just another way to just survive until Medusa's online?
I mean, I think you want something solid in lane, something that's not going to get too punished by, you know, some sneaky meepo or some random hero that Yuma's got up his pocket. Because I think, you know, losing lane and getting snowballed is definitely a way that you can, you know, lose this game in a hurry. You know, you start getting gank tanked and such, right? Heroic is a team that's very willing to use gate ganks. Some teams are less willing to do so, and Dusa can be very vulnerable to that. And a hero that really wants her tower to stay alive. She wants to get to that Mantas very, very quickly. So if you can shut that down, it's huge. And so I think if you're Aurora, you just want something that is stable, that is strong in lane, and that you can, you know, progress naturally. I could see like something like, I mean, it's not an incredible tied game against their heroes, but the type of just random like beefy boy who's like pretty good in lanes and can have some tempo.
Yeah, and then of course with Heroic, they still technically put the DK towards carry or mid lane, but I do feel like it's most likely going to be Yuma, kind of seeing everything in the draft and then choose. I mean, then again, they banned the Puck. Banning Puck when you have Slardar, isn't Slardar meant to be pretty good? So it's actually, you know what, they are just going to put Slardar into the offlane?
I think that's very fair. I mean, Slardar sort of fits the bill of the standard guy. I don't think Whisper wants to play Dragon Knight mid. It's not a very Whisper thing to do, I feel.
Okay, so you're a Storm Spirit player. What's like the big fear right now? If Whisper, he plays, let's say he plays any hero in the game, like what is your biggest fear?
I think Quap is a decent option. You're a bit low on kill threat for the Storm is the only problem in the early game. While you will beat him in lane, you will not be able to kill him, and so you can have some lockdown issues until they get, you know, Blinks online. I don't know what build DK will go for, if we'll go for the carry build or more the tempo build. But Queen and Ember, besides Lesh, are generally, yeah, so they go for the Lesh. This is a very mixed bag. I think it works very well with Shadow Demon. You actually have a lot of kill threat. You now have this disruption into Stomp with Edict and Cookie follow-up, so you do have some kill threat on the Storm, but the hero is quite garbage against Medusa. And so I think we've sort of run into this situation where Aurora actually does have scaling on them, I think. If they can stall it out and Nightfall gets to farm, I think Aurora will win this game eventually. It will become very hard for Heroic's heroes to just kill people. Like, there's Song, and there's Ringmaster Save, and there's all this crap, and Dusa will carry the game. But I think Aurora can also get super dunked on and mega snowballed.
Yeah, it really feels like Aurora is basically playing on how well does Makoto do from mid lane and what can Slardar do. If these two cores can actually have elements of aggression, be it from Storm getting the correct rune or a good timing on Blink from Slardar, there's games to be played. But for Heroic, it's Leshrac easily can break open the game, Axe in the right hands, you just ignore the Medusa after lane, you enable your supports and you go find the move. So I'm really looking at just the aggression that Heroic can bring as 5, whilst Aurora will be fighting as 4. Like, you know, with Medusa, she doesn't want to fight until after Manta, around 15-16 minutes. So yeah, Heroic needs to be good lanes, and it feels very, you know, tempo, go, go, go. But they do have some scaling, but not as much as Aurora.
Yeah, I think if Heroic, you kind of
would have hoped for a little bit more out of the draft. I think while they have chances to win, they've made it a little bit hard for themselves. Like, they need to play very well. They need to play crisp. They need to own. And I think they have the tools to do it, and it's possible. But I think they could have made it a little easier on themselves.
I also feel like Aurora supports can just beautifully shine in this game, right? Like, the initiations and stuns from Heroic, it's very scripted, right? Is a core showing, they will initiate. There's no element of Schofield jumping in or KJ. They're backline supports who want to enable the cores. So good vision in this game from Aurora, utilizing the illusions from Naga Siren, or even just kind of the aggressive positioning of Slardar, Storm, even Medusa to some degree. If you see the enemy cores, the heroic cores, you can break a lot of their fight because they're the ones that need to start it. And I think, of course, vision will be critical for Aurora as well.
No, absolutely. I think Aurora, you know, typically a slow team, but I think they've given themselves the tools to be okay for them to play a little slow this game.
Who do you want to win?
I would love to see Heroic play fast and have a snowbally game, have a lot of excellence in that laning in that early game, and get the ball rolling. I think that's very fun. I think it's fun to see slower strats abused and see that excellence and that speed in the gameplay. And so I think for Heroic to kick up the pace, I think it'll be a lot of fun.
Yeah, and to counter that, I feel like that I kind of want to see a scaling team actually demonstrate how to stall out games. I think a lot of these scaling teams, at least in Blast Slam, are getting punished. So I feel like I would happily invite a team to show us what it is like to be a farm-heavy team that, you know, is able to set up the map correctly, to be able to, you know, showcase what a carry can do. And again, Aurora, they do have the tools for it. You know, when you think about Medusa in this game, the man to the butterfly, right? Is there, like, DK can buy MKB, but from the carry role, it's kind of like a 4th, 5th item. It's not like you're taking it very early on. So that alone could give Aurora quite a lot of confidence if they find that time, like that correct timing.
Yeah, I mean, it's the kind of game where even if Heroic is ahead 4, 5, 6K, 7K gold, like, Aurora can still win if they're getting to those items because DK does just have a horrific carry matchup against Medusa. So it's a lot about, is the rest of Aurora poor, right? Because Nightfall will have items this game for sure. He's going to farm. That's just a matter of fact. And so have they owned the rest of the heroes and owned the game enough that it's okay that Medusa is fat, that the rest of the heroes are so tanky that Axe gets the Crimson Guard and Leshrac is super farmed and the supports have Solar Crest and they can sort of ignore Medusa while they kill everyone else. That to me is like, if Heroic can meet that benchmark, then they have really great chances.
And then in regards to kind of rune contests, right, when you look towards a Storm and a Leshrac, right, both of these heroes need to have those active runes. I feel personally Heroic have the slight edge, right, between the 4 and 6 minute rune. Of course, we'll see what happens in 4 to 6 minutes time when that happens. And our beautiful casters for this game will be Odie and Fogged.
Thank you very much, T. Yes, absolutely looking forward to this one. And good evening, good afternoon, Singapore. This game, Fogged, we've got these 2 lineups. Not really surprising, really, which sort of style the teams are bringing, right? We've got this aggression from Heroic. Aurora, they want to play it safe, sort of sit on the shoulders of Nightfall on the Medusa. Are they going to be able to get away with that, or do you think Heroic will be able to take them down quickly?
Not sure. It's clash of 2 styles. Heroic has been pretty explosive. Aurora has had some struggles, so we'll have to see if they can maintain their composure during the pressure that Heroic brings.
Absolutely. Aurora, they've got many ways to back out of the aggression and try and escape, but will it be enough to take it to the later portions and make this Medusa work out? I cannot wait to see what goes down, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get ourselves into the action of Heroic versus Aurora. Ladies and gentlemen, as we get into this game 1, I mean, folks, I gotta say the one thing I was a little disappointed that we didn't see. Me and you were waiting for it.
We were saying the meatball. I know.
You know, a little bit disappointed that Heroic didn't want to finish off maybe in game 2 or game 3 if we get that far. But game 1, talking about that last pick, they end with the Leshrac. What do you think did make them want to go for this? Because it's sort of the panel talked about during the draft. In terms of scaling against the Medusa, you're going to have problems down the line.
Sure. It's about setting the tempo. It's about playing fast. It's about being really aggressive, getting that blink timing. I've seen Whisper do it so many times with the backup of Schofield, making these early rotations, or with KJ, I guess, in this game, for example, with the Shadow Demon, right? I think that's the thing that allows this Lesh to just open up opportunities. You have a setup. Sometimes these Leshes can be a little awkward. You don't get your stuns. He might not even get the stun. He may not need it, but having that disruption just allows this Lesh to get on top of a hero. And, I mean, SD, we have to talk about this build, too, that we've seen a lot of people do, the maxing the Disseminate. Heroes die instantly. You get Disseminated, an Edict comes on top of you, you're dead in less than 8 seconds. So, yeah, really, or 6 seconds, I should say, sorry. And interesting thing to point out, too, we do have a bit of a difference on the DK. It's gone Frost Dragon.
Yeah, that's because at the moment, right, there was sort of a period, as a few months ago, right, where there's quite a lot of diversity in which the three facets you would go for. Nowadays, what we're pretty much only seeing, would you say, the sort of cross of choice, or now how much does it vary?
It's mostly, but I've seen Yotoro testing the red one in pubs. I don't know if I saw him played in an official game. I think maybe it was one that I saw, but I've been seeing people experimenting. For this one, I'm kind of curious about it.
True, because I imagine it doesn't sort of scream as something that the Medusa, for example, cares about, right?
Sure, but the slows can definitely... I'm like thinking about these slows, how much they can add up in terms of the game, right? When he's playing versus the Slardar, when he's playing versus the Dusa, how much all this is going to add up. It's definitely something interesting to point out. We'll see what what it can do. I think the main idea, though, is just that corrosive versus Dusa, the minus armor thing doesn't, the armor doesn't matter. So I think he's looking for that type of, switch up.
Sure. And I guess down the line, it will stop a little bit at the heels coming out of the Song of the Siren, right?
Sure.
It's what, 3 seconds of the 7 seconds that you're going to get the reduced amount of regen from the shard.
Yeah, when he's BKB'd and he's hitting the target, absolutely.
Yeah, actually, that's true.
Like BKB hitting the target, it can definitely reduce the healing. So that's actually a good point.
A lot that the Naga Siren can be pumping into their cores later down the line.
It could be multiple different things. That could be. That's absolutely a good point. I wasn't really thinking about the Naga heal in terms of him countering it, but
that heal's pretty crazy.
Yeah, I mean, it's part of why the hero is also as broken as it is. That super hard save. And let's see what we do get down, because we have to talk about the saves as well.
Because they've got a lot on Aurora. So many ways to back out of the fights, whether it's going to be the Song of the Siren or the Stone Gaze or the Ringmaster coming in clutch with the box. A lot of things to put a stop to these, as the draft panel sort of talked about, they're pretty telegraphed plays that heroic heroes are going to go for.
Let's see if they just know, like KJ, if he just gets the right targets in a lot of these situations, can be devastating. Like the Dusa pick, of course, you can have, this counter, the disruption can be very annoying, but overall, Demonic Purge in this game, right? The Purge can be devastating versus the box save, versus the Slardar, just keep him crippled in position. Let's see what we do get underway.
Right. They went pretty deep to see if they could try and find some sort of early action.
I mean, they're playing, and I think this is going to say a lot about what they're looking to play like, right? They want to play super aggressive. Yeah, they want to block the wave. They want to mess with Nightfall. Don't let him get that, early start to get a good start to the lane.
Don't resist the Cobra. Going to see Oli head over, but obviously, yes, level 1 Naga Siren, not too much you can do about the 3 of Heroic hanging around and indeed making sure that the creeps will meet under the tower here. So Nightfall's going to have to deal with that at level 1. And I mean, again, they continue to sort of posture in a way that says, hey, you want to walk to the tower, Nightfall? That's not going to work. You're going to have the TP over. He will not quite able to hold them out of tower range. So we'll have that extra pressure on him on the first wave or so. And of course, we'll have to keep eyes on if that comedic sort of interaction happens down the line. It is an axe against the Medusa. It's happened at a land before.
I don't think it'll happen versus him. He's got the fluff. He's already got it queued up. He's got the Falcon Blade.
He's ready to get that extra HP.
He's ready for it.
And let's have a look at some of these lane matchups. So this last pick coming in from Whisper, getting the Leshrac. Is this sort of another aspect, do you think, of why he wanted to play this hero because of this head-to-head against the Storm in the mid?
I mean, maybe not entirely, because, I mean, perhaps a little, because pre-6, it's easy ganks, right? You can actually get an easy setup if you do get a rotation, but I think Whisper just loves this hero also, and it fits well with the idea of how their draft wants to work, about just dominating the map and having explosive damage, because looking at their draft before, early game damage was actually a bit limited, right? The snap kisses were actually their highest damage on the side of Heroic. Once they get that last strike in, now they have damage. Nightfall.
Gonna get his mana boosted up a little bit there.
Almost died.
We'll be fine, but...
I mean, is he?
I mean, he's going to be kept very low on HP. The man, he's only sitting on 1-1 charge as well, so not a lot to rely on. I mean, have they got any other ways to pump his mana up right now in the lane?
Ali used the Mango, I believe, and he only has Tangos on him.
Nightfall's got to still be very careful.
It's actually surprising to see that Ali doesn't have those like extra mangoes. I didn't see if they bought all of them across the board, but sometimes
this is going to hurt. Nightfall, he's dead. Schofield just blasts him off the face of the earth there with a scatter blast. The pressure, I mean, it's what you expect from Heroic. We're getting it super early here. First 2 minutes, this Medusa, Nightfall's not going to have an easy start to this game.
No, not at all. And also, I think this is a reason why they wanted this Snapfire too in particular, right? They see the Naga Siren, they know it's going to be a 5 position. Snapfire is incredible versus Naga 5 position, because you can just blast out those illusions very easy, clear them out. And I mean, I feel like Nightfall is just going to really struggle up here in terms of getting this safe last.
Oh yeah, it's not going to be easy. And it's certainly not going to get any easier.
Schofield is, as we know, we love him so much. He is a bit of a crazy man, but can't put a ton of pressure out.
Ollie's got to start being careful as well. Having that early little advantage here, Divide and Schofield will allow them to continue to keep this pressure onto the two of them.
Bottom lane probably would be, I would say, the closest one. The DK should, I mean, DK's probably just fine down here to free farm. but the Slaughter should be pretty okay to get that solid farm too with Mirai behind.
Yeah, both beefy cores and both with relatively strong backup in terms of save and also aggressive potential in the mid. Whisper, step up and get aggressive. Does end up taking a tower hit or two, but not enough to finish him off. He'll back off in time. And in terms of regen, Makoto's still got a tango to munch on whilst Whisper is completely out. Has he got something else coming out in the courier? What's got coming in?
Another poison.
Does have a sound coming. Bottom lane. Oh, there you go. That's that damage you talked about coming in from King Jungles. Absolutely chunking down Toronto Tokyo's HP. And Mirror, he's not faring too well either. Quite heavy beating as he has to back off to the side.
They got the level 3 timing.
Yep.
They got it just before they got it on the side of Aurora, and they take opportunity of it. He got 4 poisons. He let himself get 4 poisons. And then he got, put under and then blood grenaded afterwards, so he did get the follow-up. Has to be careful.
Absolutely, definitely showing across the board that you got to respect Heroic in these laning stages. When they see an opportunity to go, they'll go.
Slaughter a hero, you definitely don't want to die much like that in early game too, because overall DK, he probably is already set up to just free farm inside of this lane, but now it's guaranteed that the DK is going to have absolute free farm down here. As that rotation's coming, the supports can make the moves a little easier, especially because the way the lanes are going for Heroic. And Makoto,
they're
be very careful.
Side here, Makoto's going to have to hang right back. Let the Scatter Blast slow upon him.
He's missing XP.
Still wanting to hang around here. He's in trouble. The little Shredder comes in. Makoto, he's gone. Skyfall and Whisper able to take him out. At the same time, on the top lane, Aurora are able to get themselves a kill on the board. Nightfall able to finish off Device. So a little bit of something up there on the top. At the same time, down bottom, Toronto Tokyo bringing Yuma down incredibly low here. Dragon Tail will hold Toronto Tokyo back enough to allow Yuma to survive, but only just there on the Dragon Knight. So a bit of a punch back from Aurora on these side lanes, but that mid lane, the pressure coming in from those rotations, ensuring that Whisper, for now, continues to remain on top.
Makoto was really trying to push the limits there, get that extra XP, because he wants to get the 6 at a relatively early time, especially for that 6-minute power rune, right? If the Storm doesn't have level 6 for the 6-minute rune, they're going to do it again. And he's going to have to sacrifice that rune unless he brings maybe even like 4 heroes to secure it.
Yeah, he might just
have to jungle.
There's worth find that last bit of XP in the jungle, Makoto. We'll see how safe he feels returning to the mid. Top lane, Nightfall.
This is concerning.
He'll survive. Only just he has a few 1 charges. Actually, it's not even going to be enough against the Battle Hunger. It should be. Yeah, he's got clarities coming out as well, but still not in a shape to return anytime soon to that lane up top.
And Devi is starting to get to do what Quinn was talking about. What is Naga Siren and Medusa going to do versus an Axe that's had this type of start? It's time to cut waves. The pressure on that top lane is going to start increasing. And Nightfall, he's going to have to start going to the jungle as well, too. So they're going to have a Storm that's going to the jungle and the Medusa that's going to the jungle early, at least to get themselves back into a more comfortable spot, perhaps. This is a big worry for Nightfall.
Getting that sort of early lead that Heroic absolutely drafted towards.
Aurora likes to, I mean, they said it so much on panel, we've seen them throughout this year. They do like to play a much more of a slower style.
See if they can continue to slow it down. They've won the opportunity to take Yuma out down bottom.
He was very alone, pushed up forward. They just chased him for a good 20 seconds or 15 seconds. Again, he hit 6.
Timing, but in terms of follow-up, it's not going to be there. So Makoto easily able to walk away from them for now.
Hey, that's all important.
6.
That he gets the 6 on this moment here, that's actually massive. That he was able to get it before that kill comes out. And it did look like Whisper was going to get that opportunity to get it beforehand.
Despite the constant pressure up top, Nightfall's not pulling too far behind us here. Sure, he's down there at the bottom, of course. Bottom lane.
Again on Yuma.
Heavy pressure. Crusher's going to be back for the second. TPs are coming in to bail him out. The disruption comes in from King Jungles, and with the damage output of Whisper, Heroic able to turn around that aggressive attempt from Toronto Tokyo.
Whisper is continuing the aggression. They want to go for this rune, this shrine. He's got Edict up in a second. He's got mana as well. Mira's pushed off. I don't think they can contest. The Storm doesn't look to contest either.
And stand his ground against the threat of that level 4 Edict indeed. They'll let it go. Both Shrine of Wisdom's going to Heroic here at the 7-minute mark.
That's massive as well as Aurora. Ollie.
I mean, they're ready for the chase down. Makoto's going to head over to try and help out. Get a good amount of burst onto Schofield. Schofield has to opt to cookie away. Can't play aggressive in towards that, so at least able to keep Ollie alive there with that quick rotation, Makoto.
I like that he's backing up his 5 position there, otherwise it will be likely a kill on the Naga Siren. So yep, evening things out across the board on those cords. But as the XP goes to the supports, both level 5 now on the side of Heroic. Same level as those cores. And Whisper, as we know, as we love, that build that we've seen time and time again on these Leshes, the blink immediately. It's going to be a bit delayed this game. We've seen it sometimes actually very fast from him pre-10 minutes. So especially if it does accelerate, since he does have a bit of time till then. Power rune.
It's going to be down the bottom. It's going to be the amplified damage. King Jungles comes in with the quick deny. Whisper stun. He's going to have to follow. King Jungles with the deny. The setup for Whisper and Schofield to be able to join forces and take down Makoto.
That's the power of the Shadow Demon with the Lesh. That's why this last pick with the combo of it makes such a difference, because you will have that time to get the Edict off pre, get your Pulse Nova off, and get the stun perhaps as well, as he does perfectly there. Mid again, Mira.
If he can make another move.
Got the Lotus off.
He's got Ollie to back him up as well. Doesn't matter. Whisper able to claim another in this mid. 2-0-2 so far here on the Leshrac, having a very smooth start to the game here.
They're going for another play on. They're looking to snowball. They're trying to accelerate things, as we know that they like to do on Heroic, especially with this draft. He gets the rune as well.
Let's see what they can find with the smoke. Can they close in on towards him? The scans hit from both sides. You know, Nightfall knows that they're coming, and Heroic also know that Nightfall's up here. Nightfall doesn't have a TP available. I can only imagine keep it out of the lane. So no way out of this one. They get the cookie set up. The body blocks as well from Schofield. Whisper really starting to hit his stride here and take over the game here. This last pick, Lesh, getting everything it needs to done in these first 9 minutes.
And the supports, it's the story of Heroic. I think we see this so often, playing around Whisper. Even when he was the playing off lane for these teams and stuff, they still would play around him. But in this one, yeah, fully enabling the Lash, the Snapfire, and the SD involved in all these kills. And Schofield just truly living up to his name, being a true nuisance and a menace. He's level 6 already, so kisses are online. They have kill threat all over the place. Aurora, they got to start, it feels like, grouping up around with the Storm and maybe have the Slardar look to rotate in to slow down things. Because Toronto Tokyo, he's still just chilling bottom. He's gone for Treads, double bracer, so that tells me that he wants to show up to these fights. Yeah, he's not just trying to buy a Blink Dagger, right? No, so let's see if he does.
They need to have some sort of body that they can put underneath the tier 2s. You know, tier 1s probably going to be quite hard for them to hold on to, but by the time the tier 2 pushes come in from Heroic, Aurora, they're going to need to answer with something.
My worry, though, is even though he's got the strength Treads, he's got double bracer, he still just dies in an instant, right? That's the thing about this Leshrac, is even if you do build tanky, you can just die even if you do run in at a wrong moment. And it's already a 4K though.
They're really speeding things up. Aurora, and they've got a lot of slowing down in this game necessary to try and make their draft work here.
Hey, Whisper, he's really increased that farm in the last 2 minutes or so. That Blink is going to be coming pretty soon, and then very likely that's when they can just bypass these towers, go for bigger plays, bigger objectives. Cookie will hit.
See if they want to commit on this. Schofield doesn't want to drop the kisses for this one. Just the support, they're happy to sort of just poke like that, maybe see if it forces out TP reactions and such from Aurora. You know, Devi up top, continuing to get this complete area of this map to himself. Damage top of the board right now on the net worth, Devi.
Damage is just really limited. If Aurora wants to make plays, it's like they need quite a bit to bring.
They get the setup here on a Whisper into the follow-up Fear. Whisper is not going to have a way out this one. Aurora, they needed that big time.
Great time to get it. As soon as he's on the high ground there still, they get the opportunity to jump him with the 3 heroes.
Still, despite the lead, I mean, these kills absolutely matter. Aurora, they have to get away with punishing any sort of mispositioning like that. Anytime someone's solo up on that high ground mid, they've got to be bringing in the 3 of them to be able to shut that down. Any opportunity they're given right now from Heroic, they have to take.
Yeah, I just want to see Aurora just play both supports pretty much sitting around Makoto. I think it's just the strongest that they can play at the moment here as Mira
tries to play for the ward in the mid. And he's going to get popped here by King Jungles.
The double supports again. Heroic moving together, looking to contest these stacks as well, too, potentially. I think they have this ward still in the camp, they do.
I mean, these two are pretty strong. Schofield's got the kisses ready if there's a chance to lay them down, and Whisper's just come back out onto the map with that Blink Dagger done.
It's around a power rune as well, too. Makoto, will he see it coming? He actually doesn't see it yet because the Blink's not on him.
It's on the courier.
It's coming out. So now he's got it. They will see it on the ward now.
Heroic, they're just ready to sort of continue to show their faces mid, try and shove this tier 1 tower down.
They're just blocking camps too, as we're seeing. You know, that obs ward they placed in the triangle, Owen, it was not dewarded. It was a full duration observer ward, which is pretty surprising to see.
Whisper, he's getting up to the tier 2 towers here nice and early, 12 minutes in. Keeping them pushed away and ensuring that the space is there for Heroic to really pressure the tier 1. Fortification will come out, but there'll be no interest of Aurora to get down there.
It looks like Toronto is just gonna, he's just gonna chill and get the Blink Dagger, I guess, until he wants to get involved. Maybe just scared to get in without the Blink.
Look at this, Makoto Is he going to expect Whisper to be swinging around from the side? Whisper's going to go in for the jump. They immediately eliminate Mira. Makoto tries to go in onto Yuma, but Yuma far too tanky right now for the Storm to try and tackle. They get the quick kill Heroic. They hold back a little bit.
They're a step ahead. That wraparound, pretty much perfect. Aurora did not see that coming by any means. And Levi goes from top, walks to mid, take the tower. He's like, okay, next. They're feeling that snowball already starting to kick in on the side of Heroic. He's queuing up Crimson Guard. So the panel was talking about it as well, too.
Yeah.
There's a definitely damage problems on the side of Aurora in the early game. If they can make it to late, sure, they're fine. But this Crimson can definitely allow Heroic to just keep pressing forward.
Yeah, you get that Crimson online early, it's pretty much going to be solely the Storm that's able to do any real damage.
Yeah, literally.
And alone, probably not going to be enough to stop him.
No. Bottom, Photo should be just fine here. Devi throwing some casual hungers, but there's a lot of pressure. 14 minutes, the Shrine's going to be coming up too.
Yeah.
Aurora doesn't want to give this one up.
I think they might have to, though.
Do they have
Can
Blink?
they try and fight Heroic here?
They don't have Blink on Tokyo. It looks very dangerous for them to approach.
It's pretty tough.
Let's see what they can do. Whisper waiting on the sidelines.
I'm in Toronto Tokyo, yeah. Does he want to head in on this? He's starting to lead forward, but Heroic, they're ready to control him. They just make the jump to the money perch. Whisper brings in the damage. Toronto Tokyo falling low. He's gone. They kill off the Slardar. The song comes out from Ollie, but there's not really any sort of setup or backup really occurring. They're just trying to secure the space for the Wisdom, which they will do.
They got to run.
So they're at least able to get that. Can they get away, though? As the fight will come in, the kisses as well. Flying down the scope, and Whisper blinks straight in. They take out Makoto. Makoto has to try to get out the last tick of the battle. Hunger takes him down. Double kill for Devi. Nightfall at this stage, he just doesn't have the damage to fight back. Whisper corners Mira towards the top side. They might have been able to use the song to secure the Shrine of Wisdom, but it cost them so many lives.
I think they thought they were much stronger than they thought. Like walking in like that, Makoto just burning, zipping around. He's taking so much small instances of damage. Little kisses coming in onto him, little edict ticks. Even if you're zipping around, you're taking small instances during all that. And Yuma's just chilling.
He is.
The whole time he's just farming.
And he's got his Mjolnir done. So, you know, we talk about at this stage now, Aurora's evidently having damage issues. On the other side, Heroic, they're absolutely not. If this Dragon Knight turns up with a 15-minute Mjolnir, and you're going to have a bad time on Aurora.
And we mentioned the saves, right, for Aurora, but the Shadow Demon just breaks everything. Toronto Tokyo thinks that he can walk in, perhaps get some type of, but he just gets purged, and he's just dead. If they maybe pop the song immediately, perhaps they could try to bail him out there. But
maybe they could have.
It's tough to call that, you know, in that type of instance there. You have to make that communication before anything happens, and you die so fast. You die in less than 3 seconds. There's the lag.
Because you saw the setup from Heroic, right? They were so ready for Toronto Tokyo to head out on the front like that. They were completely ready around the tree line to immediately just commit everything onto the Slardar, and despite his relatively high HP at this point of the game, still have enough damage to take him out before any sort of save could come in.
I think the really smart thing was that KJ doesn't use Disruption to set up there. If he disrupts and sets up, then it gives Aurora the time to get all these spells, communicate properly. The fact that he just purges and they go changes everything.
Yeah, we'll see it again here at this point. As I said, they were more than ready for Toronto Tokyo to head up. Again, he does his best here with the amount of HP, but it's not enough. They do so much damage at this stage, and at this point...
I thought they would just run. I really did think they were just going to bounce.
They get the Shrine, but it cost them so much.
It's a lot of damage that Heroic has, and with Whisper, he didn't get his blink broken, so he's just waiting on the sideline for that opportunity, then boom. And yeah, Makoto stuck around for a little too long, took too many damage instances. One of those games where Nightfall is going to have to put the super carry mode on.
Can they somehow find that sort of team fight, which we have seen done before around a Medusa lineup, where suddenly they pull off this impressive hold around a tier 3 tower.
I mean, they have some crazy timings that they absolutely still can't hit.
And look at this, down bottom. They find Yuma alone. They immediately make the jump on towards him. TPs are coming in, but they'll be able to kill him off. Can they get out, though? Whisper off to the side, jumps in on Makoto. Makoto had to use all of his mana to go for that. The rest of them go for the song TP. The Extra's not able to come in time to stop the TP out. The rest will get away, and all things said and done, when you're down 7k, you'll probably trade your Storm to kill off the carry DK. They'll take that.
You will, but you got to remember there's a thing called Galvanize, and he's at 1 stack, and it's pretty sad for a Storm to be playing with that single stack, of course. But at least they do get a trade kill, of course. 14-4.
It's something. It's slowing down the game, maybe at least giving a little bit more time for Nightfall to try and climb up towards that top spot. In terms of network, it's not too far behind, but still very much needing to try and find, as a team fight in which the Medusa can get involved and can survive. And as we saw that, even though they did manage to kill Yuma off, it was kind of close. You know, you had sort of one more pickup for one of the supports in terms of items in the mix, and suddenly that DK is surviving and turning around.
Yeah.
So.
My big worry really is for Aurora is that Heroic, if they can keep this up and keep getting the lead growing, is a Medusa against the world, probably can't do it. If the Storm and the Slardar are too far behind in this type of game, there's a lot of things that can be problematic versus this Medusa. If this DK is continuing to stay in the lead versus him, the damage can be pretty crazy from these DKs. And the potential of this Frost, yeah, just reducing some damage as well too, right? Attack speed slow, might be able to stand his ground. Super aggressive wards just continuing to be placed from Heroic, and they're not getting dewarded. The vision is just clean from Heroic throughout this entire game so far here. And Aurora not able to find many of these dewards. But we said, all about slowing down the pace of the game. Shard soon to come for Toronto, Tokyo. So, I mean, their lineup, it can hit some pretty crazy later game timings, right? If they ever get to the point of the Ag Storm, etc. and stuff like that. But yeah, they have to get there, and pace is increasing. Heroic, these next objectives are on the list. That Roche, the next one, of course, is going to be that Torment in the next minute and a half. And for Aurora, hard for them to fight now at this point, at this deficit. A full 5v5.
And for Aurora, what sort of big items are on the horizon, or at least close, that could make a difference when it comes to trying to hold this high ground defense against an Aegis push?
I don't think they're going to high push. Not yet.
I don't know. You think Heroic? With this Aegis, you don't think they need to go for that?
I think this is a claim tier 2, claim Tormentor, and claim Shrine of Wisdom 21. Probably the easier and safer route, and then just hunt the Dusa, but... Because right now I do think like the items that they have on the side of Aurora, if they're set up for it perfectly, they can pop this Flash Dragon if the Shadow Demon's not in a position to protect, right? Because they have a lot of bursts with the Slardar, with the Shard, Mikoto's damage that comes through. It's just so far, Heroic hasn't given them these opportunities. They've been the one initiating every single fight and getting all the catches. Speaking of catches,
they're going to find him. Tries to get the Song of the Siren off, not going to get the chance.
Close.
And the supports, you know, quite a bit of difference this game in terms of kind of both fun at both levels. Right?
In defensive and aggressive capabilities as well, right? The farm, the catch, the aggressive moves that we've seen Heroic are just on point with their moves.
Oh no, he makes the jump in to clear the wave off, but there's a surprise waiting for him. Davai comes in, dunks him down.
And it's right around that Tormentor timing too. So Aurora, they're looking to get something out of bottom, but Yuma's actually down here already.
Can Aurora fight this? Makoto's going to try and get in. The Dragon Tail comes in from Yuma. Huge amounts of damage, of course, at this point. Coming out from the DK. He's got to go for the zip TP. No fight to be had down here for Aurora.
Oh, this is an old school thing I used to mention quite a bit here too. But Shadow Demon, even versus Storm, if you just get purged on Storm, it sounds stupid, but you never get overload stacks. Your damage is really, really lackluster versus Shadow Demons if he does do that. So jumps him, can't actually hit him, and a clean move to the Tormentor. So far, Heroic. Pretty flawless game.
It does feel like they're hitting every timing that they could kind of dream of when they went for this sort of finish up for the lineup.
And I'm sure, you know, T, he's probably sitting back there and he's like, this is one of those Nightfall games where he has bottom hero damage. It's 21 minutes,
gonna be
not
a tough
being
one
involved.
for him.
It is a Dusa, so that hero kind of does that anyway all these times, but definitely one of those games that can be a bit of a tough one for Nightfall. They're smoking up, looking to get a catch. They want to try to break the mold that's been happening so far.
Yeah, so far, the plays that they have been able to make have always, at best, sort of ended in a trade. Can they find something here without losing?
They know. Look where
much themselves.
Like, if they find Whisper alone, he can die in an instant. He'll die super fast. But if there's a Shadow Demon behind him or an Axe behind him, there's going to be that potential for the save. And yeah, Heroic.
They, as you said, they look very prepared for this. Doesn't look like Aurora's going to be able to find anyone.
I mean, they have these triple wards, right? We mentioned it a couple minutes ago. These 3 wards are still up. They're not getting addressed. They're just reading the full map. I'm pretty sure, I think that one saw the smoke too, right? So just full information. And now Heroic, once they get vision with these wards, they're smoking up. They're looking for the fight, looking for the initiation.
Yeah, they're ready to strike back. Still with 2 minutes left on the Aegis on Yuma.
Whisper's damage too. He has an amp damage.
They'll find Ollie.
Farewell.
Ollie, not a chance here to get away from this last track.
Love that he went for this Atos. Actually, this game is super interesting. Obviously, versus the Storm, there's that really good benefit, but versus everybody, it actually just feels like a really good game to have this Atos. That extra bit of lockdown that...
Nightfall. King Jungles and Divide. They're going to find the setup onto him. These two probably don't have enough damage to fully deal with him, but the time is being bought for Yuma to swing over. Nightfall will get the Stone Gaze off.
Kisses from
Kisses
afar.
aren't coming in. I mean, if Yuma can hold back and find the chance to
Kisses hurt.
close in on this, I mean, indeed, the Kisses alone are kind of doing it. And there's the jump again, but Divide gets him with the call. Is Nightfall gone?
Oh, on, they are.
Even
they
inside the base, they cannot protect their carry here.
Look at
Aurora
Schofield.
and Mira.
He got him.
In the base.
Holy shit.
Slides it past him here with the scatter blast.
That was sick. Oh my god.
I mean, Heroic, they're making this one look kind of easy here in game 1, folks.
That was styling. Come on. That was sick. And maybe you're right. It's 20 minutes. They might actually start poking the high ground.
Last minute of Aegis, they're like, well, you know what? Maybe we can just head up towards the high ground. They have definitely got that sort of lead right now.
This is very impressive. I mean, next big timings, right, for Aurora. It's the butterfly deuce and double BKBs from their cores, and these timings are just so slowed down. Look at this guy
sliding in.
Whew. The definition of fancy footwork. His kisses, too. Those kisses actually were so beautiful, too.
Yeah, able to lay down an insane amount of damage.
Love the crowd reactions.
Things might start to settle a little bit with the Aegis expiring, so maybe a little bit of breathing room for Aurora to try and find their feet again in this game. Still, though, you know, as fast and furiously as they try and get the farm on themselves, Aurora, it's no slowing down on Heroic side of things with their cores. Pretty much the full Daedalus coming out soon. The Yuma.
Whisper has the shield. They have full control. I think he's gotten, what, almost every single rune as well, if I'm not mistaken, on Whisper. Happens when you have this type of control of the map, but yeah, just continuous smokes. Feels like they've read every single move, and this next move could maybe actually just claim the Mirax if they do get this catch here.
And just, again, the amount of farm on some of these supports. You know, Schofield
I mean,
getting to the point where he's nearly taken over some of these cores.
Schofield is legit a monster. I don't know what is going on with him lately, what he's been eating or anything, but every game I watch him, I'm like, what's going on? These crazy little plays.
He always has a very impressive scoreline, it feels like, on the KDA.
Yeah, it's either like 10, like 5-0 and 10 or 1-15 and like 29 or something. Like he's just part of everything. It looks like we are. Nightfall was dealing with a little bit of something.
Heroic. See with the rest of this smoke if they are going to get the chance to find something more. And Ollie, Mirror in a decent position to maybe at least protect Nightfall from getting closed up upon. I mean,
their job is to take the gank.
I was going to say, if one of them or two of them dies, you know, Nightfall's like, it's fine. As long as he gets out and is able to keep, at least trying to find the farm to finish that butterfly.
Yeah, I mean, the more you mentioned it too, these supports, I'm like, they don't really do anything at this point in the game. It is because of how strong the supports are on Heroic and how good they counter. Both supports actually literally counter, right? Shadow Demon counters Ringmaster, and then Snapfire counters Naga, kind of in a way.
You just got the kisses coming in from outside the song.
They're in the lane, you're also blasting the illusions.
The two sort of saving mechanics that these supports can offer, and in a lot of games, you know, looks incredibly busted. They just don't matter this time.
No. It has to do a lot with how these lanes, of course, also went down the early game in particular, because Whisper snowballed, and Heroic has just snowballed massively because of all of it. That looks good. Maybe some in-ears change.
And Aurora. We have seen them come back. In these style of games.
This one would be pretty ridiculous.
But it does normally require some mistakes to come out from the opponents. And I'm honest, you know, for Heroic in their performances, especially in week 1 of this Blast Slam, they weren't really making the kind of mistakes to let a game like this slip away.
This one would take quite a few bit of mistakes also because of the build, right? Like Devi has gone for. How good of a game. It's all three. It's everybody. It's not just like one or two or anybody like specific. It's everybody on the side of Heroic is having. They all have these counters in a way. Versus that Dusa who, you know, as you mentioned earlier, versus the world, even if the Dusa does get that farmed, it does feel very, very difficult if they can keep getting this lead growing as Heroic. Very well likely is. Back to business.
Somebody's probably going to die here. It's going to be Ollie.
Oh, might also be Mira.
If they're able to get the jump, they're in with the Battle Hunger, sliding forward to buy up to close the gap. Get in with the call, and both supports will pay the price, but Nightfall at least given the space and information to get away from this.
Honestly, the definition of beautiful Dota. They're just moving from lane to lane. They're reading the moves perfectly. Aurora, they're trying to get things together, trying to get this item timing that you're mentioning, perhaps, so, you know, maybe these BKBs, but now actually they've deviated. I see that Shanto Tokyo has now queued up Aghanims. Maybe they're just starting to feel like the game is just really starting to fall out of control. Maybe trying to think of what they can do to fix. But I feel like he does need that BKB. Kodo.
Switching places there around the twin gates, but
he still has one Galvanize. Can't get any kills on the map.
Aurora. I mean, from this sort of position, is it just going to be a waiting game from Aurora? Can they afford to try and make any more smoke moves themselves to catch Heroic by surprise? Or is that just not going to happen with the lineup they have in this position?
I don't know. I don't know if they can anymore. Like usually what happens when there's a Naga Siren 5 position and you're able to like slow pace the game down, you're cutting waves, right? You're allowing yourself to get space and get information. These Naga illusions just die instantly. There's no way to get extra information and gather, so it's really difficult for Aurora to really just pick and choose a fight at all. Because that's information gathering is pushing out waves, and they just really are having a big difficulty of getting these waves out constantly. This sneaky ward is in a very good position, so it's giving some good information here. But Heroic all grouped up. Roche, probably the next objective that they can go for here if they don't just look for a straight-on fight. Another power rune as well in 5 seconds for Whisper. As he's starting to build up that armor too. So the thing that could have hurt him a little bit, of course, is that corrosive haze early on the left track. He's now starting to build up toward that Shiva's.
Second of a tier 2 here, Heroic.
They can maybe poke, force people to come back.
Oh, put the dragon form.
Yep. If they don't come back, you can definitely take the tower. So see how Aurora responds.
TP's starting to come in. For fortification.
Ooh, they glyphed the catapult. So they're going to keep that one alive. They're going to solar crest it as well. Just kidding, it's dead.
Nice, a good jump. Just onto an illusion, but it's fine. They don't overcommit there, Heroic.
They got the Deucer to come back. Yuma's still continuing.
Tower's falling pretty fast here, of course, to the damage of the DK.
He's taking it.
Let's get the helm of the Dom creep, but not able to stop their tier 3 going down. Heroic, they'll take the objective, and it's going to be ready to back up. They can wait for the next Roche.
It's really cool with the neutral item combo that you see from the Dragon Knight there. You see how he just outranges the tower. Dragon Lance plus the Vast. He has the 110 extra attack range. He's just blasting from a distance, and now I'm actually looking at it too, right? Look at his attack range in comparison to the Dusa, right? How is he going to hit him? He's going to just be able to outrange him the entire time and just beat on him, actually, too, if the fight does kick off, which is pretty interesting, a cool approach.
Yeah, killing the Dragon Knight seems pretty impossible right now.
Yeah.
Unless they sort of find him completely isolated. But as we're seeing so far, Heroic, not really a team to get caught out alone. There's always someone ready with a backup.
I think that's the only way Aurora can get a kill, right? If somebody's completely isolated.
Yeah, on their own.
Otherwise, they're going to get saved or the fight's going to turn. So you got to be careful how far they step out. Nightfall's got one of his timings, of course. That butterfly's done, but with the deficit that they're at, he's just going to die to magical damage, not just the physical, right? The magic we saw from the kisses earlier and from the Lesh. Sure, he'll be able to defend himself a little bit versus the DK, but
it's just,
it's too much damage.
Yeah, because this sort of game with this sort of lead, Yuma, he's just getting away with going for the full aggressive build, right? Yona into the Daedalus, into the Moon Shard, and then into the MKB.
Sure, and then he can go Satanic eventually if he wants to, even though he's versus the Deuce, so he can just stand his ground, so. They're going high. I mean, they're waiting for a pick. Look at this, they're smoked inside the base. No one's showing, time to hit the building.
They're coming in with a bit of a wraparound. Can they really make a jump here, Aurora? Nightfall will show himself for now. There's the jump. They're going to try and commit on towards the Dragon Knight. They have the opening control, but Mirror, he's immediately dead.
Cool.
They put the pull back here on towards the DK, but Yuma, he's perfectly fine. He's completely out of mana on Nightfall. He's gone. The song comes out. But they won't be able to save the Medusa, and they're barely able to save Toronto Tokyo. Get caught by another call. Kisses are coming in, but Toronto Tokyo still manages to slither back to the fountain. The barracks, though, they're gone.
I thought they were going to tap out there, I got to be honest with you. The Deuce shows up, and they're trying to poke this DK, but he just gets demonic cleansed, I believe it is. Purges off that amp damage, or the corrosive haze. They just stand their ground. Heroic far too ahead in this one.
And fortification comes out, buys a bit of time.
They'll hang on. Looks like they will stick it out for that next fight to try to contest for that Roche. But Heroic, quite a statement that they put on there, just walking onto the high ground.
It definitely feels like one of those games that sort of starts a series, and if indeed it does end up going the way of Heroic, I can't imagine Aurora's going to try and match it up against Heroic with this same sort of play style, right? They've got to change something up, surely, to try and beat this style of team.
Yeah, I mean, it's literally a clash of two styles of teams, right? It's one team that likes to sit back, wait for timings, and it's one team that just likes to go, 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 go. So perhaps they are going to have to do some type of pivot and adaptation for Nightfall to play something that can get a little bit more involved early, but And things fell apart all over the place. It wasn't just
it was everything getting crushed really from minute 0.
So we'll have to see, because this one looks like it's very inevitable at this point. You would change it up a little bit. He's gonna go IC
instead of the moon shard.
Sure, why not? Helps to take buildings actually faster, right? So.
Tier 2 on the bottom lane. Probably not likely going to see Aurora head down and try and do anything about Heroic pushing in there, even if they do so. I mean, Heroic, as you say, are able to hold them map in a way that they can just freely go to the Roshan.
And look at Schofield, what he's queuing up to. Even though they're so far ahead, they're still thinking about all these little things. Dusa can be their problem. Schofield is queuing up Halberd, an item that you don't see built almost at all in Dota, but it's one of the best items in the game versus Dusa. So
I mean, Aurora, they're trying for some sort of crazy Roshan play to put a stop to this. They'll find Devi at the side.
He is very
tanky, and he's got the coverage of the kisses coming as well. They use the box to try and get Nightfall out of this. We'll see Makoto going on towards the supports, but the supports, they're too strong. He can't kill off the support. They'll easily kite out the Stone Gaze. Aurora, they'll try and make another jump in with Toronto Token, but they don't have to follow up. And now Whisper, he's straight in on top of Nightfall. We'll be up the mark with the stun, but the damage burns through Ollie. Makoto will turn the Vortex straight back on towards Whisper, but Whisper's easily able to back off. Devi gets in with the dunk, takes out Mirror. He's now in on towards Toronto Token, he's trying to slither away, but Demonic Purge comes in. Another dunk from Devi. Godlike now on the axe. Aurora, they tried to piece together some sort of play to disrupt the Roche attempt. They just don't have the power right now, folks.
They truly don't. And if you remember, this was a first pick Axe too. First pick Axe who has gone godlike in the game. Definitely things have gone wrong for the Aurora in a massive way. And as we see the damage done from Devi, Axe did 2,283 damage to the Slardar. Highest damage inside that team fight, even with Alash on his team. He is sitting at 60 armor when he's next to that AC. Good luck.
And no amount of minus armor is going to cause him to have any sort of panic in the fights. Makoto should be all right here. Looks like they didn't quite get the vision of him, so we'll be able to TP out of this corner of the map. All right, ready to get back on with the push with this Aegis, and this time round they'll definitely be considering going for the high ground. And there, as you say,
there's that Albert.
A pickup that, it's basically the answer to any sort of comeback hope that Aurora could probably try and hope to have around their Medusa.
Yep, pretty much. Right, Halberd, amazing versus these ranged heroes still, but you just don't see it picked up because it's just not great to build up, not great stats.
They're going to jump down towards Jim, but the backup's different. Divine, they're going to call on Toronto Tokyo, he's just immediately dead. He's out. He does have the buyback available. The song from Ollie will at least get the space from Mirror and Nightfall to keep that distance. Yuma trying to step forward. They catch him with the fear. Defensive disruption comes in from King Jungle. Divides him with the jump. He gets the call onto the tomb. Catches both Mirror and Nightfall. Cookie in as well on top of the Medusa. Nightfall's gone. Makoto has to beat Kevin and run. It's over. There's no running from this. This game won. Heroic. We've seen them do this before against a lot of teams. When everything hits right from them at the start, sometimes it just don't stop, folks. They completely run over.
And we see exactly why they wanted this Lash, right? Instead of something like a Meepo, where they could have maybe gone for something like that. It's just all about pressure, pressure, pressure. There's no space for Aurora. There's no space for Nightfall.
Absolutely not. Did not get the chance whatsoever to try and make a recovery on his Medusa with the lineup around him. Just heroic. I mean, as I was saying earlier in the game, look, what do you do against them if you're Nightfall? I can't imagine he's going to want to play Medusa again in this series.
I think you have to try to match their speed. I don't think you can play this type of slow pace versus this team. They're going to take advantage of you. They're one of the best teams at playing fast right now.
Wow. As you said earlier, beautiful Dota here from Heroic as they'll take game 1 against Aurora.
Yeah, Heroic, they've been itching to come out here on the stage, and they put on a fantastic show for themselves, and a very clean one at that. It felt like at no point did Heroic really falter. It went from taking towers to taking Roche to taking high ground. Because I don't know if we could really pick apart much of what Heroic did.
No, I mean, one thing is Heroic doing really well and good things, but I also think Aurora put themselves in a very tough spot in that game just from the draft alone. I feel like their heroes don't really have any innate synergy off the bat. They have a very hard time killing any heroes with their... They don't have much burst. You know, they don't... I just don't really see what the point is here. It's like they're trying to counter individual heroes on Heroic, and then they try to get this 18 Medusa and win from there, but it's just not enough.
mean, you can see from the highlights we just saw there, right? Like the critical part, it was like a 1-4 Storm Spirit, a 0-4 Slardar. Like when you're picking Medusa, you need to have your supporting cast bring life to the game, right? You have a Slardar who has no game, a Storm who has no game, a support duo that want to amp up cores who are having good games. They don't play from behind. They're trying to, make everyone else feel happy. It's 4 kills on Aurora. It's 33 minutes into a game. Like the fact that you're, as a losing team, you can only muster 4 kills. This often happens with Aurora. In a losing game, it becomes like a lost game. Like they don't know what they're doing. It honestly is. At the moment, after game 1, it's a mismatch. Aurora need to have a whole new identity if they are to try and beat Heroic, because in the current playstyles, it is, yeah.
No, I mean, I think you look at this mid matchup and you look up the gameplay around there. Like I think they're both very explosive players in a lot of ways. I think they're both very important to their teams. And Heroic is ganking for Whisper. They're wrapping around that behind with Schofield. They're getting this kill. They're snowballing the lane. The Storm is jungling while the Lesh is making moves and doing whatever he wants. And on the flip side, Aurora is sitting in lanes that they're losing. They're not making any moves, and they're slowly getting trampled on the map. Like I think, y'all mentioned it. Fog said it too. I think they need to be proactive. They need to do things in the early game at least. If they want to play a slower mid game and have better scaling, that's fine. I get that. It's a stylistic choice. Yeah. But the early game at a minimum, like Dota has reached the level where these players are too good. You can't just allow yourself to get run over because they are going to trample you. And even if your draft scales better, who cares, man? You're down 15k gold. It doesn't matter if your heroes scale better.
Yeah, it feels like there were the moments that you can kind of feel are going to happen no matter what in a game, and that is when a team is above or in the lead, I should say, T, they're going to want to try and take your Wisdom Rune. Taking away that XP is so detrimental to your opponent. So it's like the idea of Heroic taking that away when they're up, yeah, Aurora should have been way more ready for that.
Yeah, the 7-minute rune, losing both of them is game breaking. Losing the 14 can be soul crushing. And for Aurora, they've tried to play around it. They had the Slardar already in position. You see the Wisdom Shrine spawn there, but already Toronto Tokyo is dead. Aurora then have 4 heroes behind him, and Heroic they keep poking. They keep playing the area. The song's already been used. They're trying to disengage. Like it's just uncomfortable from Aurora. Other teams here, maybe the Medusa will be on the other side of the map they'll be playing as for. So I feel like Aurora, they are trying to be more aggressive and ready to play objectives, but the heroes they have aren't the heroes to do it. I don't want to see a Medusa fighting a 14-minute Wisdom, right? I want to see him farming and punishing the fact that 5 heroes are playing for a 14-minute resource on the map. So it's like, we want to see them more aggressive. They're trying to be more aggressive, but then their heroes aren't good enough to be aggressive. So it's like there's such mixed ideas happening in Aurora that both their draft and their identity it's all up in the air right now.
I think it's very easy to fall into the trap of that when you're coming up against Heroic, because you think, okay, Heroic, they're extremely explosive in that early game, but we can wait them out. That's what that draft was saying. But when you actually come up against Heroic, you see the movements they're making on the map. That's when you fall into that trap misery. That's when you're like, okay, we need to start trying to outnumber them. We need to be reacting to everything they're doing.
I think Quinn said something nice while we were watching the game, that it's okay to be greedy. It's okay to be picking very greedy heroes like the Medusa, but then you also need to make sure that your lanes are stable, or you actually play your lanes well. Because like, you can't be this greedy and bank on going late game so much while also getting stomped in every single lane, right? So I think that this is what Aurora needs to adjust with, either picking stronger supports with more synergy so that they can contest the mid lane, right? And get their own mid lane onto some kind of game, right? Or just look to perhaps play the lanes in a more conservative, stable way, because this is definitely not sustainable.
Yeah, I mean, I love the way that Heroic combines their heroes. I think you see so many different kills happening with different hero pairings. And to me, that's a sign of a team that's really in the zone. And I love Dota being played that way. I think it's so close to the core of like what truly good Dota is every hero is intertwining. People are making moves at different points. You're giving this guy a lane, and then that guy makes a move with the gameplay he's got. And you keep switching and swapping these things. And I think it's really beautiful. And I think it also works really well. And I think Heroic is honestly probably the team right now that embodies that the most. I think they mix and match very, very well. Everyone gets involved, and they have really high kill counts. Like when they play well, I'm really impressed with this team. Like I really enjoy watching them, and I think they have great Dota and they have great ideas. Like I think they're honestly really smart players who are doing good things.
The building blocks for that really comes from the supports. It feels like, are these supports going to be able to roam with a core? Are these cores going to be able to roam with those supports, whether it's 1 or 2? And on the side of Aurora, you got this Naga Siren and a Ringmaster, both of them being so squishy. They're out of place one time, and now it feels like anyone on the side of Heroic is going to be able to capitalize on it.
Yeah, I mean, it also comes down to like the damage and what you can do, right? Like Aurora just don't have it, so when their supports try to do something, there's no one ready. And when you're talking about Heroic, right, I feel like there's no ego on the roster as well, right? No one really cares that if a move's happening, one player doesn't have an expectation where they need to be ready at this time. There's like, you know what, sure, I'll follow the call. We'll make it happen. And Heroic, they have that freedom to, at any minute, they're gonna bring all these players together to do the right things. And like you were mentioning for Aurora, it's like, it just can't really be done with a Naga and a Ringmaster. They're not the conductors of the game.
We see the Ringmaster dying here and dying here again. And I was at dinner thinking, why is there a Ringmaster in this game actually, you know? And they pick it pretty early on. They pick it into the Dragon and the Axe, and at that point it makes a lot of sense. You know, you have a save against both these heroes. It's pretty good with the percentage-based damage as well, but Heroic here smartly picks up Snapfire and Shadow Demon and then Leshrac last pick as well, so that the box doesn't do anything anymore. And yeah, I don't know, I just don't see Ringmaster in the best place right now in general. So yeah, there it is. There it is right now.
Did you make this yourself during dinner as well?
I did make that, yeah.
He didn't actually go to dinner. He was busy making this graphic instead.
I see. Okay, so Ringmaster hater, but yeah, I mean, Ringmaster on average looks like quite a weak hero. In the rare games, in the correct lineups, when you have tempo, you're going to look good. But yeah, in an even/losing game, Ringmaster can very quickly fall to the side.
Okay, and let me just add on top of that. Okay, one thing is the Ringmaster, but then you also have this Naga Scion here, which you first pick, right? Which one of the most quote-unquote broken heroes in Dota right now. Everybody bans this hero out, and you get your hands on it, and then you have no real synergy. You have no real damage with this hero. You basically don't use the fact that you get this Naga at all, in my opinion. In the Ringmaster Naga combo, I don't really see any point.
I just want to see a completely different Aurora going into game 2. Like what we just saw here, the draft just didn't really do it. The play didn't really do it. Like everything Heroic's doing is showing that they are trying their best to be in that grand finals. At the moment, Aurora, it just feels like they're playing their game and it hasn't worked out. So I think for game 2, it just everything needs to be different. Often we pick one thing, but there's not a single thing that I feel like I can praise upon in regards to draft or play or anything. Sure, they've had moments in the past, but right now in this tournament, they don't feel like they are, proving to be a team that was going to be playing tomorrow.
This is KP's got to come and clutch it. I've seen him on camera. This man can draft. We know that he can break down games. We know like just a pivotal part that he can play for a lot of teams, a lot of rosters, and he's at the helm now for Aurora. He's the one doing that motivational talk and the one that has to come out with a whole new draft and go, yeah, maybe we got baited into picking the Naga because everyone's been banning it. Maybe we're a bit rusty on it. Where do the cards lie now?
I mean, if I'm honest, I think they need a wake-up call more than they need anything. Whether they need, one specific, adjustment here or there or the other. I think this team needs to realize, hey, the way that we're playing Dota in some games is just not okay, and we're gonna get abused by better teams. And I honestly think they need to recognize that, and they need to change things and shift their focus a little bit, because I think you can't have a game like this. And I think they're also the team that we've seen today has been the most affected by the pressure. I think the crowd, and I feel like the pressure of being on stage has affected them. I feel like individually they played quite poorly in this game. They made a lot of individual mistakes. We see points where like Slaughter just blinks on a wave and stuns it when everyone's there and just dies immediately, or random individual mistakes that I think should not be happening. And so I think they need to KP needs to snap it into them a little bit that, hey guys, we need to clutch up. This is, sure, there's some draft problems, but I also think more of this game is gameplay.
Yeah, I didn't really take that into effect, because when I look at all of these plays individually, they've had LAN experience. They've played in front of crowds. It felt like they should be used to that. But, as this 5-man roster, as this new team on Aurora, yeah, maybe there is still that element there, that there are still nerves, misery, no matter how many times you step out on a stage.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it can also be just a few things going wrong, and maybe the draft didn't go as they wanted it to from the beginning. It can be small things that kind of snowballs into the game as well, and you make a couple of mistakes and it goes all wrong. But so yeah, I agree. I mean, they need something. Maybe go wash your face, get that second game, feeling ready and confidence back.
Yeah, look, I hope they've had that, right? Whether it's talks or whether it's washing their face, whatever they need to do, there is going to be a game number 2 on the horizon, a draft just after this break.
time for the patch quiz. I have in front of me a lot of patch notes, some which are true, some which are false. All of them should be within Dota 2. Let's see if the players can figure out which are true and which are false. Ring of Regen now builds into Heaven's Halberd.
Okay, false.
It was true.
Who buys this item?
Techie's Blast Off now leaves a small lingering minefield that lasts 3 seconds.
False.
It is false.
I
That
love
would
my
be
techies.
terrible.
I love my techies.
Ultimate levels are now 6, 12, and 18.
True.
That is true. Bane and Feeble is now a passive.
Was it? I think that's true. Is it true? I think it's true. There's some weird moment. I don't know what.
It's actually pretty recent, 723.
Yeah, that's probably what I remember.
Sniper's Headshot now procs on buildings for 50% effectiveness.
True.
False. Well, you were so confident in that one too. Slark Pounce no longer latches onto creeps.
False.
It is false.
God bless. There was some 6.82 coming.
I think that's it. I think you're golden. Well, thank you, Panto.
Thank you.
Okay, let's get you back to your spawn.
Shortly be having the draft for Game 2 of Heroic versus Aurora. I wanted to ask you one question first, Misery. When is the time to experiment? I wanted to have a quick look at Toronto Tokyo Slada. He's only played it 3 times competitively, right, in his career, based on Dota Buff. His game just now, 0-6. The game before that, 21 days ago, he was 0-9-1. And then a day before that one, he went 8-3-20. So he's played 3 games, won 1 nicely, got absolutely dumpstered in the other 2.
Yeah.
Is this the time to experiment with heroes when you are in a single elimination, best of 3?
So you consider this last Slaughter pick as almost like an experiment?
This is all experimentation, I feel, to some degree. Like, you first picked Slardar in the first time 22 days ago. It went well. You then got absolutely handled the game after. You've now come again. You lose again. Like, is this the point where Aurora have enough information that maybe Slardar isn't a reliable offlaner for them?
I mean, I think they need to experiment, but I think they need to experiment with something maybe like more aggressive overall, like maybe the playstyle wise or something like that, like break up the way you're too, like you gotta play the team, right? You gotta play Heroic right now. You gotta adjust to them a little bit. You can't just do what you always do, I think. That's what we saw MOUZ do last game, and we saw them adjust in game 3, and that was really well done, right? I think Aurora needs to do something similar now.
Of course, Heroic, again, their bans in the first game was very, very good. They targeted all of the cores pretty much of Nightfall other than a Timbersaw ban from Tokyo. This time around, they have shifted their bans because them being on first pick, they've got the Abaddon, the MOUZ, and the Puck. I think in different drafts, you could argue all have pretty good building blocks, but again, Heroic going for a first pick Centaur, that is something that we haven't really seen from them. And it's also a hero that people haven't really banned against them.
No, but structurally, it actually makes sense, right? Because if we look at some of their previous games, they have sometimes picked MOUZ first, they've sometimes picked the, what was it, like Night Stalker first, Sand King, things like that. So it is a hero that they can pick first and feel comfortable. It's a strong laner, right? We talked about this hero earlier, the Dominator into Pipe. It's a very standard, very good item build right now, scaling into late game with Aghanims, so I don't mind it. Naga is once again in the pool.
Yeah, Naga in the pool, but I like...
want to see it really for Aurora, honestly.
But I really like the concept of, like, heroes are strong in meta, but when they're strong, you know why they're there. So I feel like teams should be able to exploit them, and of course, Aurora did that beautifully. I think, to be honest, I think too many teams are afraid of Naga Siren because they feel like everyone's going to play it to the caliber of Falcons, for example. Like, not every team is that good on Naga Siren.
Not. And that hero is not that easy to play as well. It's quite tricky, I think, to draft around Naga. But anyway, there's no Naga right now. And the Queen of Pain, though, I kind of like this from Aurora. I think it's a fresh breath of fresh air, right? You get this mid, potentially. I mean, we don't know if it's a mid or...
Let's just say it's a mid. It's Aurora.
But let's assume it's mid.
I will quit my job if Nightfall's playing Queen of Pain carry.
No, I mean, it could be some random support, Queen of Pain, or Toronto Tokyo gets flexed to offlane, you know? You never know. But I think it's at least... It's a nice hero. You pick it up against the Whisper mid, you know, you feel good no matter what he plays. Gives you a lot of damage early on. I also like, when I was coaching Mikoto, I think he enjoys when his hero is being picked early because he kind of wants to play those heroes regardless. Even if he has last pick, he's not going to pick Husker. So I think, you know, picking his hero early fits him as a player and leaves room for some of the other heroes to come later.
But that aside, even though I fully agree with Mikoto being confident playing any matchup, also early picking a hero does bait enemies to pick certain cores, and then you kind of know the direction of the draft. Yeah. But with Heroic, right, banning out the Ursa, the Tidehunter, you know, if you were to say what are some good counters to a Centaur, of course, Ursa is the first one that comes to mind. It's of course Aurora's, best hero. Do you feel like Aurora maybe missed a chance to try and hard counter the you pick Centaur, we lock in the best hero against you instantly?
Potentially, I mean, if they were willing to pick the Ursa there, it would not, you know, it definitely could have happened. But again, we don't know if this Queen of Pain is a flexible...
Again, my job is on the line, so I hope it's not.
I mean, Nightfall carry Queen of Pain. Yeah. Imagine playing Centaur and going up against Queen of Pain,
I understand. Stop trying to sell it. I don't want them to hear you. Again, like I said, my job's on the line. Just make sure Mikoto's playing it, all right? They are on our side of the stage.
Again, Jakiro, I think it's looking for me much better for Aurora right now. They have much more damage now. They have a stronger lanes already.
But one pipe and their damage does fall apart, right? The Scream, the Dagger, Jakiro's spells, they have already, I fully agree, their lanes feel like they have more forward-thinking ideas, the purpose, right? But if they enter that mid-game and they feel like Queen Jakiro +1 is enough damage, that's when a Chen, a Centaur, all these little buffs and auras will, they'll come, crumbling down.
Good thing is that they have only shown 2 heroes so far. Well, they're basically Falcons right now.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, they're dabbling, yeah.
Falcons bread and butter right here with the Chen Skywrath. And this also, Falcons were playing the Skywrath in the safe lane and going Chen in the off lane, at least having that potential flexibility there.
But the Sky is good though for the fact that Queen of Pain is all about the elusive in and out in the early game, right? Trying to play the limits, get that big damage. When you get Ancient Sealed, silenced by the Skywrath Mage, you are gonna die on that Queen of Pain.
Queen of Pain also does not really want to buy any of those items that removes that right now. He wants to just go Aghanims and Kaya Sanch really early on, right? But now you feel like you need to build a BKB or something like that to get rid of it.
And you are deceptively tanky with the facet for Skywrath Mage. Can't remember what it's called, I'm not going to try and lie to you, but when you do magic damage, you then get the barrier. You can just throw Mystic Flare, get that additional barrier, feel like you can actually stand in the fight. Of course, old school Skywrath, you get jumped by one hero, you are dead.
But let's see here Aurora now. They basically see a lot of stuff from Heroic that they need to, they see the Chen, you see the Centaur, the pipe's gonna be there, the aura's gonna be there. How do you deal with this? So yeah, I mean, I think it's a pretty good pick again. I think this approach from Aurora is kind of what we've been asking for on the panel, right? Throw in some more aggression, change your mindset a bit, change the way you play.
Okay, and they go for the Sven. All right, again, some classics. At least for Nightfall, he goes for the Sven. I'm a little afraid because Sven can fall into a bit of a trap where you don't apply pressure in the laning phase, and then you do need to farm for a good 15-20 minutes to then be explosive. And then the Heroics line up around 15-20 minutes with a Pipe or a Crimson on the Centaur, the correct neutral creeps from the Chen. You can also kind of withstand Sven's entry to the game and make him think about, oh, now I need a Daedalus, now I need the extra item, the extra way of doing it. So yes, it's comfort for Aurora, but it could play into the, do we actually have enough damage? Because of Sven just not being that strong in the lane. And a Beastmaster for Heroic. They want to just bring that tempo, that life to the game, right? Beastmaster most likely from the mid lane for Whisper. Is it going to free farm against the Queen of Pain? It's just going to have...
It's a very good pick, I think, right now. It looks, the Beast pick makes that draft overall a lot more, like their 5-man makes it a lot stronger. I think it's nice to have Beast against Sven. You know, these heroes don't really like summons. But I still think Aurora has a lot of play here in them. I think the synergy between Jakiro and Bounty Hunter playing early up with the Queen of Pain, you can actually shut down this Beastmaster, right? The supports, if they start dying, the Chen, the Skywrath Mage, they can start feeding, right? And then suddenly you have a much more explosive Aurora draft that can really take advantage of the map. I think they need a playmaker in the offlane though that does not necessarily need that many items to play. I think they need something to play fast, because I do agree Sven can sometimes be quite greedy as a hero. He needs some time to farm, and he's not really going to participate.
And one thing that we often don't talk about with Chen is when your position 5 is your traditional warder for your team, when you're playing Chen, you're playing more towards the jungle, your own efficiencies, the items that you bring. So you then need your position 4 to step up and take that warding game over. And if these small things against a bounty hunter, if you have any bad sentry placement, any bad obs placement, you're suddenly going to have him on your back line, getting the deep vision out, understanding all of your movement, when's that death ball coming. Again, Heroic's lineup is going to be somewhat scripted. Where is the Centaur, where's the Beastmaster? The supports have to be behind them. But if you know where the cores are, you will see a lot of ways to dodge them. And Aurora, I hope this time around, if you want this to get to a game 3, they're going to need to utilize the bounty, the vision to be able to just choose the correct fight to take.
I think the point about the Heroics lineup or heroes in general are not really scary until they get blink daggers, I think is a good point, because like, you know, it's not that easy for Beastmaster to run in and roar Queen of Pain before he blinks away, right? Or maybe you can kill the bounty hunter with some dust, but it's not that easy for them to initiate right now. You have the Stampede, sure, but it's, you know, you kind of need the blink daggers before you become effective, or you're just running around as a ball. But against bounty hunter, he's gonna know where you are, he's gonna scout, get the vision for you, so you can easily rat and choose your fights wisely. So I think Heroic needs to think about maybe a win condition or somehow close out the game early here. Meepo?
You took the words right out of my mouth.
I think Meepo is
I was doing the Meepo point. You
do have this. I mean, actually,
no.
It's Sven, Quap,
don't care.
Jakiro, Bounty. There's a lot of AoE, but I still think it's a problem.
But modern day Meepo doesn't really care that much, right? Because you have the Aghanims and they do ban it out.
Okay, that's a good ban.
Even though you might think Aurora's lineup's good against it, the fact that you don't have early game instant damage to threaten Meepo means he's always going to get online, and it just takes one dig or one Ags, whatever the thing is when they become a tower or whatever it's called, one of those ones, and you break their lineup. So I think a very good ban for Aurora. Mega Meepo, that's the word.
Mega Meepo.
Yeah.
No, I do think Heroic needs to find something that either puts them in a position where they can just kind of sit back and farm and not worry so much, or something that allows them to go high ground kind of early and just makes their death ball really strong. And I mean, Meepo would fit perfectly into that category, but banned out now. And as for Aurora, what do we got for Toronto Tokyo as well? He needs some, like we talked about, some kind of stable offlaner.
I think a hero that was, I mean, Hero kind of enjoyed a bit was the Kez, right? The idea of just a decent lane, just kind of annoying to kill. I think as long as Yuma has some way of just being annoying, buying time for the fight, everyone's going to be able to shine, be it through the damage of Skywrath Mage or the lockdown of a Centaur or a Beastmaster.
I think TA maybe as well could be a hero that they could consider here.
Yeah, true. That would then give you a little bit more access to objectives. When you win the fight, you can Roshan, you can do all this stuff. Again, Kez kind of can with the Deso. TA, of course, easily will with the Desolator and her natural playstyle.
I can definitely see Kez as well.
Yeah. Again, Aurora, they do have the last pick in the draft.
I think Aurora also needs to be careful they don't pick something like Night Stalker and then overcommit to the skirmishing and ending up with 0 team fight whatsoever. They can make that work, but right now I think they could pick a hero and make their draft very, very solid. Ban out the Axe and Pangolin here as well. So what is actually there? There's some kind of maybe Underlord could be an interesting one for Aurora.
In Heroic, they have 8 seconds of reserve time, 12 seconds left on this pick, so it's not a lot of time for them to decide, but I mean, Yuma has shown a lot of confidence in his playstyle and picks recently. So pretty much whatever he calls for, you pretty much give him, and he's going to take the Juggernaut. So opting to play more of a stable lane, doesn't want to get countered by this potential Toronto-Tokyo offlane pick. Of course, we've seen the strengths of Jug. Looking at their lineup, this feels so like classics, right? Like you got Jug, you got Centaur, you have Healing Ward to amp up heroes, you got Chen.
Yeah.
Just the amount of tankiness and healing that Heroic bring when they are together between 20 to 30 minutes, that is such an alarming timing for Aurora to play into.
For sure. I mean, Juggernaut gives them a little bit of what we talked about, a little bit of both, right? It allows you to sit back and farm, get your Battle Fury, and still go into late game while you slowly get your Blink Daggers on Beast and Centaur. But it also allows you, if you start snowballing, to just 5-man down towers, right? And we go for round 2 Slaughter here.
Okay, so 4th time the charm for Toronto-Tokyo.
Better Slaughter game than last. I think the synergy between their heroes is much better. Good against Jug in the match in the lane, I guess. You get the minus armor against the Centaur, right? He also kind of can feed on the supports if he starts snowballing, but what do you think?
I'm a little worried for them, just because, yes, Slaughter is a classic counter to Jug. You just bash him when he spins, you can always threaten that, but the fact is you're leaning into the is Nightfall ready to do the damage when it's required? Because when you look at the auras, right, or if Chen just brings the Ogo creep with the little frost, right?
Sure.
Some additional shield, right? You got potential Vlad, you have Crimsons, and you have, ACs from a Beastmaster who's not afraid of buying it.
Okay,
like
sure.
There's so many ways for Aurora to feel like they have damage problems that I need to see like a perfect laning phase from them.
No, I think Aurora definitely needs to play this one well, but I think they have a lot of tools to put on the aggression early on in this game. Like, I think their supports are much stronger this time around. I think Heroic's draft is a little bit slow. If they manage to shut down the Beastmaster, I think Heroic might have a hard time fighting back going into early mid game.
Yeah. I really want to see Bounty Hunter, Jakiro, and Queen of Pain shine, because I think they had quite a quiet game in the last one. Of course, they only had, 4 kills, so pretty much everyone had a quiet game. Yeah. But this time around, Makoto, I want to see him be like the MVP, the star player for this team. Like, he can break open the game, utilize the damage amp of a track, the damage of Ollie from a Jakiro, right? Bring this to life, and sure, they can do it, but it's all about tempo. Good lanes, find the fight. They cannot just play for scale. If they play for scale, the scale will hit them right in the face when Heroic's ready.
Yeah, it's kind of a test for them, right? Are they able to suddenly bring in this aggressive playstyle into an otherwise passive team, right? Because that's also a bit of adjustment that they have to think about in this game. This is a completely different playstyle than perhaps what they normally do.
You're a player that used to like killing couriers. How many do you think Mira is going to kill this game on the Bounty Hunter? Like, it's not really a thing people do nowadays, so it's just kind of a little side minigame we can do.
I think there's the 4 meta of sniping couriers behind the tower in the laning phase is definitely a thing. But I also think that if Heroic are on point, they should be very aware of this and not just feed away couriers, right?
Yeah, because that could be a smaller thing. You kill a couple couriers, you set up like the key item destroy, and then now it's like, but that's the thing. I want Aurora to make all these little moves to be able to do this, and luckily I don't have to quit my job because, of course, because I did pick the Queen of Pain. We already know that, but I just remembered that, of course, Nightfall is luckily on the Sven, so yeah, we're happy days there. But yeah, again, Heroic, very, very scary. The classic Heroic lineup. They have all the tools that they need. And for Aurora, again, Toronto-Tokyo, his last game on Slaughter was 0-6. The game before that, he was 0-9. Sure, he had an 8-3 and 20 Slaughter performance, but at least in the last 2 games, Slaughter has not been Toronto-Tokyo's hero. Now he's a game away from potential elimination. He has to shine. You know who also shines? OD and Fogged.
Thank you very much, CES. Coming up into Game 2 time here between Aurora and Heroic. Fogged, we've seen the drafts. Do Aurora have a chance of holding on and pushing the series to a Game 3 with this?
Yeah, it looks much better. Honestly, it matches the aggression that we know that Heroic likes to play in. Are they going to be able to execute it with it? I'm also just much happier to see Mira playing a hero like Bounty Hunter. I think Mira has a lot of heroes that he can play, but seeing him do this one should be exciting.
Absolutely, yeah. Let's see if Aurora can give us a bit of a better showing here in this Game 2 and try and push this series to a Game 3. Heroic, they're looking for the 2-0 though. Here we have it. So overall, when you look at what Aurora's done in this Game 2 drop, what can you imagine that they sort of took away from that Game 1 loss?
Just stronger supports, being able to play around Makoto is what I would say, and I don't feel like I know they've picked Naga Siren a lot in the past, or they have a couple of times. I just don't feel like they play so great around the Naga Siren in general, so I'm just happier to see them playing on these two more aggressive style heroes, looking for aggressive plays. Yes, they'll be lacking in the save potential, which, as we mentioned on Heroic in the last game, they had a ton of. This one, they have a lot of healing that's going to come into that saving, but Aurora, it's a very aggressive lineup. The three main ones we're looking at, the Quap, the Jakiro, and that Bounty Hunter, how much they can get done.
Because on Heroic side of things, would you say overall you'd imagine that they're going to play to pretty similar timings as they're able to achieve in game one, or is there sort of a difference in their approach in terms of like trying to close the game out before it gets too late this time?
Probably, actually pretty similar. Yeah, I would say so. I mean, this one they have this like Jug Healing Ward, a little bit more standard approach, but it does feel like it's very similar about that 20-minute getting that explosive timing and running away with things rather than letting Aurora slow things down at all.
And some of these,
and that's just Heroic. You know, Heroic is never going to play slow.
No, absolutely. We certainly saw that in game one. And overall, some of these picks in particular, you know, Schofield last game had an insane time. This time, coming in on the Skyrath you were saying to me earlier, but this also could be a hero that you can really pop off from the early stages with.
Yeah, and especially on this like 4 position. We saw Crit doing it during Fissure a lot. I was talking to Crit actually quite a bit during it as well, and this hero is definitely on the rise. If you see a hero that the silence is going to be really effective versus as well, it's really good. But just a lot of these lane partners is super strong. Saw a lot of players during that that quick little question thing that we had. They were saying Centaur Sky, one of the strongest duo of lanes, but they saw Quap first pick. The silence can just ruin your game as well too. So really interesting stuff, and let's see what we get out of this mid lane, as they will be able to kill that Satyr immediately. So nice move there from Mira.
Absolutely. Yeah. No one wants to have to lane up against that extra creep being played against them. So Aurora will be quickly able to dispose of that. And as we're talking about that Centaur Sky lane, how well does the safe lane of Aurora deal with the pressure?
I think they could definitely run into some problems up here on Nightfall, because it's this melee hero versus the Centaur who's going to constantly be spamming him. They do at least have Jakiro though, so they have this hero that's very good at trading with right clicks. I think that's why Ollie went for the Twin Terror as well, rather than going for the Ice Path, is because he just wants to be trading constantly in this lane. They are very low armor, right? Centaur and Sky, there's 2 0 armor heroes. It's rare that you see 2 0 armor heroes laned up together, but of course you do have that Ring of Protection.
And I guess, you know, to sort of go up on that in terms of the overall game, you would say that the Slardar pick, you feel a little better about this time round from Toronto Tokyo, coming in as the last pick this time.
Yes, much better, absolutely. Their whole lineup just synergizes much better than the last one. The last one just felt, honestly, like heroes just kind of placed all over the place. It didn't feel like.
Let's go for trying to get in under the tower to get aggressive onto Nightfall, but Devi, and in fact Schofield as well, both taking quite a lot of damage in return for that effort. Breath comes in onto Schofield. Ollie's bullying back the two of them, allowing Nightfall to have the space to continue to farm underneath the tower.
Oh, he's breaking it. Got the salve there, so Schofield was able to get his salve off. He breaks Ollie's, but Ollie's still pretty healthy. And Schofield tries to block the camp there, but will eat quite a bit of damage here. Ollie's almost killing him.
So we can change them out. More cry here from Nightfall. We'll be able to set up for the stun onto Devi. Another round of the dual breath. Devi, they might just be able to find him. They do. First blood. This time we'll go to Nightfall. Dealing with this early aggression very well here, the two of them. As you said, this was a setup where they could absolutely buckle to the pressure early on off the Sky and the Centaur, but Aurora, they're the ones getting the kill against them.
I mean, already Ollie he just looks much more comfortable being on this, playing this Jakiro here. We're seeing him trading, playing more effectively inside the lane rather than the Naga. Of course, it's an easier lane to play with the Sven Jakiro in comparison to what they had last time. But yeah, nice trades. Really nicely done. And nice that Nightfall comes over and gets the Warcry point. If he doesn't run over, they won't get that kill at that exact moment. Level 3 has been hit already for Ollie too, so he's got that 2 points in Liquid Frost. It is absurd. I mean, I talk about this every time Jakiro's in nowadays. It's insane how much damage this does if it does connect onto you.
Absolutely, we'll have no struggle in trading back with anything that Schofield and Devi throw down at him.
Doesn't get you want to be able to get those extra right clicks though when you do it as bottom. For the play.
I'll get the crush. The healing ward, is it going to be enough heals to keep Yuma alive? It's not. Nope. Bash comes in.
And they get the kill.
They take Yuma out. And also King Jungle's going to be kept very low as he's pushed back underneath the tower.
Yeah, much better. This is why they wanted the Slardar. That Slardar versus Jug matchup, he's able to get those trade hits. Even though Jug is farming very well, are able to go for that kill here with Mira. And Mira, you know, I was mentioning before, I'm so much happier seeing him playing Bounty than playing the Ringmaster right now. Ring does feel like he's in a bit of an awkward spot. Bounty feels like he's in a very good spot right now, especially versus Chen. Seen a lot of players start playing it.
Schofield will get the Courier Snipe.
The pull on the wave too.
Pretty low here on Ollie. I'll get another round of spells down onto Schofield.
And Schofield skilled Silence at level 2. So not as effective as being able to go for the trades. This is a commitment of going for a potential just kill move. Interesting to see it picked up at 2.
Schofield should be fine here. Makoto not really with the resources to try and punish him whilst he drags the creep wave around the jungle. Back down on the lane. Nightfall continue to farm pretty decently down here. They're able to set things back up though for Divide to begin to catch up.
That Divide's got a gigantic wave. Look at this. It's like a what, two and a half wave or something. I don't know how many extra creeps have been brought into there.
They're getting quite a bit of freedom during this downtime where Ollie's had to head back to the base.
And all during this, we have looked at the 2 lanes. The one lane we have not really glanced at much is that mid lane. Whisper doing excellent in the matchup. 24-10 to the 16-4. Of course, there's some board denies that are coming into play there, but having a really good time.
Keeping the constant pressure on towards Makoto.
Even though they did just kill Chen creep. He is, yeah, owning that lane.
I think Mira down bottom. King Jungle's pretty low. But Mira's got to be careful. Won't be able to get underneath the tower quite yet. Still a fair fire at the ready on King Jungles. Mira at least finding the courier of Yuma.
Yuma got
Yuma getting Mira's courier, in fact, yeah. A little bit of taste of his own medicine there. The Bounty Hunter rarely being the one to lose his rather than take out the enemies. Top lane. He's going to come back in from Schofield. If he can catch anyone here close to the tower. When it comes out, Ollie's going to be buffed up and fine.
2-0, Aurora. I mean, lanes, as we said, it looks just infinitely better so far this time from the draft alone, and so far from the plays, seeing that come into play as mid. Power Rune is coming up. Mira is set up here with Makoto. Not that much mana on Makoto, though, so he is just constantly getting burned. Another one. Very annoying.
I won't be able to make any sort of snap surprise play with the Sonic Wave skill.
Ollie will show up for the rune, though. He'll be able to grab the amp damage. Isn't able to save it there for Makoto, but nonetheless. Potentially set up a kill onto Divide if he doesn't see this coming with the amp damage here. See how far he steps forward.
See if they can have the setup. He comes in. Nightfall thinking about closing in on towards the Centaur. It's there. The ice path, but Nightfall doesn't want to commit for this towards the tower.
A bit awkward how they connected forward there. It looked like they maybe could have gone for this, but I guess one of them was waiting for the other person to stun first, and then neither of them stunned, so a little bit of a slip up there. As Mira looking to contest the shrine, being very oppressive, blocking camps as well. Do they have detection for him? Checking the couriers. There's dust coming out on the courier.
I mean, yeah, he's probably not going to get away with this one.
He might die, because the shrine's not going to tick, and they're going to
expect that someone's around.
They're bringing more heroes.
They are, though. Ollie's stepping forward here to help Mira out. And in fact, the Heroic themselves, they don't bring in the backup. So that's going to mean that both Shrine and Wisdom's here 7 minutes in. They're going Aurora's way.
I guess Whisper didn't feel like he was healthy enough, just sitting at too low of mana to be able to TP over and help his buddies out. That's a big deal. I mean, Aurora, infinitely better time in this early game.
Yeah, absolutely, making sure that Heroic do not get the chance to get that early lead against them this time.
And Mira, I'm loving the way he's playing on this Bounty Hunter. He's just moving from lane to lane. The Slardar has been giving an opportunity in the lane to do well. Already has a kill. Treads are done. This is looking good. Level 6 is done for the Slardar already, too. Before that level 6 comes out for the Jug, so he can stand down there for a couple more moments. But when Omni comes out, has to be careful.
Schofield will get the Courier Snipe against Nightfall, so that little bit of life steal is going to be held up back a little longer.
Hey, that matters. Right? For a minute, not going to have that for the jungle.
So looking at the mid here with the Power Rune coming in, they'll be able to keep it safe for Makoto to grab this time.
And just, yeah, world of differences we're seeing. The supports on the side of Heroic, it's not the same where they can just go double check the runes. They have that super strong duo. They also lost their shrine, of course, there. So Aurora support's just feeling much stronger to make the moves this time around. Putting the pressure on. And scouting, Schofield will find the D-ward.
More than prepared to back up Whisper in the mid. They do try and make the move. Of course, Whisper's ready with the Roar to fight back.
It looks
they'll go for this play towards the top.
Yeah, and it looks like KJ has just kind of decided, I'm going to farm on Chen. Rather than looking to make moves, he's just going to farm and hit the 6. He's just literally hitting creeps on the Chen. Scan will connect. Nightfall.
He's got Ollie by his side. And he's going to get further back up, so Aurora, they're not afraid to take a fight here. Courier will get sniped here, another one from Schofield.
Is it going to be a Schofield move where he just baits them into a play?
I mean, Heroic, they're bringing the jug up as well. The Ice Path down here, Aurora to start things on a Schofield. They'll quickly burst through the Skywrap, but here's Yuma with the rotation. He's in onto Ollie. Able to very easily take down the Jakira. Nightfall will take back towards him. He'll opt to TP out here with the Blade Fury. Yuma doesn't want to stick around any longer. Divide also with the Who Stomp holding back Toronto Tokyo should get the chance to retreat.
All right, that is a lot of rotations coming in from Aurora. They bring everybody to the top lane to prevent that play. And in the meanwhile, I was saying, you know, Chen just hitting creeps. So you see that net worth reflect already coming in up to a 1K lead after it was Aurora actually with the lead in that first start in the laning phase just because of these little moves.
Yeah, and a good call from Yuma to back out when he did. You know, takes the quick kill against the support, but doesn't try and stick around. Even though he had the Omni Slash at the ready, had the mana for it with the one charge, just knew he wouldn't get an easy kill. It was straight towards the bottom, and now with the backup, they might get someone able to drag back into the Blade Fury. Pop the Omni Slash for this one, absolutely taking down Toronto Tokyo.
Oh, that's a rough death for Tokyo.
Back over towards the mid, Makoto and Mirror, they're trying to go for Whisper. Ice Path as well from Ollie, but Whisper's pretty beefy on this Beastmaster. They don't quite have enough to finish him. King Jungle's here by the side. The second screen comes in. It's not enough burst to kill Whisper off. And he'll survive.
They take the whole tower bottom as well. They kill the Slardar, they get the tower. They take complete advantage of the fact that all these ults were used top, right? The Sonic Wave, the God Strength, just very hard for Aurora to set up a defense.
That's pretty crazy. I mean,
very
sort of move. Just what minute of carefully calculated plays from Heroic, and they're up to a 3K lead after what was a pretty close early game.
I mean, it's super smart, small efficiency plays, right? Like you're mentioning, KJ just hitting creeps on the jungle, right? The Chan, you see his net worth, it reflects what he's been doing. 2,600, he's got his drums finished up, level 6. They're the ones that lost their Shrine of Wisdom, and he's 6 before the other supports. So it says a lot.
A little bit of a slowdown there on the progression for Yuma. Did get his Courier snipe, but as it was, still doesn't quite have the full money for the Battle Fury. It is very close, though.
Toronto Tokyo's game has fallen off a cliff completely, though. He was pretty much top for his cores on his team, and after that death, you know, rotates top, tries to help out his team, doesn't get a kill, and then goes bottom and dies immediately afterwards. Stagnated his farm quite a bit here. They definitely want this Slardar to have a good game because there's some squishy heroes that he could potentially go for as Yuma. Toronto's going for him again.
The Healing Ward out.
Sister Shroud. Wasn't able to hit that Healing Ward either.
Can't quite make that play on his own at this stage. Toronto Tokyo. Next time around, Yuma's going to have the Omni Slash back off cooldown.
Yeah, and look at the neutral item that Yuma went for, by the way, Owen.
In the take it on everything, right, as you said. No matter what you're playing, it's going to feel pretty good, especially when you're against some of these heavy, hard hitters. The need to get those early hits in, like the Sven and the Slardar.
Yeah, he even takes health, too, so he took Brawny, which is pretty interesting, right? Because he wants to tank up versus the high burst early of the Quap and the potential Slardar, so there's like cool little small things to point out. Aurora continuing to play around Makoto, continuing to try to keep his tower alive. It is almost dead, though.
My thrift rewarded.
Nightfall is getting to hit those creeps, though, so he is top of net worth.
Yeah, we'll definitely get to...
He'll get to play Dota.
Indeed. Just sort of see him have an impact in those earlier fights, even if Heroic are the ones bringing it towards Aurora. Will not be afraid of turning up and fighting back this time.
He should be able to play Dota, I should say, because there are things that can mess with him, of course. You know, there is the Roar and the heals that can come in and all these auras as Mira.
I'm gonna catch him with the dust.
Good.
To take the kill like that, with a bit of a slowdown that's starting to come into play here.
Yeah.
3-3, 13 minutes in.
Whisper just wants to accelerate his Ag's timing since it is not the absolute fastest by any means.
Still able to sort of hold that mid area at the moment. Makoto's close to having the Kaya, but barely able to get any pressure onto the tier 1 in the mid, whereas Heroic are pretty close to being able to take that tier 1 away from Aurora.
Aurora can take any fight pretty much right now. They've got Blink on the Slardar, they've got the Kaya on the Quap as soon as they're regained at least on their resources on the Queen of Pain. Can definitely look to contest pretty much all the moves of Heroic in this game. Heroic is getting a little bit more farm efficiency out of the map as we're seeing, but As you said, Aurora's draft, it has much better synergy than that last game. So it can look to get these moves going together around this Blink Dagger.
Yeah, if they can sort of set up the fights to allow the Sven to freely roam and run target to target.
Here we go. Smoke. Bounty Hunter has hit 6, so they've got that amp. They've got kind of like this double amp lineup, right? They have the track, which gives that slight bit of amp, the 8%, and then they have the corrosive haze, so they can kill targets pretty quick.
And here's the job. They'll drop the Macropyre and very quickly burst Whisper this time round.
Yeah, it's double damage amp. It's actually pretty interesting how it's going to work together, being able to focus fire some of these targets. And they don't blow anything big, right? They've revealed the blink, but they don't use a sonic wave. They keep looking for these aggressive plays. It's got the arcane rune also. Blink is done for Devi, so they could look to connect and go for a fight around the tower on the side of Heroic.
Let's see if they're tempted to do anything around this tier 1. That's from now.
Yeah, Heroic is looking to join. They've got the blink on Centaur.
Here's the group up. Yuma ready to get involved with this smoke play. Are they able to get the jump? But already playing it safe with the blink. The high ground here, Heroic. Mira might be the one to tank the gank on this one, and he will.
Very nice tank. Great information gathering there from the Bounty Hunter again. Probably going to get the mid tower out of it, but either way, we'll be able to not lose a core hero, as Makoto was pretty close to perhaps getting stunned up there.
The group up and push still pretty difficult for Aurora to stop at this stage of the game, at least.
Yeah, that's probably going to be the curious thing that's going to be the call of... There's this double-edged sword with this Bounty versus Chen thing, is where you're able to scout the Chen all the time and blah, blah, blah. But there comes to a point where Bounty and versus the Chen just grouped up. You don't really contribute a whole lot, so... Uh-oh.
This play that flies on Nightfall.
Oh, man.
They're going to be able to catch him here. The slow from the Stampede into the silence and the Who Stomp. They'll lock him down. He'll get the chance to get the gold straight pop. And back up with the Omni Slash. Comes in huge from Yuma. Gets the double.
It's a beauty.
They'll turn towards Toronto Tokyo. He's got backup coming in from Makoto. We're going to see Yuma opt to bail out of this one. Schofield, he'll get left behind. So Makoto and Toronto Tokyo should be able to clean up the Skyriff as well. The bash comes in. Schofield trying to hide in the tree line. A little bit of a pause comes in. But Schofield should be pretty dead. So all in all, Aurora, they try and make that play. They do manage to kill off this Centaur, but Yuma finding the perfect chance to, again, just turn up, get a couple of kills, and dip as soon as he needed to.
Good ward they had. Scouting out the Sven from the movement. Yeah, Schofield, he's very dead.
See if they're able to... Do they buy time for Mira to get the track off?
Now they will.
Yeah.
With the pause, absolutely. You just hide the...
Mira's
Make sure
like, let me get the track.
Toronto Tokyo has to just hide in the tree, just in case. I know he doesn't... He's not seen, but like, just be careful not to get nuked, because I don't think it's enough damage, but just in case, let that track come in, like a little extra gold.
And just somehow in these fights, that Yuma, he's getting away with these sort of slippery plays. A couple of times that we've seen him weave in and out of the fights, not overstay his welcome in the team fights. He's getting away with a lot on the jug. Keeping up here with that farm and Nightfall.
And definitely one of those games where the jug... I don't see, at least, anything that's going to cause any Omni-slash shenanigan, right?
Sure, in terms of just straight up the kind of...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, there's a Shadow Walk, right?
Yeah.
That's normal, right?
And
An Invis Fade, that's fine.
Away,
those are normal.
Outside of that, this Slardar, Sven, Jakiro, there's not a whole lot they can do once the jug gets their hands on them.
And overall, the one thing is, like, Heroic's lineup, once these auras do start to get online, that is really my big concern for Aurora. For Aurora, because this Chen is going to get everything, right? He's going to get every single one of the auras. They're going to get them as well on Devi, very likely, and that can be where there can be damage issues, even though they do have Quap and Sven, which are very explosive damage. And soon timings are going to be hit for Heroic. Probably the biggest timing for their lineup is that Aghanims, and it looks like Whisper is, 50 gold from having it, as, here we go, for the track.
Let him get the track off. There we go.
Easy bonus money. And he'll get the D-ward as well. So, Mira, nice move.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Despite being a little bit behind this game, Aurora, absolutely night and day compared to what they were able to do in game one. And this time round, able to match the pace so far.
And putting a little bit of pressure here onto Yuma. Mira looking for the opportunity, just keeps throwing out those tracks, giving a slight bit of damage amp. Letting Makoto poke him.
It's a tough one to go for. Backup's coming in.
Makoto.
He's out of it. Doesn't want to stick around a moment longer. With Heroic showing their faces.
Whisper is down here with the Aghanims.
Mira. Still looking around.
blood grenade.
Caught by the dust. I mean, just trying to close in on him. But the drums, they're pretty speedy here on the chase.
Can they catch? I don't think they catch him.
He's
Nice
gonna be
play from
fine.
Mira. Really heads up, throws the blood grenade to break his invis so that he's not slowed by the dust and he can actually move faster. Little small cube plays coming in.
Wants to be able to hold on to the tier 1 tower down here, though. You know, something that Aurora still yet to be able to take out away from Heroic. All three of Heroic's tier 1 still standing.
And Heroic looking to play around these timings, right? They've got that Ags, they've got the Blink. Looking to go for these setup plays. Aurora smoking nicely in their own move. They've got the Blink with Nightfall. He wants to get involved now. He's very strong right now in this Sven. Some fragile heroes on Heroic.
The dream catch would be the Jug. So they'll happily settle for anything else right now, Aurora. Just whatever they can take away from this snowball that Heroic are trying to get going. They'll get the jump in on towards the Chen. Along stun and bash as well. On towards Divide. Divide taking heavy hits. Has to stampede away from this. Whisper will hold back on to take over the Roar. The Omni Slash comes in. Takes out the Slaughter. Nice pop from the side onto Schofield. Schofield, look at the Ancient Seal and Mystic Flare combat down onto Mirror, but it wasn't enough to finish him off. So Schofield falls. Aurora.
Nice fight.
Now on top of the fight there, catching Heroic by surprise.
I believe at least 2 track kills. I didn't see if the third one actually got onto it at the time. It says I see 3 tracks were casted, but unsure if it exactly was. But a very nice fight. They'll lose Toronto Tokyo, but a nice little sacrifice. He tanked the Roar and the Omni Slide together.
Yeah, he tanked a lot in that one.
Yeah. And we're seeing the power, right? Nightfall being able to turn up in this game. Rather than being a Medusa where he has to wait forever and the game was already potentially over at this point, he can show up. A nice 3-man crush that came out there from Divide, but not quite quick enough. KJ was already pretty much dead.
Back in action here in the mid. Trying to get their hands onto Makoto, but no follow-up lockdown.
It's the contest for the Roche. There's no God Strength, there's no Sonic Wave.
Sure, and from Heroic side of things, they don't have the Omni Slash.
No Roar either, but they're just going to look to whittle down this Roche slowly with their healing.
Yeah, they have so much sustain. Yeah. Pretty much able to remain at full HP here in this effort for the Roshan. Aurora, can they make any sort of snatch play come out here?
You got to kind of just YOLO, I think, on Toronto Tokyo, but it's a bit too late.
He's ready to keep it covered by making the jump himself aggressively up the high ground and ensure that Aurora gets no chance to make the jump in. Make sure the space is there for them to finish Roshan. Aurora, get the Aegis on Whisper, and get the 2 kills on top of it as well. Divide, he was not going to let them have any sort of chance to make that steal play.
Nice play from Whisper with the micro, too. You're sending the boar on the high ground, just poking the Slardar, so Toronto couldn't actually find an angle to get in to look for the potential steal. Giving the Aegis, too, to this Beastmaster, and Whisper now very strong in the front lines. He's got the Blink, too, to actually pick and choose his targets. I think in the last couple fights, he kind of just roared the target that was given to him based off opportunity. Now he can actually roar and choose which one he wants to go for, be it the Sven, be it the Quap, or the Slardar. And with this, they're going to smoke. They've got Stampede ready. They've got Omni ready. Aurora does have everything as well at the ready.
Yeah, I'd imagine despite the Aegis being on Heroic, Aurora will not be afraid of trying to take the fight.
Just no BKB yet on Nightfall. He's at literally, I think, very close to have. Yeah, 400. If he gets caught before it, pretty down.
Last hit's going to be put him pretty close. Just a couple of hundred to go.
Just a Tormentor play first for Heroic. So they read the movement. Looks like Mira immediately is swinging down toward bottom, perhaps expecting them to make this move. He's getting close to Vessel, which is really necessary this game versus the Beastmaster and the Chen. And he will scout them out. There's a gem, though, as we see. As soon as that Roche got killed, they did buy it on Schofield, so really looking to play as a unit and kind of just control map, that says.
Good movements from Mira there. Do manage to allow him to completely avoid that sweep that Heroic were coming in with across their own jungle.
Devi is the one, okay, Devi is the one carrying that gem, so Mira just has to be careful of him.
There we go, the BKB pickup. It's now there for Nightfall.
Just has to worry about Roar. Roar and Omni.
Because they'll be happy to not be immediately forced into action. Whilst this Aegis is still there on Whisper.
Yeah, Nightfall popped God Strength to farm, so.
I guess, yeah, that shows it, right? Really has no interest in trying to fight them right now.
We'll get caught.
This time, Mira not going to get away with sneaking around the jungle.
It's bound to happen at some points here. Devi with that gem. He says, sees it right away, gives him the tip. Let's see where Heroic wants to go with these next few minutes of this Aegis. It is around this top side. I mean, they do have this deep ward. I believe has scouted Mikoto a couple times. be a pretty massive kill as they've yet to bring down this Queen of Pain. Makoto, that first pick.
Straight to the top. Heroic. And Aurora. No interest in showing themselves right now. Sticking to the jungle.
I'm liking their itemization. It's pretty standard, pretty cookie cutter on the side of Aurora, but I like the routes that they're going so far. Shiva's on the Quap. They know they're playing versus the Aurora plus that Omni. Potentially go for like Lincolns and Lotuses later. We'll absolutely see that on Aurora. Heroic. They're trying to find these pick-off opportunities, but Aurora has definitely been one step ahead, at least, or one step better this game than the last one. A lot because of Mira. Honestly, just watching this bounty, I don't know if we have heat map or anything, but I'm sure that it's all over the place. He's been literally just giving information for the team.
This time, you know, they don't even want to mess around with him, at least not initially. They'll blink away on Divide. We'll still throw out the dust, but...
Invisible, the definition of invisible impact, right? They got scared because they thought it was a smoke movement, but it was actually just a bounty. So minus 80 for the dust. And minus quite a bit of time and plus information. So Aurora continue to get those creeps. Nightfall, 1,700 difference between him and the Jug.
Yuma, they'll see an opportunity to get a quick, easy kill here. Won't hold back. Quick Omni Slash to take the Dragon down. More than happy to pop these ultimates in as the game starts to slow in pace.
Heroic it does feel, I know they were mentioning on the panel, I felt like this actually was more of like an acceleration, but this one does feel like they're more content with just chilling and farming. Not really forcing as much as we saw them do in that last one.
Oh, they'll go for a smoke move here, but of course this will be as their own Aegis is about to expire. And as we saw, you know, they don't have the Omni Slash to allow Yuma to really fully commit for this smoke play. So it's just going to be between the two of them, Whisper and Schofield for now.
There's a lot of damage between the two of them. It's only level 1 Sky ult, but should be enough.
Double of Raw into the Mystic Flare, the Ancient Seal. It's indeed enough to even take down the Slaughter at this point.
And the next one will be a level 2 ult from the Skyrest, so it'll be much easier for them to actually just go for that heads up there. As we see Whisper, he's going for Manta, by the way, on the Beastmaster. So looking for Dispels versus the Corrosive Haze and Track in particular. Mira.
Eyes on him this time. They're not afraid of him. They'll head in with the Stampede, but backup is available for Mira with the Ice Bar coming in. And Nightfall jumps in with the Ghost Strike, takes out Schofield in a couple of hits. And that time, you know, it doesn't pay to sort of make that aggressive play back onto the bounty. Mira, he did have backup that time.
Makoto's going through. He's following, but Whisper instantly.
Yeah, nothing to put a stop to that right now from Makoto.
No hesitation. God Strength was used. So let's see if Heroic, when they do respawn in the sky, if they want to try to do something with that cooldown being utilized. Theirs are going to be coming back up. The Roar, level 18. He will have it back at the ready. These wards, though, man, Mira, like, he's just done so much for the team to at least give information, but Heroic is still keeping themselves at this 3K lead. Getting towards some of these big items, these Dispels in particular, right? The Lotus, the Manta, that Corrosive Haze in particular, not going to be nearly as effective anymore.
In terms of timing overall, does anyone on each side feel worse if the game does continue to slow down into the later stages? Like, as the game scales on, are you more confident around the Sven or around the Juggernaut, sort of traditionally?
Hey, traditionally by the Jug. As it gets to the super late, the Juggernaut is reliant on your cooldown. Divide, but we'll have to see.
Trying to get the lead in onto Wally, but at this point, both teams really having that sort of mid-game itemization that can bail one another out if it's not a full commit from the enemy team.
My real big worry is just that Heroic is going to have this like really hard carry, maybe even potentially two of them with the Beast, and they've got these auras. They're going to have they're going to have the Chen and the Centaur auras, and Aurora's not going to have any auras. They're going to literally have 0. I actually don't know what aura Aurora is going to have on their team in comparison, which can really make a difference in these team fights. Right?
Got the big hits coming in from Nightfall.
He'll be dead. That's probably the biggest kill they can find. That's the Chen.
I mean, at this point, with the Daedalus coming out as well, it's just how quickly they can kill even the tankier targets. They'll turn over the wards. Schofield on the Skyraft. Sonic Wave comes in.
Nice.
Photo cleans up the two of them.
Really, really nice plays. Roche is coming up pretty soon, too. That explosive damage from the Sven going right through the Centaur.
All right. So they want to try and piece something together to contest this Roshan. Still super strong on the Juggernaut. I think the play's done on Yuma.
Definitely a chance that the auras might not matter too, right? Because of how much damage Nightfall
Sure,
does.
he just
It's
cuts
really
straight
interesting.
through it all.
It's really interesting to see how this game is going to play out as we've gotten to pretty much the mid game at a completely even in terms of gold. Experience also actually very, very close. Just now dipped into Aurora's. It's been very, very close this entirety of the game.
Absolutely making a difference coming into this game too, Aurora, with that switch up in style.
Yeah, charges match aggression. I think this is what you have to do when you're playing versus Heroic. I don't think you can play the late game style in a lot of these games. As Mira, with this gem, this is going to do quite a bit of work. Just doesn't have to be as worried himself about getting picked off constantly, and then he's going to take out probably quite a bit of wards too. But look at Heroic, they're just hitting creeps. Perhaps they do feel like they're going to be content with it if it does get to
that's the thing.
later stages.
Are they content in just letting that Roshan go? Because Roshan's back up.
I think the Roche they'll definitely look to contest. They have everything up and they're ready.
Aurora, they're in with the smoke. Heroic, as you say, very much ready to at least respond to any sort of attempts from Aurora here. Mira's going to head up to try and scout things out. They'll immediately make the jump onto him. Kill him off. Nightfall comes in, looks for one Divide. Sorry, right, Sniper as well. Divide's in trouble. He'll stampede away. The screen comes in. It's not enough to kill him. Divide will survive.
That's a lot used from Aurora.
That's the Sonic Wave and the God Strength. To back off for now, Aurora.
Oh. I mean, initially it looked a little like Heroic kind of stacked up for the Ice Path. There's 3 heroes. It looked like potentially they could get cleaved down, but now it's Aurora using all their abilities right before the Roshan.
And Divide having just enough to live through that. Nightfall will be back in. Those scepters there, though. Gonna put him off from trying to commit any further on towards Schofield.
They're gonna start this Roche pretty soon here when Yuma wants to connect over. He still has Omni Slash, maybe waiting for the level 20 before he joins in.
I mean, and as you said, would you imagine what with the cooldown situation of Aurora, you just kind of have to concede it, or can you still try and do something?
It's pretty difficult to contest that one with the Sven and the Quap don't want to show up, so you might just have to YOLO play with one of the others to go for it. Let's see what the call is going to be. 30 seconds still on God's Strength.
Gonna have to do something soon. They want to put a stop to this, and they can't. Heroic, they get away with this one. But the Aegis onto Yuma this time round. And yeah, Aurora, after heavily committing in that play just before, they didn't have what it took to try and take Heroic down around the Roshan.
Just really smart little reset plays coming out from Heroic after getting that kill.
Back to the farm here for Aurora. And they're going to have to deal with yet another timing of the Aegis on Heroic.
Good thing was, of course, that Mira did place the gem back at base, right? So they didn't lose the gem that they had stolen when he did go for that walk-up play. So making sure to just keep that one away. But Yuma now, with the protection of this Aegis, he's going to get into a really comfortable spot, because with this Butterfly too, you know, we always mention for the Svens, they don't really like to build for those MKBs, so we'll have to see what Nightfall wants to do versus that core-to-core matchup. That's why I kind of like this Jug versus the Svens in some type of ways.
Yeah, you don't really have to change your own build up at the Jug, but as you say, as the Sven,
and that's to adapt.
You've got to make some decisions.
Yeah.
Whether or not it's going to be your job to be the one to deal with the Jug, or if you can kind of rely on the team around you to help take him down.
And another pretty annoying thing too is just like these little ghost scepters, as we're seeing, right? Schofield, just a little ghost scepter. The Sven can't just go for it immediately. Yeah. We see it right there, right?
So many
I think that's the 4th time I've seen that he tries to jump and one-shot the Skyrim.
Yeah, it's definitely annoying for Nightfall, because it's not only the MKB, it's like, does he want to nullify? There's so many different things. It's like you can't have all these items on a Sven.
Yep.
And you know, normally you don't want to have either of the two of them. You got other things you want to be building up. So
it's like Toronto, Tokyo probably has to, maybe eventually will have to go for the nullifier, but he wants to go for his own build first, and he might need Ags, BKB before that. Probably not BKB actually in this game, but at least the Ags he wants to have before he wants to go down that route of perhaps those nullifiers. As Tormentor.
Get it again here, Heroic.
This is a very slow-paced style game. It's like one kill, team explosive ults, and then back up and reset and wait for just efficiency and objectives. And so far, at least in terms of efficiency, we're seeing Heroic have that edge.
Yeah, they're getting
tired of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. With the Roshans, with the Tormentors, and with sort of the overall situation of the towers.
That being said, I mean, Mikoto is still having a phenomenal game. Same thing for the Sven. It's just that slight edge, at least in terms of gold, and those objectives for the side of Heroic. Catch the bite.
Catch on the support, Ollie. The ice path out, but nobody else is going to stick around and try and help him. They just let him go down.
Holds on to that Omni as well, too, because he doesn't want to waste that ever onto a support. And he's gone for the Basher build, so maybe a slight pivot, you could say, on the Jug in some type of ways, because he's playing versus the Sven. This is what you build when you wanted to be able to stand toe-to-toe versus some of those strong cores, so.
Ice Courier Snipe, though, that's an expensive one, taking out the recipe for the Shivas of Divide. Very, very valuable snipe there. And gotta be careful with these couriers with Mira out on the prowl.
That's 2 minutes. He's not going to have it finished up. Tower will fall. Whisper does have an amp damage at the ready for the fight.
How are we doing on the Aegis? Just
only Kodo.
Minutes left.
Be so careful how he shows here. He's been playing flawless so far.
Top to kill though now, right?
He is.
BKB, Divas on top of the Kaya Sanj.
If he gets roared pre-BKB, he dies though.
Aurora immediately out of the top side of the map as Heroic head up here. I know that Heroic's going to be looking towards trying to get this tier 2 with the last moments of the Aegis.
And it looks, Toronto, at least for now, he's queuing up the AC. So rather than going down that nullifier route, they're just, everyone's just farming. They're just looking to wait for these items, wait for the Aegis to go down. But another tier 2 is going to fall. So Heroic just continuing to get a little bit more map control, it feels like. I'm so curious to see what's going to happen when an actual full 5v5 kicks off.
Yeah.
Is this fan actually going to be able to stick on targets? Is he going to get kited out?
I think it's going to be tough. So far we've definitely seen that the overall freedom in the fights has much more so been there for the Jug.
A bit more, yep. Less things that he has to worry for sure about. Yeah. This fan, if he gets caught by Aurora, can just die. Just have to be a little cautious. Hesitant.
And the only cross, but the ice bar fall off as well. The took the Sonic Wave as well. He'll back up with the Blade Fury device up to get the Stampede off.
Nice.
We'll get dragged back and taken out. Despite his attempt to survive there with the Lotus.
They're waiting to resetting. No, Yuma was thinking about it.
Oh, one more. Let's get the crush on a Whisper. Whisper turns with the BKB, but the bash comes in from Toronto Tokyo. Whisper starts to hold back. Gonna lay down the dagger to turn and the Omni Slash. The patience there from Whisper, holding back on the Raw to ensure that they can get the bigger kill, take out the quad. And we'll lose the Chen as King Jungles gets left behind. Overall, Nightfall able to get the favorable cleanup there, picking up the triple.
Right, Nightfall is pretty much two-shotting a lot of these heroes.
I want to go for more here. Toronto Tokyo, he's in. Closes the gap on the Whisper, gets him in with the crush. The buyback's going to come out for Schofield. He can't save Whisper though. And
might be a rampage.
He gets the Ultra Nightfall. Indeed, he wants more. Got to find a little bit of safety here. Still expecting the jump, but now they're ready to jump. Get that rampage. They might even be able to go for more. He'll put the Manta. Aurora, they're diving up beyond the tier 4s. They won't be able to get the jump, but Nightfall getting himself the rampage. There's still a tier 1 in this lane, as they found themselves under the tier 4 moments ago. But yeah, the morale is going to be built up here for Aurora after they pretty much chase them entirely from their own base all the way across the map into their base.
Literally a full map chase to get these extra kills. That was beautifully done. And what, Ice Path to start things off, it looked like, right? And they just get this beautiful cover up on the 2 heroes. Massive burst damage. Mikoto does go down. A nice little synergy ult that we see did come out there from Heroic, but Heroic maybe having to respect a little bit more how they're going to go for those high ground pushes. It's just too much explosive burst damage.
Let's see if Aurora can keep this up. They take the lead now on the net worth.
A lot of patience coming in. In Lotus Orb, you could barely see it, of course, there for a second, but they waited for the opportunity for Mikoto, but then afterwards, yeah, Nightfall with the chase.
They couldn't do anything about this Sven at this point. Starting the cleanup, as we say, around his own base, and then ending up with this continued chase down to the fact that Toronto Tokyo was able to lead in. And ain't no buyback going to be able to stop the inevitable in this one here, folks. As Schofield trying to offer up his help, but if anything, just ends up giving away that extra bit of glory to Nightfall. He's able to find the rampage off the back of him. That's, definitely a bit of a shake-up here to the series here from Aurora, now getting this lead. And Heroic, maybe indeed the sort of the Jug, it's kind of difficult for you. We saw obviously in that situation, they were able to isolate the Quap, get the Omni Slash off on towards the Quap, and that's great and all, but there's a Jug, there's Sven that needs to be killed as well. So if everything's getting dropped onto the Quap,
and
Nightfall's going to get this sort of cleanup.
And they're starting to get these items that are actually going to deal with the Jug very effectively too. They actually are getting the auras, right? They're getting the AC, it's done for the Slardar. I believe the Sven also, he has MKB now to deal with him too, and he's going to get the Shard in a second too, so they're going to have plus 11 armor on the entire team as well on top of things for that Omni now.
Let's see what Aurora can do here with this Bit of a swing of momentum into their favor.
Just a pretty big swing in momentum. See, Heroic is positioned here on the high ground. A fresh Abyssal has been picked up.
Both teams have all ultimates ready to go. Who's looking to start things? And I look for the jump into the who's the 1-2? The Mystic Flame comes down towards Mirror with a full start there. Gets Mirror back to safety. Nightfall pops the concrete tunnel on Divine. Aurora's there. Nightfall back. Sonic Wave and dagger on towards Divine. Divine's able to stampede out of the action.
Nightfall.
They've killed off Toronto Tokyo. Now it could be Heroic's chance to try and chase some more. Nightfall's BKB coming to an end. Trying to close in on towards the Sven. Quickly turn and pretty much dispatching the army with one swift shot of his sword. Another 4-star to separate Nightfall from the chase of Heroic. Nightfall. He wants to get back in. Just over on Yuma, but Yuma's got the back to hand the Blade Fury at the ready. They'll take the healing ward out. Yuma moving in with the Blade Fury on the back. She's on towards Nightfall, but Nightfall finds the jungles. No, who stops there though? Oh my God. They've taken him down. Heroic able to fight back and push Aurora back up to their side of the base. The Ancient Seal.
Mikoto.
The bird flying down into the Abyssal as well. They'll catch the club on top of it, Heroic.
Yuma playing like exactly what you see at the top of the stream there. Beyond godlike. Perfect situation that he finds there to catch the Slardar during the Lotus Orb downtime, I believe. They get the catch on him with the Omni.
Oh, that's another quite the courier snipe from Mirror. He's taken out Shiva's guards. He's taken out Agnum Scepters from the Jug this time round.
Oh, and they're going tier 4.
Going to try and push for it. And then they don't have the buyback available on the Sven. Oh, the Slardar.
No flip.
They're onto the tier 4s.
I think Mikoto has the buyback.
They have to. Okay, Mirror, he's getting the couriers, but the face, the game, it's in jeopardy here.
The wave. There's a wave coming in top.
8 seconds until Toronto goes back up to Divine. He'll get the jump on towards Ollie. Ollie will have the barriers protecting him. The Scoble moves in. They're taking him out. Mirror will come with the buyback.
The throne, another ward.
40 seconds without the Sven. Nightfall does not have the money to defend here. Toronto Tokyo tries to jump in, but the damage is so overwhelming. Toronto Tokyo's gone. Heroic, they're ready to close it on.
Oh, and they're ending it.
But they're on towards the Ancient. Aurora knocked down and out here.
Oh my God. These guys, they are so explosive and so good at coordinating these team fights.
I mean,
my goodness.
Moments ago, we had Aurora and we had Nightfall chasing Heroic all the way to their base, getting a rampage. And then Heroic, they reset themselves. They take the defense around them. They chase them down. Nightfall goes for a bit of a Hail Mary play there on the Sven. He decides to try and turn and face the Jug, but they couldn't quite burst through Yuma. And at that point, the fight's over. The buyback's not there. They can't defend Fog.
This was outrageous plays. Literally, like a split-second shoulder crest, the little heals that they got onto that Jug during the jump. The Yules, I actually didn't see, I think it was Schofield Yules onto the Sven when he went for the jump. These little plays are insane. Heroic. This game was even for 35 minutes, and then in the last 2 minutes, they end the game.
Yeah, I mean, Yuma, just the one death this game as the Jug. The decisions from him, and as you say, just as a team around the Jug, around their carry, we see it so many times, just how good they are at kind of dipping in and out of the fights. You know, outside of getting rampaged, you know, in those earlier moments, it really did feel like a game where getting this Jug seemed borderline impossible for Aurora. We saw some great jumps from them as a team, pretty much up to everyone else. But in that final moment where they tried to piece things together to go all in on Yuma in that mid as Heroic started chasing Aurora down, they couldn't quite do it. They needed to get that kill. They went all in on that play, and it just comes crumbling down upon them, Fog.
Yuma, honestly, for me, has been one of the most clutch carry players in quite a bit of games. There's some where it just looks like it can be maybe some difficult moments, but he clutches it out. He buys rapiers when necessary. 12-1-6 on this Jug. Yeah, I mean, of course, it's the team that's surrounding him, getting these small little buff-ups and everything, but man, that was one of the more explosive last 3 minutes I've seen.
It really picked up. It's like, what? Have Aurora getting a rampage, and then the next thing, you know, the game's just over for them. You know, at least for Aurora, definitely a stronger showing here in this game too, as opposed to what they're able to come up with game 1. But at the end of it all, Heroic just showing time and time again now through sort of these performances here today and what we saw in week 1 of Blast Slam 4, just how well they are adapting to different situations, right? Game 1, they get to play their play style. Game 2, the enemy changes things up, tries to match the pace. Overall, though, the outplays at the crucial moments, they still come out stronger from Heroic as a team.
Yeah, I mean, it's the team fighting, the spell casting, the itemization, I mean, this little Yules from Schofield that you maybe would never see any other skies by. There's a million things you can talk about for Heroic of how well they execute under pressure.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to take a lot of looking in towards this team to see what to do to try and shake these guys up. They seem to have all the answers as they come in strong here today and take the 2-0 to move on, knocking Aurora out.
All right, my friends. Yes, that is right. We are here with Davai. What an incredible series. How are you feeling after coming out of that one?
Very good. Enjoy the games very much. We played very well. I think yeah, we can be very proud of ourselves. I think it's our first top 4 in a Tier 1 event, depending how you define it. But so yeah, very happy.
All right, crowd, do you think they earned that top 4 spot so far, huh? Yeah, all right, all right, all right. When are we gonna see you guys have a boring game, huh? You guys are always going some crazy shit all the time. It's always an insane early game or a rampage at the end. What's up with that, huh? Where's the boring game?
I mean, we're just, we're fun people, you know? We're a fun team. We have good ideas, you know? Better to be interesting than to be boring, you know?
All right, all right. Well, are we gonna see some more exciting fun coming up here? Is this gonna continue on the heroic way?
It's gonna be better tomorrow.
All right, all right. Well, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up one more time for the boys of Heroic as we send it back to the panel.
It's nice to get those winning moments, especially with Davai, someone who loves to show emotion. He's talking about, well, it's always more enjoyable to be interesting. This game number 2, though, it felt like they were playing more into Aurora's playstyle, right? They slowed it down a little bit. We didn't see that high impact or that high aggression coming out from Heroic, but they're showing they can still win when they want to play that way too, Misery.
Yeah, I think this was a more impressive win than game 1 in my opinion, because they were under a lot of pressure from the Aurora draft. In my opinion, they had to really pull themselves together and play together as 5 and not make any mistakes, because it's a very snowbally lineup on the other side. So I think this was a nice win for them to take on for tomorrow.
Yeah, I think it was, you know, on the flip side, I think it was a pretty impressive recovery from Aurora. I think compared to how they looked in game 1, which was just the complete disaster. I think in game 2, they had much better lanes. They did make some moves. They had gotten some kills. They pulled together a rampage at the end there somehow. So I think it was, you know, more of a breath of fresh air. But I agree with Misery that I think this is a more impactful win. I think they sort of showed how you can play from behind. We've seen them do time and time again that they're able to do that, and they prove it once again now that they're not just a team that can snowball. They can also play from behind. They're not a one-dimensional team.
No, I think it is a treat to watch Heroic, and just the general way that they play. I think, you know, Fog mentioned at the very end, like even making small item choices to fix problems. I think, you know, as much as the draft is important, the play is important, items are as critical. And, you know, it's every little thing that Heroic does to make sure that they're always in the best position, to, you know, to be able to win out a game.
Yeah, I want to know more, though, how you guys felt about Aurora, because we're not going to be seeing them anymore. They got 2-0'd here, and so that means, unfortunately, for Blast Slam 4, we're not going to see them out on stage. And that game number 1, it kind of crumbled for them, but game number 2, it felt like there was just so much more of a breath of life in Aurora.
Yeah, I think they had a little bit of hope in this game. But if I'm completely honest, I think they need to watch these replays. They need to go back to the drawing board a little bit, and they need to figure some stuff out, because while this was better than what game 1 was, is not good enough even still. And so I think if you're them, you need to work harder, because this was just not good enough gameplay.
Yeah, I'm going to echo that. I feel like for Aurora, it's been too long for an organization to just be an 8th place team with the players that they have, the caliber that they have. After a year and a half, it's like I'm expecting them to be a top 6 team, a top 4 team at some point, and it just isn't working out. So yeah, I feel like they really need to kind of make sure that as they enter the end of 2025, entering the 2026 portion of the season, they need to step up their game, because again, expectations are high, but the play is just not matching.
They've got time. While it's not going to be in Blast Land that they're improving, it is going to be much more time for them when, you know, sticking with this roster, what tournaments can come up. But you're talking about placements. How do you guys think about it? Davai almost didn't feel that excited that they'd made a top 4. What was going on with that?
Yeah, I mean, we also spoke about it earlier, right? And it's something that they think about too. So that's a very meaningful win, right? First Tier 1 tournament, top 4. So good stuff for them.
Yeah, I mean, Davai is also a player who's been in, you know, he played in NA for a long time. When you're in the trenches for quite some time, I think you know, when you finally start to win, it's like, holy crap, it's actually possible. And so I know how it feels. I empathize with that North American feeling.
Yeah, well, look, someone who knows what it feels like to win. Yuma joining us on the panel here. How you feeling? I know it's kind of a late night, a little bit of jet lag after all the flying that's been going on here.
No, I think I'm feeling good. I don't really have jet lag.
Oh, really? You're like maybe the only one here that doesn't.
Oh, and I could sleep last night, thankfully. So, yeah, it's not really affecting. But I think some of my teammates are got food poisoning. Yeah, which is a bit sad.
Well, look, you couldn't tell. You guys were playing amazing today. You come in, get this 2-0. With this game number 2, though, it felt like such a different style from what we normally see for Heroic. You guys playing a little bit slower. How's the conversation go for you guys to go, hey, this is the play style we need to go? Like, we don't need to be as aggressive as what we were in game number 1.
I mean, I think it just depends on the draft now. The second game, I thought that our lanes went a bit worse than they should have. Then we just decided to slow the game down because we knew the moment we got items on the beast, items on me, like Sven is not really a hero that likes dealing with a fly, so we bought a fly. So we just decided to slow it down and it made sense, right? So I think it just depends on the game. I don't think we go every game and then we're like, we need to play fast this game or something like this.
I was curious how like the communication is on the team since switching out analog for Devi, because you know my perspective is that he's quite a vocal player, quite someone who wants to dictate things, and is like the who's communicating, who's leading changed, or is like the identity generally like similar? Do you feel?
You mean analog as a communicative player?
Yeah, analog compared to Devi. I feel like Devi is more of like the leader, sort of central piece type player.
Well, I feel like he used to be like this. I think nowadays he, like when he got back, he was not as vocal as he used to be, surprisingly. I think that, I mean, he says it himself that talking too much sometimes can lead to him having worse games. Like, so he's focusing more on himself. He makes the calls that he thinks are really good. But I think Whisper is doing an amazing job. Like the first game, he was the one kind of leading the early game, mid game. It was really good. Yeah.
I was going to ask about the roster change too, but I have a different question now. So, in the group stage, you guys played a lot of Enigma mid, Darkseer mid, maybe MOUZ mid as well, like flexing from the offlane to mid with Whisper, transitioning to mid. But you haven't really done that since then. Is that something? Was it just like a bit of a spur of the moment, randomness, or is it something you've been talking about? Or how come we're not seeing that as much?
I think it depends. It made sense some games. I mean, they banned our Enigma these games, if I remember correctly. And yeah, I think it's easy when you have two players that share similar heroes. You can just draft around it and make strategies around it. So I think if it makes sense, we'll do it.
Right, of course. Yeah.
I'm just going to ask a stupid question. All right, so Devi in that previous game, he was like pinging the damage he did to Slardar and stuff in the series. Like, do you ever notice when your teammates like pinging damage they did, tips, like all these like
it's
small...
annoying.
It's annoying, okay. Okay.
It is.
It is annoying?
Yeah, it is annoying.
Are you going to talk to him after the game and be like, boss?
Not really, that's just how he is as a person. He finds fun in it, like it's not against the enemy, like, disrespecting or anything, but yeah. It is how he is, and yeah, just have to accept it.
How much do you think that then influences like in like communication? Do you ever have games where you get, not you, but like as a collective, get like carried away with like a game's being won, it's like fun, or do you feel like you're more disciplined nowadays where you know a losing or winning game is kind of like the same type of game?
I think ideally that's the ideal scenario, right? Like being able to keep calm no matter whether you're winning hard or losing as well. But I think we are trying to be more disciplined because it can get out of hand, and we've thrown many games in the past because it's too, you can feel like it's too easy and then you just end up throwing. Yeah. So.
I was curious about the draft in game 1, and then you also do some other stuff slightly in other times, where you're I think one of the only teams that picks cores on both 9 and 13, and you also do it where you pick core on 8 and then core on 14, 15. Is that just something that you all think is strong? Do you do this again? I mean, maybe you feel it's too secret, you don't want to talk about it, but is it something you do against specific teams, or just generally something you feel is strong to pick cores early?
To be honest, draft is mostly Caps, our coach, so I think he would be the perfect person to ask this. As much as I know like the strats coming for specific teams, I can't really say, to be honest. We just think it's good, we talk it off, and then yeah.
All right, I want to ask more of a you-specific question then. You're like, that's Cavs, I don't want to talk about draft. All right, we kind of got to talk about the incident that happened in Blast Slam groups. If you can infer where I'm going with it, the rapier, you ended up changing the hotkeys and things like that. How did you feel after it when you accidentally misclicked with it that you were so aware of it the next time you picked up a rapier?
In the TA game?
Yes.
I mean, to be honest, like, I don't think it would have changed that much. Maybe we could have killed the, was it the Sand King, if I remember correctly? But I don't know, I just realized in the game, like, sometimes you have too many buttons to press and then you can miss click, and Rapier is just one click, right? Like, if you click it, it's done. So, and then it was against Liquid, the AM game. I was like, okay, I don't want to make that mistake again. It's minute 60 something or 70. I was like, I'll just change it.
More importantly, what is that key normally for you? Like, what item slot is that? Is it like your wand, your treads? Like, what's the culprit?
I mean, Rapier didn't really have an item slot specifically for me until...
I hope so.
Yeah. It's one.
Yep. But what do you normally use one for?
Yeah, what do you normally put?
When there's no rapier there, when you're normally playing a traditional game, an honest game of no rapier, like what's the slot used for?
An honest game of Dota.
Outside of your Meepos and whatever, yeah.
Oh, it can be BKB.
Okay. Right, that's fair. That's fair. Makes sense.
Yeah.
Do you feel like you're kind of one of the only carries really picking up rapier? Do you feel like this patch there's just more rapiers showing up in games? Because that's how we feel when we watch. We're just like, oh, okay, there seems to be a rapier in every second pro game now.
I mean, I think the item is underbought. I think it's, I mean, I understand that it's very, if you lose it, you lose 6,000 net worth and you might lose the game, but I feel like even in even games, sometimes Rapier can be the item that wins you the next team fight because it's, you can clearly see the difference when you have a Rapier and when you don't. Like, you ignore some of the tanky heroes, let's say. Yeah.
All right. Well, look, I'm sure we could sit here all night, keep talking to you about this, but you still have another series to play when it comes to tomorrow, so we're going to let you rest. Thank you so much, Yuma, for joining us. Congratulations yet again. Just an absolute pleasure to get to watch Heroic play on stage. We'll have that pleasure tomorrow as well. Will it be another 2-0? Who knows? It will definitely be a best of 3. And Quinn, do you feel like you got everything answered there? Do you feel like, okay, now you know Heroic a little bit better, more inside and out?
Yeah, I think it's always cool to hear the perspective. I think they all seem like on a very even keel after the win. They're not, buzzing too hard. They're not like going crazy. And I think, he said they were trying to be more, sort of structured, throw a little bit less, be a little more calm. And I think you can kind of see that. And I think it's a really good direction for them to go in. And I'm glad to hear that they are working on that because I think that is, a problem that this team has had historically is they go a little too crazy and they throw a little too much. And so pulling back on that, and I think you look at the most successful team of the past year, which is Falcons. They sort of pride themselves on that structure and being able to remain calm in tense games. I think working on that a little bit more and taking a page out of a very successful team's book, I think is great by them.
Well, look, we need to look at the other side as well because whilst Heroic are moving on and facing Falcons, that's the team that you're talking about, the keys of success there. Unfortunately, Aurora not finding success here. This game number 2 was better for themselves, but in this best of 3, they just fall short, and it does end their run here at Blastland 4.
Hey, Ollie. I'll keep this short. That last game, it looked like you guys had a really good start to it. It looked like you guys were doing it. What, in your opinion, went wrong in that game number 2?
In game number 2, I think we giving like a lot of free roach. I think they just get like 3 roach in a row, and we shouldn't do that because we have initiates on Slardar and Sven, but we just like didn't do well. So they get the free rush, we cannot do anything. They're just kind of pushing, and it's hard for us to like get going to kill them when they have Aegis. So I think that's the problem.
And where do you think you as a team, as Aurora, went wrong in this blast fight? How come you couldn't make it to the final day, in your opinion?
In general, I think we do kind of prepare like some hero for us, but it's just like it's not that strong enough because we kind of just losing with our best hero. So we have to change a bit, and it may not be our most comfort, but we are trying to.
Okay, and of course, there's a lot of people watching, both in the arena and at home. You're on the home turf in Southeast Asia here. Do you have anything to say to all the fans that have been cheering you guys on?
Thank you everyone who is cheering for us. And without you guys, we wouldn't make it here. So thank you.
Thank you, Ollie, and good luck on the next one.
Thank you.
Ollie giving so much information. It's such a skill to be able to be so reflective in such a short period after a series, after the game's there. And, it was very critical. I think that just comes hand in hand when you are a pro player there, but it's nice to be able to hear it. He does give us all those words, and I do look forward to them trying new things and finding success with it. There is so much potential for them.
Yeah, they are a team that the things haven't clicked for. We've already seen other, other European, but teams in Europe, like Liquid, for example, that didn't make it to the playoffs. they have high expectations. It didn't click. I think BB's the best example from the group stage where things didn't click. Suddenly they're second place in the tournament. It just takes one conversation, one thing within the roster, and then the caliber of these players will shine and they'll get there. But again, they need to have that conversation and the ability to reflect on these losses.
We had 2 best-of-3s today. We said goodbye to Spirit in an absolute amazing 3-game best-of-3, and then of course just then saying goodbye to Aurora, and that leaves so much open. It feels like there is no clear winner when we look at matchups going forward, Quinn.
Yeah, I think it'll be super exciting to see how the 2 top dogs who didn't have to play through that first round, how they'll be faring. They've watched a lot. Sometimes it can be weird to enter a tournament and to just be watching so many games while other people play. Other people are warming up. They've already had an experience playing on the stage in front of the crowd, and so I think it'll be cool to see whether Tundra and Falcons are up to snuff, or if the other teams have built up momentum and they're gonna boop and knock them down.
Yeah, that's always a big one to have a question mark around, and only time will really tell. But the times of our games tomorrow, well, you get to see them right now because we are going to be having MOUZ up against Tundra. That's going to be kicking us off at 3 p.m. Singapore time, and then it's going to be following Falcons and Heroic here, Misery.
I mean, from watching the games today, I actually feel like the matchups are a lot more even than... I mean, we talked about the Tundra MOUZ matchup earlier, right? But I think even the Falcons Heroic matchup is a lot more even. I think this might be one of the hardest games Falcons will have to be playing, like, for the last few weeks. I think Heroic look really strong, and I think they have so much momentum going into tomorrow, and I don't know, just the vibes they gave away and the feeling of this team. I think it's gonna be a close one.
Yeah, enough about that. It's just win-win for tomorrow, all right? Tundra, MOUZ, we've got SEA play on one team, SEA play on the other team. No matter what, in the grand finals, there will be... Oh, come on. And also mid one, right?
Yeah.
So it's like, no matter what, our grand finals will have a SEA player in the grand finals fighting up against either, Falcons or Heroic. But I feel like, yeah, it's quite nice.
Well, you're already getting ahead of yourself, T.
Yeah, of course.
That grand finals, that's all the way on Sunday. What stands between our top 4 being a top 2 is going to be a best of 3. And of course, another day here at Singapore Indoor Stadium. We'll see you guys tomorrow, 3 p.m. for the game start, 2 p.m. for anyone who loves all of the pre-show action.